You, a player skilled in dodging and hiding techniques. But you accidentally chose the Necromancer class. Even dogs who have never played an online game know that this is the worst class. Without corpses around, you can't even defeat a level 1 family pig. However, the skeletons you summoned are all time travelers. They not only know the secrets of this world, but they also want to help you break free from constraints. But unexpectedly, you can actually hear their thoughts. Today is the launch day of the game Dawn of Awakening, when other players are choosing warriors, mages, assassins, and other powerful classes. Yet, you went against the norm and chose the Necromancer. After all, in the official class introduction, a Necromancer is like a legion on their own, truly making you unable to resist. After entering the game, you realized something was wrong. The game description only mentioned that Necromancers can summon undead legions to battle. But without corpses, I summon air. And without skeleton soldiers, a Necromancer. Even the village guards won't let you out. Fortunately, the game is set in chaotic times. Which NPC's house hasn't had a few deaths? But the corpse respawn point in Zybe Town has actually been occupied by the major guild. Helpless, you can only ask each NPC, Blacksmith, I heard your wife died, can I borrow her? Hint, Blacksmith Sean's favorability towards you decreased by 50. Big sister, your father's corpse is just sitting there, why not let me have it for cheap? Notification, Taylor Penny's affection for you decreased by 50. And so, 3 days passed. Watching as other players have reached level 5 or 6, while you are still just a level 1 small fry. However, today, you finally found 2 corpses in a basement. I am truly thrilled, my children, father has finally found you. Then, raising the broken tombstaff, you began summoning skeletons. The corpses transformed into 2 skeletons stood up. At that moment, 2 voices echoed in your mind, oh my, have I time traveled? Are you speaking, the skeleton across from me? Oh, have you time traveled as well? Look at these 2 skeletons, the flames of their souls and their eye sockets are flickering. You were completely dumbfounded. What in the world is going on? According to the game settings, skeleton soldiers are the lowest level minions of necromancers, possessing no intelligence. Yet these 2 skeleton soldiers of yours can not only talk, but also claim to be time travelers. It's simply outrageous. Just as you were stunned, the 2 skeletons started conversing again. We have become someone else's summons. Could this fool be our master? It seems that way for now. If we kill him, will we regain our freedom? It's no use, I've tried. He is an unattackable target. Then let's create an accident to kill him. As you listen, you break out in a cold sweat. These 2 guys, Matt and the other, are both rebellious. One is full of bad intentions, while the other is not one for many words. They've already been tested? If they don't listen, we'll have to see if they obey our commands. If they don't listen, just cancel the summoning. Thinking about this, you wave your hand. Show me some subject 3. The 2 skeletons involuntarily jumped up. You grin, relieved that it seems these 2 guys are still under your control. After naming them, you start checking the data. ID Bull Power, Profession Death Mage, Level 1, Health 100, Magic Value 100. Other attributes are all 5 points in Skill Summoning. Skeleton level consumes 5 magic points. Royal Resurrection, summoning up to 2 skeleton soldiers. And the attributes of the 2 skeleton soldiers are the same. Big White and Little White, Race Skeleton Soldier, Level 1, Health 50. Magic Value 50, Attack 5, Defense. First skill, Cleave. You chuckle, finally able to go accept the mission. Then lead them out of the basement. As soon as they reach outside, 2 skeletons express shock. Heavens, isn't this the statue of the hero Sod in West Bay Town? I wouldn't make a mistake. What, you also know West Bay Town? Are you also from the Human Federation? Through their conversation, you learn that they are actually humans from this world, humans from 120 years in the future. Dabai is an elite mage of the Holy Light Special Forces. Xiaobai is a senior warrior of the Vanguard camp. At that time, a clan launched a massive invasion, the human camp fell, and the race was annihilated. And the root of everything lies in 1 month after the game launched, when the game world underwent a massive fusion and change, bringing attributes and equipment into reality. And the game players became the first group of awakeners. After listening, you were dumbfounded. What on earth is this, merging the game with reality? You dare not ask. Now you still have to pretend not to hear the skeletons talking, otherwise with your current weak strength, you might be killed by these 2 ambitious guys. But regardless of whether what they say is true or not, improving strength is always the right choice. You then bring them to the mayor here, ready to receive the mission. This place is already crowded with people. At this moment, Dabai and Xiaobai started chatting again. If it's the newly opened West Bay Town, that relic should still be in the mayor's hands. Yes, if it weren't for the relic being stolen by the demon clan, we humans wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Dabai suddenly said, why don't we help this fool get the relic? He is an extremely rare necromancer after the apocalypse. If we get the relic, we can regain our power. With the strength of the undead legion, history is likely to be rewritten. Then the two of them earnestly began to discuss, while you stood beside, listening in a daze. You finally squeezed your way to the mayor's side, and the mayor, with a deep voice, asked, can you help me with something? Just as you were about to speak, Dabai's sword accidentally stabbed the player next to you in the back. A prompt informs you that you are in combat mode and unable to accept the task. Seeing this, you pretend not to understand and loudly exclaim, who hit me? Are you trying to prevent me from accepting tasks? After 20 seconds, a prompt informs you that you have exited combat mode. You talk to the mayor again, but Dabai secretly makes a move. Angered, you turn around and ask, who did that? Do you have any sense of decency? After this happens repeatedly 10 times, the mayor finally changes his tune, realizing you are not interested in regular tasks. Before he finishes speaking, a prompt pops up, indicating that you have triggered a hidden mission, Infiltrator of the Demon Clan. Do you accept? You decisively choose to accept. You have accepted the S-rank hidden mission, Infiltrator of the Demon Clan, which involves finding the infiltrator of the Demon Clan who was injured by the mayor in town. The reward for the mission is unknown. At this moment, the mayor takes out 3 potions. These are visibility potions that can dispel the disguise of the Demon Clan. There are only 3 bottles, so use them cautiously. After collecting the potions, you secretly think to yourself, this mission is insane. Only 3 potions, but there are at least a few thousand NPCs in town. Where do I even start looking? At this point, Xiaobai speaks up, saying he accepted the mission, but how can you make him understand that the infiltrator of the Demon Clan is Rake from the tavern? Dabai thinks for a moment and decides to wait until he passes by the tavern. Let's sneak in carefully. After hearing you chuckle, you muttered to yourself, the tavern is where most NPCs gather in town. 8 out of 10 suspicious people will be in the tavern. Then you walked towards the tavern. This guy seems smart. After speaking, they followed you. Arriving at the tavern, the boss brought the cheapest wine. A few seconds later, Rak, dressed in suitable attire, walked over with a tray. You were thinking about how to expose him. Using an invisibility potion directly on him would be too obvious. If these 2 guys found out, it would be bad if you could hear their thoughts. Just as you were pondering deeply, Dabai suddenly turned and bumped into Rek's arm. Ouch! Being touched by Dabai on the wound, Rek winced and clasped his hand. You also pretended to be stunned, then quickly used an invisibility potion on Rek. Smoke rose from Rek's body, revealing his sinister true form. The demon race trader, silver level, is in a weakened state with 5000 HP, 1000 MP, and the skill Deceptive Evil Flame. The system prompts you that you have discovered the demon race trader. Please report quickly. In the mission, death in battle results in mission failure. Protecting players from death will earn the highest reward. You fiercely stared at these 2 annoying skeletons. I didn't mention that Rek is a silver boss. Bosses are divided into 7 levels: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. Even the lowest level bronze boss requires a team of 10 players of the same level, able to handle it. The silver boss in the newbie village is simply invincible. At this moment, Rek has already emitted a black flame. Seeing this, Xiaobai directly lifted the table in front of you, an explosion rang out, and the table turned to ashes. And you all fell heavily at the tavern door, with your health instantly hitting rock bottom. Xiaobai exclaimed, oh my god. When did Rek become so strong? I almost got taken out by him. Of course, we're all level 1 skeleton soldiers now, and as a mage, I can only deal with him. Certainly not his match. Just as the 2 skeletons were waiting to die, you had already run out of the tavern, calling for help to spawn the boss. Your shout instantly attracted numerous people. Wow, there really is a boss, and it's silver. Subsequently, a group of people rushed towards the traitor of the demon race, and you casually summoned the 2 skeletons back. Turn around and run. Rek cursed at the damn humans, you have no honor. Then the players used their skills as if they were free, picking up items 1 by 1, picking up 3 and 5, although the silver boss can one-shot, he couldn't withstand the resurrection point nearby. Half an hour later, Rek was finally worn down. This time, the players were confused. Why didn't the silver boss drop anything? This broken game is such trash, the drop rate is abysmal. You're asking for a refund while smiling from afar. What's the point of the boss dropping anything? Novices are so clueless, this scoundrel is really shameless. Better to be a dog than a fool, hurry and catch up with him. In the blink of an eye, you've already turned in the quest to the mayor. Congratulations on completing the S-rank hidden quest Infiltrator of the Demon Clan. Reward, special title Imperial Warrior, a sacred item, and a hero's chronicle. The title's description is straightforward, adding +6 to all attributes. But when you see the hero's chronicle, your eyes light up. The hero's chronicle belongs to the reincarnation category. Top-tier gold can be upgraded, all attributes evolve with passive skills, equipment level increases with player level, gaining +1 to all attributes per level. The graveyard's passive skill opens up a separate undead space when a player dies or goes into hiding. Summoned units automatically return to the graveyard, they no longer disappear upon death, instead resurrecting in the graveyard, a biomimicry passive skill. Players' summoned units will gain the ability to learn skills by using equipment. Current item level. After seeing it, your mouth waters, it's actually a gold equipment. You should know, the drop rate in the game Dawn of Dawn is extremely low. Even though it's currently the top weapon on the leaderboard, it's only a bronze equipment. Players are willing to fight to the death for a white tier equipment, yet you not only obtained a gold equipment, and the attributes are nothing short of heaven-defying. The reason why Necromancers are called the worst class by players. First, summoning skeletons requires corpses. Secondly, whether it's the player or the summoned creature that dies, undead beings will completely disappear, requiring re-leveling for a new summon. The graveyard skill in the Hero Chronicles now acts as a respawn point for your undead. What's even more astonishing is the reincarnation ability of the Necromancer. Mages summon different types of summons with weapons based on their skills, such as swordsman, spearman, and more. Now your skeleton can not only wear equipment but also learn skills. With proper allocation, you alone are a formidable attack and defense team. At this moment, Xiaobai excitedly exclaims, "Ha, the artifact is finally in hand. Not only can we wear equipment and learn skills, but we can also resurrect like players. Praise the hero Sa, praise the master Nyo, powerful." Dabai's face darkens. Do you have any bottom line? Although we don't intend to kill him now, there's no need to wait. Your bootlicker appearance won't do. That's right, the warrior's novice artifact set is in Shibei Town. Sean's Revenge. After hearing this, you are stunned. Why does the name Sean sound so familiar? Damn, isn't he the blacksmith we offended before? Thinking of this, you naturally go with the flow. Dad will buy you some equipment, and in the blink of an eye, you arrive at the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Sean, seeing that it's you, immediately shouts angrily, "Guwen, don't even think about desecrating my wife's corpse." Sean's affection towards you decreases by 50. Don't be angry, I'm here to buy equipment this time. Sean sneered and said, "Armor costs 50 silver coins, weapons cost 80 silver coins. You're stunned, are basic equipment this expensive now? The market price for 1 silver coin is $10. 800 coins for a basic weapon, only a fool would buy that. It's not that expensive for others, but for you, I'll give you a 20% discount." You reluctantly take out the medal. Is it necessary? After all, I'm also an Imperial Warrior. Sean is stunned, you're actually an Imperial Warrior. Can you help me seek revenge with that medal? System prompt, hidden mission triggered. Whether to accept Sean's revenge, it must be decisively accepted. Sean's wife and children were killed by the notorious Wilderness Wolf King. Sean hopes you can kill the Wolf King. The mission rewards Sean's revenge. You chuckle, can basic equipment be cheaper now? Sean nods, the lowest price is 50 silver coins per set. But after searching your whole body, you only find 2 bottles of visibility potion. Reluctantly, you can only angrily pay 1,000 ocean coins. Bought 2 sets of basic equipment for the little brothers, fully armed. The 2 skeletons directly completed the transformation. Opening the attribute panel again, the 2 little brothers are indeed special. Not only are their attributes close to that of a level 10 player, but they also have 2 extra lines of background and character introduction. Preparations complete, already heading straight to the battlefield with 2 people, the kids following their father to bully others. Along the way, your skeleton soldier caused waves of exclamations from the players. Goodness, why is this skeleton soldier still wearing armor? Must be mutated. Could it be the legendary steel-armored skeleton? Is there official website information about this thing? I didn't make it up myself. The outskirts of the novice area are crowded. Finally found a wild dog, before you could even speak. Xiaobai had already rushed up, trying to hurt me, Lu Gu. Then, a sword chopped off the dog's head. Dropped a copper coin, a clump of dog hair. Surrounding players couldn't help but gasp and glance. Dabai was full of disdain. You're such a bootlicker. Xiaobai chuckled, that's right, I am Brother Nyo's bootlicker. After all, this mission is for Brother Nyo to equip us. Then Xiaobai encountered Dog Eat Dog, Chicken Slaughter. Soon you all slaughtered through the novice area, advancing all the way. Arrived at the moonlit plains where the wild wolves roam. Dabai and Xiaobai chatted while fighting monsters. These wild wolves are too slow, can't compare to the wilderness training we had back then. Back then, we were truly skilled. These are just a set of data in front of us. For them, it's like being kings in a fish pond now, simply a crushing existence. You are just breezing through everything. You reached level 6 before noon. You sighed. Mada rushed to fight monsters above level in the morning, but didn't get a single piece of equipment. This game is too frustrating. Just then, a wolf howl was heard. Little White was excited that it was the Silver Moon Wolf King, but someone beat us to it. Dabai puzzled. How did you know? Back in the day, for the sake of revenge, I lurked in the secret realm of Shibei Town for half a year, killed the Wolf King over 50 times. He's making such a fuss now, someone must be attacking him. Sure enough, when you followed the sound, you found a group of players besieging a giant wolf. Leading them was a female assassin, her dagger emitting a green light, likely a bronze equipment. Silver Moon Wolf King, Silver Grade, HP 8000. Magic Points 1500, Skill, Wolf King's Impacting Fluorescent Blade. At this moment, Little White disdainfully asked, what level is this in front of us? He even dares to wear the same steel armor as our brothers. Look at his fighting stance, he's about to die soon. As soon as the words fell, the Wolf King suddenly slapped away the warrior's sword, then followed up with a fluorescent blade to the face, instantly killing the warrior player. His companions were also shocked. Damn, so ruthless. The level 10 main tank said he'd be killed in a second, and he didn't even get to fight back. Dabai was also a bit surprised. Wow, this beast has some skills. With a proud smile, Xiaobai, the Silver Moon Wolf King, has a hidden trait. When positioned beyond a certain distance, he will gather energy to unleash a compelling attack, causing the target to lose all defense, parrying, and dodging attributes within 5 seconds. But as long as you keep the distance within half a meter, he won't gather energy. Can't believe you didn't know this. I'm playing high-level games. I don't have time for low-level treasures that can be solved with a single fireball. Playing around. After hearing that, you laughed. This damn Xiaobai is also quite cunning now. On the other side, the formation collapses after the warrior dies, and the Wolf King strikes another silver blade at the mage's face. Then he raised his claws and killed the archer. The priest hadn't reacted yet and was bitten to death by the Wolf King. The only female assassin left turned and ran. You waved your hand. It's time for the kids to show their true skills. At this moment, the Wolf King has leaped high. He lunges towards the female assassin, who has already given up resistance. Prepare to close your eyes and await death. Xiaobai slid under the Wolf King and struck his chest with a sword. -74. The female assassin narrowly escapes death and immediately retreats. The Wolf King roared. He swiped a claw at Xiaobai, but Xiaobai simply took a step forward, causing the Wolf King's paw to miss. He immediately opened his mouth to bite Xiaobai. A punch landed on the Wolf King's throat, reducing 88. The Wolf King paused, and Xiaobai took the opportunity to dive under the Wolf King, delivering a blow to its belly. Critical hit to vital points, reducing 258. Those watching from afar were stunned. Normally, a level 15 boss could one-shot Xiaobai. Yet, until now, it hasn't even touched a single hair on Xiaobai. Is this the elite master who roams the post-apocalyptic world? Absolutely terrifying. The female assassin lurking in the bushes was also dumbfounded. As everyone knows, the Death Mage's skeleton soldiers can only inherit 50% of the player's attributes, and the skeletons are devoid of any intelligence. And this person before us is actually controlling a trashy skeleton soldier, suppressing a level 15 silver leopard. Could this be the legendary expert? As Xiaobai swiftly moved, the Wolf King's head kept showing critical hits, reducing 258 to 258. When the Wolf King was left with a thread of health, Xiaobai immediately retreated. Just as you were puzzled, a huge shadow burst out from the Wolf King, charging forward with the boss's ultimate move, Wolf King's Charge, which Xiaobai easily dodged. Then Xiaobai moved forward again, striking the Wolf King with a fatal blow, and the system notified you that you killed the Lord-level Silver Leopard. First kill completed. You gained 100,000 experience, 150 reputation, and the title of Wolf King Slayer, with the effect of increasing the favorability of all NPCs in Shibei Town by 100. Immediately, a golden light flashed on you and Xiaobai. Both leveled up by 4. Reach level 10. Then open the loot chest. Got a skill book, 3 pieces of equipment, and a dark token in total. Also a packaged hammer. Both the hammer and the token are marked as quest items. You then check the skill book and equipment. D-rank skill, Ambush. A skill for ambushing the target from behind, requires the assassin profession. Wolf Clan level stone, quality bronze, fake 9 magic resistance, 8 agility bonus. Effect, increases movement speed by 15%. Wolf Fawn level 10, quality bronze, attack 7, magic 4, agility 4, strength 2. Effect, converts 10% of physical damage into health. Seeing this, you patted the white shoes and said, "I'll wear them myself. As for the ring, it's yours. White, you're drooling. Praise me, Lord Lu Dali, I will be your eternal happiness." Dabai sneered and said, "Disgusting, shameless thing." But at that moment, you pulled out the silver moonstaff, marveling at its level 10 quality silver, attack 17, magic 29, intelligence 9, spirit 6, effect, automatically recovers 10 magic points per second. Effect, increases magic power by 15%. You chuckled at Dabai and said, "Your intelligence growth is impressive. Seems more suitable as a mage. Here, use this staff well." After handing the staff to Dabai, you turned and left. Dabai was stunned, then said, "Praise me, Lord Dali, I am your eternal follower." Xiao Bai is on the side mocking shamelessly, utterly shameless. "What are you grinning about? The unruly chief mage, easily taken down by my magic staff, just as you were preparing to return to the city. The female assassin stopped you, thanks a lot for earlier. I'm Shui Linglong, let's be friends. Can the loot from the boss earlier be used by assassins? I'll pay a high price for it." And the two skeleton soldiers beside him became restless again. "That's Shui Linglong. The super rich tycoon who influenced the world's monetary system historically. It's actually him, the wealthy person who poured a lot of money in before the game merged with reality. Surprisingly, he was also born in Shibei Town. You're actually a tycoon, huh?" Then he took out a skill book, only a low-level assassin skill. "How much for it?" "Oh, good stuff. 10 gold coins, how about it? Let's not delay the deal." You returned to the blacksmith shop and completed the task. Received the reward chest from Xian, and upon opening it, obtained a shield and a piece of armor. Bronze quality Smoking Fury, attack 20, magic 20, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, effect, damage increased by 10%. Bronze quality Smoking Guardian, defense value 500, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, effect, armor and magic resistance increased by 10%. Bronze quality Smoking Persistence, armor 20, magic resistance 20, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, effect, maximum health increased by 10%. The Revenge passive skill of the Smoking Suit set reduces health by 1% for each hit. Players' attack and defense attributes increase by 1%, health drops to 30%, activating the Blood Rage attribute. Restore 1% of health per second during battle. After seeing it, you were shocked. Damn, no wonder it's called the newbie artifact by Xiao Bai. This effect is simply incredible. Without further ado, equip Xiao Bai directly. At this moment, Xiao Bai's attributes have undergone a huge change, with attributes such as strength, constitution, intelligence, spirit, and agility growing. At sea level, health is 1,232, 480 mana, 500 defense, 104 attack, 51 magic, 124 armor, 51 magic resistance. You nod in satisfaction. With Xiao Bai's attributes alone, you can already dominate the newbie village. Now it's getting late. You log off to order takeout to eat. Just at that moment, the news broadcast on TV according to this station's report. Unknown creature found in the Jiangbei area, extremely vicious, escapes after injuring people. Currently, experts have not found information on this creature in known literature. Hope that residents in the Jiangbei area lock their doors and windows, and take precautions when going out. Your heart skips a beat. What the two skeletons said is actually true. It seems like you need to quickly improve your strength. Hastily entering the game, you teleport Xiao Bai to the main city, Thunderstorm City. Then proceed straight to the cemetery in the city. This is the place for the Necromancer job change. Remember to pay attention before you leave. Unknown creatures? Extremely ferocious? Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat at the words. It seemed that what the two skeleton soldiers said was true. If things went as expected, the game world would merge with the real world in a month, and Doomsday would arrive on that day. Countless monsters would invade the real world, crazily slaughtering humans. Players in the game would lead humanity in resisting the monster invasion as extraordinary professionals. There were signs before the apocalypse. Now, monsters from the game world had started to sporadically appear in the real world. When Doomsday arrived, half of the world's population would perish in this sudden catastrophe. Since he knew this news in advance, Wang Chen had to prepare before Doomsday arrived. Wang Chen checked his bank account balance. Being an unemployed middle-aged youth, he was not wealthy to begin with. Hearing that one could earn money as a professional player in the game, Wang Chen spent 10,000 yuan on a helmet, intending to try his luck in the game. However, after wandering in the game for 3 days without even leaving the newbie village, he learned about the impending Doomsday. His days felt like a joke, but luckily Wang Chen was now very clear-headed, Otherwise, he would have doubted if it was all an illusion. This morning, he topped up another 1,000 yuan into the game. Now, Wang Chen had only 2,000 yuan left in his account, which was his last living expenses. Thinking that this 2,000 yuan would become worthless in a month, Wang Chen went straight downstairs to the convenience store. In the face of the apocalypse, food and clean water were naturally the most important. Although 2,000 yuan could not buy many supplies, it was enough for Wang Chen to survive for a while during doomsday. Wang Go, what's going on? Why are you buying so many instant noodles and water? The convenience store owner Xiao Zhang was surprised to see Wang Chen buying so many instant noodles and water. The store was downstairs, and one could come down to buy food anytime, so why suddenly buy so much? The world is ending. Wang Chen looked at Xiao Zhang and said seriously. Usually, Wang Chen and Xiao Zhang had a good relationship. This guy often gave him some expired sausages, so he should return the favor when he could. Ha ha, Xiao Zhang couldn't help but laugh when he heard Wang Chen's words. Wang Gu, you really know how to joke. I haven't heard of any doomsday prophecies since 2012. Wang Chen realized that if he said anything about the world ending now, no one would believe him. If he insisted on spreading such nonsense, he might be considered mentally ill or even detained for disrupting public safety. It seemed difficult to save more people before doomsday. Although he was not a bad person or someone who sought attention, he naturally wouldn't say anything to cause trouble for himself. Ha ha, thinking of this, Wang Chen laughed and changed his tune. I've been playing a game recently and plan to stay home for a month. I know, it's Dawn of Dawn, right? It's said that many people are addicted to this game. Xiao Zhang understood. I'll have someone bring your stuff upstairs later. Thanks. After settling the bill, Wang Chen was about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Xiao Zhang, you better stock up on supplies too. I got it. Xiao Zhang replied, I'm sure many people, like you, are stocking up. I'll fill the warehouse to the brim. Okay. Wang Chen nodded in relief. This was all he could do to help. After a while, Wang Chen looked at the living room filled with buckets of water and half a room of instant noodles. His sense of security had increased significantly. Even though he had spent all his savings, Wang Chen did not regret it. After all, these were essential items for survival. Even if doomsday didn't come in a month, it wouldn't be a waste. At least, he had enough for himself for a few months. With the money he had left, he could only make these preparations. When he earned money in the game, he would save more supplies, even if eating instant noodles every day during doomsday would make him sick. After completing all this, Wang Chen returned to bed and put on his helmet. However, Wang Chen did not enter the game directly but logged into the forum. After reaching level 10, players had to enter the main city to change their profession, so it was necessary to check the strategy in advance. Opening the forum, various chaotic posts filled the screen. There were posts showing off equipment, looking for a girlfriend, asking for someone to play with, and guild recruitment notices. The most popular post was one criticizing the drop rate in the game, complaining that after killing the silver boss, not even a single hair dropped, urging the game to be destroyed quickly. Amid a pile of junk, Wang Chen finally found the profession change strategy he was looking for. The game's official website only had information on the 8 major professions, so players had to explore the profession change themselves. It was said that there were many hidden branches in the game, so each player's experience and direction of profession change were different. However, for now, the main conventional professions were divided into 16 categories. Warriors could change into weapon warriors focusing on output or guardian warriors focusing on defense. Martial artists could become chi masters focusing on internal energy or martial artists focusing on techniques. Magicians were divided into ice mages and fire mages based on the chosen element. Necromancers were divided into curse magic-focused necromancers and undead legion-focused necromancers. Assassins had infiltrators and assassins. Archers had snipers and hunters. Priests were divided into divine priests and shadow priests, while paladins were divided into guardian paladins and retribution paladins. With a hero's chronicle in hand, Wang Chen was definitely going to choose the path of the necromancer. Have you noticed anything unusual about your body? Wang Chen exited the post, about to log into the game when suddenly a new title caught his attention. Unusual? Wang Chen curiously clicked on the post and took a glance. The poster was a magician named Boundless Sea, claiming to be a magician. After logging off today, he suddenly felt a wave of energy in his mind, exactly like the magical fluctuations in the game, and now he was seeking help to see if others were experiencing the same thing. The post was sincere, but the replies below were typical of forum style. Oh, you're quite fresh and elegant with your act, I'm impressed. Yeah, compared to those show-offs with equipment, I don't know where they fall short compared to the OP. I'm willing to call you the king of OP, hoping you can achieve even better results in the future. Reading the comments below, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, in game forums, there were all sorts of pretentious posts, but they all revolved around killing which boss, completing which dungeon, obtaining which equipment, and never straying from the game's scope. This guy claiming to feel magical fluctuations was truly unexpected. Being sarcastic was only natural. Despite finding it amusing, Wang Chen didn't question it like others did. After all, he held 2 resurrection scrolls in his hands, which were even more bizarre than the poster's claim, so he took it in stride. The appearance of this post further convinced Wang Chen that the words of the 2 skeletons were true. The end times were truly approaching. The world was truly changing. Only by stocking up on resources and improving strength could one have a greater chance of surviving the apocalypse. Logging back into the game, Zibetown was as lively as ever. Players at level 10 could teleport through the village chief directly to the main city area closest to the new B-zone. With a change of scenery, Wang Chen was teleported to the grand entrance of a magnificent main city. Thunderstorm City discovered. You gain 1000 experience points. This main city was Thunderstorm City. Unlike the delicacy of Zibetown, Thunderstorm City's towering walls and rugged architectural style gave off an epic and majestic atmosphere. Having spent 3 days in the new B-zone, many players had already reached level 10 and entered the main city, filling the streets with players everywhere. Without hesitation, Wang Chen led his 2 skeleton soldiers straight to the graveyard of Thunderstorm City. Yes, the place where necromancers changed professions was the graveyard, also known as the burial ground. Damn it, the game designers definitely had a grudge against necromancers. Wang Chen was at a loss for words. Warriors have camps, fighters have dojos, archers have shooting ranges, assassins have assassin guilds, priests and paladins have churches. Among the magic professions, mages, like nobles, occupy the central location of the main city with the best feng shui and the most expensive magic tower. The only exception is the necromancer, whose transition site is in the dark, dirty, and putrid-smelling graveyard. Wang Chen felt a deep sense of professional discrimination. Even the 2 skeleton soldiers couldn't help but start complaining. No wonder necromancers became the rarest profession in our era. With these conditions, it's no wonder no one chooses this profession. Exactly, because no one chooses necromancers, the necromancer lineage is thin, to the point that no one in our time could awaken as a necromancer. If there were more necromancers, the fallen heroes could be resurrected. With the power of the undead legion, one necromancer could defend a city. One necromancer could defend a city? Wang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. It seems that the game data wasn't lying. Necromancers are indeed ridiculously strong in the late game. No wonder the early game was so frustrating. Listening to the 2, Wang Chen felt more balanced. In Wang Chen's mind, the game designers changed from canines to primates. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals. With necromancers being such a powerful profession, the early game would certainly not be smooth sailing. However, from the conversation, Wang Chen learned that after the game merged with reality, humans couldn't freely choose to become professionals like they do now. Awakening depended on their bloodline. This bloodline should be related to the profession chosen by players. The more players choose a profession, the more prevalent the bloodline becomes after the game merges with reality, leading to a higher awakening rate. The later players choose a profession, the thinner the bloodline, resulting in a lower awakening rate. It's precisely because of the necromancer's challenging setup that there are so few players choosing to be necromancers now, making necromancers a legendary profession in the generations to come. It's all because of those damn big guilds, Wang Chen muttered discontentedly. Although the concept of needing corpses to summon skeletons was disgusting, the game company did have corpse respawn points. The reason why an ordinary necromancer like Wang Chen couldn't summon skeletons was that those big guilds monopolized the corpse respawn points, not allowing any necromancers outside their circle to approach. This led most necromancers to delete their characters and start over without ever seeing what their skeletons looked like. Wang Chen was stubborn and persisted, eventually summoning Big White and Little White in the church's basement. "Adventurer, are you here to change professions?" Upon arriving at the graveyard, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded in Wang Chen's ear. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with a pale complexion, draped in a gray cloak. The man's face was gaunt, devoid of any color, resembling the zombies crawling out of the graveyard. His name was written above his head, Gravekeeper Wayne, Necromancer Profession Instructor. "Yes, I am." Wang Chen nodded. After all, he wasn't here for sightseeing. Who would come to this place for no reason? "Please choose your profession," Wayne said. Necromancers are divided into necromancers and necromancer summoners. The former focuses on curse magic to enhance their own abilities, while the latter focuses on summoning, strengthening the undead legion. "Necromancer summoner," Wang Chen replied without hesitation. Although the curse magic of the Necromancer was formidable, the hero's history book in his hands existed for the Undead Legion, not to mention having Big White and Little White as his dimensional sons as his subordinates. Naturally, he chose the summoning path. May the great Razma always protect you. Wayne raised his staff, enveloping Wang Chen in a black light. Swish! However, at that moment, the black light suddenly uncontrollably penetrated Wang Chen's body, disappearing without a trace. Ha! Wayne's cold face immediately showed a look of astonishment. You actually possess a powerful force of death. A force of death? Wang Chen looked puzzled. Yes, you are the hero chosen by Sarg, the hero destined by the hero's history. I'm sorry, my abilities are limited and I cannot help you change classes. Wayne nodded, returning to his calm expression. Cannot change classes? Then what should I do? Wang Chen furrowed his brows. It's not that you cannot change classes, it's that I cannot help you change classes, Wayne explained. Who can? Wang Chen asked again. Hee, Wayne chuckled, ignoring Wang Chen. Wang Chen fell silent. What's the point of knowing where to change classes if it's all in vain? Does our big brother have a problem with his brain? He knows not to help others for free, but when it's his turn to ask for help, he's so clueless? A puzzled voice sounded in Wang Chen's ear. Our big brother is shameless, but he preaches self-discipline and strictness towards others. Dabai chimed in. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then took out a copper coin from his pocket and said, Brother, can you do me a favor? Oh, not bad, quite insightful, Wayne remarked. He's just shameless, not stupid. But can he really get things done by asking for help with just a copper coin? Two skeletons whispered to each other upon seeing Wang Chen take out the coin. Humph, are you insulting me? Wayne snorted. You got it wrong, it's a silver coin, a silver coin. Wang Chen quickly took out a silver coin. Wayne, cannot be bought so easily, Wayne sneered. Well, Wang Chen pondered for a moment and asked, Tell me, what are your conditions? 1 gold coin. Aren't you the one who said you can't be bought so easily? Wang Chen was furious. 1 gold coin is not a small amount, how can you call that easy? Wayne smirked cunningly. Fine. Okay. You're awesome. Wang Chen was speechless. At the moment, Wayne seemed to fit the game company's style very well, emphasizing money. Go to the hero's tomb in the church, there's someone there who can help you, Wayne said after taking the gold coin. With Wayne's guidance, Wang Chen soon arrived at the cemetery behind the church, where he saw an NPC even thinner and paler than Wayne, looking more like a zombie. Among the NPCs of the light faction, this death mage in a grey cloak stood out. I am Zul, a high priest of Razma, and also a death mage, Zul said as Wang Chen approached him, sizing him up. My child, I heard that you possess the hero's history and are recognized as the destined child of the hero Sarg. I believe I can help you change classes. Zul? He is Zul? The death mage Zul who single-handedly held off the demon army at Thunder Bluff for 16 years? I never expected to see the legendary hero here. The two skeletons became excited upon hearing Zul's introduction. At that moment, Zul suddenly paused, his gaze falling on the two skeletons, before solemnly saying to Wang Chen, Child, the first rule of the Death Mage Code is not to summon undead creatures with souls. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? With Zul's words, Wang Chen and the two skeletons all looked at Zul in unison. This guy can sense us. Will our brother turn us into bone powder for sausage casings? Darn it. If we knew, we would have kept a lower profile. What should we do? We still have to save the world, right? We won't just be killed like this, will we? The voices of the two skeletons trembled, clearly quite frightened. As two reincarnated beings, Dabai and Xiaobai had only two goals, to survive and, if possible, save the world. Besides, Wang Chen had been good to them, and they were quite satisfied with their current situation. If Zul's words could really get Wang Chen to cancel the summoning or kill him, that would be truly unfortunate. Of course, the most shocked at this moment was Wang Chen himself. He was not shocked that his two skeletons had souls, but rather shocked by Zul, who could perceive his secret. This guy was truly unfathomable. No wonder he was referred to as a legendary hero by the two skeletons from later generations. You mean, they have souls? Wang Chen pretended to ask innocently. That's right, my child. I can feel the soul fluctuations on them, Zul said. And the intensity is much higher than yours. It shows that they were powerful warriors in their lifetime. If you can't control their abilities, you will suffer in the future. Brother Nyo, Father Nyo, don't be swayed by him. Brother Nyo, we are good brothers, how could we harm you? The two skeletons glared at Zul angrily. Never had they disliked this legendary hero as much as they did now. So, does that mean I am the protagonist of the legend? Upon hearing Zul's words, Wang Chen was not afraid but instead pretended to be excited, exclaiming, True strong individuals are meant to stand out. Being able to summon skeletons with souls, I am indeed exceptional among men. Ha! Zul was slightly stunned, amazed by Wang Chen's thought process. Truly our brother Nyo. Still shameless as ever. He can relate everything back to himself. He truly is exceptional among men. The two skeletons who narrowly escaped death breathed a sigh of relief, their fondness for Wang Chen increasing dramatically. So, compared to ordinary undead, you prefer undead with souls? Zul asked Wang Chen, staring at him. That's right. How cool is that? Wang Chen exclaimed excitedly. Very well. Upon hearing Wang Chen's response, Zul's serious expression suddenly softened. You have passed my first test. You are indeed the chosen son of Sargeras, different from those ordinary folks. You are a natural necromancer. Here, Zul continued, I have dedicated my life to the study of necromancy and discovered that the strength of undead creatures is closely related to the intensity of their souls. The stronger the soul, the higher their growth potential. That's why I am here, trying to summon undead with the souls of warriors. However, for some reason, no matter how powerful a warrior is, they will return to nothingness after death, and their bodies cannot summon strong souls. Wang Chen. So this old man is trying to deceive me. Luckily, I already knew that my two skeletons were special. If it were someone else being deceived like this, they might have given up their skills. Damn system, so deceitful. But from what Zul is saying, it seems he is also dedicated to summoning undead with souls, but has not succeeded so far. I feel like I have entered a misunderstanding. Being fixated on their physical bodies seems to be a wrong choice. I should try to guide their souls, but now I am at a loss. Zul muttered to himself, I heard there is a bone altar deep in the thunderstorm forest, with a soul-luring lamp on it. Could you help me retrieve it? System prompt, you have triggered the hidden job transfer mission 2nd stage guiding souls, mission level A, mission content, retrieve the soul-luring lamp. Mission reward, unknown. Ah, this. Wang Chen was at a loss for words. Isn't changing jobs supposed to be simple? According to the forums, changing jobs is easy, just talk to the career instructor and choose a profession. How come in my case, I have to do a mission, and not just one mission, but a mission chain? The first stage, being deceived into giving up my skeletons. The second stage, clearly being sent to my death. Who knows how tricky the third stage might be? This big deceiver is full of mischief. You are different from ordinary people. Zur said lightly, you are destined to possess the hero's history book, a dragon and phoenix among men. I am willing to take you as my direct disciple. Naturally, I must give you many tests to see if you are worthy of this. Really? Wang Chen questioned. You may not believe my words, but you cannot deny that you are a dragon and phoenix among men, Zur affirmed. Just look at my serious expression, and you will know that I am not lying. Well, that makes sense. You speak wisely, and I also feel that I must be a dragon and phoenix among men, Wang Chen nodded. Before starting the mission, I should learn some skills, right? Of course, feel free to choose. Zur immediately opened his robe enthusiastically, which was filled with skill books, resembling those sold under the bridge in the past. Wang Chen spent 20 silver coins to learn the level 5 skill Curse and the level 10 skill Revive as a death mage. Curse, active skill, consumes 20 MP to cast a curse on the target, reducing all attributes by 10% for 60 seconds. The effect cannot be stacked. Cooldown, none. Revive, active skill, consumes a corpse to replenish summoned unit's health. Cooldown, none. 1 debuff skill and 1 healing skill. The debuff skill was straightforward, belonging to the dark curse magic, castable by consuming magic. However, the healing skill was a bit tricky, as it surprisingly required a corpse. Wang Chen realized that as a death mage following the summoning path, corpses were essential consumables. After learning the new skills, Wang Chen spent another 5 silver coins to upgrade the Summon Skeleton skill to level 2. Summon Skeleton, LV2 active skill, consumes 10 magic points to resurrect the deceased as a skeleton warrior, with a maximum of 3 summons. As the core skill of a death mage, summoning skeletons was crucial. The higher the skill level, the higher the quality and quantity of summoned skeletons. However, the skill cultivation method in Dawn of Dawn was quite challenging. The first 3 levels could be learned from mentors for a fee, but beyond level 3, one had to rely on self-practice to improve proficiency. For other professions, skill improvement usually required mana consumption. But for summoning skeletons, who knew how many corpses would be needed for advancement? It was no wonder that the major guilds occupied corpse respawn points, as they were valuable resources for cultivation. With the tools ready, Wang Chen left the cemetery and headed to the warrior camp and the magic tower. He bought the warrior skills Heavy Strike at level 5 and Charge at level 10, as well as the mage skills Fireball at level 5 and Resistance to Fire Ring at level 10 for his 2 skeletons to learn. After completing all this, Wang Chen headed straight out of the city. Outside Thunderstorm City was a leveling area for levels 10 to 15. There were slimes at level 10 and wandering goblins at level 15 everywhere. Unlike the beasts in the newbie area, these were considered low-level magical creatures that dropped items like magic crystal cores, which could be exchanged for money at the main city store, serving as the player's current source of income. Outside the city gates, groups of players were chasing monsters to kill. At the entrance to the refugee area under the city wall was the corpse respawn point of Thunderstorm City. With his summon skeleton skill now at level 2, Wang Chen could summon another skeleton warrior besides the 2 he already had. So, he headed straight to the corpse respawn point. Hey, what are you guys doing? As Wang Chen approached the corpse respawn point, several warrior players blocked his way, with the bald leader staring at Wang Chen and the 2 skeletons, asking, summoning pets? Yes, Wang Chen displayed his identity as a death mage. We, the Black Dragon Society, have taken over this corpse respawn point. It's 1 silver coin per use, no bargaining. The bald leader glanced at the skeletons behind Wang Chen. Alright, Wang Chen casually tossed a silver coin and entered the corpse respawn point. His main task now was to change professions, so there was no need to waste time arguing with these idiots. Oh, seeing Wang Chen readily take out a silver coin, several soldiers couldn't help but exchange glances, especially the bald one who revealed a greedy look. It's worth noting that level 10 players had just come out of the newbie area and didn't have much money to begin with. Learning skills required a fortune, and a silver coin was definitely not a small amount. Anyone who could easily produce a silver coin must be wealthy. Arriving at the corpse respawn point, Wang Chen saw 7 or 8 players standing in the middle of the respawn point. However, among these players, there was only 1 death mage. With a wave of his hand, the mage summoned 4 black, towering skeletons wielding battle axes. The other players rushed forward and smashed the skeletons to pieces. Seeing the skeletons summoned by the death mage, Wang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Skeleton warriors. They were actually 3rd-tier undead skeleton warriors. Was this guy already level 20? As 3rd-tier undead, skeleton warriors could only be summoned after reaching level 20 and learning 3rd-tier summoning spells. In other words, the guy in front of him was at least level 20. It's worth noting that the game had only been online for 3 days, and the frontline players were only around level 15 or 16. Yet, this death mage in front of him had already reached level 20. However, what were they doing? Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled. I didn't expect in this era, there would still be such primitive ways of skill grinding. Xiao Bai sighed. It's good that it's still in the game. We can exploit this bug now, but once the worlds merge, we won't be able to do this anymore, Bai also remarked. Skill grinding? Wang Chen suddenly realized. Wow, so you could still do that. How many corpses would be wasted for this? It's simply a waste. But judging from their appearance, they should be in cahoots with those blocking the respawn point. Damn, the major guild was really something. While others had to spend money to get corpses, they used them for skill grinding. As expected, at this moment, a player nearby said, "Boss, if everything goes as planned, you'll be able to level up your summoning skill to level 4 today, and then you can summon a skeleton general." Summoning a skeleton general would make you the top death mage in the server. You know nothing. Right now, the boss is already the top death mage in the server. Who else can summon skeleton warriors like him? Those losers can only summon skeleton warriors at most. Ha ha, there are always people better than you. The death mage also laughed and said, there are hidden talents in the game. Right now, not everyone may be able to summon skeleton warriors, but as long as I can summon a skeleton general, I can definitely dominate all the death mages. Damn it! Trash, Wang Chen sneered, casually using his summoning spell. The corpse in front of him shed its flesh, and a white skeleton holding a round shield in its left hand and an iron sword in its right hand stood up, clumsily following behind Wang Chen. Ha, look at how silly that skeleton warrior looks. Seeing Wang Chen's skeleton warrior, the others couldn't help but laugh. Wang Chen just left the respawn point without looking back. Hey, buddy, say something? Buddy, you're also reborn, right? Xiao Bai and Bai surrounded the newly summoned skeleton warrior, examining it from top to bottom. However, the skeleton warrior had no thoughts and mechanically followed behind Wang Chen. Obviously, this skeleton warrior did not possess a soul. Although Wang Chen was somewhat disappointed, he wasn't surprised. Even a great mage like Zul couldn't summon skeletons with souls. Being able to summon 2 was already considered lucky, so it was only natural that the third one lacked a soul. With the newly summoned skeleton warrior, Wang Chen headed deeper into the forest. At the same time, several players followed from behind. If Wang Chen saw these guys, he would surely recognize them. They were the ones outside the corpse respawn point, accompanied by a few players of other professions. Brother Gun, this guy doesn't seem to have good equipment, right? We won't come back empty-handed, will we? One of the assassins frowned and asked the bald warrior, do you understand anything? This guy is very generous, not even blinking an eye for a silver coin, definitely a wealthy man. The bald man known as Gun Brother replied, besides, although his equipment is trash, didn't you see his two teammates? They are all well equipped, especially the one with the staff, at least bronze gear, most likely silver equipment. Silver gear? Really? Our leader doesn't even have silver gear, the crowd exclaimed excitedly. Hee hee, let's snatch it and give it to the boss, don't we benefit from it too? Gun Brother chuckled, when we defeat the boss and drop the equipment, we can just pick as we please, right? Makes sense. Makes sense. The crowd nodded in agreement. Hurry, catch up, don't lose them. By the way, do you two really have souls? You do seem much smarter than White 3. Along the way, Wang Chen keenly felt the difference between the two resurrected skeletons, the reborn warrior and the regular skeleton. Although the skeleton warrior was a second-tier undead, in terms of intelligence and combat skills, it was incomparable to the two seasoned resurrected beings. It was like the difference between a top professional player and an ordinary mob. Even without equipment, defeating the soulless skeleton warrior would be a piece of cake. No wonder Zul had always been dedicated to summoning skeletons with souls, the advantage was too obvious. Zul's previous ramblings were not without merit. With Zul pointing out the soul matter, at least Wang Chen and the two skeletons didn't have to pretend anymore. Faced with Wang Chen's confusion, the two skeletons simultaneously hesitated. Unrivaled teacher, how should we answer? Don't appear too clever, it will scare him, let's just show a little. Saying this, White nodded foolishly, and Little White followed suit. Well, although you have souls, it seems you're not particularly smart, we'll take it slow, Wang Chen pretended to mutter to himself. The two skeletons exchanged a glance, smugly saying, we fooled him, our acting was superb. Swish! Just as the group was showing off their acting skills, a sudden sound broke the air behind them. Not good. Ambush! The reaction of the two powerful beings, White and Little White, who had fought their way out of countless battles, was extremely swift. Upon hearing the wind behind them, Little White didn't hesitate, swiftly turning around and raising his shield. With a light sound, an arrow was blocked by Little White's shield. At the same time, Wang Chen received a message in front of his eyes. You are being attacked by the team of Player Bald Dragon, you have 180 seconds to defend yourself. Killing opponents during the defense period will not increase your PK value. Wang Chen turned around abruptly. He saw a group of players surrounding them from behind. The bald leader looked somewhat familiar, staring fiercely at him, with the ID Bald Dragon on his head. In Dawn of Dawn, when players initiate PK, their names are automatically displayed, and only with items or equipment to hide their identity can they conceal personal information. Behind Bald Dragon were 6 players, an archer, 2 mages, a priest, and 2 warriors. They were well equipped, with a complete mix of professions, clearly experienced veterans. Damn! It's a gang of robbers. Seems like scum exists in every era. The two skeletons exchanged a glance, immediately realizing what was happening. The flames of their souls burst out with a killing intent that sent chills down Wang Chen's spine. In the future era, during the 100-year war between humans and monsters, the most hated were not the monsters but those who took advantage of their compatriots to profit from disasters. The gang of robbers was one of them. The first rule of the End of Days clearly stated that when professionals encountered robbers, they must kill without mercy, leaving no survivors. As elite professionals in their field, the two skeleton soldiers couldn't help but feel the urge to kill when they saw these robbers. Haha, buddy, we meet again. Bald Dragon looked at Wang Chen in front of him with a lecherous smile. It's you? What's up? Wang Chen frowned slightly, recognizing the guy in front of him and realizing that he had revealed his wealth. With a quick thought, he ordered his skeleton soldiers, prepare for battle. Nothing much, just admiring your generosity, brother, and hoping to borrow some equipment. Bald Dragon glanced at the weapons in the hands of Big White and Little White, his eyes filled with greed. He had already planned it out in his mind, the warrior's weapons would be his, the mage's weapons for the boss, and the money split among the others, a perfect plan. What if I don't lend them to you? Wang Chen asked back. Ha ha, he says he won't lend them. Bald Dragon turned to his men behind him and laughed. The others joined in, laughing recklessly. Is this guy stupid? Being polite to him and he actually believes it. Hey, are you out of your mind? Our boss means for you to leave your equipment and money behind, and we'll spare your life. Do you understand now? Oh, Wang Chen pondered and stroked his chin, so you guys are here to rob. Exactly. Buddy, you summarized it correctly. Bald Dragon said, I don't like all the killing and PK points, so why don't you guys just take off your equipment to save us the trouble? Well, you asked for it. Wang Chen smiled, "Since you've come to your death, I'll oblige." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Bald Dragon and his men were stunned for a moment, then burst into even more exaggerated laughter. "Did you hear that? He said he's going to kill us. These 3 level 10 elves actually want to kill the 8 of us. Ha ha." The game had just started, and players were still in the initial stage without equipment or skills. In player versus player combat, level and numbers were everything. In Bald Dragon's eyes, Wang Chen's side was just 3 level 10 elves against their 8, with the lowest level being 15. They had the overwhelming advantage in both level and numbers. Wang Chen boasting about killing them all was simply the funniest joke they had heard. However, at that moment, Wang Chen narrowed his eyes and ordered Big White and Little White, "Go, leave none alive." "Boss, well done. I'm starting to admire you more and more." The 2 skeletons received the command and without hesitation, launched their attack. Big White raised his staff. Whoosh! A fireball flew towards Bald Dragon at the front. Damn! He really dares to attack. Bald Dragon was shocked and quickly raised his shield for defense. But just as Bald Dragon raised his shield, Little White charged to his side and forcefully rammed into him. Bang! Bald Dragon was sent flying, his blocking interrupted. Boom! As the block was broken, Big White's fireball hit Bald Dragon squarely in the face. -182 to 277. 2 large damage numbers, 1 red and 1 blue, floated above Bald Dragon's head. His health bar plummeted by half. Before Bald Dragon could land, Little White swung his long sword horizontally, landing a cleave on Bald Dragon's leg. Clang! Bald Dragon was knocked over, legs up in the air, and then Little White swiftly followed up with a heavy strike, stabbing his throat. From Wang Chen's command to Little White's heavy strike ending the battle, it took less than 3 seconds. Bald Dragon lay on the ground as a lifeless body. Everyone was still trying to process what had just happened. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They were all guildmates, well aware of each other's strengths. Bald Dragon, as their leader, was naturally the strongest among them. As a warrior, the equipment on Bald Dragon's body was the best in the team, not only high in attack and defense, but also with thick health, making him the core of the team. But at this moment, he couldn't even last a single round and was killed on the spot. Damn it! Even Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Truly a ruthless character who had killed people and slaughtered monsters on the battlefield. Compared to ordinary players, they were simply not on the same level. The coordination between the two was seamless, their moves simple and brutal. Wang Chen, a homebody, had never seen anything like it. Damn it, dare to kill me. Kill them. On the other side, when Bald Dragon reacted, he had already respawned and immediately gave his subordinates the attack command in uncontrollable anger. Members of the Black Dragon Society rushed towards Big White and Little White. In the next moment, 2 warriors charged towards the 2. Seeing Little White about to be knocked back, Big White chuckled and swiftly moved to stand in front of Little White, smashing his staff down. A dazzling flame burst out from Big White, spreading 360 degrees around him, colliding solidly with the 2 charging warriors. With a bang, the 2 warriors were sent flying. Little White leaped forward, striking with 2 precise and fatal sword thrusts at the throats of the 2 warriors, dealing critical hits. Unable to dodge in time, the 2 warriors turned into lifeless bodies. As Little White landed, he raised his shield. Bang! The fireball from the opposing mage, along with arrows aimed at Big White, smashed against the shield, exploding loudly. The powerful impact pushed Little White back half a step. At the same time, Big White's fireball hit the opposing mage. With a loud bang, the mage was charred inside out, departing from this world. 3 people. 3 in total. If the first round saw Bald Dragon being unexpectedly taken down by 2 skeleton soldiers, the second round witnessing the instant defeat of 3 opponents was truly shocking. After all, the previous round had an element of outnumbering the opponent. But now, it was a genuine case of fewer defeating more. Especially the 2 swords of Little White, instantly taking down 2 warriors, truly sent shivers down everyone's spine. Warriors, one of the toughest classes, usually couldn't be taken down in PvP by any other class, except for warriors and knights. Now, everyone watched in astonishment as 2 warriors were taken out by a single person with 2 swords. The visual impact was incredible. What kind of monstrous attack power was this? In just 2 rounds, less than 10 seconds, half of the 8-member team was eliminated, with both frontline warriors and backline mages not spared. The remaining few were pale with shock. Damn it! Run! With a cry of alarm, they turned and fled. The 2 archers ran the fastest. But before they could take a few steps, 2 deep green lights enveloped them. The archers' speed immediately slowed down. Curse! Wang Chen held a broken wooden staff in his hand, sneering, "You think you can offend me and just walk away? It's not that easy. Brother Nyo, well done." Seeing Wang Chen control the two archers in time, Big White praised, waving his staff continuously. Bang! Bang! Two fireballs flew out, turning the two archers into ashes, leaving only a trembling priest. Please don't kill me, I'm from the Black Dragon Society. Don't you know the consequences of provoking the Black Dragon Society? Do you know what consequences you face for provoking me? Wang Chen waved his hand. Little White's sword struck the priest's head, killing him instantly. Bah! Wang Chen spat fiercely at the priest's corpse. Damn, who do you think you're fooling? What Black Dragon Society, White Dragon Society nonsense? I'm just playing a game, afraid of death? Even if the game merges with reality in the future, with the two sons of different dimensions in my hands, how could the protagonist of all protagonists be bullied by you? The death mage of the corpse source, KB, didn't mind being strangled for such a trivial amount of money. But now, not only are they robbing corpses, they are even trying to intimidate him. Damn it! With so many people, not a single piece of equipment dropped? Looking at the empty ground, the two skeletons were somewhat dissatisfied. These guys had decent equipment on them, and he had thought that he might get some good loot from them in return, but their luck was surprisingly good, not a single piece of equipment dropped. Our era was better, we could just strip equipment directly from the corpses. Xiaobai began to reminisce about the past. Wang Chen. Goodness, he couldn't tell, these two skeleton soldiers were actually ruthless killers. Put. Just as Wang Chen was mocking the two skeletons, he suddenly felt a chill in his back. A faint damage of -42 floated up from Wang Chen's head. Wang Chen turned around, only to see the air behind him distort. A petite assassin slowly revealed himself behind Wang Chen, his eyes vacant and bewildered. Clearly unable to comprehend why a mage wearing novice cloth and wielding a novice wooden staff only lost a little over 40 health points from his attack. Little did he know, Wang Chen had evenly distributed his attribute points and possessed the artifact Heroic Chronicles, boosting his armor value to over 60+. The assassin had focused on agility and strength, with an attack power of only 60 to 70 points. Being able to deal over 40+ damage with a sneak attack was already quite impressive. The assassin reacted quickly, realizing his attack barely broke through the defense, he turned to flee. However, Wang Chen grabbed the assassin by the collar. There's still one more. You're not getting away. Wang Chen had 53 points of strength, comparable to the assassin's, and after grabbing his collar, he managed to immobilize him, while the skeleton warrior beside him swung his sword at the assassin's head. Although the skeleton warrior didn't have the AI like Big White and Little White, it was an undead being blessed by the Heroic Chronicles. Setting aside equipment, its attribute panel was even higher than Little White's. With one strike, the assassin was taken down. At this moment, Little White also rushed forward, stepping on the assassin's back and piercing him with a sword through the back. Crack! As the assassin turned into a corpse, a ring fell from his body. Equipment drop! Finally, an equipment drop! Little White cheered excitedly. As melee professions, assassins had many pieces of equipment that could be used interchangeably with warriors. Mage equipment, mage equipment. Big White kept muttering, not understanding why this rational mage would have the misconception that an assassin would drop mage equipment. Wang Chen casually picked up the ring. Concealed illusion ring, quality, bronze attack, 17 magic, 10 agility plus 6 strength plus 5, illusion technique, passive skill, stealth enhancement plus 15% class requirement, assassin level requirement, 15 item description, a mysterious magical ring that conceals the holder's whereabouts. Damn! A top-tier item. What the heck? Why is it assassin gear? Why isn't it mage equipment? Seeing the ring's attributes, Wang Chen and the two skeletons exclaimed simultaneously. The skeleton warrior, by Sanner, looked bewildered, completely out of place in this world. Similar to the death mage's summon skeletons, the assassin's stealth technique was a core skill, even more crucial than the mage's summon skeletons. After all, the death mage also had the warlock branch that used curse magic, not solely relying on the undead army. While for assassins, whether as lurkers or assassins, stealth technique was essential. An assassin without stealth could lose up to 80% of their combat effectiveness. Therefore, equipment that enhanced stealth was one of the most expensive for assassins, even surpassing weapons. Moreover, due to the nature of their invisibility, assassins held a high proportion in Dawn of Dawn, with currently 1/3 of players choosing the assassin class, making assassin equipment more than twice as valuable as that of other professions. A stealth-enhanced assassin ring, when put up for auction, was worth more than the staff in the hands of Dubai. Open the friends list. Open the chat box with Shui Linglong, take a screenshot, and send it. Done in one go. 50 gold. 3 seconds later, Shui Linglong sent a message. Where are you? I'll come find you for the trade, don't sell it to anyone else. 50 gold. Seeing Shui Linglong's message, Wang Chen's hands were trembling. That's 50,000 coins. Before, he would only earn around 50 to 60,000 in a year without eating or drinking, but now in the game, a single ring could sell for 50,000. This messed up world serves him right for being destroyed. Thunderstorm Forest. Wang Chen casually sent the coordinates. Hurry up and come, I still have missions to do. On my way. Shui Linglong sent a message, and the next moment, a flash of light passed before Wang Chen's eyes, revealing Shui Linglong's well-proportioned figure in front of him. A teleport scroll that costs 100 gold. Damn, the world of the wealthy is simply incomprehensible. Give it here. Shui Linglong took the ring, casually stuffing a money pouch of 50 gold into Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen took the money pouch, carefully counting the coins, looking like a penny pincher. Country bumpkin, do you think I'll shortchange you? Shui Linglong looked disdainful. What mission are you on? Do you want me to help? Class change mission. I can handle it myself. Wang Chen was about to refuse. Shui Linglong added, don't worry, I won't charge you. Well, in that case, sure. Wang Chen quickly changed his tune. Inside Thunderstorm City's resurrection point, the bald dragon gang looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. How did you all die too? Of course, if you can die, can't we? Everyone was wiped out. Feeling very unhappy, disregarding the bald dragon's leader status, they retorted. Did anyone lose their equipment? Equipment? Damn it! Everyone hurriedly checked their gear, then breathed a sigh of relief. No, we're good. At that moment, a white light appeared at the resurrection point, and an assassin appeared before them. You didn't escape either? Damn it, this guy is too tricky. I couldn't even ambush him. The assassin cursed. What are you all doing? Checking our gear. Did you lose any equipment? Ah. The assassin quickly glanced at his equipment panel, his face instantly darkening. What's wrong, old Seven? Seeing the assassin's expression, the others became nervous too. Damn! I lost my equipment. After a few seconds of daze, old Seven gritted his teeth and exclaimed, what did you lose? Everyone became more anxious. Not the ring, right? It's the ring that's gone. Old Seven was in tears. How am I going to explain this to the boss? Oh no. Everyone showed fear on their faces. Damn it. How could you just happen to lose the ring? The bald dragon's expression also changed. In the Black Dragon Guild, a commercial guild, everyone's equipment belonged to the guild. Players in the Black Dragon Guild only had the right to use the equipment, not ownership. If someone lost the equipment in their possession, they had to pay to replace it. So, the first thing the bald dragon gang did after resurrecting was to check if they lost any equipment. The concealed illusion ring, as an assassin's accessory with enhanced stealth attributes, was definitely a top-tier item. It couldn't be said to be priceless, but at this stage, it was one of the most valuable items in the guild's equipment storage. But now, it had been exposed by someone. The emotions of the bald dragon gang could be imagined. If it was lost while fighting a boss or in a guild battle, the leader wouldn't pursue it. But now, they took the guild's equipment to attack someone and got counter-killed, resulting in personal losses. Moreover, they were 8 people attacking one and got counter-killed. Not only did they lose equipment, but it was also embarrassing to be known for it. How could they continue in the guild in the future? How the hell was I supposed to know the ring would be lost? If I knew, I wouldn't have taken this thing out with me. Source text. 2050000100000. 20 BOSS. Translated text. Lao Chi also shouted anxiously, it's all your fault. If you hadn't taken us to rob that kid's equipment, would I be dead? Bald Dragon hurriedly said, now is not the time to blame. The key is how to get the ring back. Rob again? Hearing Bald Dragon's words, everyone's expression changed. Those who had fought with Wang Chen knew the power of Wang Chen's few people. Although Wang Chen hadn't made a move, the 2 guys beside him were incredibly strong. Their seamless cooperation was one thing, but their critical strikes were like professional soldiers on the battlefield. Every move was essential. 2 people fighting against 7 or 8 others without getting injured. Birds of a feather flocked together. Being able to be with 2 such strong experts, Wang Chen's strength must not be weak. How the hell do we fight against 3 abnormal high-level experts? Going to rob again would just mean giving away more items. So what do you suggest, Lao Yun? Bald Dragon looked helplessly at the mage Yun Zhengyi beside him. I think we should just tell the guild leader the truth. Yun Zhengyi thought for a moment and said, the situation is already out of our control. We need to find someone who can solve this, otherwise if that kid sells the ring at the auction house, we'll be left with nothing. Sold at the auction house. Hearing Yun Zhengyi's words, everyone gasped in unison. At least now they knew where the equipment was. If it was sold at the auction house, it would be lost forever. Alright. Bald Dragon nodded helplessly. Let's leave it to the guild leader. On the other side, Wang Chen and Xue Linglong had already crossed the thunderstorm forest and arrived deep in the forest where the mission was marked. Sure enough, as Zul had said, deep in the forest was a vast open space. The ground was covered with white bones. In the center of the open space stood a huge altar over 2 meters tall. Lao Niu, there won't be any ghosts here, right? Looking at the scene, Xue Linglong's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but lean towards Wang Chen. Nonsense! Do you know what I do? Wang Chen was speechless and pushed Xue Linglong aside. What's a ghost? Isn't it just an undead? A necromancer fights with undead, and she's asking if there are ghosts. Necromancers are such evil professions. Xue Linglong looked disdainful. Wang Chen, women's logic is incomprehensible. Bone altar, keep away. Just as the two approached the altar, a hollow voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Looking up, they saw a figure standing on the altar. The person was wearing tattered robes, wrapped tightly in a cloak, and holding a green lantern, looking extremely eerie. Wang Chen cast a detection spell, and Django's information appeared before him. Wraithtoon Keeper Django, Gold, Level, 20 Health, 50,000 Magic, 10,000 Skills, Undead Summoning, Soul Calling Background. Once a necromancer in the burial grounds, in pursuit of the highest undead soul, he reincarnated as a wraith and was imprisoned in the bone altar, leading the spirits of the fallen heroes in the thunderstorm forest. Damn! Seeing Django's attributes, Wang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Just as he had imagined. Zul didn't hold back anything good, he was just sending him to his death. A level 10 player challenging a level 20 gold boss. What was the game designer thinking? So it's this miser Django. As Wang Chen criticized the designer, he suddenly heard Debai's voice in his mind. Do you know him? Xiaobai asked. Of course I do. Debai said, when we graduated as mages, we went to the Thunderclap Cliff secret realm to help Zul resist the demon army. Django was one of Zul's disciples, responsible for magical materials, and he ripped me off a lot of money. Unparalleled old dog, have you ever been cheated out of money? Of course. That's why I cheated your money back then. You don't seem to feel ashamed of your actions. Not at all. It's all part of social experience. Upon hearing Debai's words, Wang Chen seemed lost in thought. So Django is also a disciple of Zul, and I am Zul's future disciple. Does that mean we are all family? Thinking this, Wang Chen was overjoyed and quickly tried to get on Django's good side. Mr. Django, I was sent by our mentor Zul to borrow your soul lantern. Since they were fellow disciples, even if they didn't bow in respect, borrowing a lantern should be fine, right? Zul? However, as soon as Django heard the name Zul, his demeanor changed instantly, exuding a strong sense of hostility. He said fiercely, that old Zul. He imprisoned me here for over 30 years, and now he sends his disciple to take notice of my soul lantern. Outrageous! Wang Chen was at a loss for words. Great, what kind of information did this idiot Debai provide? Wasn't Django supposed to be Zul's disciple too? How did they become enemies? Now things were getting out of hand, and the boss was getting angry. But upon closer thought, it made sense. Debai mentioned Django being Zul's disciple back when they were guarding Thunder Cliff, which was decades ago. They must still be enemies. It was his misunderstanding. Vile necromancer. If you want the soul lantern, defeat me first. While Wang Chen was lost in his thoughts, Django on the altar suddenly roared, reaching out his empty right hand into thin air, summoning a bone spear and hurling it towards Wang Chen from above. Oh no! On the side, Xue Linglong was shocked. She never expected the boss to attack without warning. At that moment, Wang Chen was standing below the altar, nearly 3 to 5 meters away from Django on the altar. With Django's attack from above and the bone spear's speed, it was already flying towards Wang Chen in the blink of an eye. Django was a level 20 golden boss, and Wang Chen was just a necromancer. Would he survive this attack? Clang! Just when Xue Linglong thought Wang Chen was doomed, a black figure dashed at an incredible speed in front of Wang Chen, raising a shield to protect him. It was Wang Chen's skeleton soldier, Xiaobai. Smack! The bone spear struck the shield, making a light sound before shattering into pieces. The powerful impact of the bone spear pushed Xiaobai back slightly, but he steadied himself by pushing his right foot back, creating a small pit on the ground to maintain his balance. Seeing this scene, Xue Linglong was dumbfounded. He blocked it? He actually blocked it with a skeleton soldier? Although necromancers were despised by Xue Linglong as an evil profession, she understood their mechanics. Summoning-type necromancers needed to give various commands to control their skeleton soldiers in combat. Due to the need for the skeleton soldier to receive and execute commands, unlike warriors or mages, there was an additional command step in the combat mechanism. Even though the necromancer's command was timely, the skeleton soldier would still be half a beat slower than the player. Given the distance between Wang Chen and Django just now, even Shui Linglong, an agile assassin far superior to a necromancer, couldn't dodge the bone spear before it hit her. Yet Wang Chen managed to block the bone spear with his skeleton soldier. How fast must his reaction be to control the skeleton soldier to block in such a situation? Even though Shui Linglong had witnessed Wang Chen soloing the Silver Moon Wolf King in the newbie area, seeing Wang Chen block Django's sneak attack still left her incredulous. This guy's reaction speed was as if he was cheating. Have you no shame, boss, resorting to sneak attacks? Take my curse. Water Linglong was surprised by the kung fu, and Wang Chen, who blocked Django's sneak attack, had already thrown a curse back at Django. Swish! The curse fell on Django, and the green light was bounced off. The curse was ineffective. Ha ha, ignorant junior, actually trying to curse a great necromancer. Django was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. As a necromancer who transformed himself into a lich, curses had no effect on Django. After all, he was a product of curses. Bang! However, before Django could finish speaking, a huge fireball hit him squarely in the face, exploding loudly. -385, a large number indicating damage, floated above Django's head, only to hear Dabai muttering, "This brat still laughs so annoyingly. I'll make you pay for cheating me out of money. You dare." Django, with his face blackened by the explosion, was furious. Dang! But before he could finish his sentence, a shield had already slapped him hard in the face. -167, Django's figure staggered from the blow, almost falling. Damn it! Django steadied himself, extended his right hand, and a bone sword appeared in his hand, slashing towards Xiaobai. Xiaobai lowered his head, dodging Django's strike, then launched another charge. Django was about to dodge when boom! Another fireball exploded on his face, interrupting his evasion. -444 next, with a bang. Xiaobai's charge hit Django's ribs during this opening. -199, charging was one of the warrior's strongest skills. Although Django was a boss, he was ultimately a mage. How could his fragile body withstand such an attack? He was directly hit and staggered back. Xiaobai took a step forward, and a sword slashed at Django's knee. -384, plop. Django, already unsteady, lost his balance and fell to the ground from the sword strike. Xiaobai followed up with another heavy blow, plunging the sword from top to bottom into Django's head. -770. A huge damage number, shocking to the eye. The two skeletons combo had taken nearly 2,000 points of Django's health, leaving Shui Linglong at the altar stunned. Although a necromancer could summon an undead army to overwhelm opponents with sheer numbers, in most cases, when the number of undead increased, the necromancer would lose the ability to control them precisely. After all, controlling undead was like controlling game characters in a keyboard and mouse game. Being able to control a skeleton skillfully was already very rare. No matter how talented you were, controlling another one would be impossible. But the necromancer in front of them not only controlled the skeleton soldiers to suppress the boss but also coordinated another skeleton soldier for ranged attacks seamlessly, displaying a flawless coordination. This was unbelievable. If Shui Linglong hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. It was like playing League of Legends, controlling both the top and mid lanes at the same time, and still leading the team to victory. Anyone would be overwhelmed. This was much more impressive than the legendary ability to draw circles with the left hand and squares with the right. Was this person for real? What was even more absurd was that Wang Chen not only looked relaxed but also shouted, "Well done, kill him, kill that bastard." It was incomprehensible. Were there really geniuses who could multitask like this in the world? The Django in the game was not the same as the Django in the Doomsday Wilderness. The strength displayed by Dabai and Xiaobai, two comrades who had fought side by side, was not as simple as 1+1. Even a level 20 golden boss with overwhelming panel attributes was effortlessly subdued by their seamless cooperation. Every time Django tried to use a skill to counterattack, Xiaobai would shield bash or charge, always interrupting his skills at critical moments. When Django tried to dodge controlled by Xiaobai, Dabai's fireballs always sealed off Django's escape routes perfectly. In Big White's words, these data are weirdly lacking in combat intelligence. Apart from basic attributes, they are utterly powerless in battle, not even measuring up to the lowest level monsters in the post-apocalyptic world. One person in close combat suppression, the other in long-range harassment, one in defense and counterattack, the other seizing every opportunity, flawless teamwork. Even as a skilled necromancer specializing in undead summoning, Django couldn't even summon a single skeleton warrior. A string of decreasing numbers floated above Django's head, indicating his health dropping rapidly. His health bar plummeted, reaching 30% in an instant, turning red. Does he really need my help? Shui Linglong stood by, speechless with shock. That was a level 20 golden boss, completely defenseless against Wang Chen. Who was the real boss here? How dare you hurt me? Just as Django's health bar turned red, he roared, emitting a green light. The light flung Little White, who was attacking Django, out with force, crashing heavily at the edge of the altar. Simultaneously, the soul lamp in Django's hand radiated brightly. Not good. It's soul summoning. Adeo, run. Big White hurriedly warned Little White. But it was too late for Little White to dodge. Despite his quick reflexes, the 10th level skeleton warrior's body couldn't keep up with his movements. Just as Little White was about to be lured by the green light, a white skeletal figure with a shield and a sword appeared in front of him. Is it you? Seeing the skeleton before him, Little White was visibly surprised. It was the silly skeleton warrior summoned by Wang Chen at the city gate, nicknamed White Sanner. Little White never expected Wang Chen to save him at a critical moment. Even Big White looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. Although the two skeleton warriors acknowledged Wang Chen as their master, they didn't hold him in high regard in terms of strength. To them, Wang Chen was just a despicable gamer, fundamentally different from elite fighters who had survived the post-apocalyptic battles. However, they suddenly realized they had underestimated their master. This guy possessed unparalleled battlefield insight, recognizing the changing situation even before the boss's health turned red. He promptly moved the skeleton warrior from the sidelines to assist Little White and handle the boss's skills. The essence of a summoner lies in commanding and leading, with a necromancer in the post-apocalyptic world known as the commander of the Undead Legion. Profound battlefield insight is the foundation of combat command. Wang Chen's acute battlefield perception indicated that even if he couldn't summon two soul-bearing skeletons now, he would become a formidable necromancer in the future. Phew! Wang Chen, watching from afar, wiped his sweat. Just in time. As the skeleton warrior shielded Little White, the soul fire in its eye sockets, as if drawn, flew out and merged with the green light into the lantern. Whoosh! The soul fire vanished, and the skeleton warrior crumbled into a pile of bones. Damn! Is this even fair? Wang Chen was speechless at the sight of the terrifying lantern. According to the game's lore, the soul fire is the essence of undead creatures. With the heroic chronicles in hand, as long as the soul fire of his skeletons remained, Wang Chen could resurrect them infinitely like players. But Django's lantern could directly draw away the soul fire of undead creatures. It was truly shameless. Upon seeing that Xiaobai's soul fire was not taken away by the soul lamp, Django was stunned for a moment, then began to chant loudly, "O controlled undead, follow the light before you, cross the eternal Styx, and proceed towards the great eternal life." Swish! The light of the soul lamp surged again, enveloping the entire altar. However, Xiaobai remained unfazed, even a bit puzzled. Is this the soul summoning technique? I thought it was much more impressive, scared me to death. This shouldn't be. Dabai also looked puzzled. I remember the soul summoning technique is quite terrifying. Any undead creature would have its soul fire taken away by it. Why are you unharmed? Are you hoping I'm harmed? Is that the point? You idiot! The two of them started bickering again. Wang Chen was stroking his chin in contemplation. Just now, Bai San's soul fire was clearly taken away, so why is Xiaobai unharmed? They are both undead creatures. Could it be that the soul summoning technique can only take away the soul fire of those without self-awareness? Django was completely stunned. How could this be? Could it be? Your undead possess a soul? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In order to summon undead with souls, I even turned myself into an undead creature, but have not succeeded so far. You are just an ant, a novice necromancer. How could you summon undead with souls? Exactly. Hearing Django's words, Wang Chen confirmed his own speculation. Although the soul fire of undead creatures bears the word soul, it is not a true soul. It is merely the undying fire that controls undead creatures, devoid of consciousness, only being controlled by instinct. Only higher-level undead creatures would develop wisdom and self-awareness, possessing a true soul. The soul summoning technique is merely a skill to collect the undying fire. It is useless against soul fires with self-awareness. At this moment, Django was visibly on the verge of a breakdown. From his background, it could be inferred that he was also a fanatic researcher of necromancy. In his pursuit to summon undead with souls, he even transformed himself into a lich, a living dead, hoping to summon undead with his undead identity. Despite all this effort, he had not succeeded. And now, Wang Chen, a level 10 novice, had summoned the undead creature that Django had been unable to summon throughout his life. Django's current mood could be imagined. It was like being a mathematician studying math problems all his life, only to have them solved by a kindergarten graduate. It was hard for anyone to accept such a situation. What the heck is going on? I give up. It's pointless. Django waved his hand and sat down on the ground. His eyes were filled with despair, and he tossed the soul lamp aside, despondently saying, "Just kill me already." Ah, should we kill him? Xiaobai looked at Dubai. He's an NPC from the human side in the later stages. Why are you looking at me? Look at the boss. If he tells you to kill, can you not? Dubai retorted impatiently. Indeed, they were from the future and knew the history well. Django was not a villain but a hero's disciple who had contributed to safeguarding the human homeland. However, now Django stood completely against Wang Chen, serving as a boss to be defeated by players. If Wang Chen wanted to kill him, his 2 skeleton soldiers would not be able to stop it. Why would I kill you? I'm here for the lamp, not to kill you. Wang Chen smiled faintly. Hand over the lamp, and I'll spare your life. Although Wang Chen was not a saint, he was not a villain either. As the apocalypse approached, those who could protect humanity were heroes and deserved respect. At least, he still had some basic principles. I won't. However, upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Django directly refused. This lamp is my treasure. I won't hand it over to anyone, especially not that old bastard Zul. Hey! Feeling tough, huh? If you don't give it to me, do you think I can't force it out? Wang Chen narrowed his eyes, waved his hand, and White's long sword was at Django's throat. I have transformed myself into a lich. Do you think I fear death? Django sneered. Rest assured, even if you kill me, you won't get the soul lantern. You son of a... Wang Chen was exasperated. Well, this guy is a tough nut to crack, not giving in to threats. Either you kill me, or you get out of here. I don't want to live anyway, Django said with a look of despair. What's going on? White was a bit confused. Nonsense. He has been researching his whole life, and it was messed up by Brother Nil. He's lost it. Big White saw it clearly. Looks like this guy really isn't afraid of death. Such paranoia, afraid he won't achieve his goal, Big White said. Wang Chen squinted at the words, pondered for a moment, and said, Xiao Jiang, we are considered colleagues, if not buddies. I don't look down on you. You haven't mastered advanced summoning magic yet. Wouldn't it be regrettable to die like this? Django was stunned for a moment, then said, what can I do then? Do you know why Master Zul sent me to borrow the soul lantern? Wang Chen asked again. How would I know? Django said, that old man, what good intentions could he have? He. Wang Chen chuckled. Actually, Master Zul is also researching how to summon undead with souls. It's in the final stages now, just missing your soul lantern. Really? Django's eyes lit up. That's right. Wang Chen nodded. If you bring out the soul lantern now, you will definitely have a share in the research results. If you don't, you'll never figure it out in your lifetime. Continuing, Wang Chen added, don't worry, I won't kill you either. I'll let you live like this, watching all necromancers summon undead with souls. After all, you're a lich, you have eternal life, and you'll know who's suffering then. Django's face changed upon hearing Wang Chen's words. Wang Chen was right. Although Django didn't like Zul, Zul was definitely a supreme figure in the field of necromancers, second only to the god of undeath, Razma. When Wang Chen mentioned that Zul's research was in its final stages, Django naturally didn't doubt it. After all, Wang Chen could summon skeletal soldiers with souls. Just as Wang Chen said, as long as he handed over the soul lantern, he would have a share in Zul's research results. If he didn't, the research results would surely be kept confidential from him. Django had been pursuing advanced summoning magic for many years, and now the result was right in front of him, within reach. It was hard for Django to resist the temptation. He. Seeing Django's expression, Wang Chen chuckled. A philosopher named Shan Xin Daogu once said, it's simple to manipulate someone, just think about what they want and what they fear. What did Django want? Naturally, the ability to summon undead with autonomous souls. What did Django fear the most? Of course, others being able to summon undead with autonomous souls while he couldn't. Having identified these 2 points, Wang Chen effortlessly manipulated Django with a few words. Even the 2 skeletons couldn't help but comment. How wicked can a person be? Django fell for his trick? Isn't it? Liches have eternal life. If Django has to watch other necromancers summon undead with souls while he can't, he'll be so frustrated. No, he can't even die. It's worse than death. So dark. His heart is so dark. No, I refuse. Django hesitated for a full minute before shaking his head. Are you serious? Wang Chen was taken aback by Django's firm refusal. The words of a great philosopher had no effect on him? What kind of extraordinary person was he? Django said, without the soul lantern, Zul may not succeed, and your offer is not enough to make me yield. Damn it! You are impossible to deal with. Wang Chen was frustrated. How did he end up with someone like this? Neither soft nor tough tactics worked on him. Just as Wang Chen was at a loss, Shui Linglong walked up from the altar curiously and asked, what's going on? This guy is a tough nut to crack. Wang Chen explained briefly. Stop talking. Shui Linglong's expression changed upon hearing Wang Chen's account. She directly took out a money pouch from her bosom and questioned Django, "Will you do it for 100 gold coins?" Wang Chen was stunned at her words. Why would you mention money to someone like him? Before Wang Chen could finish, Django stared fixedly at the money pouch in Shui Linglong's hand and said, "Isn't that a bit low? How about adding more?" Wang Chen almost spat out blood. Okay. He had seriously misjudged Django, thinking he was a hero, but it turned out he was just after money. He thought Django was on the 18th floor, but he was actually on the ground floor. If he had known he was so lowbrow, he would have just paid up. 90. I'll lower it further if you bargain. No one else is looking for you anyway. Shui Linglong took back 10 gold coins dominantly from the bag. No, 100 it is. Deal. Django quickly stood up and nodded and bowed to Shui Linglong. Wang Chen and the two skeleton soldiers were dumbfounded. What kind of logic was this? Was this the legendary power of money? Indeed, money can make the devil turn the mill, and even the witch must submit. I have another condition. Django continued. 80. Wang Chen urged Shui Linglong anxiously. This guy dared to make more demands. Don't, you can do it. Django was really being pressured this time, waving his hands repeatedly, afraid that Shui Linglong would lower the price. Speak up, Shui Linglong said, crossing her arms. I must witness Zol's research results with my own eyes, so you have to take me back with you. Django asked cautiously, is that okay? Is it okay? Shui Linglong looked at Wang Chen. Aren't you imprisoned here? How can you come back with me? Wang Chen asked vigilantly. He didn't want to be given a task to rescue himself. What if he let him out and he changed his mind? I'm just abiding by the agreement with Zol. What ability does he have to imprison me? Django snorted coldly, exuding the aura of a master. You just need to promise me in Zol's name, and I can leave here. Fine. I promise you in the name of my mentor Zol, you can come back with me. Wang Chen casually agreed. Great. Let's go then. Actually, only I can use the soul lantern. If you don't agree, you won't be able to take it with you. Wang Chen. It had to be said, Django was a tricky character. Luckily, he agreed, or the mission would not be completed. I owe you 50 gold coins. Wang Chen counted 50 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Shui Linglong. Wang Chen always believed in settling debts with his brothers. 100 gold coins was not a small amount. With only over 60 gold coins in hand now, he needed to save up for skills and equipment, so he paid back 50 gold first and would make up the rest later. Did I ask you to pay me back? Shui Linglong glanced disdainfully at the money pouch in Wang Chen's hand, looking disgusted as if money made her sick. It's up to you whether you return it or not, and it's up to me whether I return it or not. I don't like others taking advantage of me, nor do I like taking advantage of others. In the future, if you have any tasks, I can help for free. With that, Wang Chen stuffed the money pouch into Shui Linglong's hand. Shui Linglong looked at the money pouch in her hand, her brows furrowed lightly. This guy in front of her was a bit hard to figure out. As a wealthy person, Shui Linglong was surrounded by people trying to take advantage of her in various ways. Anyone who approached her was looking for benefits. But Wang Chen was completely different. This guy didn't look down on himself just because he was wealthy, nor did he consider himself a pushover because of his wealth. If the equipment was sold at a high price, it was because he bid high. The 100 gold coins he gave now were his own, and he had every reason to keep the advantage without returning it, but he returned it properly and even gave an IOU when it wasn't enough. This made Shui Linglong feel very curious. Of course, if Wang Chen knew what Shui Linglong was thinking, he would definitely scold her as being despicable. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Isn't it normal not to take advantage? How could that be considered curious to you? Is society in such a mess now? Oh, I didn't expect that. Our brother Nyo really has principles. TSK, quite unexpected, such a shameless person still has principles. No wonder he can summon outstanding individuals like us. To be our leader, he must be extraordinary. Makes sense. But why does your tone of speech suddenly become so shameless? TSK, acting all high and mighty now. Wang Chen. Thunderstorm City, Church Cemetery. Master Zol, look who I've brought back. Wang Chen brought Django to Zol. Shui Linglong had originally planned to level up, but upon hearing that Wang Chen was making a big deal with an NPC, she followed along to join in the fun. Are all you necromancers so sinister? Shui Linglong couldn't help but comment upon seeing Zol. No, I'm quite friendly. Wang Chen pointed to himself. Compared to those half-dead, skinny NPCs who looked like they had been through a lot, Wang Chen, with his broad build and towering figure, clearly didn't seem like he belonged in this profession. Shui Linglong glanced at Wang Chen and couldn't help but sigh. What do you mean by that? Wang Chen was furious. Django, my child. You finally returned. Zul was obviously familiar with Django, greeting him warmly. Humph. Django snorted coldly, not very interested in Zul. I heard you found a way to summon undead with souls? Django went straight to the point. That's right, but I still need your help. Zul nodded. Then let's get started. Django took out the soul summoning lamp. Not so fast. Zul said, we're still missing one important item. What item? Django asked puzzled. The Reaper's proof. Zul said, with the Reaper's proof, your soul summoning lamp can ferry those high-ranking earth spirits. Reaper's proof? Where do we get that? Django frowned. Hee. Zul chuckled, you don't need to worry about that. With that, Zul turned to look at Wang Chen. Not again? You want me to go? Wang Chen was speechless. Did this old turtle see him as a free laborer? Why was changing jobs such a hassle? No choice. Zul said, this is the test of the hero Sarg, only the chosen one can do it. After all, you are the dragon and phoenix among men. You do have a point. Upon hearing the words dragon and phoenix among men, Wang Chen nodded solemnly, agreeing with Zul's words. Then please go and find the Reaper's proof. Zul smiled faintly. System prompt, you have triggered the hidden job transition task, the third stage Reaper's proof, task level A, task content, find the Reaper's proof 1/1. Task reward, unknown. Upon seeing the information in front of him, Wang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Normally, the mission prop display would show 0/1, but now it showed January 1st. This meant that the mission prop was on him? Thinking this, Wang Chen quickly checked his backpack and sure enough, a dark token lay casually in the corner. No mission prompt either? Wang Chen asked, frowning. None. Zuldeo replied, if it were that easy to find, I wouldn't have sent you to look for it. Isn't that like finding a needle in a haystack? It might take forever to find it, Wang Chen said, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Oh, you're a player, aren't you? You won't be able to find it yourself. You can go to the forum or auction house to find someone to buy it from. Zul chuckled, his pale old face full of wrinkles, like a chrysanthemum flower, a real chrysanthemum, the kind you put on graves during Qingming festival. You even know about forums and auction houses? Wang Chen was amazed. What level of AI was this Zul guy? Not only did he know the difference between himself and players, but he also knew about the existence of forums. According to the game settings, this guy must be at least a top-level boss of level 180 or above to possess such AI. Joking aside, I am the great Necromancer, possessing the highest AI in the game. I have long awakened autonomous consciousness and insight into the true essence of the world, Zul said proudly. Otherwise, how could I tell that you are a rare talent among humans? This kind of thing costs a lot of money and time, especially at this stage. It's not easy to find, Zul said. That's why I asked you to find it. Nyo Daily, you are the Empire's warrior, the hero recognized by Sage Sag, the chosen one of destiny, the legendary rare talent among humans, the hope of the Necromancer lineage. The future rests on your shoulders, you must bear this responsibility. I didn't mean that. Mainly, you're making me spend time and money. Don't I have a say in this? Wang Chen said bluntly. He had figured it out, Zul was just a smooth talker. As long as you didn't voice your demands, he would rather sing various titles to himself than address the issue. I see now, Zul said with a knowing tone. How about this, if you can find the death certificate within 3 days, I will give you a Necromancer artifact. Really? You're not lying, are you? Rest assured. I swear in the name of the Father God Lasma, I will not deceive you, Zul said, patting his chest. That's great. Wang Chen smiled slightly and pulled out a token from his pocket. The token was dark, with strange inscriptions carved on it. In the center, 4 words were engraved, Death God's Certificate. Seeing the Death God's certificate in Wang Chen's hand, Zul was first stunned, then his face turned green. He had never expected that Wang Chen would have this up his sleeve. Ha ha, Zul, you old rascal, you didn't see this coming, Django said happily, patting Wang Chen on the back. Good brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Ha ha, you're quite cunning, boss, ha, I like this guy. Dabai and Xiaobai also laughed. Quite interesting. Shui Linglong became more interested in Wang Chen. Well, this guy could even deceive NPCs. He was indeed on a different level from the people she had seen before. What an intriguing guy. Alright, very good. Now we can summon the heroic spirits. Zul quickly adjusted his attitude and reached out to take the death certificate from Wang Chen's hand. Wang Chen pulled his hand back. What about the artifact? You're not going back on your word, are you? Artifact? Did I mention that? Zul indeed wanted to back out. What do you think? Wang Chen pretended to take back the token, then said, with this kind of behavior, I'll sue the game company. No, I was just joking with you. Zur quickly took out a white bone ring from his pocket and handed it to Wang Chen, saying, "This ring is a relic of Lord Razma, now passed on to you. Ring of the Undead, artifact, damaged, quality, bronze attack, 10 magic, 10 all attributes plus 10 undead evolution, passive skill, 10% chance to summon an undead 1 level higher than the skill level. Class requirement, Death Mage level requirement, 10 equipment description, a holy ring made from the finger bone of the death god Razma, possessing powerful undead energy. Damaged during the ancient war, it can be repaired and upgraded. Materials required for the next level, Bone of the King, Heart of the Prophet." Damn! Is this considered an artifact? Wang Chen was furious upon seeing the ring's attributes. Although it was called an artifact, it was actually a damaged one, currently only of bronze quality. Zur was trying to deceive him with this thing. Wasn't this just a scam? Just tell me if it's an artifact or not. Zur justified himself, don't be fooled by its current state. Once you restore it, it will truly be an artifact. Fine. I'll remember this. Wang Chen glared fiercely at Zur and put the ring on his hand. Despite not being an artifact, the ring's attributes were decent. Moreover, the additional attributes were considered excellent for a death mage. After all, at Wang Chen's current level, he could only summon second-tier undead. With this ring, he now had a 10% chance of summoning third-tier undead. As skills became harder to upgrade in the later stages, other death mages needed to be at level 10 to summon 10th tier undead, while Wang Chen only needed to be at level 9. Something was better than nothing. Although the ring was not as good as legendary equipment, it was much better than the novice gear he had on. With the proof of the god of death, Zur began his summoning ritual. As Zur cast Summon Skeleton, a skeleton soldier crawled out of the graveyard, standing motionless. Then, using the death certificate, Django cast Soul Calling, summoning a golden soul flame in the void. Zur reached out, grabbed the soul flame, and gently pushed it into the eye sockets of the skeleton soldier. The blue soul flame in the skeleton's eyes was instantly engulfed by the golden flame. In the next moment, the skeleton soldier became agile, as if it had acquired a new soul. It worked! It worked! Zur, successful in his summoning, exclaimed excitedly. Django also looked incredulously at the skeleton before him, murmuring, "He really managed to figure it out. My talent is truly inferior to his. Thanks to you, my student." Zur excitedly grabbed Wang Chen's hand, saying, "Without you, I would never have been able to complete such a high-level soul summoning. So, can I change my class now?" Wang Chen said helplessly. It wasn't easy. Going around in circles just to summon an undead for him was too troublesome. Of course. From now on, you are my direct disciple, and this soul absorption technique also has your contribution. Zur waved his hand, and a beam of light entered Wang Chen's body. At the same time, Wang Chen saw a series of messages flash before his eyes. System prompt: you have gained the recognition of the Death High Priest Zur, successfully changing to the hidden class Death Ritualist. Death Ritualist, a high-level death mage with both curse and summoning powers, able to learn all death mage skills. Mastery of death magic: you can practice high-level death magic. Summoning mastery: the undead creatures you summon inherit an additional 20% of their attributes. Soul absorption: you have practiced the new summoning technique researched by High Priest Zur, which can absorb the souls of the dead as soul flames. The soul flames can be placed in undead bodies, turning them into your undead war pets. Cooldown: none. High-level growth: blessed by the death god Razma, you have unlocked the Fountain of Potential, gaining 2 additional free attributes for each level up. Hidden class: it turned out to be a hidden profession. Looking at his own job description, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. In the conventional transition of a necromancer, one could only choose a primary specialization. A necromancer couldn't learn advanced summoning spells. A necromancer specializing in summoning couldn't learn advanced curse spells. However, Wang Chen's profession allowed him to specialize in both branches, being able to practice high-level curse magic as well as learn advanced summoning spells. After a regular necromancer transitions, the undead could only inherit an additional 10% of attributes, while a necromancer high priest could inherit an additional 20%. Most importantly, Wang Chen had 2 extra free attributes compared to other necromancers. This gave Wang Chen a greater room for growth. Of course, the most special was the spell of soul absorption. Logically speaking, this soul absorption spell was not the same as directly summoning skeletons like Wang Chen did with Big White and Little White. The summoning spell used by Wang Chen to summon 2 skeleton soldiers was just the ordinary summon skeletons. As for why he could summon 2 Sons of the Plains, Wang Chen didn't understand it now, but it belonged to innate souls, a genuine technique for summoning heroes. Soul absorption involved absorbing independent souls and placing them on the summoned skeletons, which was a creation of the later period and relatively less orthodox. There was a significant difference between the two. It was temporarily difficult to distinguish which was better or worse, but currently, soul absorption was indeed more convenient and efficient compared to the randomness of summoning. However, soul absorption also had more limitations. Summoning skeletons only required a corpse, while soul absorption not only needed to summon skeleton soldiers from ordinary corpses first but also required the souls from the corpses of advanced monsters. For Wang Chen at the moment, summoning skeletons was more practical. System prompt, successful transition. The skeleton soldiers you summoned also meet the conditions for advanced transition. Do you want to advance in transition? Just as Wang Chen was studying his hidden job transition, another message flashed before his eyes. Skeleton soldier advanced transition. Seeing the information in front of him, Wang Chen was suddenly shocked, then immediately realized what was going on. Normally, the skeleton soldiers summoned by an ordinary necromancer couldn't transition. The rank of skeleton soldiers depended on the level of the necromancer's summon skeletons spell. The higher the level of summoned skeletons, the higher the rank of the summoned undead. Although the summoned undead also had a level up setting, they could only reach a maximum of level 10. However, due to possessing the Heroic Chronicles artifact, Wang Chen granted Big White and Little White privileges similar to players, allowing them to level up infinitely, equip themselves, learn skills, and even transition and advance like players, experiencing unrestricted growth. This was the power of the Heroic Chronicles. The undead legion of an ordinary necromancer was just a description. The existence of the Heroic Chronicles truly made Wang Chen a one-man adventure party. Advance. Wang Chen decisively clicked confirm. Swish. As Wang Chen confirmed, two beams of light visible only to him burst out from Big White and Little White. Big White and Little White couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What the heck? What's going on? We can actually transition too. Little White's words were full of astonishment. Obviously, although he came from the future, he had only heard of the legends of the Heroic Chronicles and didn't know the specific attributes of the Heroic Chronicles. As a mage, Big White's mind was obviously quick to grasp the situation. It's the Heroic Chronicles. Truly worthy of being a sacred artifact, not only allowing us to equip ourselves and learn skills but also enabling us to transition. Is this the power of the Heroic Chronicles? Does that idiot Sika even know what treasure he lost? If the Heroic Chronicles hadn't been lost, we humans would definitely have won that war. Speaking up to this point, Big White even had a hint of tears in his eyes. Wang Chen truly understood the feelings of the two at this moment. If there were Hero Chronicles in the future apocalypse, humanity could use this book to reconstruct the cycle, guarding their homeland in a different form of existence eternally. What class are you going to choose? Asked Dabai excitedly after the discussion. Of course, I'm going for Shield Warrior. There's no future in being a weapon warrior. Xiao Bai replied firmly. Great. Then I'll go for Fire Mage. Dabai also made his choice. Why not Ice Mage? Xiao Bai wondered. Wang Chen was also curious. After all, in terms of settings, although Ice Mages have lower output than Fire Mages, their strength is much higher due to the nature of having more control skills. At the current stage of class transition, as long as they are not specialized artillery for major guilds, most mages start as Ice Mages. Hee. Since you're going Shield Warrior, I'll focus on firepower. No need to waste output opportunities, Dabai chuckled. Damn! You sly old dog, you're quite cunning. Class advancement successful. You have obtained battle pets, Shield Armor Skeleton, Flame Skeleton. The two skeletons completed their class transitions, and their appearances changed accordingly. Xiao Bai, who was originally just a skeleton soldier wearing armor and wielding a sword and shield, looked like a malnourished warrior player. After transitioning to Shield Armor Skeleton, Xiao Bai's originally white bones directly turned into a black color resembling cast iron, shining with a metallic luster. His entire body became extremely robust. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a black tower shield in his left hand, a black giant sword in his right hand, and black engraved heavy armor, he exuded a sense of immovable security. Dabai's appearance was not much different from Xiao Bai's, both clad in armor, with the only difference being that Dabai wielded a blue staff. Now, after transitioning to Flame Skeleton, his armor appearance changed to a black magical cloak style, with the hood covering his skeleton head. From afar, only 2 flickering soul fires could be seen under the cloak, giving off a mysterious and powerful aura. Has your skeleton soldier mutated? Seeing Wang Chen's skeleton soldier suddenly transform into this appearance, Shui Linglong was astonished. Originally, Wang Chen's skeleton soldier was already quite different from others, but now they were completely different creatures. Even a third-tier skeleton warrior wielding a giant axe looked dull and silly, while Wang Chen's 2 skeletons exuded a powerful and sophisticated vibe from head to toe. Advanced. Wang Chen replied calmly, without saying more. Shui Linglong also knew about gaming, everyone had their own little secrets, and since Wang Chen didn't want to elaborate, she didn't press further. With the successful class transition, Wang Chen could now learn the skills of his new class. Apart from curse magic and resurrection magic, after reaching level 10 as a necromancer, he could learn the skills life enhancement and bone spear. After acquiring these two skills, Wang Chen opened his attribute panel with a single thought. Name, Neo-Dali Profession, Necromancer, Necromancer High Priest, Level, 10 Health Points, 1260 Magic Points, 1260 Attack, 73, Magic, 73, Armor, 72, Magic Resistance, 71 Strength, 63 Constitution, 63 Intelligence, 63 Spirit, 63 Agility, 70 Skills, Summon Skeleton, LV2, Active Skill, consumes 20 Magic Points, resurrects the dead as skeleton warriors, can summon up to 3. Equipment, Broken Wooden Staff, Hero Chronicles of Reincarnation, Wolf's Paw, Undead Holy Ring Pet, Hero Chronicles of Reincarnation Debai, Mage, Attribute Growth, Strength C, Constitution C, Intelligence A, Spirit A, Agility C Race, Flame Skeleton Level, 10 Health Points, 1220 Magic Points, 1320 Attack, 83 Magic, 122 Armor, 75 Magic Resistance, 92 Skills, Cleave, LV1, Fireball, LV1, Resist Fire Ring, LV1, Bursting Flames, LV1, Equipment, Steel Armor, Steel Helmet, Steel Gauntlets, Steel Boots, Silver Moon Praise background, recorded in the Hero Chronicles, these heroic spirits possess unlimited growth potential. White, Warrior, Attributes Growth, Strength A, Constitution A, Intelligence C, Spirit C, Agility C. Race, Shield Skeleton Level, 10 Health Points, 2376 Magic Points, 1254 Defense, 500 Attack, 134 Magic, 86 Armor, 157 Magic Resistance, 124 Skills, Cleave, LV1, Heavy Strike, LV1, Charge, LV1, Shield Bash, LV1, Block, LV1. Equipment, Sean's Persistence, Steel Helmet, Steel Gauntlets, Steel Boots, Sean's Fury, Sean's Protection. Background, a hero recorded in the Annals of Heroes, possessing unlimited growth potential. Character introduction, the personal disciple of the Death High Priest Sol, recognized by the hero sage as an imperial warrior. Originally, Big White and Little White only inherited 50%, but after Wang Chen changed jobs, the attributes inherited by the two skeleton soldiers reached 90%, and the attributes also made a qualitative leap. At this point, the attributes of the two skeletons have far surpassed those of players of the same level. Moreover, the two skeletons after changing jobs automatically gained professional skills, which was a qualitative transformation compared to before. The only regret Wang Chen felt was that his summoned skeleton warrior by Sanar outside the city had died completely because his soul fire was taken away, and even the hero's tomb in the history books could not resurrect him. Now he was missing one battle pet. Wang Chen now needed to fill up the skeletons before going out to level up. However, this time Wang Chen couldn't just summon them casually. The outside corpse respawn point was occupied by the Black Dragon Society. Wang Chen had just killed a few players from the Black Dragon Society, so going to the respawn point outside the city to summon skeletons would only cause trouble. Furthermore, the skeletons summoned at the respawn point outside the city did not possess souls like Big White and Little White. Why, even though they are all skeletons, do skeleton warriors not have souls? Is there a difference? Wang Chen furrowed his brows, lost in thought. In fact, there is no difference in the corpses. The only difference is that when summoning Big White and Little White, it was not at the corpse respawn point but in the church's basement. Could it be the environment? Thinking of this, Wang Chen suddenly seemed to grasp something. Master Zol, why aren't you in the Necromancer's graveyard? Wang Chen suddenly asked Zol. Ha ha, Zol laughed and said, the church in every city is the burial place of the city's heroes, the place closest to the hero temple, making it easier to summon powerful souls. Exactly. Hearing Zol's answer, Wang Chen shuddered. Yes, his guess was indeed correct. The cemetery of the church is where heroes are buried, and the church is also the resting place of hero souls. That's why he could summon powerful hero souls in the church. Where is the hero temple? Wang Chen asked next. I don't know. Zol shook his head and said, according to the scriptures left by the father god Rasma, the hero temple is located in the burial place of heroes, and it is only open to chosen individuals. Only those who bear a mission can enter. Ordinary people cannot even see the entrance to the hero temple even if it's in front of them. It is said that only those who enter the hero temple can summon heroes with powerful souls, and even cross the limitations of time and space to summon those powerful heroes from the epic of ages. Only those who bear a mission can enter, crossing time and space. The more Wang Chen listened, the more frightened he became. With so many necromancers in Sibei town, why was he the only one who found the church's basement? Crossing time and space? Wasn't that referring to Big White and Little White? Could it be? That old basement is not just a basement but the legendary hero temple? Yes. It must be like this. The church is indeed the burial place of heroes, and that old basement is the hero temple. Or rather, every church's basement is the hero temple. Thinking of this, Wang Chen turned around without saying a word and quickly ran into the church. Where are you going? Shui Linglong followed closely behind, trailing Wang Chen all the way to a bookshelf in the library of the church. In a flash of light, Wang Chen disappeared behind the bookshelf. No matter how hard Shui Linglong searched, she couldn't find a trace of Wang Chen. Can a necromancer really turn invisible? Shui Linglong was a bit puzzled by the mix of professions. Meanwhile, Wang Chen had already arrived in the underground chamber of the Thunderstorm City Church. Looking around at the familiar surroundings and the body lying on the bed, Wang Chen could hardly contain his excitement. This underground chamber was exactly like the one where he had summoned 2 skeletons in the town of Shibei. Even the bed where the bodies refreshed showed no difference at all. Just as he had suspected, this rundown underground chamber was the Temple of Heroes, and behind every church bookshelf was an entrance to the Temple of Heroes. Awaken, my child. Wang Chen raised the old novice wooden staff in his hand and chanted the spell, Summon Skeletons. The flesh faded from the body on the bed, and a gleaming white skeleton slowly stood up. The newly summoned skeleton wore a straw hat, a quiver on its waist, and a long bow on its back. After standing up, its head spun 360 degrees, followed by the standard 3-question expression of a time traveler. Where the hell am I? What the hell is going on? How the hell am I alive again? Excellent. You truly possess a soul. Wang Chen finally relaxed upon hearing the skeleton's 3 confused questions. It seemed that this was the correct way to summon a hero skeleton. That so-called soul absorption by Zul was simply weak. Ha, we have a newcomer. Dabai and Xiaobai, upon hearing the skeleton's voice, excitedly gathered around. Are you time travelers too? The newly summoned archer skeleton's soul fire in its eye sockets flickered noticeably. Yes. You better not make such a big fuss. If Boss Neo finds out you're a time traveler, he might just cook you in a soup. Xiaobai warned the newcomer from his own experience. Hiss. The archer classmate looked warily at Wang Chen and asked, Who the hell is this? This is Boss Neo, our master. Bullshit. Who the hell has the audacity to call himself my master with such an ugly face? He's not worthy. The archer grumbled, clearly having a bad temper. Damn. Upon hearing the archer's comment about himself, Wang Chen resisted the urge to punch him. Bro, what's your name? Which main city are you from? Dabai curiously asked. I'm Zhang Yusin, from Forest City, under the jurisdiction of the Elven Guard. The archer reported his information. Zhang Yusin, Forest City. Do you know Zhang Yulin? Dabai asked. He's my second brother. The archer exclaimed excitedly, Who are you? He is Song Wushuang from the Holy Light Special Forces. Xiaobai replied on behalf of Dabai. Song, are you the legendary Wushuang teacher? Upon hearing Dabai's name, the archer was clearly as excited as Xiaobai had been initially. It was evident that Dabai had quite a reputation when he was alive. Yes, that's me. Dabai nodded. My brother often mentioned you. The archer said. What did he say about me? He said that bastard is not human. The archer honestly replied. Ha ha, your brother is spot on. Xiaobai laughed heartily. Damn, that beast. Dabai gritted his teeth. When do we make a move? The archer then asked. Make a move? Move for what? Dabai and Xiaobai looked puzzled. Of course, to take down that guy surnamed Neo. The archer glared at Wang Chen with killing intent. Aren't you preparing for it? Dabai and Xiaobai were speechless. Wang Chen was at a loss. What a mess. Summoning heroic spirits, what's the point? Although this group of bastards have different personalities, their first thought after being resurrected is surprisingly consistent. Each of them wants to put themselves to death. Are you all going to be slaves for someone else for the rest of your lives? The skeletal archer asked urgently. Actually, Boss Neo is not bad. By persuaded, look at what we're wearing, he provided all of it. You guys are bought off by just a few favors? What about your bottom line? Skeletal archer's words were full of disdain. Just as the skeletal archer continued to incite Airby, Wang Chen slapped the skeletal archer's head. Young man, I'll give you a name in the name of the master. From now on you'll be called Ma Sanner. Ma Sanner? Why am I called Ma Sanner? The skeletal archer looked puzzled. Yeah, why don't you call him by Sanner? Airby was also puzzled. Why did the naming rule change when it came to the skeletal archer? Of course, they would never guess that Wang Chen named the skeletal archer Ma Sanner because the first 3 words he said were all about horses, with an astonishing amount of horse-related content. Since Boss Neo named you, you'll go by this name, don't feel wronged, after all, his name is quite unpleasant. Airby at this moment resembled an old madam in a brothel persuading a newcomer to take the plunge. Then what are your names? Ma Saner asked. The weather is nice today. Yeah, it's quite sunny and breezy. After naming Ma Saner, Wang Chen casually opened Ma San's attributes. Ma Saner, Archer, Attributes Growth, Strength B, Constitution C, Intelligence C, Spirit C, Agility S Race, Arrow Guard Skeleton Level, 10 Health Points, 1140 Magic Points, 1140 Attack, 67 Magic, 57 Armor, 57 Magic Resistance, 57 Skills, Basic Shot, LV1, Concentrated Shot, LV1, Triple Shot, LV1, Evasion, LV1, Equipment, Bone Bow, Attack +1, Background, a heroic spirit recorded in the annals of heroes, possessing unlimited growth potential. Oh, Wang Chen was slightly stunned when he saw Ma San's attributes. This seemingly unreliable guy turned out to be a skeleton with S-level attribute growth. According to Debai and Xiaobai's current attributes, Wang Chen roughly understood the attribute bonuses for skeleton soldiers at different growth levels. For talents of C rank and below, there is no attribute bonus upon leveling up. For B rank talents, 1 point is added per level. For A rank talents, 2 points are added per level. And so on, with S rank talents adding 3 points per level. Although Ma Saner, like Debai and Xiaobai, adds 4 points to each level, the game is not reality, and the higher the single attribute bonus in the game, the stronger the profession. S-level talents are naturally a bit stronger than A-level talents. Gotta get him a set of equipment. Wang Chen felt a bit depressed. His skeleton is going to cost a fortune. Damn it, all the money will go to equipping these white-eyed wolves who want to kill him, while he's still wearing the starting equipment. Closing the attribute panel, Wang Chen sighed and left the heroic spirit temple. Just as he stepped out, he ran into Shui Linglong strolling in the library. Where did you go? Shui Linglong, seeing Wang Chen suddenly disappear and reappear, couldn't help but be curious. Nothing much, just summoned a skeleton. Wang Chen pointed to Ma San. Oh, this girl is not bad. Ma Saner, seeing Shui Linglong, immediately went over and even muttered to Airby, I think she's my master. Oh my, your skeleton is so cute. Why are you wearing a straw hat? Shui Linglong, seeing Ma Saner approaching, in a friendly manner, couldn't help but excitedly exclaim. Ma Saner, hearing Shui Linglong's voice, became even more excited, stretching his head for Shui Linglong to pet. At the same time, he boasted, see, the lady likes me. I want to be her skeleton. She's an assassin. Airby was speechless. Who says assassins can't have skeleton babies? Later, we'll slaughter that guy named Nyo, divide his inheritance, you'll regain your freedom, and I'll wander the world with the young lady. Ah, what a beautiful scene with one skeleton each. Damn it! Wang Chen was about to explode with anger at the words. This guy, he was the one who resurrected his adoptive parents, and it was fine if he wanted to be killed and have his belongings divided, but now he actually wanted to follow a stranger woman who had nothing to do with him. How could a necromancer's skeleton be so disloyal? It seemed he needed to get a whip, just to give him a few lashes when there was nothing else to do, to make him understand who his real father was. Player Dragon Reigns Supreme requests to add you as a friend. Just as Wang Chen was grinding his teeth in anger, a friend request suddenly popped up in front of him. Dragon Reigns Supreme? Such a tacky name. Without a second thought, Wang Chen casually clicked reject. Now he was considered a master, so he naturally had to maintain his mystery and not add just anyone as a friend. After all, with the integration of games and reality in the future, who knew if the friends on his list were humans or dogs? Besides, this guy's name carried a nouveau riche vibe, not like a good person. Inside the guild office of the Black Dragon Society, Dragon Reigns Supreme looked at the prompt showing his friend request being rejected, filled with question marks. This isn't right. Why isn't it going according to the script? The Black Dragon Society was currently the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, and Dragon Reigns Supreme, as the guild leader, was quite confident in his reputation. It was always others crying and begging to join when he sent friend requests, and this was the first time he had actively added someone. According to Dragon Reigns Supreme's script, the other party should gratefully accept his friend request, then respectfully apologize and admit it was a misunderstanding, and finally bow down, hand over the ring, and request to join the Black Dragon Society. Everything was so perfect. But who would have thought that this guy named Neo Dali would decisively reject his friend request? For a moment, Dragon Reigns Supreme was a bit confused, feeling like he couldn't figure it out. What's going on, boss? Did he accept it? Did he return the ring? Seeing Dragon Reigns Supreme's expression, the bald dragon and the seventh old man asked nervously. He's scared. He's definitely scared. Dragon Reigns Supreme affirmed, he didn't even dare to accept my friend request. No way. At this moment, the priest who had been killed by Wang Chen and was called walking towards the light said, "That kid is so bold and fearless, would he be scared?" The bald dragon and the seventh old man also looked skeptical. Of course, when Wang Chen killed them, he knew they were from the Black Dragon Society and showed no fear, even being more ruthless. Would this guy be scared? How about you say you're buying equipment? Yun Jui, who had been silent, cautiously suggested. "I'll try." Dragon Reigns Supreme sent another friend request, this time with a note saying he was buying equipment. Instant approval. Shortly after, he received a message from Wang Chen. "Bro, what equipment are you buying?" Wang Chen was also puzzled on his end. How did the other party know he was selling equipment, and he didn't have much equipment on hand now? Could it be that he had his eye on the staff in Big White's hands? That was indeed a good item, but he didn't know if Big White would be willing to sell it. On the other side, Dragon Reigns Supreme's face turned dark. So, in this guy's eyes, his dignified Black Dragon Society guild leader was not as valuable as equipment. How presumptuous. "Can we meet in person?" Dragon Reigns Supreme asked, restraining the urge to curse. At this moment, Dragon Reigns Supreme was still trying to make up for himself. If this guy didn't dare to meet, it meant he was afraid of him. Where? But the next moment, Wang Chen's message ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Han's Tavern. Dragon Reigns Supreme sent the address with trembling hands. "I'm on my way." Wang Chen closed the friend list and walked straight out of the church. Hey, where are you going again?" Shui Linglong followed behind, puzzled. "Let's go to the tavern." "Why do you keep following me instead of leveling up?" Wang Chen asked puzzledly. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this girl. He had only sold her a few things, yet she followed him from the wilderness back to the city and now continued to stick around. Was she afraid he wouldn't return her 50 gold coins? Wang Chen tried to put himself in her shoes and decided silently that once he made some money from selling items, he would first repay her so she wouldn't have to follow him every day, or else she might even steal his skeletons. Following you always leads to interesting things, much more fun than leveling up, Shui Linglong chuckled. She was quite a fun person. The player transfer area was located on Central Street, with shops like the blacksmith, pharmacy, and tavern nearby on the commercial street. Shortly after, Wang Chen led Shui Linglong to the tavern. As soon as they entered, Wang Chen sensed that something was amiss. The game had only been live for a few days, and players didn't have much money yet. Moreover, it was the peak time between 8 to 10 p.m., so most players should be out leveling up in the wilderness. Taverns, as places for spending money, shouldn't have many people. However, the tavern was packed with players. When these players saw Wang Chen, their expressions turned fierce, and as Wang Chen scanned the room, he noticed that all players in the tavern had a black dragon emblem on their chests. Black Dragon Society. Wang Chen became instantly alert. Even a fool would know what was going on in this situation. "Hey, did you offend the Black Dragon Society?" Shui Linglong asked Wang Chen, somewhat surprised, seeing the situation. The Black Dragon Society had a notorious reputation in Thunderstorm City for monopolizing leveling areas, engaging in malicious PK, and even occupying the corpse spawn points of necromancers. The city's forums were filled with posts cursing the Black Dragon Society. However, with their large numbers and domineering behavior, no one dared to provoke them in Thunderstorm City. Even someone like Shui Linglong, who was wealthy, didn't want to associate with such people. But seeing Wang Chen being targeted by the Black Dragon Society, Shui Linglong couldn't help but be amazed at how this guy managed to stir up trouble, attracting these rogues right after leaving the newbie area. "Yeah," Wang Chen nodded. "Your ring was looted from them." "Damn! Impressive!" Shui Linglong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In Thunderstorm City, it was usually the Black Dragon Society looting others' equipment, but this guy managed to loot from the Black Dragon Society. Truly a tough guy. "Oh, stop it," Wang Chen said modestly. Even the skeletons were whispering among themselves at this point. Is boss being targeted for revenge? Can't run now. Aren't those the guys we fought and robbed before? So intense? Let's ditch him later and run. Once he's dead, we'll be free. Wang Chen. Who is Dragon Conqueror? Wang Chen ignored Trashma-san and directly asked aloud. Upon hearing Wang Chen's question, everyone in the tavern turned to look at the most conspicuous player at a table. The player, around 40 years old, was dressed in black armor, looking like a warrior. Dragon Conqueror was accompanied by a bald warrior, a mage, an assassin, and a priest. They were the same group that Wang Chen had wiped out earlier. "That's me," Dragon Conqueror replied calmly as Wang Chen walked over and sat directly across from him, pulling a seat for Shui Linglong as well. Shui Linglong also sat next to Wang Chen without hesitation, while the three skeletons stood behind them, with Xiaobai watching the tavern door, Dabai staring at Dragon Conqueror in front of them, and Trashma-san guarding Shui Linglong on her left. These guys were prepared to kill and run if needed. Dragon Conqueror raised an eyebrow when he saw Shui Linglong. Damn! Female players were already rare in the game, and beautiful ones like Shui Linglong were even rarer. Although he had quite a presence with his group of henchmen, he didn't expect this guy to bring along such a pretty girl. He immediately suppressed his momentum. Dragon Leader, buying equipment with so many people, are you afraid of someone snatching your gear? Wang Chen glanced around and couldn't help but tease. He. Dragon Leader chuckled. No one dares to snatch the equipment of our Black Dragon Society. Not necessarily, right? Wang Chen smiled mischievously, clearly implying, there is someone sitting right in front of you. You son of a gun. As soon as Wang Chen spoke, several people next to Dragon Leader couldn't help but draw their weapons, especially Bald Dragon, who stood up and pointed his sword directly at Wang Chen. The Black Dragon Society was a big shot in Thunderstorm City, and no one had ever dared to provoke them face to face. Put. Shui Linglong couldn't help but laugh. Bursting someone's equipment and then showing off in person, Wang Chen was really something. Brother Nyo, let's cut the small talk. Dragon Leader asked indifferently, you should know this person, right? With that, Dragon Leader glanced at Bald Dragon. Yes, I know him, killed him before. Wang Chen didn't mince words. You. Bald Dragon's hand trembled with anger, almost slashing Wang Chen's face with his sword. And these few? Dragon Leader asked again. Yes, I know them, killed them all. Wang Chen's conversational skills were top-notch. Everyone. So you understand why we invited you here, right? Dragon Leader gave him a knowing look. I do. Wang Chen nodded, then turned to the bar and said, 2 bottles of the most expensive wine, put it on Dragon Boss's tab. Dragon Leader was stunned, then frowned. I didn't bring you here to drink. Then what for? Wang Chen pretended not to understand. Cut the crap. Where's the ring? Assassin 7 Night Snow pounded the table and demanded, what ring? Wang Chen asked back. My concealing phantom ring. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. 7 Night Snow raised his voice. Since he lost the ring, the responsibility fell on him, and he was eager to get it back. So how did your ring end up in my hands? Wang Chen asked with a grin. You. 7 Night Snow was fuming. Dragon Leader said solemnly, Brother Nyo, I think you're new to Thunderstorm City and don't know the way we, the Black Dragon Society, operate. If it were someone else, they would have disappeared from Thunderstorm City by now. I've called you here to talk, giving you face. I hope you can hand over the ring, or else. You're not giving me face, you're just afraid that killing me won't make the ring drop, right? Dragon Leader's words were grand, but Wang Chen saw through it. In the game, players drop equipment when they die, but the chances are low. Even if they killed Wang Chen, they might not get the ring. The ring was valuable, and if Wang Chen hid in his safe zone after dying once, the Black Dragon Society would never get the ring back. Since Brother Nyo knows everything, I won't beat around the bush. Hand over the ring, and we can settle everything. If not, the Black Dragon Society has all the time and patience to deal with you. Dragon Leader stared at Wang Chen. You're too late, I've already sold it. Wang Chen shrugged, looking smug. Damn it, who are these bastards trying to fool? They robbed and got killed. If they apologized nicely, there might have been room for reconciliation. But now Dragon Leader was threatening him. Was Wang Chen someone who feared trouble? Sold it? The members of the Black Dragon Society's faces darkened in unison. Bullshit. You sold it so quickly. Who would believe that? Bald Dragon roared. I bought it. Shui Linglong raised a middle finger at Bald Dragon. Bought it for 50 gold coins. See, I wasn't lying, right? Wang Chen said. Even better. Miss, hand over the ring. Dragon Leader looked at Shui Linglong. 100 gold coins. No bargaining. Shui Linglong smiled slightly, showing the same provoking expression as Wang Chen. As soon as Shui Linglong spoke, the people at the table stood up abruptly. They could tell that these two were just here to amuse themselves, not taking the Black Dragon Society seriously at all. They even dared to treat themselves like Sunday worship. 100 gold coins, why not ask for 10,000 gold coins? How dare you talk about money in front of the Black Dragon Society? Ha! Even Wang Chen couldn't help but glance at Shui Linglong. This girl was quite sharp with her words. You're looking for death. You think you're giving face, ha? The bald-headed Long, in a fit of rage, roared and swung his sword directly at Shui Linglong. The two were only a table's length apart, and the bald-headed Long's sword instantly reached Shui Linglong. Just as Shui Linglong was about to be struck in the face by the sword, a shield extended from the side, blocking the sword between Shui Linglong and the bald-headed Long. The shield-bearer was clad in heavy armor, tall and burly, with 2 soul fires flickering in his eye sockets, none other than Wang Chen's top henchman, Xiao Bai. With a clang, the bald-headed Long's attack was blocked. The bald-headed Long was shaken and staggered backward. At the same time, Xiaobai extended his right hand, and a sword strike landed on the bald-headed Long's throat. Put. -750, a massive critical hit damage floated up, turning the health bar on the bald-headed Long's head red. Seeing the damage from this strike, everyone was shocked. Although the bald-headed Long was not a shield warrior, as a level 17 weapon warrior, he had over 1,000 health points. Yet, he was now left with a sliver of health from a single strike, a level of damage that exceeded everyone's expectations. Especially when several people noticed the soul fires in Xiaobai's eye sockets, they were horrified to realize that this guy was not a player but a skeleton warrior. This concept was mind-boggling. It meant that the bald-headed Long had been left with a sliver of health by a skeleton soldier of a necromancer. Such an unbelievable event left everyone incredulous. Swish swish swish. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, the bald-headed Long had not even steadied himself when 3 white bone arrows flew accurately, hitting his eyes and throat. The bald-headed Long didn't even grunt before dropping dead on the spot. Clang! The bald-headed Long's long sword fell to the ground. Wang Chen swiftly picked it up. Sword of the Warrior, quality, bronze attack, 22 magic, 14 strength plus 7 constitution plus 6 warrior's soul, passive skill, each attack hitting the target will stack 1% damage, up to a maximum of 30%. Required profession, warrior, knight required level, 15 item description, a powerful weapon only wielded by brave warriors. Good stuff. Wang Chen smiled faintly and casually stashed it in his backpack. A bronze weapon was considered high-end at this stage, easily worth a gold coin. And a gold coin was equivalent to 1,000 pieces of money. Seeing Wang Chen pick up the bald-headed Long's weapon and toss it into his backpack effortlessly, everyone was stunned. Then, anger surged through their minds. Beside him, Shui Linglong couldn't help but give Wang Chen a thumbs up again. This guy not only toyed with a few fools from the Black Dragon Society but also ruthlessly killed someone and looted equipment right in front of their leader. Long Xing Tianxia was on the verge of exploding with rage. Who were the Black Dragon Society? They were one of the most prominent guilds in Thunderstorm City, cursed by people on the forums for generations. It was always the Black Dragon Society who killed, looted, and plundered others' equipment. Now, someone had killed their men in front of their leader and looted their equipment in plain sight. If this got out, how could the Black Dragon Society continue to operate in Thunderstorm City? If this news spread to the world forums, the Black Dragon Society would become a laughingstock. From now on, whenever there was an equipment looting incident, the Black Dragon Society would be dragged out for public punishment. No mercy. Kill them. Strip them of their equipment until it's all gone. With these thoughts, Long Xing Tianxia could no longer contain his anger and immediately issued the kill order. Whoosh! In the tavern, the members of the Black Dragon Society stood up without a word. You run fast! Wang Chen immediately turned around and signaled Shui Linglong to slip away. However, when Wang Chen turned around, he found that Shui Linglong had already disappeared. He only heard Shui Linglong's voice in his ear. Fool, I can sneak. I'll go find help for you, you hold on first. Wang Chen. No wonder there are so many players who choose to play assassins in the game. The stealth skill is simply too damn OP. Shui Linglong ran off, so Wang Chen naturally had no more reservations. He immediately pointed at the members of the Black Dragon Society and issued the attack command, kill them all. Charge. The mage closest to Wang Chen, Yun Zongyihai, and the priest, walked towards the light, raised their staffs. A fireball and a holy light ball, one red and one white, were thrown at Wang Chen. The assassin, July Snow, also stabbed at Wang Chen with a dagger. Wang Chen had his back to the three of them and did not notice the attacks from behind. However, just when the three thought Wang Chen was as good as dead, suddenly Xiaobai flicked the table up with his right hand holding a long sword. Bang! First, the fireball and holy light ball smashed onto the table and exploded, then the table smashed onto July Snow's head and shattered. July Snow was left dumbfounded by the blow. Before she could react, she saw a big foot stomping towards her chest. In the next moment, July Snow was pinned to the ground by Xiaobai's foot, then a sword pierced her mouth, and the long sword went through the back of her head and stuck into the floor, taking July Snow away. Walked towards the light, holding his staff, looked at the scene before him with a bewildered expression. A priest like himself didn't even have a chance to heal. After killing July Snow, Xiaobai strode forward, his shield in hand, and used shield strike to smash the head of Long Reigning Under Heaven who was about to charge. Duong! Before Long Reigning Under Heaven could release his skill, Xiaobai stunned him in place, then stabbed him in the heart, turning Long Reigning Under Heaven into a white light heading towards the resurrection point. Yun Zongyihai and walked towards the light turned and ran upon seeing this. Xiaobai turned around, his flying shield hitting Yun Zongyihai. Stepping forward, he swung his sword and walked towards the light's head from behind. If a warrior couldn't withstand Xiaobai's sword, how could a priest? Walked towards the light, grunted, and went to meet the god of light. Xiaobai reached out his left hand, caught the flying shield that bounced back, and then understood Yun Zongyihai with a sword. From Xiaobai's attack to the annihilation of the four, it was just a blink of an eye. The ruthlessness of the attack and the speed of execution left Wang Chen unaware of what had happened behind him, and the remaining members of Long Reigning Under Heaven's group already had +50 hatred towards him. Kill that bull Dali. Don't let him escape. Long Reigning Under Heaven, resurrected, was already furious, shouting loudly in the guild channel, whoever kills him will be rewarded with a gold coin. A gold coin? The members of the Black Dragon Society in the tavern were initially hesitant upon seeing Long Reigning Under Heaven being killed with a single sword. After all, they were just here to make money and level up on their own. Who cared if the boss died to show off to whom? But upon hearing the reward of a gold coin, they were instantly energized, rushing towards Wang Chen in a frenzy. Boom! Just as the members of the Black Dragon Society surrounded Wang Chen, there was a sudden loud noise, followed by a wave of heat that engulfed everyone. Explosive flame. An advanced skill of the mage, an enhanced version of Fireball. Not only was it far more powerful than Fireball, but it also had a range explosion effect, making it the mage's primary output skill in the early stages. As the flames dissipated, a blank space was left around Wang Chen, and over a dozen players were taken out in one go. Humph! At the same time, Xiaobai snorted coldly, saying, rushing up like a swarm of bees, they simply don't regard me, a mage, in their eyes. Damn it! Is explosive flame so terrifying? Wang Chen was a bit stunned. Although he knew Xiaobai was formidable, even more so than Xiaobai, the skill data was there. The explosive range damage of explosive flame was only 50%. Can 50% area damage really one-shot someone? This is outrageous. Not only did Wang Chen not understand, Ma Sanner beside him couldn't help but say, truly worthy of being master unrivaled, your explosive flame is much fiercer than any other mage I've seen. Hee. Dabai chuckled, do you know why I let them get so close? Why? Ma Sanner asked in confusion. Dabai explained, because within 3 meters, they can take another wave of damage from the protective fire ring. Using a protective fire ring for damage? Is that even possible? Ma Sanner exclaimed. Wang Chen was also amazed. According to the explosive flame's design, it only deals basic magic damage and explosion damage upon hitting the target. However, when the explosive flame is cast, the mage automatically activates a protective fire ring in a 3x3 area, causing damage to targets within 3 meters to prevent melee classes from getting close. Unexpectedly, Dabai utilized this mechanism to cast the explosive flame at the moment the target approached, causing them to suffer another wave of damage from the protective fire ring. With triple damage stacking, the effect was terrifying. Generally, mage classes do not allow targets to get close. Dabai's ability to devise a strategy of triple damage on explosive flame shows not only his complete mastery of the magic but also his absolute confidence in his own strength. After one wave, the Black Dragon Guild players in the tavern were almost completely wiped out. The remaining players were all in critical condition, not daring to take another step forward. Wang Chen, however, was still at full health, and his skeleton soldiers were all lively. But Wang Chen knew he was not safe yet. The Black Dragon Guild had over 2,000 members, a force to be reckoned with. Let's go! Without hesitation, Wang Chen led his skeleton soldiers, pushed open the tavern doors, and stepped out onto the street. As expected, players from the Black Dragon Guild had already gathered from all directions. Wang Chen stood at the tavern entrance, watching the Black Dragon Guild players rushing towards him. With a slight smile, Wang Chen retracted the 3 skeletons into the undead space and then slipped into the crowd watching the commotion. He then brought up the menu, selected to log out of the game. 10,987. 21. By the time the Black Dragon Guild players arrived, Wang Chen had successfully logged out. With a pull of the network cable, all grudges were gone. Even if you're powerful, can you come offline to find me now? Boss, that kid disappeared. The Black Dragon Guild players arrived at the tavern, only to find no trace of Wang Chen. They quickly sent messages on the guild channel. Nonsense! He's not an assassin. How could he disappear? Find him at all costs. I don't believe we can't find him. Bald Dragon shouted loudly on the guild channel. Dragon Ruler frowned and checked his friends list. He noticed that the name Nadali had turned gray. Damn it! Seeing Wang Chen log out, Dragon Ruler couldn't help but curse. What's wrong, boss? Bald Dragon and the others asked anxiously, where is that kid? He logged out. Dragon Ruler said angrily. Logged out? Damn, he actually logged out? Upon hearing the news of Wang Chen logging out, not only Dragon Ruler but also Bald Dragon and his group were furious. This guy is too despicable, acting all innocent after killing people and then logging out directly. This is ridiculous. It's like reading a novel where the protagonist suffers for a million words at the hands of the antagonist, finally powers up to seek revenge, only for the antagonist to die of natural causes. No one knew the frustration Dragon Ruler and his group felt at that moment. Scared. He must be scared. Dragon Ruler tried to console himself with a dark expression. Exactly. Otherwise, why would he log out? Coward. Trash. Looks like we won. Others chimed in. Should we continue waiting for him? Bald Dragon asked. No need. Dragon Ruler waved his hand. Scared off by us like this, he won't dare to log back in for a while. Leveling up is more important. Let's disperse for now. I have to say, as the president of the Dragon Alliance, Longxing Tianxia had quite a thick skin. Clearly, his team had just been wiped out, but those who didn't know would think it was Wang Chen who got defeated. At this moment, Wang Chen had already logged out of the game. First, he went to the bathroom, then leisurely ate a piece of fruit, and returned to bed with his helmet on. Instead of entering the game directly, he strolled around the Thunderstorm City Forum. The forum was bustling with activity. Big news, the Black Dragon Society got a beating this time. The Black Dragon Society got exposed for their equipment. Discussing the Black Dragon Society, this paper tiger. Longxing Tianxia, you're in big trouble this time. Post after post flooded the forum. The incident at the tavern was exaggerated and spread with embellishments. That guy killed one of Longxing Tianxia's men in front of him and looted his weapon. What a hero. That's right, I was there. That guy single-handedly wiped out a table of Longxing Tianxia's people, stripped them of their gear, and they were left running naked. Nonsense. That guy is a mage. My friend saw him cast a burst of flame that wiped out dozens of Black Dragon Society members. An archer, right? I heard he has a big bow and can take heads within 100 meters like picking fruit. Rubbish. A bowman who can use fire magic in close combat? Have you read too many online novels? Get your head straight. The Black Dragon Society already had a bad reputation, and now they were being criticized even more. Under the praise of the forum users, Wang Chen had transformed into a righteous hero, wielding a staff in one hand, a sword in the other, and a bow on his back, single-handedly slaughtering the Black Dragon Society without mercy. Wang Chen was dumbfounded as he read this. He couldn't believe that the powerful figure described by players on the forum was actually him. After browsing the forum for a while, Wang Chen switched screens and logged into the game. Wang Chen didn't like trouble, but he certainly wasn't afraid of it. In this case, it was the Black Dragon Society who initiated the robbery. If they had shown some remorse and spent some money, Wang Chen might have let it go. But these guys not only wanted to take back their equipment without spending a penny, they even dared to threaten Wang Chen. Clearly, they had underestimated him. Wang Chen was someone who always sought revenge for the slightest grievance. When he was in school, he smashed the principal's office window clean after being bullied by the principal's grandson and accused of being uncultured. He even urinated at the principal's doorstep. The principal's grandson transferred schools that very night out of fear. At work, when his boss arrogantly withheld his salary for 6 months, Wang Chen poured a bucket of gasoline in the factory workshop to show the boss the consequences of mistreating employees. The boss sent his wife and children to live in another city out of fear. Even when he returned to his hometown to farm, he threw a box of firecrackers into the village chief's livestock pen because the chief had encroached on his family's land, causing the chief to have nightmares to this day. Children, do not imitate. Throughout his life, Wang Chen had a hot temper, a small heart, and a vengeful nature. This was true in real life, so why should he allow himself to be bullied in a virtual world where killing was not a crime? Old bull, are you okay? I've contacted some friends from the outer city, and they're on their way to Thunderstorm City to help you get revenge. As soon as Wang Chen logged in, he received a message from Shui Linglong. Seeing Shui Linglong's message warmed Wang Chen's heart. He hadn't expected this girl to actually go and gather reinforcements, especially from another main city. Given Shui Linglong's personality, she must have spent quite a bit of money. To be honest, Wang Chen was quite touched. After all, he had only met Shui Linglong a couple of times. She was just a guest to him. At this critical moment, this girl was truly helpful. Wang Chen's enemies were not ordinary people at the moment, they were from a notorious gang. For anyone else, just maintaining a good relationship would have been considered a favor, let alone offering help. No need. I can handle this myself. Wang Chen thought for a moment and casually replied to the message. Money can be repaid, but favors are not easily returned. Wang Chen was already happy that Shui Linglong had this intention, so he naturally wouldn't involve her. Besides, Wang Chen had his own way of solving this matter. Hey, I won't take your money. Seeing Wang Chen's refusal, Shui Linglong quickly said. Knowing Wang Chen well, she must be afraid that he would ask for money. It's not about money, Wang Chen said. I can handle it better on my own. It would be troublesome to involve you all. Shui Linglong was stunned by his words, then angrily said, Are you saying you're afraid we'll hinder you? That's what you said, Wang Chen chuckled. Don't worry, if I can't handle it, I'll come to you. Bah! Arrogant dog of a man! Shui Linglong cursed under her breath. Ling Jia, we're almost there. Ask your friend to wait for us outside the city. He. It's been a while since we've had such excitement. Just as Wang Chen hung up the call, Shui Linglong received another message from the reinforcements. No need. Shui Linglong replied irritably, he said he can handle it on his own. On his own? Didn't he offend a pretty big guild? The reinforcements were puzzled by Shui Linglong's message. They had heard that Shui Linglong's friend had offended a major guild, which was why they had come all this way to help. Now, he was claiming he could handle it alone. These two pieces of information together gave a sense of contradiction. Yes, on his own. He did offend a major guild, and he said he's afraid we'll hinder him. Shui Linglong bluntly repeated Wang Chen's words, then muttered, this arrogant and conceited jerk. Damn! Disrespecting us? Upon hearing Shui Linglong's words, the reinforcements were also taken aback. After playing games for so long, it was the first time they had heard such remarks. They joined in the cursing. Damn! Such an arrogant brat! Today, we must go to Thunderstorm City specifically to see what kind of expert dares to be so arrogant. Damn it, I've seen people act tough, but never this ridiculously tough. I bet he flies with a cow, his arrogance knows no bounds. I suddenly feel like there's a reason why that guild wants to deal with him. I want to take him down. Should we go help the Black Dragon Guild? Oh, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? You guys, be serious. Shui Linglong was exasperated. None of the people she knew seemed normal. On the other side, Wang Chen directly sent a message to Longxing Tianxia, Hey, where are you? Longxing Tianxia, who received the message, was momentarily confused. He thought he was seeing things. Based on past experiences, people who had been surrounded by him in the game usually took at least a few days to dare to come back. But Wang Chen had only been offline for a dozen minutes, and here he was back online. What shocked Longxing Tianxia even more was that this guy came online and had the nerve to ask where he was. This was clearly a blatant provocation. You dare to come online again? Longxing Tianxia immediately replied. Of course. What do I have to fear? It's not me who got ripped off. Wang Chen was unapologetic, embodying the spirit of the ancient Greek god of mockery. Poke where it hurts. Alright, you dare me, want me to reveal your location? Longxing Tianxia's anger surged. I'm right at the tavern entrance. I went offline to post a live broadcast thread on the forum. Now the whole forum knows I'm coming for you. If you don't show up, you're a coward. Wang Chen casually sent a link to the post. Sure enough, when they clicked on it, it was the post Wang Chen had made. I hereby declare, today I will live stream the beheading of Longxing Tianxia, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild. Current coordinates, Commercial Street 77454-22131. All players are welcome to come and watch. Waiting for the Black Dragon Guild leader to come and meet his doom. If he doesn't show up, he's a coward, and the Black Dragon Guild will be renamed Turtle Guild. Holy crap, buddy, you're awesome, declaring war on the Black Dragon Society. Impressed. Even if you were wiped out by the Black Dragon Society, I would still be impressed by you. You're the first one brave enough to do this. The Black Dragon Society monopolizes the leveling area, seizes resource points, it's simply outrageous and goes against both human and divine laws. Brother, you're standing up for justice, whether you succeed or not, we'll have your back. Most players who saw the post expressed their support. Considering the numerous wrongdoings of the Black Dragon Society, the players of Thunderstorm City have long been fed up with them. Of course, there were also players supporting the Black Dragon Society, criticizing Wang Chen, standing up for what? Who does he think he is? Can he really take on the Black Dragon Society? Does he not know how many people they have? There was also a group of self-proclaimed wise men commenting, this guy wants fame, it's all a publicity stunt. Getting the Black Dragon Society to help him perform, it seems like he might be some big shot. Damn it! Of course, the most furious upon seeing Wang Chen's post was Long Reign Supreme. Seriously, since the game started, the Black Dragon Society has gathered thousands of people to dominate Thunderstorm City, always making it difficult for others to survive there. Today, the Black Dragon Society was openly called out by a nobody on the forum, even providing coordinates for an attack. Who could tolerate this? As the leader of the Black Dragon Society, if he turned a blind eye to this, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? Alright, Just you wait. Long Range Supreme threw down a challenge and headed straight for the commercial street. At this moment, the commercial street was already crowded with players from Thunderstorm City watching the commotion. Although no one really believed that someone could actually call out the Black Dragon Society by name. But this spectacle was too enticing to ignore. What if it was true? To witness Long Range Supreme being humiliated, even if it wasn't their doing, would still be satisfying. He's here. Long Range Supreme is here. This shameless guy even brought people with him. From a distance, seeing Long Range Supreme accompanied by a dozen henchmen heading towards the commercial street, the onlookers couldn't help but sigh. He called out Long Range Supreme by name, and now he's brought people with him, lowering himself before even showcasing his skills and character. Of course, Long Range Supreme wasn't a fool. He knew how formidable Wang Chen was. If he came alone, it would be suicide. Not coming would be cowardly, but coming and getting killed in public would be even more humiliating. Where's the guy who wants to take down Long Range Supreme? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Seeing Long Range Supreme already there, the spectators were more interested in watching the drama unfold, starting to look around for Wang Chen's figure. Boss, that kid hasn't shown up yet. After surveying the area, Long Range Supreme's henchman whispered. Humph. Long Range Supreme snorted coldly, then smugly declared, this coward only dares to talk big on the forum. Give him 100 guts and he still wouldn't. Bang! Before Long Range Supreme could finish his sentence, a dark figure suddenly burst out from the crowd, a charge, hitting Long Range Supreme hard, sending him flying. The figure was burly, holding a shield in one hand, a huge sword in the other, with two blue soul fires flickering in his eye sockets, unmistakably an undead warrior. Seeing the familiar undead warrior, Long Range Supreme's heart skipped a beat. This guy was none other than the skeleton warrior under Wang Chen's command. Damn it! Witnessing this sudden turn of events, everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He's got guts. He really showed up. Impressive. A true warrior. In reality, even if Wang Chen hadn't shown up, no one would have said anything. Everyone knew what kind of opponent the Black Dragon Society was. Even if Wang Chen was just trash-talking, it was within reason, and everyone was mentally prepared. After all, these things are usually just talk, who would actually come to their own demise. But no one expected that Wang Chen would actually show up. Damn! Isn't that the guy who wiped out the Black Dragon Society in the tavern? At this moment, someone in the crowd recognized Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's appearance was quite visually striking. A tall figure over 2 meters, a sturdy warrior in heavy armor, eyes shining, resembling the Terminator T-800, leaving a lasting impression at a glance. Isn't this the ruthless person who slaughtered the Black Dragon Society in the tavern and looted their equipment? Oh my! No wonder, no wonder. Brave. So brave. Learning that the person before them was the fierce character who wiped out the dragon gang in the tavern, everyone became excited. Offending the Black Dragon Society, ordinary people would either be killed by them or go offline to hide. Never did they expect there would be a follow-up to this incident. Not only did this guy steal the Black Dragon Society's equipment without being hunted down to death, but he also directly challenged the Black Dragon Society. It was as if he was specifically targeting them, ready to take them down. Damn! How courageous, how confident, and how outrageously cool and domineering. Such a thing, let alone doing it, most normal people wouldn't even dare to think about it. Regardless of the outcome, just based on Wang Chen's actions, even if he was truly wiped out by the Black Dragon Society, he would become a legend in Thunderstorm City. Damn it! Kill him! The dozen or so players brought by the Dragon Gang saw Xiao Bai suddenly appear and immediately drew their weapons to charge at him. Judging from their equipment, these players were all elite experts of the Black Dragon Society. It was evident that the Dragon Gang had come prepared. However, Xiao Bai didn't even spare a glance at the others, raising his shield and smashing it fiercely on the already airborne Dragon Gang leader's head. Duong! The sound echoed as the Dragon Gang leader fell to the ground. Xiao Bai stepped on his face, rendering him immobile, while his massive sword was deeply lodged at the Dragon Gang leader's neck. A set of skills flowed seamlessly: charge, shield strike, trample, heavy blow. 312-278-466-824 as the 4 large damage numbers floated up, the Dragon Gang leader departed from the world, flying back to the warrior training ground. With the Dragon Gang leader dead, the attacks from the Black Dragon Society players behind Xiao Bai had already landed. Seeing Xiao Bai about to be killed on the spot, he suddenly flickered and disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a melee archer proficient in fire magic? Could it be that he's also an assassin? Spread the word. Not only was this guy a melee archer skilled in fire magic, but he could also vanish like an assassin. He's a full-time badass. Nyo Dali is nearby. That guy earlier was his skeleton soldier. At this moment, the Black Dragon Society's guild channel echoed with the rage of the Dragon Gang leader. The Black Dragon Society players immediately searched around in the crowd of onlookers. However, Wang Chen seemed to have vanished into thin air, completely untraceable. There's a new post on the forum. A scream came from the crowd. Everyone quickly opened Wang Chen's post. As expected, after killing the Dragon Gang leader, Wang Chen revealed the second location, Central Street, Warrior Training Ground entrance. Dragon Gang leader, don't hide at the respawn point. Come out and face your death. I swear. Blocking the respawn point. Wang Chen's update was concise and to the point. Just one sentence. I'm blocking you at the respawn point. Upon seeing this message, all players erupted in excitement once again. Blocking the respawn point. This was one of the cruelest things in the game. As a notorious guild, the Black Dragon Society had done this countless times in other games and in the Dawn of Dawn game. Many players who had offended them were blocked at the respawn point. Those with weak temperaments never reappeared online, while those with strong wills were wiped out. Who would have thought that the leader of the Black Dragon Society, Dragon Gang leader, would be blocked at the respawn point by someone and it was being live-streamed? What comes around goes around indeed. Others were filled with sympathy when blocked at the resurrection point, but when Long Reign Under Heaven was blocked, everyone was excited, thrilled, and exhilarated. Countless words and phrases boiled down to one word: awesome. Damn it! At this moment, inside the warrior target range, Long Reign Under Heaven, who had just been resurrected, turned green. In less than half an hour, he had already died twice. Now, under the witness of all the players in the city, he was blocked at the resurrection point. For anyone else, hiding offline when blocked at the resurrection point would not be embarrassing. But he was the leader of the Black Dragon Society, the president of the top guild that could make Thunderstorm City tremble with just a stomp. Not only would hiding offline be embarrassing, but even staying hidden at the resurrection point would become a laughingstock. How could he continue in the game in the future? Even if the Black Dragon Society became the top guild in the world, this dark history would still nail him to the pillar of shame, like a lantern picked up while bathing, repeatedly brought up by others, rubbing it in. In this situation, going out meant death. It was embarrassing to the extreme. Not going out directly was embarrassing. Damn it, Long Reign Under Heaven was on the verge of collapse, feeling a sense of helplessness and fate. Don't worry, boss. That bastard skeleton warrior is melee. As long as there are enough warriors to protect you, he won't get close. Just when Long Reign Under Heaven was at a loss and unable to decide, a message from Yun Zhongyi flashed across the guild channel. Makes sense. Seeing Yun Zhongyi's message, others echoed in agreement. Long Reign Under Heaven also brightened up. Indeed, no matter how strong Xiaobai was, he was just a warrior. As long as he wasn't allowed to get close, could he still use skills from a distance? Warriors, come protect me at the camp. Thinking of this, Long Reign Under Heaven gave the order directly. The warrior players of the Black Dragon Society rushed towards the camp, surrounding Long Reign Under Heaven in layers, boldly stepping out of the resurrection point. Ha ha! Players watching the scene outside the resurrection point couldn't help but laugh at Long Reign Under Heaven's behavior. If Long Reign Under Heaven had come out alone from the resurrection point, everyone would have respected him as a man. But with this grand entrance, it was like wearing coward on his face. It's just a game. Everyone can resurrect indefinitely. Being killed is just a matter of lack of strength, not embarrassing. But if you back down, that's embarrassing and showing off. Moreover, Long Reign Under Heaven still held the title of president of the Black Dragon Society. It was like showing a timid and incompetent side despite appearing strong and fierce. Ha ha! After stepping out of the resurrection point, Long Reign Under Heaven laughed. This Neodali was just boasting, so there was no need to take it seriously now. Boss, why are you laughing? The bald-headed Long was very puzzled. It's nothing, it's nothing. Long Reign Under Heaven waved his hand, with a slight smile on his lips, almost blurting out something like, Juga no strategy, show you less wisdom. Swish! Just when Long Reign Under Heaven thought he was safe, a white bone arrow suddenly flew towards him. Bang! It hit Long Reign Under Heaven right in the forehead, like a lightning rod, sticking in his head. A red -322 health point floated up, and Long Reign Under Heaven's health bar dropped sharply. Damn it! There's an archer. Protect me. With this arrow, Long Reign Under Heaven seemed to be shocked, turning around and running back to the resurrection point. The warrior players around him hastily raised their shields, looking in the direction where the arrow came from. When Long Reign Under Heaven was less than 5 meters away from the resurrection point, suddenly a tall skeleton with a shield in his left hand, a sword in his right hand, and wearing heavy armor stood at the entrance of the warrior camp. Having been killed twice in public by Xiaobai, Long Reign Under Heaven's fear of him was deeply ingrained. Now, seeing someone with fiery eyes, long rain under heaven's scalp tingled, immediately breaking, turning around in panic and shouting, "He's behind, behind!" But all the other warriors were chasing the archer, and no one noticed behind them. When everyone turned their heads upon hearing the roar of dragon ruling the world, the body of dragon ruling the world was already being trampled underfoot by Xiao Bai. In the next moment, Xiao Bai disappeared again. Damn it! The warriors immediately scattered in all directions to search for Wang Chen's figure once again. But just like last time, they couldn't find Wang Chen anymore. Damn it! Where the hell is this guy? Dragon ruling the world was on the verge of collapse. Actually, dragon ruling the world was not afraid of death, it was all about how you died. If you were killed by a boss, drowned in water, or even killed in a one-on-one fight, it didn't matter. But now, in front of all the players in the city, dragon ruling the world was called out by someone, and then publicly executed in front of everyone. What's even more terrifying is that so far, dragon ruling the world hadn't been able to see Wang Chen's figure. It was chilling. Is this guy a necromancer? Did he turn into a ghost? The post has been updated again. Dragon ruling the world was helpless at the resurrection point, while news of Wang Chen updating the post came from the other side. It seems you dare not set up a resurrection point again. It's okay, isn't there anyone else in the Black Dragon Society? From now on, for every member of the Black Dragon Society who dares to wear the emblem in the street, I will kill one on sight. The living Yama. Seeing the third post updated by Wang Chen, the players in the entire city were so excited that they were almost peeing themselves. They had never been so excited playing a game for so long, especially watching someone else PK. They had seen impressive feats before, but nothing like this. First, he single-handedly challenged a guild member, then cornered the guild leader at the resurrection point, and now he openly declared that as long as the guild leader didn't show up, he would slaughter the guild's players. And this guild not only had no way to deal with it, but they still didn't know where the opponent was, they couldn't even get close. Thinking about the chaos caused by the Black Dragon Society in Thunderstorm City, this generation was ignited. Especially the players of the Black Dragon Society, who had now turned from anger to fear. Damn, is this Yama not calling out names anymore, but starting to randomly harvest? When dragon ruling the world was called out, at least everyone knew who he was going to kill. There was a target. Now it was like a random draw, you never knew when your number would be up. For a moment, the players of the Black Dragon Society felt like a thundercloud was hanging over their heads, all filled with fear. Damn! I was killed on the commercial street. That kid is now on Trade Street. He's back on Central Street. Soon, the guild channel of the Black Dragon Society was constantly flashing with news of players being killed by Wang Chen's skeleton soldiers. The players of the Black Dragon Society looked at these messages floating by and became even more afraid. Wang Chen was truly like a ghost, his whereabouts were unpredictable, he roamed around the corners of Thunderstorm City mysteriously. Just now he was on Central Street, now he was on Commercial Street, and the next moment he ran to Trade Street. It was completely baffling, there was no pattern to find. What's more infuriating was that when there were many people, he didn't show up, but as soon as the numbers dwindled, he appeared. 7 or 8 people were not his match, and even dozens of people, he would ignore. The entire Black Dragon Society was being led by the nose, completely engulfed in the fear controlled by Wang Chen. What to do? What to do? The current guild leader of dragon ruling the world was also at a loss. They had never encountered such a tricky opponent before. Those who dared to provoke the Black Dragon Society in the past were directly killed, then the resurrection point was blocked, simple, brutal, and effective. But now, they couldn't even see him, let alone defeat him. The key was, even if they managed to kill him, he would just be a skeleton. They didn't know where he was, and he was playing guerrilla warfare like a ghost. What the hell was going on? Now even their guild leader was hiding at the resurrection point and dared not go out, let alone the others. We can only use magic to defeat magic. We also have necromancers. Yun Zhengyi began to pay attention again. Right, where's my brother? Upon hearing the suggestion of the crane in the clouds, Long Rain finally remembered that his guild also had a necromancer, and he was the #1 necromancer in the national server. The vice president is leveling up. You know, he doesn't like to get involved in these matters. We were all killed at the door, can he just ignore it? I'll message him right away. Long Rain opened his friends list and clicked on a chat box named "Don't bother me if it's not important." Bro, I'm being bullied. No one replied for a while. Bro, there's a very powerful necromancer chasing me. A very powerful necromancer? Where? I'm on my way. Long Rain. Lingjia, your friend is quite interesting. Outside the Thunderstorm City's resurrection point, Water Linglong's friends who witnessed the whole process couldn't help but feel emotional. It's quite interesting, this guy is very bold and strong. Water Linglong said. In her eyes, Wang Chen could be described as having both skill and courage. No. He's not just strong, this guy is also very smart. A player dressed as a priest said lightly, stroking his chin. Really? Does a person like him need to be smart? Water Linglong was very surprised. The priest nodded. Haven't you noticed that the Black Dragon Society has been following his lead all along? This guy is using tactics. Tactics? What do you mean? It's like setting a trap for you, and you have to fall into it. Lingjia, how did you, with your intelligence, befriend someone like him? Isn't it said that birds of a feather flock together? I'm so smart, it's normal for me to know smart people. Water Linglong said. By the way, how did he set the trap? The priest was speechless for a moment and said, haven't you figured it out? This guy knows he can't beat all the members of the Black Dragon Society alone, so he directly challenged Long Rain to establish his authority. Do you think, with Long Rain's status, he could refuse? Once he goes, he's being led by your friend. Oh, I see. Water Linglong's head started to smoke. After a long time of being stunned, she finally understood the priest's words. Indeed, the Black Dragon Society had over 2,000 members, all veteran players above level 15. Wang Chen was just a level 10 necromancer. No matter how strong his ability to control skeletons and how high the attributes of his skeleton soldiers were, facing the sea tactics of over 2,000 people was a certain death. So Wang Chen cleverly changed the concept, challenging Long Rain directly on the forum. Long Rain was the leader of the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, so he couldn't avoid the challenge. By accepting the challenge, it turned from a matter involving over 2,000 players of the Black Dragon Society to just him. Naturally, he was then manipulated by Wang Chen at the resurrection point. It can be said that from the moment Wang Chen posted the challenge, every step Long Rain took was within Wang Chen's calculations. What is a tactic? It's when I tell you my purpose, and you can't refuse. Even if I openly play my cards, you still have to follow me. Oh, there's one thing I can't understand now. The priest, seeing Water Linglong coming to her senses, also showed a puzzled expression. Oh, what don't you understand? The distance a necromancer can control their pets is limited, so why hasn't anyone found out where he is so far? The priest frowned, stroking his chin. Who knows? Water Linglong shook her head, suddenly realizing that she might not really understand Wang Chen either. Of course, the reason why Water Linglong and her friends didn't understand was that Wang Chen was not an ordinary necromancer. According to the system settings, necromancers have their own undead space, where they can store the summoned undead. Due to the existence of the undead space, necromancers control the undead within a distance of about 20 meters, which increases as the necromancer's level rises. However, Wang Chen possesses the holy item Heroic Chronicles, allowing him to summon undead with their own independent graveyard. As long as the flame of their soul is not extinguished, they can be endlessly resurrected. Therefore, the undead summoned by Wang Chen are like players surviving in a different way, only maintaining a mental link with Wang Chen and not being bound by the undead space. Theoretically, as long as Wang Chen wishes, his undead can appear anywhere. Thus, Wang Chen only needs to hide in a safe place to command his skeleton minions to appear at any location. Players from the Black Dragon Society naturally cannot find him. I really can't tell, your boss is quite despicable. On the roof of the church, Ma San was chatting with Air Bai. Ma San was completely convinced by Wang Chen's tactics. He never imagined that Wang Chen, with just 3 soldiers, could toy with a large guild so effortlessly, to the point where they dare not even step onto the streets now. Stop talking nonsense, as if Bull isn't your boss. Keep an eye on the respawn point and see if any Black Dragon Society members appear on the street. Air Bai retorted impatiently. Everyone was a true warrior, understanding the importance of a good commander in battle. After this battle, Air Bai had even more respect for Wang Chen, not just because Wang Chen let him shine but also because of Wang Chen's exceptional talent in commanding battles. By utilizing the rules and maximizing his limited resources, Wang Chen manipulated a guild of over 2,000 people at his fingertips. Even in a post-apocalyptic world 120 years from now, Wang Chen's tactics would still be top-notch. Having all returned from the apocalypse, everyone recognized the strong. Previously, Air Bai only acknowledged Wang Chen materially when he provided him with equipment, but now, after this cooperation, Air Bai could say he fully acknowledged Wang Chen spiritually as well. He would never underestimate this player from peacetime again. Yes. Ma San, feeling bored after Air Bai's retort, activated his Hawkeye skill to scan the surroundings. Turning his head, he spotted a figure in a gray mage robe strolling down the commercial street. Over by Teacher San's place. Number 115, on the commercial street. Got it. Dabai received the command and quickly turned around. He saw a player from the Black Dragon Society heading their way. The player, upon seeing Dabai on the street, couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! A necromancer indeed, come out, no need to hide, I've seen you're undead. If Wang Chen were on the street, he would surely recognize this person as the necromancer he saw under the city wall summoning skeletons, the one who claimed to be the top necromancer in the server. This person was named Don't Bother Me If Nothing's Wrong, not only the vice president of the Black Dragon Society but also the elder brother of Long Reigns All, a super leveling maniac and the only level 22 player in the game, ranking first on the level leaderboard. This guy was usually only interested in leveling up, and if it weren't for Long Reigns All mentioning a powerful necromancer, he wouldn't have shown up. Seeing the black skeleton in front of him, Don't Bother Me If Nothing's Wrong was at a loss. The black skeleton was obviously just a second-tier skeleton warrior. What powerful necromancer? Was Long Reigns All's brain filled with crap? The wind blew through the street, rustling the leaves. There was no response, no one appeared, only a black skeleton standing across the street, the two staring at each other. The skeleton slowly raised its empty left hand and then flipped off Don't Bother Me If Nothing's Wrong. Upon seeing Dabai flipping him off, a string of exclamation marks popped up in my mind instantly. Anger flashed across my face. Damn it! How dare something flip me off? This skeleton warrior is just too rude. Ha! Wait a minute. Is this a provocation command from the undead of the Death Mage? Soon, my expression changed from anger to confusion. I, not to bother me, am not just a Death Mage, but also the only Death Mage in the game who is above level 20 and possesses a level 3 summoning skill for skeletons, making me arguably the top death summoner on the server. No one understands the Death Mage class better than I do. However, even the third-tier skeleton warrior under my command cannot make the gesture of flipping off others. You see, the higher the undead's level, the more complex their commands become. The opponent is just a second-tier skeleton warrior, yet it can perform actions that even third-tier skeleton warriors cannot, which is quite surprising. Phew! Just as I was pondering, Dabai's middle finger suddenly turned into a sword pointing at me. At the same time, a basketball-sized fireball flew towards me. Damn it! It's a mutant skeleton! I couldn't help but show a surprised expression as I saw the fireball flying towards me. This death mage on the other side is quite something, summoning a mutant skeleton. Mutant skeletons are rare variants among undead battle pets, different from the usual physical undead like skeleton warriors and skeleton knights the death mages typically summon. Mutant skeletons have a chance to mutate into other classes, such as skeleton archers, skeleton assassins, and even the extremely rare skeleton mages. While the attributes of mutant skeletons are not significantly different from regular skeletons of the same tier, their combat abilities surpass those of ordinary skeletons. Therefore, for a death mage, summoning a mutant skeleton greatly boosts their combat power. It's like a team of 3 warriors versus a team of a warrior, a mage, and a priest. The latter has a higher practical combat capability. The lack of diversity in the skeleton class is the biggest drawback for death mages in the early stages. Since Wang Chen has a mutant skeleton, he is slightly stronger than I had imagined. However, no matter how strong the mutant skeleton is, it is still just a second-tier undead, no match for a third-tier undead. Besides, there's only one of them. Hee. I chuckled, raising my wooden staff. 4 skeleton warriors appeared in front of me. These skeleton warriors were tall and sturdy, not inferior to Dabai and Xiaobai in stature. Although they were not wearing armor, their bone structures shone as black as iron, and the giant axes in their hands gleamed with sharpness. They were the third-tier skeleton warriors of the Death Mage. Faced with the incoming fireball, I thought, defend. One of the skeleton warriors raised his giant axe horizontally, blocking the fireball in front of me. The fireball smashed into the axe, bursting open and turning into flickering flames. The tremendous impact pushed the skeleton warrior back half a step. Ha, is that all? Glancing at the skeleton warrior's health bar, which had only dropped by about 1/5, I couldn't help but smirk. I had thought this mutant skeleton mage would deal much higher damage, but it seems it's just like this. Under the overwhelming attributes of a third-tier undead, any so-called mutations are just for show. Even if the skeleton warrior is extraordinary, it is still a third-tier undead. Charge! After taking a fireball from Dabai head-on, I didn't give him a chance to cast more spells. I pointed my wooden staff, and the 4 skeleton warriors bowed their heads and charged towards Dabai. Dabai's eyes flickered with a hint of soulfire as he gently stepped back, pulling out a blue staff from his chest. As the 4 skeleton warriors approached closer, he slammed the staff handle on the ground, initiating an incantation. Explosive flames. Release. As the chanting ended, the 4 skeleton warriors had already rushed to within 2 meters of Dabai, raising their huge axes high and chopping down towards Dabai. Hoo! A burst of flames erupted from Dabai, and a crimson flame shield instantly engulfed the 4 skeleton warriors. Bang! A huge fireball with a diameter of 2 meters collided with the 4 skeleton warriors at the same time. Boom! Following a loud explosion, the fireball burst open. Regular necromancers and growth-type skeletons like Dubai, who had the bonus of a hero's history book, were different. Even third-tier skeleton warriors, with the bonus of summoning mastery, only inherited 100% of the attributes from the original necromancer. In other words, although the 4 skeleton warriors in front of him looked fierce and powerful, their health and defense were actually comparable to mine, a necromancer, and their attributes were not as outstanding as Airbai and Masani. Necromancers were fundamentally magic-based professions. Even at level 22, how much defense and health could they have? Dubai's fireball spell without a magic staff could already take away 1/5 of their health. It was easy to imagine the triple damage explosive flames. In just an instant, the 4 skeleton warriors turned into ashes on the spot. All your undead warriors have been defeated. A system prompt flashed before my eyes. The smile on my face froze instantly, then disappeared, replaced by confusion, incomprehension, and shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I obviously couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. After all, I was known as the #1 necromancer in the entire server, and my 4 skeleton warriors were definitely top-tier third-tier undead. I didn't even know how I could lose to a second-tier undead with 4 third-tier undead. But the fact before me was that my skeleton warriors were all killed instantly by a skill from the skeleton mage in front of me. I couldn't believe it no matter what. Bug, it must be a bug, the system must have made a mistake. I'm going to report someone for exploiting a system bug. Without hesitation, I opened the game feedback and wrote a short essay. Dubai had already rushed forward, and a magic staff struck my face without any skeleton guards, causing me to stagger. Then a fireball hit me in the face, blasting me to bits. Watching me being easily killed by myself, Dubai couldn't help but comment, "Is this guy brain dead? Did he give up resistance just because his skeleton guards died?" Players in the gaming era really lack combat awareness. I can even knock out a monster with a magic staff when I'm out of mana. With a flash of light, I was reborn in the Thunderstorm City Cemetery. At the same time, the system feedback message flashed before me. Bug submission invalid, the player's data is all normal, thank you for your feedback. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience. Thank you for your cooperation. Damn it! I collapsed directly. Boss, how are you? Did Nyo Dali die? In the Black Dragon Guild channel, another message flashed. Of course. The boss is the #1 necromancer in the entire server. Nyo Dali has really met his match with the boss. #1 necromancer in the entire server. I looked at the 8 words before me, which were particularly glaring. My 4 third-tier undead were instantly killed by a second-tier undead. Was the #1 player really this weak? Brother, what's wrong? Even Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but ask. I remained silent and logged out on the spot. Seeing my name suddenly turn black, everyone in the Black Dragon Guild was stunned. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that the boss was also killed by Nyo Dali? Oh, the boss's level dropped, now he's level 21. A player opened the level leaderboard and took a look. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Although I still firmly hold the top spot, my level has dropped by 1. Damn it! Longxing Tianxia was completely helpless. Everyone knows that a well-trained necromancer has the strongest individual strength among all professions. Don't bother me, although he claims not to enjoy playing with other members of the guild, his summoned skeleton has also consumed a large amount of resources from the Black Dragon Society and is about to reach level 4. For skeleton warriors plus don't bother me, almost equivalent to a team of over 20 levels. Also a necromancer, Wang Chen is just a low-level player at level 10. Whether in terms of quality or quantity of skeletons, Don't Bother Me is overwhelmingly dominant. However, despite having such an advantage, it was Don't Bother Me who ended up dead. He was even forced offline by being beaten. This is damn. Not only was Longxing Tianxia flustered, even the other players of the Black Dragon Society began to feel fearful. In addition to Wang Chen's elusive hunting of Black Dragon Society players all over the streets, a deathly shadow enveloped the entire Black Dragon Society. Up to now, with so many deaths in the Black Dragon Society, not a single person has seen Wang Chen's true form, which is terrifying. An unseen enemy is fearful. Business Street killed 6 Black Dragon Society players, Trade Street killed 3 Black Dragon Society players, Central Street killed 2 Black Dragon Society players. On the forum of Thunderstorm City, Wang Chen's posts were constantly updated, each time accompanied by a screenshot of the kill record. He also didn't forget to taunt a bit. Longxing Tianxia, are all your little brothers going to be killed by me? Are you still cowering at the resurrection point? With your skills, you should change your name to Timid Turtle. Put. Ha ha ha, this guy's mouth is too sharp. Players on the forum were all watching the excitement without worrying about the consequences, following along the way, watching the Black Dragon Society being killed and not daring to step onto the streets, feeling extremely satisfied. Now, seeing Wang Chen taunting the Black Dragon Society with insulting nicknames, they were even more amused. This guy not only had ruthless actions but also had quite the mouth. Physical damage is not enough, he also delivers mental blows. Cutting the body with a knife, cutting the soul with words. Each sentence stabs at the hearts of the Black Dragon Society players. Faced with Wang Chen's taunts, the Black Dragon Society players couldn't even let out a fart. In this situation, what else could they say? You say it's unfair? He's taking on your whole guild alone. You say he's cheating? He openly reveals your coordinates and kills your guild leader 3 times. Anything you say is embarrassing. Better off tucking your head into your pants and enduring Wang Chen's taunts honestly. Wang Chen's hunting of the Black Dragon Society continued until dawn. That night, Wang Chen livestreamed killing over 100 Black Dragon Society members, defeated Longxing Tianxia 3 times, and the elite players of the Black Dragon Society were cowering at the resurrection point. Only then did the fire in Wang Chen's heart slightly subside. Playing games is all about having a clear mind. Fortunately, Wang Chen let out this anger today. If it were delayed, the fate of the Black Dragon Society would only be more tragic. I'm tired, going to sleep first, we'll continue tomorrow. As long as the Black Dragon Society dares to stay in Thunderstorm City, I can find them anytime. At the top of the Magic Tower in Thunderstorm City, after posting his final message, Wang Chen went offline. A satisfying revenge, halftime break. Wang Chen went to sleep, but the Black Dragon Society players and those who were watching the excitement couldn't sleep. The Black Dragon Society was too scared to sleep because they didn't know what to do next. The spectators were too excited to sleep, constantly forwarding Wang Chen's live posts to their friends. Not only the players of Thunderstorm City, but even players from other main cities came to the Thunderstorm City forum to watch the excitement. The names of the Black Dragon Society and Nyo Dali spread far and wide. Overnight, everyone in Thunderstorm City knew 2 nicknames. One was the Living King of Hell, Nyo Dali, and the other was Timid Turtle Longxing Tianxia. Damn it! What do we do next? I can't really change the main city, can I? Inside the warrior camp's resurrection point, Longxing Tianxia looked at the posts on the forum insulting him, his face turning pale with anger, yet feeling helpless. Damn it, being insulted on the forum is a trivial matter. The key now is what to do tomorrow. Wang Chen has already made it clear that the pursuit will continue tomorrow until no member of the Black Dragon Society dares to show up in Thunderstorm City. This is outrageous. The Black Dragon Society can't just withdraw from Thunderstorm City like this, it's the guild's bottom line. Currently, with Wang Chen hunting the Black Dragon Society, everyone is just watching the show, making symbolic jokes about the Black Dragon Society. But as long as the Black Dragon Society remains in Thunderstorm City, their resources are still there. Apart from tarnishing their reputation, not much substantial harm is done. However, if they are forced to change the main city, it would be a huge blow. A major guild being unable to stay in the main city because of a single player's harassment would be devastating for the Black Dragon Society's reputation. With this dark history, even if the Black Dragon Society becomes the top guild in the national server in the future, skilled players would hesitate to join. Moreover, all main cities now have their entrenched powers. Starting over in a new territory is not that simple. We absolutely cannot change the main city for development, Yun Zhongyi quickly advised upon hearing this. Longxing Tianxia could foresee the pros and cons of this situation, and others naturally saw it too. Then what do we do after being targeted by this troublemaker? We can't go out leveling together with 2,000 people every day, can we? Longxing Tianxia threw this question to Yun Zhongyi. This. Yun Zhongyi was also helpless. Boss, I don't know if I should say something. Just say it. Longxing Tianxia said, at this point, there's nothing we can't say. Do we really have to make an enemy of that Nyo Dali? Of course. He's the one making enemies with us. But, didn't we provoke him first? Yun Zhongyi whispered, he also needs to level up, there's no need to confront us every day. So, are you suggesting we apologize to him? Longxing Tianxia frowned, it's not impossible, but I have to keep some dignity. If you want to save face, just apologizing might not be enough. What else then? Appeal to his interests. What does he like? I don't know, but he definitely likes money. Yun Zhongyi said. The supreme god of this world, Zhigao Shinshan Xindaogu, once said that speaking nicely can solve 50% of the problems, spending money can solve 90% of the problems. Speaking nicely and spending some money can solve 99% of the problems. Early the next day, after logging in, Wang Chen received a message from Longxing Tianxia, Brother Nil, this is a misunderstanding, can we sit down and talk? Seeing the message from Longxing Tianxia, Wang Chen was not surprised at all. It had always been like this since childhood. Whenever bullies wanted to pick on him, he would confront them directly, and soon those bullies would end up just like Longxing Tianxia now. Enduring only leads to more demands, giving in only escalates the situation. Bullies never feel guilty because of your patience, instead, they gain a sense of achievement from your concessions. Endless tolerance is far less effective than giving them a good smack on the head. After all, it costs more to bully a good person than a meek one. A good person should be held at gunpoint. It's better to sit down early and talk, you don't have to lie down to talk like yesterday, Wang Chen replied indifferently. Longxing Tianxia's face turned dark. This matter needs to be resolved at some point. Longxing Tianxia suppressed the urge to curse once again. As Yun Zhongyi he said, the Black Dragon Society cannot afford to clash with Wang Chen. Wang Chen alone can cause trouble, blocking the resurrection point and chasing the Black Dragon Society all over the city every day to waste their time. But as a major guild, the Black Dragon Society needs to expand, and the players in the guild also need to level up. The so-called rowing against the current, if you don't advance, you retreat. The competitiveness between guilds is much greater than that between solo players. If the Black Dragon Guild players don't level up or progress for a day, other guilds are already catching up. If they stay idle for 3 days, there will be those eager to try. After a week, the Black Dragon Guild's territory might be completely taken over by other guilds. This is the reality the Black Dragon Guild must face. They are not just afraid to go out on the streets after being killed by Wang Chen. Therefore, this matter must be resolved quickly. Tell me, how do we solve this? I'm being hunted down by a member of your guild, I'm terrified. Can it be resolved just by saying so? Wang Chen looked like a victim and said, huh? Long Rain looked at the message sent by Wang Chen and almost spat out blood. This guy is shameless, isn't he? Who is hunting whom? In just a few hours yesterday, Wang Chen killed over 100 Black Dragon Guild players, and he himself was killed 3 times. Now this guy is saying he's being hunted down and scared. I've seen shameless people, but never this shameless. Although speechless, Long Rain directly responded, name your price. He realized that if he continued to procrastinate, he would be the one responsible for yesterday's street killings. Ah, that's more like it. Wang Chen said with relief, you truly are the boss of a major guild, always reasonable. In that case, give me 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins? Are you serious? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Long Rain jumped up. What's wrong, boss? Seeing Long Rain's reaction, the other Black Dragon Guild players were shocked, thinking Long Rain was having a nightmare again. He's asking me for 1,000 gold coins. Long Rain gritted his teeth. What? 1,000 gold coins? Is this guy crazy? Everyone was stunned upon hearing Long Rain's words. According to the current official exchange rate of the in-game currency, 1 gold coin is equivalent to about $1,000. Even if you buy gold coins with real money from the studio, it would cost around 900. 1,000 gold coins would be close to $1 million. Asking for $1 million just to play a game, is this guy clueless about money or just dreaming? What? Seeing Long Rain's tone, Wang Chen replied calmly, brother, how about you tone it down a bit? Long Rain frowned, tone it down? Wang Chen chuckled, how much has your guild invested? How much resources does the Black Dragon Guild currently control in Thunderstorm City? The price you set for the corpses at the entrance is not low either. Wang Chen's demand for 1,000 gold coins was definitely a calculated move. As the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, the Black Dragon Guild occupied various resource respawn points and leveling areas. Not to mention the distant areas, just the respawn point of corpses at the city gate, 1 silver coin each time, even if there are few players of the Necromancer class, with several thousand players in the main city, the income from the respawn point alone could easily reach dozens of gold coins per day. Allowing the Black Dragon Guild to exploit other players meant allowing Wang Chen to exploit the Black Dragon Guild. It's the law of karma. 1,000 gold coins, for the Black Dragon Guild, is that even considered money? Well, Long Rain was speechless. If you think my price is high, then let's take our time. If other guilds snatch your resources, it might not just be a matter of 1,000 gold coins. Wang Chen sent another message, leaving Long Rain silent. How about 80,000 in cash? After pondering for a moment, Long Rain asked. 1,000 gold coins would cost Long Rain $1 million if he recharged the money, and if he exchanged the gold coins for cash from Wang Chen, even with the studio selling gold coins, after deducting the fees, he would receive around 800,000. Offline transactions would save Long Rain 200,000, and Wang Chen could receive cash directly. Professional players play games to turn virtual assets into cash. Cash transactions are the fastest way to cash out for any professional player. However, Wang Chen was firm, no. I only want in-game currency. Joking around, trading in-game currency within the game is just playing a game. But transferring money privately in reality involves large sums of untraceable assets. If Longxing Tianxia accuses Wang Chen of extortion, he could end up serving at least 8 to 10 years in prison. Why risk your freedom to gamble on the humanity of someone like Longxing Tianxia? Besides, in a month, all the money will turn into waste paper. Wang Chen already has enough food and clean water reserves, so his need for money in reality isn't that great. It's better to ask for in-game currency than cash. With enough in-game currency, Wang Chen can truly stock up on resources. Must it be in-game currency? Longxing Tianxia was puzzled. He couldn't comprehend Wang Chen's way of thinking. The game allows for recharging, and the in-game currency is getting cheaper by the day. What's the point of hoarding in-game currency? It must be in-game currency, Wang Chen reiterated. Fine. Longxing Tianxia sighed and reluctantly transferred 1,000 gold coins to Wang Chen. I've sent the money. Now, Big Brother Nyo shouldn't continue chasing us, right? As long as you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you, Wang Chen said. Rest assured, it's the grandson who will provoke you, Longxing Tianxia vowed, patting his chest. Joking around and losing face once is enough. Now, Longxing Tianxia didn't dare doubt that Wang Chen alone could bring down their entire guild. What's going on? Seeing Longxing Tianxia's tense expression relax, the Black Dragon players from the warrior camp gathered around him. It's all good now. We can freely walk the streets from now on. Longxing Tianxia stood up and headed towards the resurrection point, finding solace in the idea of strolling the streets. However, as soon as he left the resurrection point, he saw a familiar figure blocking the entrance with a sword and shield. Startled, Longxing Tianxia hurriedly returned to the resurrection point. Big Brother Nyo, what's happening? Your skeleton is still there. Sorry, I forgot to tell them. Wang Chen smiled faintly and recalled Xiaobai. Watching Xiaobai disappear, Longxing Tianxia nervously touched his neck. He silently vowed never to provoke this guy again. With 1,000 gold in hand, Wang Chen went straight to the Alchemy Association. The Alchemy Association, also known as the Potion Research Society, is where potions and elixirs are developed in the game. Commonly referred to as a pharmacy, potions are the most consumed items by players in the game. Most of the money players earn from monster drops is spent on buying potions. There's a saying that goes, it's better to rob a pharmacy than a road. In terms of income, the Alchemy Association even surpasses equipment shops like the blacksmith and tailor. This highlights the importance of potions to players in their daily activities. However, this crucial item will completely disappear a year later. According to Dabai and Xiaobai, due to a fatal blow suffered by the Alchemy Association, not only will potions vanish, but the entire field of alchemy will be lost, leading to the extinction of potions as items for humans. The disappearance of potions will completely reverse the tide of the war between humans and monsters, turning humans from proactive to passive. Currently, Wang Chen doesn't need potions, but as his level increases and he gathers more undead under his command, there will inevitably be casualties when facing high-level bosses. While Wang Chen may not need potions now, others might in the future. If he can stockpile a batch of potions now, they will become extremely valuable resources a year later. Come and take a look, warrior, we have what you need. As soon as they entered, a scantily clad female NPC approached them. Oh, isn't this alchemist Lillian? So lifelike. Ma Sanner was the most excited to see the NPC approaching. Lifelike? Xiaobai looked puzzled. Of course. She's a full 36D. Isn't that big? Wait, isn't she around 20 years old? Xiaobai countered. Are you stupid? Did I mention her age? I said 36D. Treadhorse, who knew you were so despicable? You fantasize about characters from history books. Are you a virgin? Say that again? The two were on the verge of drawing their swords. If it weren't for Wang Chen standing nearby, they would probably have started fighting on the spot. Two idiots. Dabai helplessly shrugged on the side. Wang Chen. He had already been reborn once in the damn post-apocalyptic world, yet these two were still so childish. I'd like to purchase some potions. Wang Chen ignored the two bickering skeletons and conveyed his request to Lily Ann. Feel free to choose. Lily Ann opened the counter. However, after glancing at the counter, Wang Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. Low-level life potion, health restoration, 20 per second duration, 30 seconds. Price, 5 copper. Low-level magic potion, magic restoration, 15 per second duration, 30 seconds. Price, 10 copper. Low-level antidote. It was all low-level potions. Wang Chen was speechless. Currently, Wang Chen's level was not high, so using the lowest level potions was sufficient, but as his strength increased, he would need to acquire some high-level potions for emergencies. Besides potions, he also needed to buy some elixirs to enhance his attributes. These would be life-saving items in the future. Wang Chen had thought that as the main city, Thunderstorm City's Alchemy Association would have high-level potions and elixirs, but to his surprise, it was just like the beginner area's pharmacy, all low-level potions. This left Wang Chen feeling speechless. Is this all you have? Wang Chen couldn't help but comment, I could buy these in the beginner village, are there no higher-level ones? Oh, currently, rare herbs are scarce, and higher-level potions have not been developed yet, Lillian explained. I see. Wang Chen nodded, showing his understanding. Since the game had just started, many high-level items were probably not available yet. Combining the game's background story with what Dabai and Xiaobai had mentioned about future plots, it was evident that in the world of Dawn, the field of magical medicine was not very advanced. After all, in other games, magical medicine and blacksmithing were considered the three main secondary professions for players. However, in Dawn, magical medicine technology was only held by the Alchemy Association, indicating that magical medicine technology in this world was still highly confidential and had not reached a level where everyone could learn it. Since he was here, he couldn't return empty-handed. Wang Chen waved his hand and spent 15 gold coins, buying 100 sets each of health and mana potions, filling the backpacks of the three skeletons, and then set them to automatically use the potions. Wow! Are these all for us? Dabai was stunned. We're getting rich. These are potions. Xiaobai was excited. Damn, is this guy interested in me? I'm a pure little skeleton. I feel like I'm going to compromise. No, he hasn't even used seduction on me yet. Ma San'er was also stunned. He had heard from air by that Wang Chen was generous, but he didn't expect him to be this generous. Potions were legendary items in the future, and most people had only heard of them. Even Dabai, the captain of the Holy Light Special Forces team, had only seen them once. Now, Wang Chen had given each of the three skeletons a full backpack, so their feelings could be imagined. Ma San'er, who had always wanted to get rid of Wang Chen quickly, couldn't help but be tempted at this moment. Remember to inform me if there are any high-level potions in the future. Wang Chen bid Lillian farewell and was about to leave the Alchemy Association. However, just then, Ma San'er suddenly exclaimed, Oh my god! Master Wuxuan, Xiao Dao, am I mistaken? Why does this old man look so familiar? Upon hearing Ma San's words, Dabai and Xiaobai both looked in Ma San's direction. In a corner of the Alchemy Association, there was an old man with grayish-white beard, who was studying something with a test tube. Isn't this Grand Alchemist Claydell? How could he be here? Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the old man. Not surprising. Dabai said, according to historical records, during this period, Claydell should have been persecuted by the church, just escaped from the city of Holy Light. After the world merged, Claydell became famous for alchemy. It's unexpected to find him hiding in this small place now. As expected of a teacher-level character, Dabai's knowledge far surpassed the other two guys. Does this guy have a mission? Ma San asked curiously. No, Xiaobai said decisively, alchemy has been completely eradicated, and there are no secret trials about alchemy at the future Human Federation Professional Academy. What a pity. Ma San lamented, if there were a mission, we might have obtained high-level potions. High-level potions? Wang Chen frowned slightly at Ma San's words. He slowed down, suddenly turned back to the counter. Warrior, do you need anything else? Lillian was still as enthusiastic. You mentioned a lack of herbs here, is there anything I can help with? Wang Chen asked. You'll have to ask my teacher about that, Lillian smiled, looking at Claydell in the corner. Exactly. Wang Chen smiled at the words. NPCs wouldn't reveal meaningless information. Since Lillian told the player that materials were lacking, there must be a task to find them, and Claydell, who was conducting scientific research in the corner, naturally became the task giver. Of course, the most important thing was that the three skeletons recognized Claydell, otherwise, Wang Chen wouldn't have thought of triggering the task. Wow! A real task? Brother Nyo is so lucky. That's what you call the chosen one, got it? Following Brother Nyo, we're on a winning streak. The three skeletons, seeing Wang Chen receive a task from Claydell, couldn't help but exchange glances. Get lost, don't disturb me, I'm conducting a very important research. Seeing Wang Chen approaching with a few skeletons, Claydell waved his hand impatiently, signaling Wang Chen not to bother him. This old man is indeed as eccentric as the legends say. Seeing Claydell's attitude, Xiaobai couldn't help but comment. Dabai, on the other hand, remained calm. It's normal, people with abilities usually have bad tempers. When I was in the city of Holy Light, I met many like him, but his eye for students is quite good. I wonder when Brother Nyo will summon a few beauties over, hee. Ma San laughed lecherously. You damn. Both by air were speechless at this guy. This guy is always thinking about women. Even if Wang Chen could summon beauties, they would still be skeletons. What's the use? Alchemist, I heard you lack materials for brewing alchemy potions. I think I can help you. Wang Chen said sincerely. Oh, you can help me? Really? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Claydell stopped his work and looked Wang Chen up and down. The fanatical believers of the Church of Light, actually denying any power that rivals the Light God, exiled me from the holy city. Otherwise, this research would have been completed long ago, and I wouldn't need help from others. Young man, are you sure you want to help me? Helping me may mean becoming enemies with the Church of Light. Church of Light? Are those people from the church? Wang Chen asked at the mention. According to the background story of Dawn, the Church of Light is a religion in this world. Paladins and priests are professions of the Church of Light. They can use the power of light to drive magic and martial arts, both strengthening teammates' attributes and using light magic to heal wounds. Without alchemy and the future human professions, they mainly rely on the priests of the Church of Light to treat injuries. It is for this reason that the Church of Light rapidly developed after the collapse of the Alchemist Association, becoming the largest religion in the post-apocalyptic world. The city of Holy Light also became the capital of the Human Federation, the largest sanctuary for humans. That's right, it's them. Clyder said, alchemy is a great discipline. Powerful potions can enhance adventurers' attributes, restore their stamina and energy. My first batch of low-level potions received a lot of attention from adventurers in all the main cities. Then the Church of Light expelled me. Obviously, they didn't want others to wield this power. Wang Chen furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled. Magic is magic, and alchemy is alchemy. One is religion, the other a tool. They are not on the same path. Why is the Church of Light so sensitive? Helping Clyder would offend the Church of Light. Why would the Church of Light do this? Xiao Bai, like Wang Chen, didn't quite understand. For players, potions are essential items in the game world. Why would the Church of Light have issues with the Alchemy Association? Competition. Dabai pondered for a moment and affirmed, it must be the appearance of potions that created competition for the Church of Light. The God of Light is the only God and naturally does not allow any competition. Are you saying that potions are stealing the Light God's followers? Xiao Bai was even more confused. This is not the same path at all. What does buying potions for leveling up have to do with faith? It may not be stealing followers, but rather giving them another choice. Dabai continued, it directly affects their evangelism. What do you think is the core technology of the Church of Light's propagation? This. Upon hearing Dabai's words, Wang Chen and Xiao Bai suddenly realized. The reason the Church of Light could spread in this world overrun by monsters was that they could use light magic to heal and enhance adventurers' attributes in battle, making people believe in the Light God. And Clyder's study of alchemy was also about healing and enhancing attributes, producing the same effect. As a result, some people would choose to use alchemy and abandon their faith in the Light God. So, as long as they helped Clyder research advanced potions, it would break the monopoly of the Church of Light and might even develop rarer items than light magic. Naturally, they would stand against the Church of Light. In the future, if alchemy is eradicated, will it have nothing to do with the Church of Light? Wang Chen couldn't help but think to himself. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, without potions, the biggest beneficiary would be the Church of Light. Damn the Church of Light! I trusted them so much. It turns out they restricted the development of alchemy. Xiao Bai was indignant. Exactly. Dabai concluded, if it weren't for the Church of Light suppressing alchemy, humanity wouldn't have been so severely suppressed by monsters during the 100 Years' War. Ma Sainer chuckled. What's so funny? Do you have a different opinion? Xiao Bai asked. No. What are you guys talking about? Ma Sainer looked puzzled. Why are you laughing? I remembered the Church of Light Saintess Claire with her perky butt. Get lost. The two Bai brothers were exasperated. They regretted even asking this jerk. An alchemist? Wang Chen pondered Dabai's words. The two skeletons did remind Wang Chen. The reason humans were suppressed and medicines disappeared was one reason, but fundamentally, it was the disappearance of alchemy. Being able to learn alchemy and become an alchemist was more effective than hoarding a bunch of medicines. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, who knows when it will end? No matter how many medicines are hoarded, can they be used for 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, or even 100 years? So, young man, have you made a decision? Clyder, seeing Wang Chen silent, asked with some anticipation, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I've decided. I'll help you. Wang Chen immediately agreed, decisively stating, alchemy is a very noble discipline, a research that can benefit humanity. Of course, if it's just about making some high-level potions, Wang Chen really considers whether to offend the Church of Light. But if he can seize this opportunity to become an alchemist, what the hell is the Church of Light? Aren't they just a bunch of losers? Great! Truly the warriors of the Empire. The hope of humanity. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Claydell was moved to tears of excitement. Tell me, what materials do you need now? Shadow Wolf's Tooth, Blood of the Blood Clan, Heart of the Deceased, and Resurrection Grass. If you can find these 4 materials, I can complete my current research, and you will definitely benefit from it. Claydell casually assigned a task to Wang Chen. System prompt, you triggered the hidden plot alchemy magic, task level, task content, find 0/20 Shadow Wolf's Teeth, 0/5 Blood of the Blood Clan, 0 to 1 Heart of the Deceased, 0 to 1 Resurrection Grass. Wang Chen knew that Shadow Wolf's Teeth and Blood of the Blood Clan could be obtained by clearing the level 15 dungeon Shadow Castle or occasionally found in the auction house, albeit at a high price. However, Wang Chen had never heard of the Heart of the Deceased and Resurrection Grass. Oh, the Heart of the Deceased. Isn't that a drop from the Skeleton King Leoric? Xiao Bai exclaimed. Exactly. Debai added, Resurrection Grass is what keeps Leoric's spirit from perishing. It looks like we're going to raid Shadow Castle. Hee, Shadow Castle. My time has come. Ma Sainer chuckled excitedly and shouted. Are there women in Shadow Castle? By glanced at each other. TSK. Do you think I'm the kind of guy who only thinks about women? Aren't you? Ma Sainer was speechless for a moment and said, do you guys know that there's a hidden armory in Shadow Castle where you can find weapons for all professions, including a crossbow of the undead exclusive to archers? An armory? How come we didn't know? Bai was very surprised. Hee. Your renowned profession training academy only has a few rangers. Opening the armory requires the lockpicking skills of a rogue. Ma Sainer boasted. Bai fell silent immediately. This was a point they couldn't argue with. The Vanguard City Lord specialized in the warrior profession. Debai graduated from the Magic City Lord as a mage, and later Debai served in the Holy Light City, which was a training base for priests and knights. The main city for training the ranger profession, such as assassins and archers, was the Shady City where Ma Sainer was located. Sneaking and lockpicking were specialties of the ranger profession, and many treasures in secret realms and chests could only be opened by rangers. Other professions naturally couldn't compare. Do these materials exist in Shadow Castle? Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled by the conversation of the 3 skeletons. If they exist in dungeons, why aren't they available in the market? Could it be that the Shadow Castle here is different from the future Shadow Castle secret realm? Thinking of this, Wang Chen suddenly froze. It turned out to be true. The dungeons in the game are indeed different from the future secret realms. Bai had complained more than once that the monsters Wang Chen encountered at this stage were of game difficulty. Although they looked like the Warcraft they had seen, their strength was vastly different. Because the monsters they encountered were real creatures with powerful and terrifying abilities. Even the training secret realms had difficulties no different from real monsters. In other words, the secret realms they cleared corresponded to the highest difficulty dungeons in the game. In other words, only the highest difficulty Shadow Castle could produce the items Heart of the Deceased and Resurrection Grass. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be like this. Wang Chen speculated silently. According to the game settings, dungeons must be cleared in teams. As the first dungeon players come into contact with, Shadow Castle is not difficult. It is a 5-player dungeon, and a minimum of 5 players can enter. However, with each upgrade in difficulty level, the maximum number of team members increases by 5. The highest difficulty level, Hell, allows up to 25 members in a team, making it a true group challenge with an unimaginable level of difficulty. For Wang Chen, the level of difficulty didn't matter much. The key was to find people to join the team. Wang Chen opened his friends list, which only had 2 people, Shui Linglong and Longxing Tianxia. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chen casually sent out a message to everyone. Anyone up for Hell difficulty Shadow Castle? Damn! Hell difficulty, so thrilling? In the next moment, Shui Linglong replied, indicating her excitement and disbelief. In the game Dawn of Dawn, dungeons are divided into 5 levels: normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty. At this stage, players were still exploring and leveling up. Players above level 15 were rare, with scarce equipment and struggling skills. Even for a normal difficulty dungeon, most players dared not attempt it. The elite teams of major guilds had to cautiously explore. So far, only a few teams had cleared the Shadow Castle dungeon, and the top 100 rankings in the official dungeon clearance speed list were not filled. This meant that there were fewer than 100 teams capable of clearing the normal Shadow Castle dungeon. When Wang Chen expressed his intention to tackle the highest difficulty level of the Shadow Castle, Shui Linglong's reaction was predictable. This man always managed to bring her some new excitement. Sure, Get more people, and we'll start when we have enough. Wang Chen casually delegated the task of recruiting to Shui Linglong. Wait, Shui Linglong said before opening the team channel and asking, anyone up for Shadow Castle? At everyone. We already did it today. It was boring, nothing special happened. I'm not up for it anymore, it's disheartening. Soon, the team channel was filled with messages expressing disinterest. Hell difficulty. Shui Linglong sent another message. As Shui Linglong's message went out, the team channel was instantly flooded with question marks. Hell difficulty? Are you out of your mind again? Lingjia, what's gotten into you? Which man broke your heart and made you go crazy like this? Do you want us to knock him out and tuck you into bed? Damn! She's truly a crazy woman. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Shui Linglong had done something outrageous. Nonsense! My friend wants to do the hell difficulty dungeon and asked me to find people. Shui Linglong explained. Your friend? Do you have other friends besides us? Everyone was puzzled. Just that Nadali. Oh, him. That makes sense then. Upon hearing Wang Chen's name, everyone understood. This guy, who could single-handedly challenge a guild and make them too scared to show their faces, proposing to tackle the hell difficulty Shadow Castle dungeon wasn't surprising. Like Shui Linglong, he had a kind of crazy recklessness. Dungeons aren't about PK. His tricks and schemes won't work on the monsters inside. A player named Rinja Wudi replied. Indeed, monsters weren't players, they didn't have such complex thoughts. Being able to handle Longxing Tianxia didn't necessarily mean one could handle the monsters in the dungeon. The hell difficulty dungeon wasn't something one could just walk through. He said if you're afraid, he'll find someone else. Shui Linglong responded to Rinja Wudi's skepticism. Afraid? Shui Linglong's words stirred up the channel. This kid is quite arrogant, thinking he's the best, huh? Where is he? He's waiting for us at the tavern. I'm on my way. Shui Linglong added, let's see who arrives last. The last one to arrive is the scared one. To hell with that. We're on our way. Without further ado, everyone headed straight to the tavern. On the other side, Longxing Tianxia looked at Wang Chen's message and almost burst out laughing. Damn, has this guy been kicked in the head by a donkey? Boss, what are you laughing at? A player from the Black Dragon Society couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw Longxing Tianxia laughing so happily. I saw something funny, that Nadali actually wants to run a dungeon. Longxing Tianxia laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Run a dungeon? What's so funny about that? Everyone was very puzzled. Although the Shadow Castle dungeon is quite difficult, for experts, it's not something impossible to overcome. A large guild like the Black Dragon Society can clear it with the majority of its members. Wang Chen's strength has been witnessed by the players of the Black Dragon Society. With his level, wanting to run a dungeon is not exactly a walk in the park, but it's not something to laugh about either. Is the boss out of his mind? Did he forget about being camped at the respawn point and killed? He wants to run the hell difficulty Shadow Castle. Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but laugh, and he even asked me if I wanted to join him. Hell difficulty? Damn! Ha ha ha, is this guy crazy? Thinks he's invincible, huh? There's nowhere to hide in a dungeon. Hearing Longxing Tianxia's words, the players of the Black Dragon Society couldn't help but burst into laughter. Especially Bald Dragon and Yun Zhongyi, they laughed even more exaggeratedly. Despite being messed around by Wang Chen, the Black Dragon Society, Bald Dragon, and Yun Zhongyi were not entirely convinced. In their eyes, the reason why the Black Dragon Society couldn't deal with Wang Chen was mainly because this kid was too elusive. They couldn't find him at all, and commanding a few skeleton soldiers to roam the streets looking for easy targets was truly disgusting. The guild couldn't afford to waste time on one person, so they chose to temporarily compromise. In terms of real strength, how could the Black Dragon Society, with so many members, not be able to deal with just one player? It's clear that this Nadali has lost his mind, not knowing his own limits, daring to boast about running a hell difficulty dungeon. Isn't that seeking death? A dungeon is not the wilderness. With such a large map, he can't just hide anywhere. Once inside a dungeon, players are locked into that specific map. No matter how well you hide, you can't escape the dungeon map unless you fail an exit. The Black Dragon Society is well aware of the difficulty of the Shadow Castle dungeon, having already cleared it. Even the normal difficulty is not something players can easily handle at this stage, let alone the hell difficulty. It's simply unimaginable. Despite the hell difficulty allowing up to 25 players, so far, no guild that has attempted the normal difficulty has dared to challenge it. As a solo player, daring to boast about running a hell difficulty dungeon can only be described as biting off more than you can chew. It seems like he needs to die a few times to realize he's not invincible. Boss, did you agree to his request? Yun Zhongyi couldn't help but ask. Do you think I would agree to that? Longxing Tianxia chuckled, respect others' choices, mock others' lives, well just watch the show, he really thinks it's a joke. Ha ha, Yun Zhongyi he laughed, the most powerful in Thunderstorm City is our Black Dragon Society, if we all don't agree, he'll be even more of a joke. I can't be the only one laughing at this. Longxing Tianxia said, Old Yun, quickly go to the forum and post that he wants to run a hell difficulty dungeon, I want everyone to see him make a fool of himself. Longxing Tianxia had been humiliated by Wang Chen before, and now that he finally had a chance to see a joke, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to cause trouble. Damn it, if you allow me to lose face, then you must allow yourself to show off. Ah, isn't this going too far? Yun Zhongyi he hesitated for a moment. What's too far about it? When he made us lose face, where was his concern? Longxing Tianxia said fiercely, I want everyone to see him make a fool of himself. It's not. Mainly, we just made up with him. What if he holds a grudge? Yun Zhongyi he was still a bit worried. Not submitting doesn't mean not being afraid. The Reaper of Souls comes and goes without a trace, accompanied by a few skeletons and the unpredictable Grim Reaper under his command, striking fear into all who lay eyes on them. If the Black Dragon Society were to be ambushed at the respawn point again, they would never hold their heads high. You fool! Can't you create a smokescreen? Let the alt accounts post on various forums. Praise them in a way that implies flattery. Do you understand the concept of flattery to the point of destruction? Dragon Walk smirked. Understood. I understand your meaning, the crane in the clouds replied with a sly smile. Thunderstorm City, Han's Tavern. Wang Chen sat in the most conspicuous spot, facing Waterlinger. On either side sat 5 players of different appearances. To Waterlinger's left was a middle-aged priest who appeared to be around 40 years old, with a serious expression that couldn't hide his lecherous gaze. To her right was a warrior with red hair, clad in shining blue armor and carrying a sword that gleamed with blue light on his back, his silver-level weapons and armor revealing his substantial wealth, yet his friendly smile gave off a sense of approachability. Next to the warrior was a young lad of 14 or 15, carrying a bow on his back, muttering to himself, such a big tavern, not a single girl in sight, what a failure, I'll definitely hire some girls to accompany in my tavern in the future. The mage opposite the archer wore a black robe, playing with a wine cup in his hands, and when he raised his head, he almost startled Wang Chen. Goodness, he looked more abstract than the 3 skeletons under Wang Chen's command. Lastly, there was a handsome paladin, his armor immaculately clean, giving off a pristine appearance, unlike other players in the game who were usually dusty and worn out, making Wang Chen suspect his orientation. This is Invincible Benevolence, a level 17 holy priest. Waterlinger pointed to the priest, then gestured towards Wang Chen, he is Mighty Bull. I've heard so much about you. Your reputation precedes you. Invincible Benevolence greeted Wang Chen with a smile that seemed even more lecherous. This guy smiles even more lasciviously than our bull brother, he must not be a good person. Little White couldn't help but comment. This is unrivaled valor, an 18th level warrior with exceptional weapons. Waterlinger pointed to the red-haired warrior again. Bull brother, nice to meet you. I heard you're also a professional merchant? The red-haired warrior grinned. We should keep in touch in the future. Damn, he dares to call himself unrivaled? Big White exclaimed excitedly. This kid is everyone's son, known as Random Shooter, an 18th level marksman. Waterlinger glanced at the boy. The others all showed satisfied smiles. I'm your daddy. I'm your daddy. The archer jumped up and down. Look at his ID, seems like all archers have the same vibe. Second White turned to Third Horse. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Third Horse was exasperated, looking more like Random Shooter. I'm deaf. Have you heard of Bull Brother, a 20th level ice mage? The mage greeted Wang Chen and continued to keep his head down, perhaps afraid of startling Wang Chen. I'm Hope, a 17th level paladin of the Holy Light. Nice to meet you, Bull Brother. The paladin also nodded towards Wang Chen. Seeing these people, a phrase flashed through Wang Chen's mind. Birds of a feather flock together. Waterlinger, a person like her, indeed did not have any rookies around her. Although these guys varied in height, weight, gender, age, beauty, and ugliness, their strength was undeniably formidable. Not only were they well equipped, but even the lowest level among them was already at level 17. Especially the mage named Death, he was already at level 20. This was the second level 20 player Wang Chen had ever encountered. Are these all your friends? Wang Chen looked at Waterlinger across from him, feeling somewhat moved. Wang Chen knew that these friends of Waterlinger were all called in from other main cities to help her and the Black Dragon Society in their battles. These high-level experts were not people you could easily find to help out. Waterlinger truly put in the effort when needed. Meeting each other by chance, Waterlinger was always there to help, and Wang Chen remembered this act of kindness. Yes, these are buddies I met in other games. We're all on the same team, no need to be polite, Shui Linglong said boldly. Lingjie is right, we're all brothers here. Lingjie's matters are our matters. It's just a hell dungeon, we've been wanting to give it a try, Rinja Wudi chimed in. Exactly. From now on, Brother Nyo is also one of us, Yangzhe Wushwang added. Brother Nyo, when are the others arriving? Shi Wang asked, getting straight to the point. Others? Wang Chen was taken aback. Ah, right, didn't you call anyone else? Death God asked puzzled. No, we're enough, if it wasn't for the player limit, I would have gone solo, Wang Chen said sincerely. Wang Chen wasn't blindly arrogant, his skeletons had all been elite survivors of the apocalypse. A dungeon like the Shadow Castle was merely a test for them, even a hell-level dungeon. Wang Chen was confident he could clear it with his 3 skeletons. No, it was the 3 skeletons leading the way. However, as soon as he said that, everyone was stunned, looking at Wang Chen as if he were an alien. Even Shui Linglong, who was closest to Wang Chen, was wide-eyed and speechless. Well, previously Shui Linglong thought Wang Chen was just someone who sought excitement, but now she realized she had underestimated him. He actually considered going solo in a hell dungeon. This guy wasn't just seeking excitement, he must have been through something that really stirred him up. Are you kidding, bro? Suibian Luancha couldn't believe her ears. After all, her friends were quite unruly, but compared to the person in front of her, they seemed much tamer. Not having drunk 2 pounds of alcohol to burn his brain, an average person wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. No, I'm not joking, Wang Chen shook his head. What level are you? Suibian Luancha asked again. Could it be that this was a level 50 powerhouse coming here with a low-level character? Level 10. Wang Chen displayed his personal information. The group fell silent once again. After a while, they all gave him a thumbs up in unison. Impressive. Although the minimum level to enter the Shadow Castle at level 15, players daring to challenge it were all above level 15, well-equipped elite experts. This level 10 player in front of them not only wanted to challenge the hell-level Shadow Castle but also wanted to solo it. They had seen arrogance before, but never this level of audacity. Countless words in their minds could only be summed up as impressive. They were at a loss for words to describe Wang Chen. If they hadn't witnessed Wang Chen single-handedly taking on the Black Dragon Society, a guild of 2,000 people, these people would have surely walked away. After all, no one wanted to play with a lunatic, even if that person was Shui Linglong's friend. Brother Nyo, are you posting about clearing the hell dungeon on the forum? Just as everyone was amazed by Wang Chen's unconventional thinking, Yangzhe Wushwang suddenly exclaimed, What's going on? Everyone was stunned at his words. Didn't Brother Nyo only call a few of us? I don't know, I was just on the forum looking for dungeon strategies, and it popped up, Yangzhe Wushwang said. Others also opened the forum. Sure enough, the Thunderstorm City forum was filled with posts. Thunderstorm City's #1 expert Nyo Dali is about to challenge the hell difficulty Shadow Castle. Can Thunderstorm City's #1 person create another miracle? Nyo Dali, the pride of Thunderstorm City, the courage to challenge a hell difficulty dungeon crushes all major guilds. Truly unparalleled. What nonsense about dominating the world, in front of our Thunderstorm City's brother Nyo, they're all just little brothers. Will you dare to challenge the hell dungeon? Wow! Seeing the posts on the forum, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. These posts, although all boasting about Wang Chen's strength, were sharp in words, arrogant in expression, not only targeting the major guilds of Thunderstorm City but also famous veteran guilds in the national online gaming circle, with extremely arrogant words that made people very uncomfortable. Those with discerning eyes could see clearly that this was not praising Wang Chen at all, it was clearly belittling him, setting him up as an enemy, roasting him over the fire. Challenging hell difficulty dungeons is a good thing if you win, and it's not a big deal if you lose. Even in normal difficulty, you still need to strategize repeatedly. But now, posting this on the forum and provoking like this, making it widely known, the situation has become complicated. If this fails, the ID Nyo Dali, which has just gained popularity, will inevitably fall from grace. Inflated, arrogant, playing it big. This will also be a lifelong label for Wang Chen in the future. Seeing him rise to great heights, seeing him entertain guests, seeing his downfall. Everyone loves to see this kind of thing. The higher the praise before, the harsher the fall after failure. This is simply malicious. He. However, when Wang Chen saw the posts, he just chuckled, very calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Someone has started betting now. At this moment, Peerless Warrior called out again, the current odds are 1 to 100, and they are still rising. 100 odds. No one was surprised at all. Not to mention other players, even they themselves had no confidence. In fact, everyone felt the odds were low. Bet 1,000 gold for us to clear it. Wang Chen casually tossed a money pouch to Peerless Warrior. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Shui Linglong was amazed. He. The Black Dragon Society will cover the losses. Wang Chen chuckled, money comes easily, and spending it is no pressure. Everyone was still curious why the matter between Wang Chen and the Black Dragon Society suddenly came to an end, ending in an anticlimactic way. It turned out that the Black Dragon Society had paid a hefty sum of 1,000 gold just to settle the matter. You bet 1,000, so should I bet 10,000? Shui Linglong casually threw out a red money pouch, looking as calm as if she had thrown out a piece of trash. Everyone was even more speechless. These two were more terrifying than the other. What about you? Aren't you joining in? After tossing the money, Shui Linglong asked the others. Us? Everyone was stunned for a moment. So lacking in confidence? Shui Linglong laughed. Are you guys scared? Nonsense. Lao Ling, do you dare to look down on me? Sui Bianluancha retorted angrily and threw out 10 gold coins. I'm all in. You dare to be so arrogant with just 10 gold coins. Anyone would think you're rich. Peerless Warrior couldn't help but mock, then took out a gold coin. I'll bet one, just to participate, hee. Pa! Sui Bianluancha fiercely flipped off Peerless Warrior. While one gold coin wasn't insignificant, in this situation, only taking out one gold coin showed that Peerless Warrior lacked confidence in Wang Chen's crazy behavior this time. Of course, Wang Chen also knew that he hadn't reached the point where others unconditionally trusted him. I'm broke. Lao Ling, lend me a gold coin. Death God said with a mournful face, already looking abstract, now even more so. Mages, well, they were all big spenders on drugs, and in the early stages, they were all living beyond their means. What about you, Shiwang? How much are you betting? I spent all my money on costumes. Shiwang felt embarrassed as he took out 10 silver coins from his pocket. This is all I have now. Costumes. Wang Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No wonder this kid looked so flashy, turns out he was wearing costumes. Costumes, equivalent to skins. Usually, they don't add attributes, only female players would spend money on costumes. If male players spend money on this stuff, then they are truly flashy. Can't you use some money to buy some equipment? Peerless Warrior couldn't help but comment, I'll give you a 10% discount on the equipment here. What do you know? Attributes are temporary, but being handsome is a lifetime achievement, Hope said confidently. Scumbag! Death glared fiercely at Hope upon hearing this. Wang Chen. I bet 50. Just as Wang Chen was speechless, the righteous Invincible pulled out a money pouch from his pocket. Are you crazy? The valiant Peerless Warrior couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Chen bet 1,000 gold coins because the money came easily and spending it was no burden. Shui Linglong bet 10,000 gold coins because to her, the difference between 10,000 and 1 gold was insignificant. Invincible was not a wealthy person, and as a priest, a high-consumption, low-yield class in the team, it was unbelievable that he directly took out 50 gold coins. You see, at this stage, players couldn't even handle elite difficulty dungeons, let alone hell difficulty ones. This bet was originally just a joke because everyone with eyes could see how it would end. The reason others followed suit was that no one wanted to lose face and be looked down upon by Shui Linglong as a coward, so they casually bet a coin. But now, Invincible directly took out 50 gold. That was no small amount, a whopping 50,000 pieces. If you have so much money, lend me some, Death said. I'm almost broke, and you're using money to gamble. I just spotted a new outfit, Invincible brother, lend me some, get lost. Invincible impatiently waved his hand. Can't bear to lose the child, can't catch the wolf. What if we succeed? As we get older, we like to have some excitement. Alright, you're bold. The others were speechless at this. Wang Chen looked at Invincible with interest. Invincible grinned, brother, you won't make me bankrupt, right? I trust you. Ha, Wang Chen chuckled. Don't worry, it's just a dungeon, you can expect to get paid. I'll be waiting then, Invincible chuckled even more. The others were dumbfounded, these two really were something else. Let's go. To the dungeon. Wang Chen called out, and they left the tavern, heading straight for the Shadow Castle. Here they come, here they come. Great Bull is here. When Wang Chen and his group arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Castle, the place was already crowded with players eager to watch the show. Seeing Wang Chen and his group approaching, players who knew Wang Chen couldn't help but get excited. Everyone turned to look, and the crowd erupted in excitement. Ah, Great Bull is a woman? Are you blind? That tall one is Great Bull. So this is Great Bull? Looks quite ordinary. Look at the mage behind him. My goodness. What a monster. Look at Great Bull again. Looking like that, quite handsome. The Shadow Castle is located in Thunder Bluff. In the background story, it was the private mansion of Leo Rick, the lord of the Thunderstorm City in ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, Leo Rick and his entire family suddenly perished overnight, turning the castle into a forbidden place in the Thunderstorm City. 10 years ago, the castle was shrouded in shadows, and eerie sounds were often heard on full moon nights, as if there were signs of life. Countless adventurers flocked to the Shadow Castle upon hearing the news, but all those who went to explore never returned. Rumors had it that King Leoric, who died suddenly years ago, was resurrected by a mysterious force. This is a brief introduction to the Shadow Castle. At this moment, the Shadow Castle is a dilapidated ancient castle that has been abandoned for many years, with walls mottled and crumbling, shrouded in a hazy mist. The tightly closed gates attracted numerous players who came to explore. Wang Chen and his group walked through the crowd and arrived at the castle gate under everyone's gaze. As the team leader, Wang Chen reached out and pushed open the gate. Explore the dungeon Shadow Castle, yes. Wang Chen casually confirmed his choice. Select the dungeon difficulty. Hell. Without hesitation, Wang Chen chose the highest difficulty level. Are you sure you want to enter Hell? Note, Hell difficulty is the highest level of the dungeon, where players can experience the most realistic dungeon scenes, with a difficulty of 500%, death penalty of 100%, dungeon rewards increased by 500%, first completion bonus of 200%, team wipeout considered a challenge failure, cooldown time, 7 days. 5 times the difficulty. Seeing the prompt in front of them, Shui Linglong and the others couldn't help but exchange glances. 5 times the difficulty wasn't just about a significant increase in monster attributes, it also meant an enhancement in the monster's combat style and AI. The difficulty of normal dungeons was already quite high for players at this stage, so 5 times the difficulty was beyond imagination. Most importantly, in normal dungeons, when a player dies, apart from some equipment durability loss, there is no other penalty. However, under Hell difficulty, the death penalty in dungeons is the same as dying in the wilderness. The cooldown time even reaches 7 days. In other words, if they fail the challenge today, the next attempt would have to wait for a week. Confirmed. Just as everyone was shocked, Wang Chen had already chosen to enter. Suddenly, everything went dark for everyone, and they found themselves inside a castle. The once bright day had turned into night. A blood-red moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie red light on the ground, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Damn, we're in. They really opened the Hell dungeon. Outside the Shadow Castle, a group of players from Thunderstorm City saw a blood-red light burst out from the gates of the Shadow Castle, taking Wang Chen and his group inside, stirring up a commotion once again. To be honest, most players thought that challenging the Hell difficulty dungeon was a joke. In a time when the majority couldn't even clear the normal difficulty, Hell difficulty was almost unthinkable. It was all boasting and bluffing. Who would actually dare to try it out? In the Hell difficulty dungeon, dying meant losing a level. Who wouldn't care about their level? But who would have thought that Wang Chen actually entered the Hell difficulty dungeon? This guy. Was there really no limit to his capabilities? Everyone was astonished. The name No Dali was unheard of just the day before, but yesterday, he single-handedly made a name for himself by defeating the Black Dragon Guild. People thought that challenging a major guild alone was the peak of Wang Chen's gaming life, but now he had taken on an even bigger challenge. He was constantly pushing the boundaries of what other players believed was possible. What? He really entered the dungeon? In the Black Dragon Guild, Longxing Tianxia heard that Wang Chen's team had entered the dungeon, feeling both surprised and delighted. Surprised because Wang Chen dared to challenge the Hell difficulty dungeon. Delighted because it seemed like his flattery had really boosted this guy's confidence. By creating such a stir, Wang Chen, for the sake of his reputation, had to take on the challenge. Everything was going according to his plan. Ha ha. Thinking about this, Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not only in Thunderstorm City, but Wang Chen's challenge of the Hell difficulty dungeon had already caused a sensation in the Black Dragon Guild, spreading to the general forums and even reaching other main cities. In the office of the Dragon Soaring Guild in the Holy Light City, China. What? The Hell difficulty dungeon? Which team? The president of the Dragon Soaring Guild, Long Teng Si Hai, furrowed his brows upon hearing the news. Someone called Nyo Dali, never heard of him. TSK. I thought it was a team from a major guild, turns out it's a bunch of unknown players. Long Teng Si Hai waved his hand dismissively. Don't pay attention to such news, it's just a bunch of low-level players trying to create a buzz, seeking attention. How's our dungeon progress? We've reached the second stage. Humph. Long Teng Si Hai sneered, it seems to be going smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, our guild will be the first to clear the elite difficulty dungeon. Across the seas, what do you have to compete with us for the title of the top guild in the national server? Is this the Hell difficulty Shadow Castle? Does it have to be this realistic? It's a bit eerie and terrifying. Exactly. The scene has turned into night. Look at that moon, it's like dripping blood. Inside the instance at this moment, Shui Linglong and a few others couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the instance scene before them. These guys have all cleared the normal difficulty Shadow Castle and have seen the scenes inside the instance. But compared to the current scene and what they had seen before, it's like two different worlds. In the Hell difficulty instance, not only did the scene become more eerie and terrifying, players could even feel chills and the stench of decay, making it feel like they were really there compared to the normal difficulty Shadow Castle. Even Wang Chen, who is usually fearless, felt a bit uneasy. On the other hand, the few skeletons behind them were extremely excited. Wow, it really is the Shadow Castle, Xiaobai exclaimed. Since graduating from the Professional Combat Academy, I haven't been to the Shadow Castle again. I never thought that in this lifetime, I would come to this place again. Yeah, it's been over 10 years since I last entered this secret place. I almost forgot how to fight. Debai also felt quite emotional. The so-called secret place existed before the apocalypse, and under the operation of the Federal Professional Union, it became a trial ground for the major cities' professional combat academies. After the apocalypse, professionals could not only improve their combat abilities, gain experience, materials, and equipment, but also explore pre-apocalyptic historical fragments in the secret place. Post-apocalyptic history is based on the secret place. This is why every professional is familiar with history, because before their graduation, they had already learned about pre-apocalyptic history in the secret place. However, the secret place only exists in the professional combat academies for new professionals to train. Once professionals leave the combat academy, they can no longer enter the secret place, as real battlefields are much more terrifying than the secret place. Debai, the oldest of the three skeletons with Wang Chen, used to be the instructor of Xiaobai and Ma Saner. Having graduated over 10 years ago, he hadn't entered the secret place in a long time. What's so difficult about this? Ma Saner said, the first act's bridge positioning, and the real-time counterattack in the second act are just basic tactical moves. Only the last act with Leoric is a bit challenging. But for us, it's manageable. Exactly. These low-level secret places don't have high-end tactical moves. Debai affirmed. Bridge positioning? Real-time counterattack? Wang Chen was completely puzzled, not understanding their so-called tactics. Was it a guide for the instance? Oh, why is there a bridge here? In the normal instance, you just enter through the door. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, he heard someone shooting randomly beside him. Wang Chen quickly looked up, and sure enough, there was a drawbridge hanging in front. On the other end of the bridge were two iron gates. The group crossed the drawbridge and arrived at the gate, where they could see groups of black evil wolves pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Shadow Wolf, Elite, Level, LV 30 HP, 10,000 MP, 1,000 Skills, Blood-Sucking Fangs, Shadow Assault Monster Introduction. The Shadow Wolves raised by Leoric, corrupted by dark energy into undead creatures, possess even greater strength than when alive. Shui Linglong and the others were sweating cold. Damn! Has the difficulty increased fivefold? Why has the number also increased fivefold? The unrivaled hero looked at the monsters behind the door, taking a sharp breath. In the normal difficulty instance, there were only level 15 ordinary shadow wolves wandering in the courtyard. Not only were the attributes only 1/5 of these monsters, but the number was also only 20. As long as they were careful, it was still quite easy. But now, the shadow wolves pacing in the courtyard, one after another, a dense mass of them, at least 100. This is not just about sheer numbers. Monsters have their own range of hatred. When there were 20 wolves, the courtyard was spacious enough, and the hatred was dispersed, allowing players to lure and kill them one by one. But now, the courtyard hasn't expanded, yet the number of shadow wolves inside has increased fivefold, making it extremely crowded, with their hatred overlapping. In this situation, if a player attacks one of them, it triggers the hatred of all. Then 100 elite monsters would rush in. The consequences are unimaginable. The courtyard is the first scene of the Shadow Castle, and it is the only way to the final level. Now blocked by hundreds of shadow wolves, how can they possibly get through? I see. However, just as everyone was at a loss looking at the densely packed monsters in the yard, Wang Chen suddenly understood what Ma Saner meant by blocking the bridge position. Game designers don't create useless things for no reason. Every scene, every line of dialogue could be the key to breaking through. For example, in the current scene, the suddenly appearing drawbridge is the breakthrough point. Do you think Brother Nyo and the others will die here? Xiaobai looked at the bewildered players in front of him, feeling uneasy. For professionals in the future apocalypse, the Shadow Castle is just a simple secret realm, but for players of this era, facing hundreds of powerful elite monsters without knowing how to fight them poses a significant challenge. It's hard to say. It is said that people of this era can respawn indefinitely, so they don't need to think much when exploring the secret realm. They have to die a few times to find the trick. Should I go remind them? Masaner said, about to walk towards the bridge. Everyone, step back, onto the bridge. But as Masaner took 2 steps, Wang Chen loudly gave the order. Damn! Brother Nyo is amazing? Hearing Wang Chen's command, the 3 skeletons couldn't help but be stunned. Is this guy so perceptive? He can see this strategic position without us reminding him? Wang Chen. It's precisely because of your reminder that I realized we could use this position, otherwise, I would have to die a few times to notice this bridge. Step onto the bridge? Why go up there? Shouldn't we go inside? Shui Linglong was quite puzzled. The bridge is swaying, do we have to fight on it? Random Shooting also looked puzzled. Can't even stand still? Falling off is scarier than being bitten by shadow wolves. Unrivaled Hero couldn't help but glance down at the deep abyss. Death and Hope remained silent, exchanging a glance with Invincible Kindhearted. Obviously, before Wang Chen arrived, Invincible Kindhearted was the commander of this team. Invincible Kindhearted thoughtfully stroked his chin and walked onto the bridge on his own. Seeing Invincible Kindhearted on the bridge, the others stopped talking and followed suit. Not invincible, why are you so obedient? Random Shooting whispered. Although this kid went up on the bridge, he still had some doubts about Wang Chen's command. Of course. Invincible Kindhearted said, if it were me, I would also make you go up on the bridge. Ah, why? Random Shooting was puzzled. Haven't you noticed how narrow this bridge is? Invincible Kindhearted glanced at Wang Chen and sighed inwardly, truly a fierce character who can take on a whole guild alone, showing such mastery in terrain utilization. Positioning is a must-have terrain tactic for experts. Invincible Kindhearted saw through Wang Chen's strategy, but he also understood that if he were in command, he would have to fight a few times before noticing the drawbridge as a strategic position. For the first time in hell, Wang Chen was able to notice the strategic use of the drawbridge terrain to bottleneck the enemies in a short amount of time, showing his profound mastery of terrain tactics. It's narrow? Upon hearing Rinja Wudi's words, everyone also realized. Wang Chen was pleased. Among experts, there was no need for excessive explanations as these experts were all very insightful and understood with just a hint. What's wrong with narrow? Shui Linglong still looked puzzled. Everyone. Wang Chen wiped his sweat secretly, except for this girl. Soon, everyone crossed the bridge. Wang Chen pointed to the courtyard gate and said, Lingzi, go open the gate, then quickly retreat back. Oh. Although Shui Linglong still didn't quite understand, she obediently hurried over, used the lockpicking skill, and pushed open the large iron gate of the courtyard. Creak! The iron gate swung open, and Shui Linglong turned around and ran back. Xiaoxi, aggro the mobs. Wang Chen commanded again. Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi, who was randomly shooting, had a puzzled expression on his face, looking displeased. Don't call me Xiaoxi. Then Xiaobian? Wang Chen scratched his head. What the heck? Fine, just call me Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi reluctantly raised his bow, knocked an arrow, and shot at one of the shadow wolves in the courtyard. Swish! The arrow arced and landed on the head of the shadow wolf. In an instant, all the shadow wolves in the courtyard raised their heads as if kicked simultaneously. Then, they swarmed towards the bridge. Warriors, tank the mobs. Wang Chen issued the command. The unparalleled warrior had already positioned himself at the front with his greatsword raised. Behind him, the priest and paladin raised their staffs, activating 3 auras. Warrior's aura increases attack power by 5%, Steel aura increases defense by 5%, Thorn aura reflects 5% damage. With the auras enhancing the whole team, the shadow wolves rushed onto the bridge. The bottlenecking effect of the terrain became evident. Due to the narrow bridge, only one unit could pass at a time. So, as the shadow wolves surged onto the bridge, they had to queue up to charge across. The unparalleled warrior blocked all the shadow wolves at the other end of the bridge, utilizing the drawbridge terrain perfectly. At this moment, although there were hundreds of shadow wolves on the opposite side, only one truly faced Wang Chen and his group. Despite being elite level 30 monsters, the unparalleled warrior, as an 18th level great warrior, with high armor defense even though he wasn't a shield warrior, especially wearing a silver great armor. The damage from the shadow wolves was high, but it didn't do much to the unparalleled warrior. Moreover, behind him were the priest and paladin providing healing and buffs. They didn't need to worry about defense, just stood there and directly faced the shadow wolves. With the unparalleled warrior holding off the pack of wolves, Wang Chen cast a curse, weakening the lead shadow wolf. Xiaoxi followed up with an arrow shot to the head of the shadow wolf. The shadow wolf whimpered and was swiftly hit by the fireball of death. Boom! The fireball exploded, reducing a chunk of the shadow wolf's health bar. Others joined in the attack, and in just one round, the shadow wolf lost a third of its health. 10 seconds later, it lay dead on the ground. Discover a corpse that can absorb souls. Do you want to absorb the soul? As the shadow wolf fell, a prompt flashed before Wang Chen's eyes. Absorb the soul? Seeing the prompt, Wang Chen was momentarily stunned. He immediately remembered the skill that Zul had taught him. Soul absorption. You have cultivated a new summoning technique researched by the High Priest Zul, which can absorb the souls of the deceased as the soul fire. The soul fire can be placed in the undead body, turning it into your undead battle pet. Cooldown, none. Absorb. Wang Chen's mind stirred, and a blue flame drifted out from the shadow wolf, condensing into a thumb-sized flame that wavered and flew into Wang Chen's large cloak. You obtain Soul Fire *1, Soul Fire, Elite, Level 30 Soul Gathering, can be injected into undead units below level 30, generating new summon units. Undead units should refer to skeleton soldiers and the like, Wang Chen realized. However, this thing seemed not very useful to him because his skeleton soldiers were elites who had crossed over from the future apocalypse, possessing advanced intelligence and unlimited growth potential, far superior to this broken soul fire. Nevertheless, something is better than nothing, and it didn't take up much space anyway. What's useless now may not be useless later. As Wang Chen absorbed the soul fire, the second shadow wolf had already been taken down by everyone working together. It could be said that a good tactical master could match a team of elite players. For any team at this stage, hundreds of shadow wolves were a devastating presence, but under the bottleneck of the drawbridge, these elite monsters were simply a joke, their only role being to line up and die. 1, 2, 3. They kept coming, in an endless cycle. As each shadow wolf fell, Wang Chen accumulated more and more soul fire in his hands, all of them elite soul fires at level 30. With the last shadow wolf howling and its health bar emptied, Wang Chen had absorbed 100 soul fires in total. Awesome! After clearing out all the shadow wolves, the unrivaled hero shouted in great spirits. The others also wore very satisfied expressions. They never imagined that the first act of the hell-level Shadow Castle would pass so easily. Thanks to Brother Nyo, otherwise we wouldn't have made it so easily, the invincible benevolent one sighed. That's right, others chimed in. Looking at Wang Chen, their gazes held more agreement and trust. After all, before this, they wouldn't have dared to think about how to deal with hundreds of elite monsters, but under Wang Chen's command, they effortlessly handled all the shadow wolves. It's just a coincidence, just a coincidence. Wang Chen modestly waved his hand. It wasn't a coincidence. If his skeletons didn't know the strategy, he wouldn't have found a breakthrough so quickly. Just as the group relaxed their guard, the sound of skeletons echoed in Wang Chen's ears once again. Why are these guys still hanging around on the bridge? Don't they know the Wolf King is about to respawn? If it respawns on the bridge, you'll be queuing up to die. Just killed the small fry, so they let their guard down. Until the last moment, how can you relax your guard? How did these people learn? They're players, what do you expect? A bunch of dead nerds. Do you think they're professional soldiers going to battle? The boss is respawning? Hearing the skeleton's words, Wang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. From the skeleton's words, it was clear that after killing the small fry, the Wolf King boss would respawn, and the boss's respawn location was near the players. Damn, you had to admit, the game designers were really ruthless. Challenging 100 elite monsters was definitely a big challenge for players. After successfully overcoming it, players would definitely relax their guard first, then clean up the battlefield, and certainly wouldn't leave the drawbridge. In this situation, spawning a boss on the drawbridge was simply cruel. Under hell difficulty, the boss's strength increased fivefold, far beyond what those elite monsters could compare to. With no space for maneuvering on the drawbridge, players at this stage wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter how strong they were. But how could he remind everyone to leave the drawbridge quickly now? Wang Chen was in a dilemma. If he suddenly led the team off the drawbridge, wouldn't it expose his secret ability to hear the skeleton's thoughts? If they didn't leave, they might end up dying here. Quick, lead them over there. Just as Wang Chen was figuring out how to lead the team off the bridge in a reasonable manner, suddenly 3 skeletons ran down to the bridge on their own. Unrivaled teacher, is this okay? Can he understand? Ma Sainer was very worried about Wang Chen's intelligence. Look, Brother Nyo is perceptive, Debai said lightly. Don't worry. Brother Nyo is exceptionally sharp, he will definitely understand. Xiaobai, being Wang Chen's #1 loyal follower, trusted Wang Chen completely. Ha? What do you guys mean? At this moment, Wang Chen did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Seeing the skeletons running under the bridge, he first pretended to be puzzled, then his face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good, quickly leave the drawbridge." He. See, I told you, Brother Nyo's insight is exceptional. Xiaobai was very pleased to see Wang Chen catching his hint. Oh, this guy does have some brains, Ma-san marveled. Otherwise, how could he have summoned us? Dabai smiled faintly, indicating he was already accustomed to it. Shui Linglong and the others were full of question marks upon hearing Wang Chen's command. The wolf corpses on the drawbridge had not been cleaned up yet, so why suddenly leave the bridge? This hellish difficulty dungeon had a first clear drop rate 10 times higher, even ordinary monsters could drop equipment. The materials on the wolves were extremely valuable. Was it really okay to just leave them behind like this? Before Wang Chen could explain, he swiftly stepped forward. Although the others didn't understand what was happening, they followed suit and quickly left the drawbridge. Oh whoa! At the moment when the invincible Rinja jumped off the drawbridge from the rear, a roar echoed from behind everyone. Simultaneously, a black mist appeared behind them, revealing a huge monster with a height of over 3 meters. Completely black with scales all over its body, 2 ferocious wolf heads, one breathing fire and the other smoke, its massive claws showing sharp nails. Hell Roar Christian, Golden, level, 30 health points, 500,000 magic points, 5,000 skills, Flame Incineration, Hellish Breath, Shattered Claw, Nightmare Assault. Background, Leo Rix Wolf King, corrupted by the power of darkness, possesses formidable and terrifying hellish power, extremely ferocious and combative. Damn it! How did the boss respawn here? Damn! It's a golden boss. Seeing the Wolf King suddenly respawn behind them, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, they all looked at Wang Chen with lingering fear. No normal person would have expected the game designer to be so despicable, actually respawning a boss near the players. And it was a golden boss at that. In a normal difficulty Shadow Castle, the final ultimate boss was just a level 20 silver boss. This was only the first act, and a level 30 golden boss appeared right next to the players. This dungeon's mechanism was really something. Bringing out a golden boss, if it had trapped everyone on the bridge. Just thinking about it made them break out in a cold sweat. Thanks to Wang Chen's timely reminder, otherwise, they would all have died on the bridge by now. Oh whoa! While everyone was still in shock, Christian suddenly roared and lunged straight at the invincible Rinja. Not good. Invincible, dodge quickly. Wang Chen was startled by the situation. Indeed, being a boss of hellish difficulty, its intelligence was no different from a real monster. It immediately targeted the healer. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen cast a curse mark on Christian. However, Wang Chen's curse had no effect on Christian. After all, in the setting of Dawn, beast-type bosses had an 80% resistance to control and debuff skills. This meant that the curse's 10% attribute reduction only had a 2% effect on Christian. For a level 30 golden boss, this was practically negligible. Wang Chen's 3 skeletons had already run into the courtyard, and it was too late to come back and help. Losing the healer before the battle even began, the upcoming challenges would likely be even more difficult. Bang! Witnessing Christian's claw about to strike down the invincible warrior, a figure suddenly rushed in front of the invincible warrior at an angle, colliding solidly with Christian. It was the unparalleled warrior. Christian staggered from the impact, his attack forcefully interrupted. The unparalleled warrior stumbled back 4 or 5 steps before steadying himself, losing a third of his health bar. However, he successfully blocked Christian's fatal blow against the invincible warrior. Impressive! Wang Chen was very surprised. Accustomed to the skills of his 3 skeletons, Wang Chen had a discerning eye, usually surpassing the skill level of most experts. But the unparalleled warrior's charge was perfectly timed in both reaction and execution. Of course, it wasn't just the unparalleled warrior with quick reflexes. As the unparalleled warrior steadied himself, the healing spell of the invincible warrior had already landed, restoring the unparalleled warrior's health to full. Christian's attack missed, and he spat out a fireball towards the unparalleled warrior. Swish! The invincible warrior raised his staff, showering the unparalleled warrior in golden light. The fireball exploded on the unparalleled warrior but left him unscathed. Divine Light Shield. A priest's skill, releasing holy light to grant immunity to all damage for 3 seconds. Before Christian could finish his skill animation, the unparalleled warrior, shielded by the divine light, delivered a fatal strike to Christian's head. -654 Christian's head spun from the blow. Swish! At the same time, an arrow with a white glow hit Christian's eye with precision. Concentrated shot. -1321 critical hit. Ah! Christian howled in pain, preparing to release a skill from his right head. But at that moment, a large fireball landed in Christian's mouth. Boom! The fireball exploded, engulfing Christian's head in crimson flames. -1571 critical hit. Die! As the fireball exploded, Shui Linglong also circled behind Christian, plunging a dagger into a soft spot. Ah! Christian's agonizing scream echoed. Minus 9,999. A huge damage number floated above Christian's head. Hiss. Wang Chen gasped in shock, his sphincter tightening involuntarily. The others were sweating profusely. Even the three skeletons couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! These players are fierce." Indeed, it seems I underestimated these players. Clearly, the astonishment of Debai and the others was not just about Shui Linglong's backstab on Christian but also about everyone's skill level exceeding the skeleton's understanding of current players. These three had survived the apocalypse and crawled out, viewing the current players' combat skills as child's play. Players from major guilds like the Black Dragon Guild were all the same, let alone those without guilds. However, the coordinated battle of Shui Linglong and the others just now made even the three arrogant skeletons feel impressed. Although these individual skills were not yet at the level of elite professionals, with a little more training, they could graduate from a combat academy in the future apocalypse. Especially Shui Linglong's final strike made the three skeletons secretly grateful for being skeletons and having no soft spots. The first challenge of the Shadow Castle was the hundreds of elite monsters. Although Christian was a level 30 golden boss, he didn't have many distinctive features, just a standard Warcraft creature. This kind of boss is easy for players around level 20. As long as the front line can hold up and the healer is steady, they can easily pass through. Moreover, Shui Linglong's previous strike directly hit Christian's weak point. Each strike can deal a massive fatal damage of 10,000 points. In less than 10 minutes, Christian's health bar was emptied by everyone, howling in pain on the ground. Loot the corpse! Loot the corpse! Seeing the boss fall, everyone was excited and rushed over, but no one dared to touch it. Why isn't anyone looting? Wang Chen was curious. Brother Nyo, you loot. Renja Woody made way for Wang Chen to approach. Looting the corpse is an honor. Only the one who contributed the most in the team is qualified to loot. Despite Shui Linglong having the highest damage output in killing the boss, accounting for a whopping 60%, but everyone understood. If it weren't for Wang Chen, they wouldn't have been able to pass the elite monsters earlier. Even if they managed to find a spot to defeat the elite monsters by chance. If it weren't for Wang Chen leading everyone to run down the drawbridge, they would have been wiped out and gone home by now. It was clear who made the biggest contribution. They had thought this guy could do something crazy like challenging a whole guild alone. He was definitely a reckless person, but it turned out he was a true tactical expert. At this point, Shui Linglong and the others had truly acknowledged Wang Chen. Then I won't be polite. Wang Chen was not one to beat around the bush. He squatted down and started looting. Soon, a hat shaped like a wolf's head was pulled out by Wang Chen, and he casually checked the attributes. Christian's Roar, category, helmet, leather armor, quality, silver armor, 21 magic resistance, 23 agility plus 7 strength plus 5 wild aura, passive skill, increases attack speed and movement speed by 15%. Beast King's Roar, active skill, within 30 seconds, attributes of beast-type battle pets increase by 15%. Class requirement, none. Level requirement, 15. Item description, a hat that seals the soul of the Beast King. Damn! Brother Nyo, you're like a father to me. Seeing the attributes of the hat in Wang Chen's hand, he jumped up in excitement. Damn! How did this brat get so lucky? Seeing the hat in Wang Chen's hand, everyone gritted their teeth, feeling frustrated. Although this hat was universal equipment, only archers and assassins among the 8 major professions were proficient in leather armor. Most importantly, the Beast King's Roar attribute was practically tailor-made for hunters. Archers could capture beasts as battle pets to assist in combat, and hunters would gain a talent called Beast King after level 20, not only summoning 2 battle pets but also increasing their attributes by 30%, hence level 20 hunters were also known as Beast King hunters. A battle pet with a 15% attribute bonus would directly outperform a Beast King hunter's battle pet by 50% in terms of combat power. Just this one attribute was like a divine tool for Beast King hunters. No wonder they were so excited. Hey, it's a shame someone else got such good equipment. Xiao Bai lamented. What a shame, I'm not a Beast King hunter. Ma Sunner was indifferent. As long as I can get my hands on that treasure in the arsenal, this trip won't have been in vain. Treasure in the arsenal? Wang Chen furrowed his brow. He didn't know what treasure was hidden in the arsenal that made Ma Sunner so obsessed. Continuing to loot the corpses. The second piece of equipment was a robe. Silent Knight, category, robe, cloth armor, quality, silver armor, 11 magic resistance, 33 intelligence plus 11 spirit plus 13 night curse, passive skill, increases the level of curse-type magic spells by 1. Silent Lamb, active skill, casting a curse spell turns the target into a sheep. During the transformation, the target is silenced and unable to cast any spells, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown of 25 seconds. Occupation requirement, Mage, Necromancer, Priest level requirement, 15 item description, a cursed robe that surprisingly enhances the wearer's power. Judging from its attributes, this robe is exclusive cursed equipment for necromancers. Not only does it possess a powerful passive skill of +1 to curse skills, but it also comes with a polymorph control. As Wang Chen is the only necromancer in the team, he naturally took possession of the robe. Unfortunately, Wang Chen is currently only at level 10 and cannot wear it yet. The last piece of equipment is a dagger named Christian's Fong. Category, Dagger Quality, Gold Attack, 52 Magic, 37 Strength plus 11 Agility plus 14 Flame. Passive Skill, attacks deal an additional 15% fire magic damage. Break, passive skill, 15% chance to ignore defense. Blood Fong, active skill, the next attack deals 300% critical damage, while gaining the Bloodthirst status for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Occupation requirement, Assassin level requirement, 15 item description, a magical dagger forged from Christian's teeth, possessing powerful magical attributes, but its strength seems to influence the user's mind. Lingzi, what a stroke of luck. Everyone envied it greatly. A golden level weapon is definitely top-notch at this stage. Moreover, the attributes are quite good. Although the 15% fire magic damage may seem a bit lackluster, it compensates for the assassin's lack of magical damage. The break attribute of ignoring defense directly elevates the dagger's attributes. Assassins are all about burst damage output, and a set of skills that ignore defense is terrifying to think about. As for Blood Fong, although it only provides a 300% damage boost, the 15 seconds of Bloodthirst enhances the survival ability of the already fragile assassin. It must be said that this dagger is an absolute top-tier item, worth at least 100 gold if put on the market. However, Shui Linglong was frowning. Why is it a dagger? Is that even human language? Is that even human language? Is that even human language? Upon hearing Shui Linglong's words, everyone was angry. Why is this lady acting so picky about such a golden weapon? She actually looked disdainful. Damn it. Is she even human? Look. Shui Linglong casually revealed the attributes of the dagger in her hand. Seeing Shui Linglong's dagger with enhanced stealth, everyone fell silent. Indeed, with two top-tier daggers, anyone would feel frustrated at this moment. Where did you get this stealth-enhanced dagger? Everyone was very curious about where this lady got such a treasure. Bought it at a high price, Shui Linglong said, then showed off a ring. Look, with this ring on, I have a 30% stealth enhancement. Damn! Where did you get this? Old Bull sold it to me. Shui Linglong pointed at Wang Chen. Does Brother Nyo have any other class-specific god-tier items? Everyone asked excitedly. No, I only snatched this one from the Black Dragon Society. Wang Chen shrugged. If you want it, tell me whose you like, and I'll help you snatch it. No need, no need, no need. Everyone waved their hands in a hurry. This guy is indeed extraordinary, treating the Black Dragon Society as an arsenal. Why am I so unlucky? Shui Linglong was on the verge of tears. She had just bought the dagger yesterday, and now it's going to be replaced today? She couldn't bear to part with it. What's there to be upset about? Wang Chen smiled. Assassins dual-wield weapons, just get another one later. You're not broke. Right. I'm not broke. Shui Linglong's eyes lit up. Okay, can you please shut up? Everyone glared at her, not wanting to hear a word from this woman. As the first kill of the Hell difficulty boss, in addition to 3 pieces of equipment, Christian also dropped a skill book. Shadow Veil category, skill book tier, D attribute, Shadow casts shadow magic to create a blinding mist within a certain range. Item introduction, the dark magic comprehended by Christian, corroded by darkness. Don't look at me, I can't learn dark magic. Death waved his hand, indicating he was a serious elemental mage. Don't look at me either, I am a follower of the God of Light. The benevolent one looked disdainful. Alright then, I won't hold back. Wang Chen casually clapped his hands, and shadow envelope turned into a black light that drilled into Wang Chen's body. System prompt, you have learned the magic shadow envelope. Wang Chen sighed as he opened the skill panel. As a mage, he didn't have any attack skills, only control skills. It seemed he was naturally meant to be a support player. After looting Christian's body, everyone cleaned up the battlefield on the bridge. They didn't find any equipment but obtained a pile of materials. Wang Chen's Shadow Wolf Fawn directly fulfilled the mission requirements. However, Wang Chen was a bit disappointed that he couldn't absorb Christian's soul. The reason given by the system was that he was too weak to control such a powerful soul. It seemed that the skill Zul had developed had many flaws. Souls that were too powerful couldn't be absorbed, making it inferior to his own summoning skills. Passing through the courtyard, everyone entered a corridor. After clearing out the scattered guards in the corridor, they arrived at the second scene, the Shadow Library. The Shadow Library was the residence of the Royal Mage Ball, appointed by King Leoric. In pursuit of eternal life, Leoric had built this unprecedented and magnificent library for Ball. Inside the library were collections comparable to the database of the Holy Light Cathedral. However, this treasure trove of knowledge had become history after the disaster. Eternal life? Wang Chen and the others exchanged glances as they saw the information flashing before them. Leoric seemed quite ambitious, actually researching the art of eternal life. Indeed, all rulers throughout history shared a common trait. Once they reached the peak of power, they fantasized about eternal rule. It appeared that Leoric's violent death was closely related to the art of eternal life. These were all things not found in ordinary difficulty dungeons. Only in hell difficulty would players obtain historical fragments. This was quite similar to the secret realms of later generations. As Wang Chen had guessed, the so-called hell difficulty dungeons were like secret realms after the apocalypse. The Shadow Library was vast, with a spacious interior. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, but they were empty inside. In the center of the library was an open space with a cauldron and a pile of bottles and jars, which should be where the Grand Mage Ball researched the art of eternal life. Adventurers, you have finally arrived. As soon as Wang Chen and his group entered the library, they heard an empty voice coming from the sky. Everyone looked up, but they saw nothing. Ball, this old guy, still loves being mysterious. Who doesn't know he lives in that cauldron? The old mage is pitiful, researching the elixir of immortality and turning himself into an undead. Ashes to ashes. No ashes, the bone ash is still in the cauldron. 3 skeleton soldiers couldn't help but comment in Wang Chen's mind. These guys had been here before, so everything was familiar to them. How pitiful. Wang Chen chuckled helplessly. A grand mage ending up in such a state, lying in a cauldron trying to act cool, was quite morbidly amusing. Hee. No need to look for me, I'm right in front of you. Seeing that the others couldn't find him, the voice sounded very pleased. Ghost! Shui Linglong's face turned pale at the words, and she screamed and dove into Wang Chen's arms. Startled, Wang Chen dodged to the side, and Shui Linglong bumped into Ma San'er behind him. Ah! Feeling the aura on Shui Linglong's body, Ma San excitedly shouted, "Praise me, brother Niu, from now on, you are my real brother." Ah! Wang Chen was speechless. Shui Linglong felt something was off as she bumped into something. She looked up and saw a skull grinning at her, with 2 soul fires flickering in its empty eye sockets, exuding a creepy and greasy aura. Ah! Shui Linglong screamed, almost passing out. Ha ha! Seeing Shui Linglong scared like that, the empty voice laughed even more arrogantly. Dabai couldn't bear it anymore, raised his staff, and a fireball flew out, hitting the crucible. Bang! The crucible was overturned, dust flying everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. You guys are so rude. A ghostly figure of an old man coughed as he slowly emerged from the ground. 9-star Mage Ball, Gold, Elite, Level, 30 health points, 300,000 magic points, 200,000 skills, magic mastery background. Formerly a powerful 9-star mage, his soul was trapped in the library after death, unable to disperse. 9-star mage? What the hell? Seeing Ball's information, not only Shui Linglong's group but even Wang Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Mages are divided into 9 stars from high to low. Levels 1 to 10 are 1-star magic apprentices. Levels 10 to 20 are 2-star apprentice mages. Levels 20 to 30 are 3-star junior mages. And so on. A mage at levels 80 to 90 is a legendary 9-star mage, also known as a Grand Archmage, just one step away from the legendary god of magic. How could they, in a level 15 instance, encounter a 9-star Grand Mage? A 9-star mage. This guy is only level 30 now. Without a body, he doesn't have the peak strength anymore, the 3 skeletons sneered. I've been bored for who knows how many years. I finally met you adventurers. Would you like to play with me? Without waiting for a response, the old man's figure floated in front of everyone. He looked excited, like an empty-nest old man who hadn't seen visitors in a long time. Play what? Wang Chen curiously asked. Although this old man was a boss trapped in the instance, he had the intelligence of a human. Despite enjoying pranks, he didn't seem to dislike them. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Ball's gaze immediately fell on Wang Chen. Ha! At the same time, Ball looked puzzled, then appeared in front of Wang Chen and sniffed him vigorously. How come you have such strong soul fluctuations? Whose disciple are you? Ball asked in astonishment. My mentor is the Death Priest Zul, Wang Chen replied truthfully. No wonder, so it's him. Did he succeed? That's great. I can finally get out of this ghostly place. Ball suddenly became excited. Wang Chen. Quick, quick, quick. Summon me. Let me become your undead, Ball eagerly commanded, pulling Wang Chen's arm. Ha! Everyone was stunned, looking at Wang Chen with admiration in their eyes. Damn, comparison indeed kills. At this stage, a death mage can at most summon a skeleton warrior, which is already impressive. But now, a 9-star grand mage was pulling Wang Chen's arm, actively wanting to become his undead. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed such a ridiculous thing. Even though there's no pain sensation in fights in the game, self-harm is still possible, as the system automatically judges self-harming players to have certain tendencies, increasing the pain sensation by 500%. Feeling the fivefold pain, they finally realized this was real, not a dream. Damn! They almost knelt down in disbelief. Wang Chen was also at a loss. Although he wanted to, he couldn't do it. First of all, to summon heroic spirits, one must perform the summoning of skeletons in the heroic spirit temple under the church. Secondly, the heroic spirits he summoned were all elites from the future apocalypse. He couldn't specify the summoning. What? You don't want to? Seeing Wang Chen's indifference, Ball's expression suddenly turned angry. It's not that I don't want to, I just really don't know how to do it. Wang Chen shrugged, feeling truly puzzled. Very well. How dare you play tricks on me? I am not pleased at all. Ball exclaimed angrily. Face my wrath. Come, answer my question. Answer a question? The crowd was once again puzzled. Why is this boss so out of line? Shouldn't we just start fighting directly? Why is he playing mind games now? Don't listen to him. Beat him up. Beat him up. This old guy is starting to deceive people again. Wait until he grows up, everyone will die here. He's really a 9-star mage. As soon as the question was mentioned, the 3 skeletons went crazy. Wang Chen was full of question marks. But he also understood in his heart that answering questions was clearly a trap. What will happen if I don't answer the question? He asked randomly. He. Ball chuckled. As you know, noble mages do not like to use violence like others, but if you upset them, you will face their wrath. So you mean if I don't answer the question, you'll attack? You've got it right. Let's start with you for the first question. Ball smiled slightly and pointed a beam of light at the random questioner. Please tell me, which is better, eternal life or fleeting life? Ha! How would I know? I've never experienced eternal life. The random questioner replied without thinking. Wrong answer. Next. Ball smiled slightly, and the light on the random questioner disappeared. Damn! I lost 5 levels. What's going on? The random questioner exclaimed at that moment. Everyone was stunned, and Wang Chen cast a detection spell. Ball's level had changed to 35. Damn! Wang Chen was greatly surprised. Can this really happen? Ball was actually using this method to steal players' levels. Don't answer his questions anymore. Invincible Benevolence also noticed something was wrong and threw a holy light sphere at Ball. The holy light sphere passed through Ball's body. Ha! Invincible Benevolence's eyes widened. Holy light was the bane of all undead. The holy light sphere naturally countered undead creatures, and Ball, as a ghost, should have been harmed by the holy light, but he emerged unscathed, not even touched by the holy light sphere. Damn! Unrivaled Valor shouted and swung his sword. Like Invincible Benevolence, the sword passed through Ball's body and landed heavily on the ground. This. Everyone looked at each other in horror. Any monster should be defeated by players, even if they have immunity properties, either to physical or magical damage, they shouldn't be completely immune. Ball not being affected by magic attacks was one thing, but not being affected by physical attacks either. Could this guy be invincible? You reckless adventurers are truly ignorant ants. Ball didn't get angry at the attacks from the crowd but rather mocked them, then asked Unrivaled Valor lightly, please tell me, which is better, eternal life or fleeting life? A beam of light enveloped Unrivaled Valor. Eternal life. It must be eternal life. Unrivaled Valor thought for a moment and replied confidently. Have you experienced eternal life? How do you know if eternal life will bring happiness, or if it won't be boring? I'm already feeling like life is not worth living. Wrong answer. Next. Ball's tone turned fierce, and the light disappeared. Unrivaled Valor's level decreased by 5, while a flash of light appeared on Ball, reaching level 40. Damn it! As Ball's level kept rising, the crowd began to panic. After this round, wouldn't Ball directly ascend to level 60? A level 60 golden boss, what a joke. But now the problem was that attacks were ineffective against Ball, they could only answer his questions. Tell me, which is better, eternal life or a fleeting existence? Ball asked for the 3rd time, and the Grim Reaper was enveloped in light. A fleeting existence. Wrong answer. You fool! Ball sneered, and the Grim Reaper was downgraded by 5 levels. Your question is unfair, there's no correct answer to it. Everyone realized at this moment. Yeah, did I ever say there was a correct answer? Ball retorted in a very insolent manner. Damn it! You're playing us! The crowd erupted in anger. Exactly. Ha ha ha. Ball laughed, pointing his finger again, this time at Wang Chen. However, just then, Wang Chen raised his staff and cast a curse at Ball. Smack! The light emitted by Ball dissipated, and a curse mark appeared on his head. He's cursed! Hope exclaimed, too bad I, an honest and handsome paladin, don't curse, only bless. It has nothing to do with curses. Wang Chen waved his hand, he only takes damage when he uses skills. As Ball was about to ask everyone a question, Wang Chen had been observing him all along. He discovered that although Ball was a virtual image, every time he used a skill to trap someone to answer a question, he would momentarily transform from a virtual image to a physical form. Combined with Ma Sanner's previous strategy of real-time counterattack, Wang Chen immediately grasped Ball's tactics. Meow, so this is the tricky mechanism. Thank goodness the game designer came up with it. You filthy necromancer, how dare you curse a great mage? Ball glared angrily at Wang Chen, extending his right hand to grab a staff but with no intention of attacking anyone. Great mage? You're just a pitiful prisoner here, your ashes have been scattered, and you still call yourself a great mage. Wang Chen retorted directly. You scoundrel! You've angered me! Ball shouted loudly, conjuring a fireball with his staff aimed at Wang Chen. Now! Focus fire! Wang Chen commanded, and everyone's attacks were directed at Ball. Quick to react, Wang Chen cast a holy light shield on himself. Boom! The fireball exploded on Wang Chen, leaving him unscathed. Swish! An arrow had flown towards Ball's face. Hee hee! Ball chuckled, pulling the arrow out of the air with his left hand. Boom! At the same time, the Grim Reaper's fireball had reached Ball. Go! Ball nonchalantly flicked the arrow towards the fireball. Bang! The arrow pierced the fireball, causing it to explode. Charge! The unmatched warrior charged towards Ball, crashing into him. Swish! Ball swiftly dodged and appeared behind the warrior, striking him on the head with his staff. Smack! The warrior was stunned by a mage's attack. Die! As Ball attacked the warrior, the air behind him twisted, and Shui Linglong emerged, thrusting a backstabbing dagger into Ball's lower back. Thud! As the dagger pierced Ball, Shui Linglong felt emptiness in her hand. Ball had turned into a virtual image. Unable to control her force, Shui Linglong stumbled forward, almost falling to the ground. This! Everyone was shocked. Clearly, the Ball before them, although a level 30, now 45, golden boss, was much stronger than Cristiano. The 9-star Archmage was not just talk. Even with weakened strength, his combat skills were intact, not something a group of low-level players could easily handle. Of course, the most shocking was Wang Chen. Originally, Wang Chen thought that he could clear the level with the strategy he had mastered, but he never expected Ball to be so powerful. The group led by Shui Linglong were all experts, and when they rushed forward, they couldn't even touch Ball's clothes. Is this the oppression of the 9-star Archmage? Even the 3 skeletons were confused at this moment. Is Ball this strong? Even if a few of us go up, it would be futile, right? Ma Sanner exclaimed. Something's not right. This old man wasn't this strong in the secret realm we fought in, Xiaobai said, puzzled. Ball and his group had fought countless times before, and the Ball here was in a completely different league. Could it be because of the first clearance? Dabai pondered. It is said that the first clearance of a secret realm triggers hidden plots. It seems like there is such a setting. Xiaobai and Ma Sanner suddenly realized. Hidden plots? Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Exactly. I almost got hurt by you guys, Ball chuckled. It seems you do have some strength. Alright, I won't bully you. Set your rules, as long as you can defeat me, I'll let you pass. This. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily stumped. Despite each having their own professions, when it came to setting rules as players, they couldn't think of any aspect where they could match up to this old man in front of them. Swordsmanship? They had witnessed Ball's skills earlier, who, despite being a mage, was adept in close combat, wielding his staff without a hint of mage's dignity. Assassination? What kind of stealth could compare to phasing? Archery? This guy could deflect arrows barehanded, nullifying a mage's explosive flames. Magic. Who in their right mind would compete in magic with a 9-star Archmage? Blessings, healing. The buff magic mastered by the 9-star Archmage might not be less than that of 2 novice light disciples. Was this a dead end? How could they compete? Alright, how about we play rock paper scissors? Just when everyone was at a loss, Wang Chen suddenly grinned. Upon hearing Wang Chen's suggestion, everyone was stunned. Wait, can he really do that? Did Ball say it had to be a test of skills? Wang Chen retorted. The group fell silent once more. Indeed, Ball had only mentioned setting rules as players, without specifying a test of martial arts or magic. Logically speaking, rock paper scissors was within the realm of possibility. Everyone looked at Wang Chen in front of them, their faces filled with admiration. This guy was something else. Even the three skeletons were almost left speechless by Wang Chen's idea. Alright, truly worthy of admiration. Playing rock paper scissors, what was he thinking? Only he could come up with that. Even Ball was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. Well, you sneaky necromancer, you think you can win against me with rock paper scissors? I see. Wang Chen scratched his head, then how about we see who can pee the farthest? You. Shui Linglong almost dropped her knife. Ha ha. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. You rascal. How can I compete with you in my current state? Ball was furious. Who has more weapons? More people? More professions? Wang Chen threw out 3 more rules in succession. Are you here to cause trouble? Ball growled, at the very least, be sensible and don't bring up these useless things. Sensible? Wang Chen looked around, then grinned mischievously. How about we compare who's the most terrifying? Oh, comparing terror with a ghost like me, young man, are you brave? Ball immediately chuckled. Old dang, don't be so confident. Grim Reaper, come here, let him see your face. Wang Chen called out to the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper came to Wang Chen with a puzzled look on his face, glanced at Balder, and said, I. Balder was stunned, took a half step back instinctively, and pulled out his staff. After being dazed for a full 5 seconds, he finally came to his senses and said with a desolate expression, I've lived for so many years, as an undead being scared by a human, well, I admit defeat. At the same time, the Grim Reaper also reacted and immediately pounced towards Wang Chen, saying, You scoundrel, I'll fight you. Stop it. The crowd hurriedly held back the Grim Reaper, shooting randomly and even lamenting, at critical moments, it has to be the mage. Damn it! I'll fight you too. The Grim Reaper started kicking randomly again. You can choose your equipment later, Wang Chen hurriedly said. Is that true, my foster father? The Grim Reaper immediately quieted down, his expression changing from anger to flattery. Don't listen to his nonsense, we haven't defeated the boss, so where would the equipment come from? Renja Wudi said casually. The Grim Reaper glared at Wang Chen again. Wang Chen asked Balder incredulously, Old man, we've cleared the level, you should give us some equipment, right? In theory, I should, Balder said, but you didn't meet my requirements. Didn't we defeat you? My requirements weren't about defeating me, Balder said. I've been alone here for I don't know how many years. I'm happy that you came today, but if you can't take me out, I'm not satisfied, and I still want equipment. Dream on. How can we take you out? Wang Chen asked curiously. Summon me, become my undead, and I can leave, although I won't regain my freedom, at least I won't have to stay here forever, Balder said pitifully. This guy had figured it out, as an undead mage is undead, there was no freedom, but staying here was no freedom either, so instead of being bored here forever, it was better to choose the former, at least you could see the outside world. No way. Wang Chen shook his head, I can't summon a designated heroic spirit. Then why bother? Balder was very displeased. But I have another way, I don't know if it will work. Wang Chen said, you are a 9-star mage, a golden boss, this move may not work for you. What way? Turn your soul into the soul fire, and then find an undead body for you. Wang Chen said, but with your powerful soul. I can't. You're really a genius. What kind of mind can come up with such a brilliant idea? Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, Balder jumped up excitedly, absorbed the soul fire, used the undead body to become an eternal undead. Why didn't I think of that? Rest assured, as long as I don't resist, you can absorb my soul fire. Really? Wang Chen was skeptical. Of course. Balder said, for the art of eternal life, I have been studying the necromancy of undead mages in the latter half of my life. No one is more authoritative than me. The reason why the released powerful soul cannot be absorbed and tamed as the soul fire is because of the strong instinct of consciousness, resisting becoming a servant of the undead mage. As long as I don't resist, you can successfully tame and absorb my soul fire. Alright, let me try. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, aimed his wooden staff at Balder, and cast soul absorption. Swish! A blue light enveloped Balder's soul body, then shrank. Balder's soul became smaller and smaller under the blue light. After a moment, it turned into a purple soul fire. Soul fire Archmage Balder, epic, level 90 soul gathering, can be injected into undead units below level 90, generating new summon units. Item introduction, the Archmage Ball, who has comprehended the power of eternal life, his soul is about to become an undead, with his spirit eternal between heaven and earth. System prompt, you have successfully absorbed the soul of the Archmage Ball, you gain 500 reputation points, and your soul absorption skill level increases. System prompt: Archmage Ball successfully breaks free from confinement. The system generates a new program. After the instance is reset, the new program will overwrite this difficulty instance. As Ball is absorbed into Soulfire, two system prompts flash before Wang Chen's eyes. Just as Dabai and the others said, when first clearing the Hell difficulty instance, there is a certain chance of encountering hidden plots. Ball is one such hidden plot NPC. According to the memory fragments Wang Chen has collected so far, Ball was invited by Leo Rick to study the art of eternal life, ultimately focusing on necromancy. Only by transforming humans into undead can true eternal life be achieved. Then Ball may have conducted some experiment that caused all creatures in the castle to lose their lives overnight. Although Ball, who has grasped the essence of eternal life, has become an undead, he is forever imprisoned in this uninhabited place. The price of eternal life is endless loneliness. It is not until Wang Chen arrives that Ball's soul is finally liberated. From then on, the real Ball becomes the Soulfire in Wang Chen's hands. The Ball in the instance becomes the cunning NPC that Dabai and the others encountered, far less powerful than the real Ball. Ball disappears, and a treasure chest falls to the ground. It is Ball's relic. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze is not on the treasure chest but fixed on Wang Chen, their eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. No, Brother Nyo, what did you just do? Where is Ball? Ball, who was just pretending to be innocent, disappears with a point from Wang Chen. Such a bizarre scene, even in the game, is unbelievable. Nothing much. Wang Chen waves his hand and says, I have guided him to peace. Although these people in front of him are all Shui Linglong's friends, Wang Chen trusts them, but they are only acquaintances, not yet at the stage of sharing everything. After all, in a few weeks, the doomsday will come, and reality and the game will merge. His secrets naturally need to be kept confidential. Who knows, after experiencing life and death, will his former close comrades stab him in the back? Guided to peace? So Brother Nyo is a monk, randomly shooting in surprise. Can a necromancer guide to peace? Death's brow furrows. Rinja Wudi is also puzzled. If there is guidance, it should be done by his priest. Why would a necromancer do it? Alright, let's open the equipment quickly. Death, it's your turn. Wang Chen points to the treasure chest on the ground, changing the subject. Let me have a go. Death squats down, rubbing his hands together, first drawing a cross on his chest, then clasping his hands together and chanting, May the god of wealth bless, may Guan Air ye bless. Hands must turn red, hands must turn red. Then, with a solemn air, he opens the box. Compared to Christian, Ball is not very wealthy. Or perhaps Ball was not truly killed by players. There are only two items in the box. On top is a robe. Ball's apprentice flame robe, category, robe, cloth armor, quality, gold armor, 31 magic resistance, 50 intelligence plus 11 spirit plus 14 flame magic proficiency, passive skill, plus 1 level to all fire magic skills flame magic resistance, passive skill, 30% resistance to fire magic flame shield, active skill, release a flame magic shield that absorbs 30% of damage taken and converts it into magic damage reflection. Occupation requirement, mage, necromancer, priest level requirement, 15 item description, a disaster left Ball with nothing but this robe he had cherished since childhood, inherited from his most respected magic mentor. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Seeing the attributes of the robe, everyone involuntarily exclaimed in unison. Despite being both golden equipment, this robe was far more impressive than the dagger water spirit. After all, while the dagger had 3 attributes, only the 15% defense ignore was truly exceptional. The other 2 attributes were not considered top-notch, especially the fire magic damage, which was almost a joke. On the other hand, this robe before them was a true artifact. What does it mean to have +1 fire magic skill level? It was definitely the best of the best. With 30% fire magic resistance, it was practically the bane of mages. You see, in the game, mage output skills are mostly fire-based, so a 30% fire resistance meant reducing all mage outputs by a third. The most amazing part was the flame shield. With this, along with the 30% magic resistance, the mage was transformed into a tough tank that could ignore up to 60% of the damage and even reflect it. Just imagine, a mage not only having long-range firepower but also being able to withstand damage like a tank. What a sight that would be. The shield warrior was silent, the paladin was in tears, and the mage silently flipped them off. This robe is simply made for priests. The invincible kind-hearted was excited and ready to grab it, saying confidently, I survive, so you all can survive. Bullshit. The trigger-happy couldn't help but retort, isn't it a waste for a priest to wear this? Give it to me. Archers should wear cloth armor. As long as I'm alive, I can make others lie down. This robe is so bright red, so flashy. Shouldn't it suit a handsome guy like me better? Hope seemed lost in thought. Ha! Isn't cloth armor for warriors? Which tank doesn't wear defensive gear? The unrivaled hero clenched his fists. How about we roll for it? The invincible kind-hearted agreed. Support. The trigger-happy chimed in. Agreed. Hope added. Seconded. The bastards all took out dice, ready to let the system witness the outcome. Damn it! Are you guys even human? I got this with my life on the line. The Grim Reaper cursed while holding the robe. If he hadn't scared off Ball, he wouldn't have obtained this robe. Ah. This. Sigh. The group looked at the robe, then at the Grim Reaper, and reluctantly withdrew their dice, their faces filled with sympathy. Damn it! What do you mean by this? Although the Grim Reaper got the robe, he felt even more frustrated. Wang Chen. Well, these guys are really too noisy. Under the robe was a black plant. Resurrection grass. Category, mission item description. This grass holds the secret of eternal life. What's this? The Grim Reaper was full of question marks. The secret of eternal life? Mine. Wang Chen shared the mission item. Everyone immediately gave up. Mission items are generally not fought over. Let's go, nothing here. Seeing the empty chest, everyone continued on their way. Wang Chen squinted, seemingly waiting for something. Don't leave, the armory hasn't been opened yet. Just then, Ma Sainer shouted as he walked to a bookshelf, then pretended to accidentally bump into it. Boom! The bookshelf collapsed, revealing a tightly closed iron door behind it. Wang Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. This skeleton was so considerate, didn't even need instructions, just ran over to open a secret door for you. And pretending to be nonchalant. It was this poor acting that made Wang Chen can't help but chuckle. Are you capable of just bumping into it like that? So stupid. Little White sounded disdainful. Then what? Didn't Master Unrivaled just run straight over? Ma Sainer asked back. Ah. Well, actually, I think you acted without a trace. Xiaobai quickly changed his tune. Oh, there's a door here. At this moment, the usually alert casual shooter discovered a hidden door behind the bookshelf and immediately shouted loudly. A door? Everyone heard the sound and suddenly became alert. As seasoned players, they naturally knew what it meant when a door appeared in a dungeon. It indicated a hidden map, hidden scene, hidden boss, and hidden rewards. Anything hidden was bound to be valuable. This door is still locked, Lingjia, it's up to you. All eyes turned to Shui Linglong. In the game, only assassins had the lockpicking skill, and upgrading the skill required spending money. Shui Linglong was a top-up player, and on her first day as an assassin, she had already maxed out her lockpicking skill. Unless the system was playing tricks, there was no lock Shui Linglong couldn't open. It's time for me to shine. Shui Linglong hurried to the door, took out a shiny golden key, and inserted it into the lock. Click. The door unlocked. You actually have a key? Wang Chen was curious. You're so clueless. This is the universal key for lockpicking skills. Shui Linglong said, the higher the level, the better the key. Wang Chen. The skill design in this game was really misleading. Who would have thought that the assassin's lockpicking skill mainly revolved around keys? I say. As they entered the door, everyone was dumbfounded. Before them was an armory with 2 weapon racks filled with weapons. System prompt, you have discovered a hidden scene, the Dusty Armory. This is actually an armory. Seeing the equipment on the weapon racks, everyone realized what they had found. Weapons were the most important equipment for players. In the game, you could do without armor, but you absolutely needed weapons. Otherwise, you might not be able to use your skills. Therefore, weapons were not only essential but also one of the most expensive pieces of equipment. Even if players had other gear, they would always prioritize choosing weapons. Now, they were faced with 2 weapon racks filled with shining weapons, all of them top quality. Nice find, Xiao Zhang, it's a real armory. Even the skeletons couldn't help but marvel. Of course, are we the kind to mess around? Too bad, I already have a set. Xiaobai was very frustrated, he needed 3 pieces of equipment to activate the set bonus, so the weapons were out of his reach. I already have a staff that restores magic points. Dabai also felt regretful. He might be interested in magic armor, but for now, he didn't need a new weapon. Ma Sainer exclaimed excitedly, then I'll help myself. Xiaobai chuckled, don't get too excited too soon, there's an archer in the team who might need it more than you. Ma Sainer was stunned. Indeed, in his excitement at finding the treasure trove, Ma Sainer had almost forgotten he was just a skeleton soldier, not a professional player. If he were a player and saw weapons he could use, he would definitely keep them for himself. But now, as a skeleton soldier, a player's pet, trying to equip himself in a team with an archer would be absurd. Unless there were spare weapons, forcibly taking them would be shameless, and stealing equipment would earn everyone's contempt. Ha ha. Feeling deflated, huh? Xiaobai gloated. Damn it. Ma San'er was directly frustrated. While the three skeletons were messing around, Wang Chen and his group had already obtained the weapons they needed. The unparalleled hero obtained a silver-quality one-handed shield. Although lacking proficiency in heavy shield combat, he could only equip a lower defense single-handed shield. However, this shield came with the signature skill of a shield warrior, Shield Bash, giving the unparalleled hero an additional control skill. The invincible Benevolent finally acquired a silver staff specialized for priests, providing a 30% healing bonus and a 15% cooldown reduction, significantly enhancing his healing and survival abilities. The Grim Reaper's face turned uglier, his hands truly red, as he unexpectedly obtained an offhand magical book, not only greatly increasing magical damage but also featuring a Thunderbolt spell, a lightning magic known for its highest output and fastest casting speed among all magic attributes, making it one of the rarest skills in the game. Hope, holding a dark staff, looked gloomy. Damn, why is this thing so ugly? I need to buy a weapon skin. What are the attributes? Everyone asked curiously. Skill enhancement, aura bonus, self-equipped heavy injury, aura. Hope explained. Damn it, go to hell. Everyone pinned him down and punched and kicked him. The most pitiful was Water Spirit, holding a dagger emitting blue light, almost in tears. Why another dagger? I already have 2 daggers. Why the hell is my weapon so lousy? Randomly shooting arrows, he fiercely threw the longbow on the ground. What's wrong? Everyone gathered around, looking gleeful. This bronze longbow is worse than mine. Randomly shooting picked up the bow and displayed its attributes. Plague Wanderer Longbow, category, longbow quality, bronze attack, 20 magic, 20 agility plus 10 strength plus 10 plague. Normal attacks inflict plague damage on the target, reducing movement speed by 10% under plague status. Class requirement, archer level requirement, 10 item description, a worn out longbow, its origin unknown. Ah, this. You're really in a sorry state. Ha ha, dude, consider re-rolling your character. What kind of luck is this? Seeing the bow in randomly shooting's hand, everyone laughed even more. In this arsenal of weapons, mostly silver grade, only randomly shooting, the unlucky one, got a bronze weapon. How could everyone not be happy? First, they were glad it wasn't them who got the bad luck, and second, they were glad it was someone else, appearing as one psychological state but actually 2. Wang Chen was also puzzled. How could such a broken bow make Ma San'er so eager? Was there something fishy about it? If you don't want it, sell it to me. Wang Chen patted randomly shooting's back. Ha? You want to buy this thing? Randomly shooting was surprised, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although bronze weapons are still rare in the market, as players' levels increase, the difficulty of obtaining equipment will decrease. At this stage, it's basically hard to sell at a good price. It might be worth $100 today, but only 10 tomorrow, so the current market position of bronze equipment is quite awkward. It's rare, indeed, but hard to sell. A skilled player like Wang Chen would normally look down on such things, but now he wanted to buy this bow, which was quite unexpected. Old bull, you don't need to pity him. He's not short of money. Everyone chimed in. These teasing friends were the kind who enjoyed others' misfortunes. It's okay. I have a use for it. Wang Chen pointed to the skeleton behind him. My skeleton doesn't have a proper weapon yet. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Your skeleton can wear equipment. Yeah, didn't you notice? Wang Chen retorted, finding it quite obvious. Damn, I thought your skeleton was cooler than others. I thought it was a mutant. I thought it was a mutant too. Turns out skeletons can wear equipment. Everyone was shocked. In their understanding, the equipment on the skeleton soldiers was assumed to be summoned with them, and the equipment of mutated skeletons looked cooler than regular ones. No one had ever thought that skeletons could actually wear equipment. My skeleton can wear equipment. I have a hidden profession, Wang Chen replied casually, speaking ambiguously. Hidden profession, no wonder. No wonder. Everyone suddenly realized. In this game, there were many hidden branches, and no one could predict what kind of strange settings a hidden profession might bring. Name your price. If it's fair, I'll take it. Wang Chen turned to Shoot at Will. How about 1 gold coin? Shoot at Will asked cautiously. The market price for bronze equipment ranged from 1 to 5 gold coins, and weapons were even more expensive, so 1 gold coin wasn't considered high. Are you crazy? You want 1 gold coin for this junk? 50 silver. The people nearby criticized Shoot at Will one after another. Fine, 50 silver. Shoot at Will said. Deal. Wang Chen took out 50 silver coins and handed them over, taking the longbow and handing it to Ma San'er. Ah, Ma Sanner took the longbow, stunned in place, the fire of his soul trembling in his eyes. He actually got it for me, he said in disbelief. Wang Chen just smiled secretly. Even if it was just a bronze bow, if Ma Sanner wanted it, Wang Chen would be willing to compete with Shoot at Will. It wasn't because Wang Chen particularly liked this follower, but because Ma Sanner was the heroic spirit he had personally summoned, his safety guarantee for walking in the apocalypse in the future. Being able to win his loyalty with a weapon, Wang Chen was not stingy at all. Xiao Zhang, are you still going to kill Big Brother Nyo? Xiao Bai asked with a mischievous smile. Bullshit. Who dares to touch my Big Brother Nyo? Try it. From now on, Big Brother Nyo is my real brother. Touching him is like touching me. Ma Sanner, with the longbow equipped, loudly expressed his loyalty. Pa! Shameless, bought off with just a weapon. Dabai sneered. Aren't you? Ma Sanner retorted. I have a silver weapon. Dabai indicated that his standards were a bit higher. But I have a set. Xiao Bai looked even more pleased, his standards being higher. Do you think this is a bronze weapon? Ma Sanner laughed. Do you know what a plague is? Plague? Upon hearing Ma Sanner's words, Erbai couldn't help but be stunned. Plague. Can it be contagious? Exactly. Contagious. Ma Sanner said, you guys think I want a weapon, but what I want are attributes. When my level is higher, I'll find a high-level bow to synthesize, and that will be a divine weapon. Damn, didn't expect this thing to be so good, Erbai cursed in surprise. Contagious? Wang Chen frowned, learning a new term, and from Erbai's reaction, this contagious attribute seemed quite abnormal. Big Brother Nyo, don't you have a weapon? Seeing that Wang Chen still hadn't changed his wooden staff, everyone was very curious. No. Wang Chen looked frustrated. Why was he so unlucky, still using a newbie staff, not even having a weapon of his own in the arsenal? It's normal. Invincible Benevolence said, if there were necromancers in the castle, Leo Rick wouldn't need to study the so-called art of eternal life with Ball. Makes sense. Wang Chen nodded. It had to be said that Invincible Benevolence's deductive ability was quite strong. No wonder this group of unruly fellows had all listened to Invincible Benevolence's commands before him. Passing through the library, Wang Chen and his group arrived at the final scene. The last scene was called The Lost Throne. In the normal difficulty dungeon, this scene was just a throne, and players could clear the dungeon by killing the skeleton King Leo Rick on the throne. However, in the Hell difficulty dungeon, the final scene was a slaughterhouse. Bones were everywhere, with a throne made of white bones in the center, empty, surrounded by dozens of servants dressed as attendants. These attendants are called blood servants. According to the system settings, these blood servants were the close attendants who served King Leo Rick in the Shadow Castle in the past. Corrupted by darkness, they turned into blood-sucking demons, yet they retained the elegance of their former service. Although they are elite monsters, their numbers are far fewer than the shadow wolves at the entrance, and they do not harbor overlapping hatred. Under Wang Chen's command, this group of vampires was quickly slain. One of the items dropped by the vampires was a tooth, which was one of Wang Chen's quest items. As the last blood servant was killed, the desolate throne suddenly shattered. A hand shot up from the ground, followed by the ground trembling as a giant skeleton over 3 meters tall crawled out from underground. The skeleton's bones were entirely dark gold, wearing a crown on its head and wielding a large sword, emitting a dark golden light under the crimson moonlight. Skeleton King Leo Rick, Dark Gold, level, 30 health points, 1 million mage, 100,000 skills, master of combat background, once the supreme lord with ultimate power, the king who sacrificed his kingdom for eternal life, later corrupted by the power of darkness, he became the lord of the undead, fulfilling his dream of immortal life. Dark Gold Boss. In the Hell difficulty, Leo Rick turned out to be a Dark Gold Boss. This, Water Spirit and the others looked at the skeleton king before them, feeling as if they were in a different world. It should be noted that in normal difficulty, Skeleton King Leo Rick was just a level 20 silver boss. Even so, the high difficulty of the battle mechanics had deterred many players, with only elite players from major guilds and some wealthy experts managing to clear it. Now, standing before everyone was a Dark Gold boss, leveled up to 30. Naturally, the difficulty had increased several times. Dealing with a boss of this difficulty left little room for error, as a slight mistake could lead to a wipeout. However, when everyone looked at Wang Chen, they found his expression remarkably calm. Wang Chen's calm demeanor was due to the fact that the 3 skeletons behind him were even calmer than him, even chatting and laughing. Long time no see, little Li. Never thought we'd end up like you. Poor guy, used to chop you every day before, now we have to do it again after a rebirth. It's really hard to face. You'll be chopped for another 100 years in the future. Are these guys really so confident? Although Wang Chen remained composed, he was completely baffled by the attitude of the 3 skeletons. No matter how strong they were in their past lives, they were just 3 level 10 skeletons, their attributes on display. Leoric, on the other hand, was a legitimate level 30 Dark Gold boss, currently the top boss in the game. In the current stage, he was an absolute king. Were the 3 skeletons being too relaxed now? It was hard to imagine how powerful these 3 were in their era. Brother Nyo, are you confident? At this moment, Unrivaled Warrior tightly gripped his weapon, nervously asking Wang Chen. A level 30 Dark Gold boss. Well, before this, the highest level boss they had encountered was a level 20 Silver boss. This sudden increase in difficulty from novice to extremely challenging left everyone uncertain, even though Unrivaled Warrior was a skilled player. Others also looked at Wang Chen, hoping he would provide some reassurance. After all, from the first act with the Shadow Wolf Army to the second act with the Soul of Baal, they wouldn't have made it without Wang Chen's guidance. Now they were facing a level 30 Dark Gold boss. Whether they could defeat it depended entirely on Wang Chen's command. Although Wang Chen appeared calm, everyone was still a bit uneasy. Under absolute power suppression, all tactics seemed futile. The highest level among everyone is just over 20 levels. Faced with a Dark Gold boss like Leoric, who is 10 levels higher, it's basically like the difference between a child and an adult. What kind of skill level does Wang Chen have to command a few kids and defeat an adult who has practiced combat? However, in the face of everyone's doubts, Wang Chen scratched his head and said, I don't know, since we're here, we might as well give it a try. With these words, Wang Chen left everyone stunned. Wait, buddy, we followed you all the way here because we trust your command, and now you come up with a since we're here kind of tactic? Brother Nyo, don't joke around, everyone is serious, said the invincible benevolent one on the side. I really don't know, this is my first time seeing Leoric. Wang Chen said, if you guys are unsure, I'll go solo him. If I can't make it, you can retreat, no level loss if you don't die, I'm only level 10, not afraid to die. Wang Chen's tone was very serious. Oh my goodness. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, everyone became restless. Brother Nyo, I don't like what you just said. It's like we're afraid of death. The unrivaled brave one was very displeased. Exactly, if we were afraid of death, we wouldn't have come. The Grim Reaper also sneered. The invincible benevolent one added, we are all friends, joking is fine, but don't insult us. That's right. Others nodded firmly. Everyone is skilled and has their pride. Wang Chen's words clearly implied, if you're scared, then leave, I'm not afraid anyway. No one could tolerate that. Although Wang Chen didn't insult them, it came from his heart. Humph, I'm not leaving. Impulsively, an arrow was shot directly at Leoric's crown. Ding! The crown slightly trembled. Leoric slowly raised his head, the dark golden soul fire in his eyes shining like 2 bright lamps. At the same time, a soaring momentum rushed towards them. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Greedy adventurers, this is not where you should be. Leoric glanced around, his majestic voice echoing in everyone's ears. The terrifying pressure made everyone dare not look directly at Leoric. Truly worthy of the Skeleton King, although only level 30, that inherent kingly aura made him seem much stronger in terms of oppression compared to other bosses. However, in Wang Chen's mind, the 3 skeletons were not affected at all. Oh, he's pretending. We're all skeletons, why can't we talk? His sword is quite nice. Wang Chen, I'll give you one chance, leave this place, do not disturb the tranquility of the Eternal Ones, or you will become one of us. Leoric warned again, drawing his giant sword. Everyone looked at each other, then at Leoric, and finally at Wang Chen. Seeing everyone hesitating, Wang Chen said again, you can. Pa, do you think we're afraid of death? Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, another arrow was shot directly at Leoric. It was unclear if this guy's words were meant for Leoric or for Wang Chen. The arrow flew towards Leoric's face. Seeing this, Leoric nodded and said, very well. You are true warriors. I, Leoric the King, accept your challenge. As he spoke, Leoric raised his long sword to block in front of him. Ding! The arrow shot by impulsively was deflected. Whoo! At the moment Leoric blocked, the Grim Reaper's staff raised, and a large fireball was already released. It must be said that although the Grim Reaper didn't talk much, he was ruthless and had a keen eye, always able to attack when the opponent showed a weakness. The random shooting attacks were just feints, the Grim Reaper's magic was the real attack. He. As the fireball was about to smash into Leoric, he just smiled, his long sword in hand turning as it was covered in black light, then swung horizontally. Puff! The incoming exploding flame was directly split in half by Leoric's sword. Boom! One half fell to the ground, blasting a large pit of white bones, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Boom! The other half flew diagonally into the sky, exploding into scattered flames in midair, dazzling like fireworks. Before the smoke cleared, a figure lowered its head and dashed out from the smoke, heading straight for Lyric. It was the unmatched hero charging forward. Lyric seemed to have sensed it early, gently stepping back half a step to create distance from the hero, then gripping his sword with both hands, heavily striking towards the hero's head. The invincible benevolent one's eyes tightened, a golden light enveloping the hero. Bang! A muffled sound, Lyric's sword striking solidly. The hero's charge was forcefully interrupted by this strike, causing the hero to stagger back a few steps. Oh! Lyric, seeing that his sword did not slay the hero, couldn't help but show a hint of puzzled expression, mixed with a touch of admiration. He never expected that these few weak adventurers could hold their ground against him. Feigned arrow attacks, magical ambushes, charging control, these few individuals coordinated seamlessly without any flaws. If not for his vastly superior attributes, he might have been defeated already, especially with this holy light spell, which was beyond his expectations. Very well. You are worthy of challenging me. To show respect to my opponents, I will let you witness the power of a king. Lyric shouted loudly, a burst of golden fighting spirit emanating from him. However, just then, a dagger was stabbed into Lyric's buttocks. Whether the skeleton king Lyric had buttocks or not, let's not dwell on that for now. Anyway, the dagger was plunged in. Shui Linglong emerged from behind Lyric, and the whole place fell silent. Even from over 10 meters away, Wang Chen could feel the chilling aura emanating from Lyric. 3 seconds of silence passed. Lyric let out a roar. You scoundrel! Immediately, the fighting spirit on Lyric turned into a dark golden color. His originally towering figure rapidly shrank, quickly reducing to the size of an average person. His bones emitted a dark golden light, and his soul fire became more condensed. Ha, damn! I accidentally let the air out of him in one go. Shui Linglong, seeing Lyric shrink, exclaimed excitedly. The others were equally astonished. What skill did Shui Linglong use to turn the boss into this state? However, Wang Chen was shocked, because as Lyric shrank, he heard 3 skeletons' comments in his ear. Damn! How did this woman pop out there? Damn! Lyric has entered the 3rd stage of transformation. Impressive, impressive. When we used to fight, we had to wait until he was in red health to transform, but this beautiful lady just stabbed him once. Lingzi! Run! Wang Chen immediately shouted. But it was too late. Lyric extended his left foot backward and kicked Shui Linglong in the stomach. Assassins were not known for their thick blood, and if it were any other assassin, taking Lyric's kick would likely have been fatal on the spot. But who was Shui Linglong? The #1 player in the world, a wealthy player who would be recorded in history books even 120 years later. The strength of the equipment on her body was self-evident. The armor and health bar she stacked made her tank look weak. When Lyric's foot came down, she wasn't even killed by it, not even her health bar turned red, just dropping by a third. Damn! Everyone was stunned by this woman's incredible ability to withstand a beating. Sure, here is the translated text. Sure enough, there are only professions that cannot defy the heavens, not renminbi players who cannot defy the heavens. A assassin was played into an output-type tank by Shui Linglong. It's simply outrageous. Of course, Shui Linglong didn't have it easy either. With one kick from Lyric, Shui Linglong was directly kicked down to the ground. Lyric turned around, looked back, and the long sword in his hand drew a gleam in the air, appearing next to Shui Linglong's head the next moment. Bang! Just as Shui Linglong was about to be killed by a sword, suddenly an arrow with white light flew diagonally, hitting Shui Linglong. The powerful impact knocked Shui Linglong down on the ground. Swish! Lyric's long sword grazed past Shui Linglong's forehead. Shui Linglong was sweating, immediately rolled back and activated stealth. Awesome, what a lifesaver! Everyone exclaimed in surprise, looking at the random shooter. The arrow just now was a godsend, using the force of the arrow to help Shui Linglong dodge, and because of the team mode, Shui Linglong was not harmed. To shoot so accurately and save the situation in that kind of situation just now not only required extremely fast reflexes but also an incredible combat IQ. It was simply amazing. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. The random shooter shook his head repeatedly. Hey, isn't this the arrogant and shameless brat I know? Everyone was even more surprised. And at that moment, Lyric, who missed his sword strike, angrily turned his head, his eyes glaring at the skeleton archer Masan next to Wang Chen. Ants, dare to challenge me? As he spoke, Lyric's figure flashed, turning into a stream of light, crossing over a dozen meters in an instant, appearing in front of Wang Chen. Damn! What speed is this? Damn! Is this guy really that fast? Seeing this scene, everyone was filled with fear. Although Lyric just now was tall and brave, his speed was not particularly fast, just about the same as the players. But now, Lyric had completely changed. Obviously, this guy had transformed from an attack-defense mode to a speed mode after changing his form. Protect brother Nyo. Despite their surprise, everyone's high level of skill remained, and the unparalleled warrior turned back, raising his shield and charging towards Leoric once again. Leoric had already raised his sword to stab at Wang Chen's throat. Clang! Just as Wang Chen was about to be pierced by the sword, a shield suddenly appeared in front of him. Ha! Everyone stared, slightly stunned, finding it hard to believe their eyes. It was Wang Chen's skeleton soldier. How? How is this possible? The unparalleled warrior even began to doubt life itself. It was well known that compared to players, the intelligence of a Necromancer's skeleton soldier was extremely low, and their actions could only be completed under command, so the skeleton soldier was generally slower than players. What's more, the early attributes of the skeleton were not strong, fragile and weak. In dungeons and leveling up, the skeleton soldier's role was only to serve as cannon fodder and mindless output, unable to perform the precise operations with extremely low margins of error. Therefore, in dungeon raids, elite teams would not let the Necromancer summon skeletons. As a result, the 3 skeletons behind Wang Chen were considered mere decorations. No one had ever thought that these creatures could actually be of help in a boss fight. However, facing Leoric's lightning-fast strike, Wang Chen's skeleton soldier successfully blocked it. Yes, blocked it. Not only was Wang Chen unharmed, but the skeleton also took Leoric's blow without losing any health. Even the unparalleled warrior, as strong as he was, and Shui Linglong, as wealthy as she was, would have lost half their lives if they had to withstand Leoric's sword strike. What merit and ability did this skeleton soldier possess? Little did they know, Xiaobai already possessed growth attributes, with the added bonus of Wang Chen's attributes. Wearing the newbie artifact set called Shan's Revenge, a defensive-oriented shield armor, Xiaobai's offensive and defensive attributes surpassed those of the nearly level 20 unparalleled hero. After transforming, Leoric's speed increased significantly, but his attack and defense decreased accordingly. His sword struck the shield, unable to harm Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai also felt the impact, enduring Leoric's strike that nearly depleted the shield's durability. Go! After blocking Leoric's sword with the shield, Xiaobai swiftly raised his longsword with his right hand. Leoric's eyes flickered with a hint of soulfire as he shifted backward to dodge Xiaobai's sword. Duong! At that moment, Xiaobai stepped forward, slamming his shield heavily onto Leoric's head. Boom! Simultaneously, a burst of flames exploded on Leoric. 2 large numbers, -778 to 3,456, floated above Leoric's head, indicating the substantial damage. The unparalleled heroes who were about to assist stood frozen in place, murmuring to themselves, he actually can solo a boss. Although the invincible ones knew that Wang Chen had challenged the Black Dragon alone and caused chaos within the guild, they had not witnessed Wang Chen's, skeleton's, true strength. Despite being skilled themselves, they understood the limits of expert players in the game. No matter how powerful one person was, it was impossible to single-handedly challenge a large organized guild. Therefore, in their minds, Wang Chen's success against the Black Dragon was mainly due to his tactical brilliance and understanding of targeting vulnerabilities. By manipulating the psychology of the Black Dragon, he successfully lured them into a trap. While they acknowledged his true strength, they believed it was not significantly higher than their own. Upon entering the instance, Wang Chen's tactical command further confirmed their thoughts. However, it was only now that they truly witnessed Wang Chen's strength and understood why he could keep the Black Dragon pinned at the resurrection point alone. Damn, this guy not only possesses mysterious tactics but also an unbelievable level of strength. Despite being just a level 10 Necromancer, he managed to control his skeleton soldiers to suppress a level 30 Dark Gold boss. How skilled must he be to achieve such precision? What's even more astonishing is his ability to simultaneously control 2 fronts, orchestrating the skeletons to coordinate their attacks. This is truly mind-boggling. Manipulating skeleton soldiers is not like engaging in direct combat for other professions, it resembles more of a keyboard and mouse RPG mode. A typical Necromancer's control over skeletons is akin to commanding troops in Red Alert, with no clear hierarchy, focusing on quantity over quality. To control skeletons like a hero in a MOBA game, with intricate techniques, is what defines a top-tier Necromancer. These Necromancers prioritize quality over quantity, designating one skeleton as the primary target, hero, while others serve as support, minions. Wang Chen, on the other hand, elevated skeleton control to the level of combat proficiency seen in pure fighting games like King of Fighters or Street Fighter. And he controlled 2 at once. Can you imagine someone controlling characters like Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami at a professional level, facing off against another character, all while coordinating their moves? The first reaction upon witnessing this scene is disbelief, followed by the impression that it seems unreal. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, even the invincible ones wouldn't dare to imagine someone could be this extraordinary. Of course, the crazier part is yet to come. After taking a hit from Debai's exploding flames, Leoric slowly regained his senses from the dizziness and prepared to strike back with his sword. But just then, an arrow with a white light flew straight and lodged into Leoric's eye socket. Duong! The powerful impact made Leoric's head tilt back. Another mosquito-coiled mark appeared on his head. It was the shock shot. Just as Leoric was about to regain control, he was stunned again. Boom! Another loud noise, and Debai's fireball smashed into the back of Leoric's head. Two massive critical hits floated up, dealing significant damage. Everyone's jaws dropped. Controlling three at once. Controlling three at once. Is there no limit to his power? The expressions on their faces shifted from disbelief to extreme fear. Handling two things at once was already beyond normal, existing only in legends. And now this guy was controlling three. Incredible! Is he even human? He's like a whole team by himself. Is this what a top expert looks like? No, even top experts can't control three at once. Even Shui Linglong, who had witnessed Wang Chen's strength, was now astonished. She knew Wang Chen was extraordinary, but she never expected his capabilities to be limitless. No wonder. No wonder. Watching the three skeletons that had already subdued Leoric, and Wang Chen cursing at Leoric with a stick in hand, Rinja Woody was now in disarray. It finally dawned on him why Wang Chen dared to challenge the Hell Difficulty dungeon. It turns out Wang Chen had this strength from the beginning. When Wang Chen said things like, "If there were no restrictions on numbers, I could solo," everyone thought he was just boasting after killing a few people, not taking the Hell Difficulty dungeon seriously. But now, it was clear that his words were genuine, and they felt even more uncomfortable knowing the truth. After all, it's one thing for a friend to brag, but it's another when a friend is genuinely better than you. Of course, only Wang Chen knew that his ability to overpower Leoric had little to do with himself but relied purely on the three skeletons reborn from the future. While Wang Chen's strength was not weak, his actual operational skills were similar to Shui Linglong and her group. But facing three minions with overwhelming combat power was a different story. If you're wondering whether Wang Chen felt embarrassed being mistaken for a skilled player, the answer is no. He's a necromancer, relying on minions is what they do. Each of these minions had been through countless battles, emerging as elite warriors from piles of corpses. Leoric was no match for Wang Chen's three skeletons. Even if these skeletons were only level 10, with their seamless coordination, Leoric had no chance to fight back. Just as Ma Sanner's stun from shock shot ended, Xiaobai's charge and shield bash were already off cooldown. As soon as Xiaobai's shield bash stun ended, Ma Sanner's shock shot was ready again. Poor Leoric, with the mosquito coil still on his head, remained in a perpetual cycle of being stunned, stunned again, and stunned once more. Behind him, Debai's fireball followed by exploding flames followed by fireball, turned the ARPG game into a shooting game. Shui Linglong and her group were dumbfounded. Damn! Level 10 attributes are not cutting it. Mana consumption is a bit too fast. Just then, Wang Chen heard Xiaobai's complaint. I'm down to half my mana too, Ma Sanner added. I'm okay. But if you guys don't control him, with my current attributes, I can't handle Leoric's three-stage transformation. Upon hearing the conversation of the three skeletons, Wang Chen glanced at Leoric's health bar, which had dropped by less than 1/5. Immediately, he shouted, "Hey, are you guys just here to watch the fun? Help out." They were there to listen to cross-talk on the platform, while this group was in the instance watching themselves fight the boss. "Ha? Do you still need our help?" Everyone was speechless. "Of course. I'm only level 10. What do you think?" Wang Chen was at a loss. "How do we help? We can't mess around." Experts knew that when the boss was being suppressed, they couldn't easily intervene, or it would disrupt the rhythm of the battle. Wang Chen waved his hand. "Don't worry about anything, just go all out with the damage output." Don't worry about anything. Go all out with the damage output. Upon hearing this, everyone got excited, with snot bubbles almost bursting out. As an output player, what was most desired? It was undoubtedly the freedom to output without any restrictions. However, whether in instances or in the wild, bosses all had hate mechanisms. Therefore, to prevent the boss's hate from shifting, players had to calculate their output data and not disrupt the front line or the control rhythm against the boss. This was why output professions could feel quite stifled when fighting bosses. "Don't worry about anything, go all out with the damage output," was definitely the phrase that output professions most wanted to hear. With Wang Chen's command, everyone immediately started unleashing their firepower on the stunned Leoric without hesitation. Even the support classes like Hope and Invincible Mercy charged in with their weapons. The pressure on Debai's output instantly decreased significantly. Thunderstorm City, Black Dragon Guild Office. How's it going? Longxing Tianxia asked eagerly to his subordinates. Ha ha, Niu Dali challenging the Hell difficulty instance has caused a stir on the forums. The whole game knows he's going to challenge the Hell difficulty instance. The players of the Black Dragon Guild were spirited. We've been praising him in the posts, being as arrogant as possible. The insult threads have piled up to thousands of layers. If he fails after being so high profile, Niu will lose face big time. Serves him right. That bastard. Longxing Tianxia said angrily, daring to offend our Black Dragon Guild. He deserves what's coming to him. Damn it. Even if we can't kill him, we'll make sure he's infamous. He. You don't know, the official game forum has even opened betting, and the odds have already reached 1 to 500. Damn. That's insane? Longxing Tianxia's eyes lit up. Indeed. Everyone said, some idiot even bet 10,000 gold coins on them clearing it, must have too much money and nowhere to spend it. 10,000 gold coins. Longxing Tianxia's eyes widened. Who is this guy, throwing money around like that? Who knows? There's even someone who bet 1,000 gold coins. Bald Dragon said. Seems like there are quite a few wealthy people. Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but feel amazed. As a player who ran a commercial guild in the game, Longxing Tianxia was not poor, but compared to those who spent money recklessly, he still felt a bit lacking. Let's bet too. Longxing Tianxia gritted his teeth. Bet on them losing? The odds are too low, not worth it. Yin Zhongyi he shook his head. No, bet on them winning. Longxing Tianxia said. Ha, isn't that a waste of money? Yin Zhongyi he pursed his lips. Those who bet on them winning are just fools with too much money. Boss, you have money, but you're not a fool. He. It's okay, bet a copper coin, how much can we lose? Longxing Tianxia chuckled. Consider it our friendly sponsorship. Ah, huff. You really know how to humiliate people, boss. Upon hearing Longxing Tianxia's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. A copper coin, this wasn't about the amount of money, it was a blatant humiliation. Alright, let's bet. I'll also bet a copper coin. Bald Dragon was excited. Others also chimed in, saying, I'll place a bet too. We can't let that dog thing go without humiliation. Holy Light City, Huaxia Dragon Soaring Office. How's it going? How far along are we in the strategy? Dragon Soaring 4Cs, in the office, always mindful of the dungeon progress. We've passed the second boss, and we're about to finish off the Skeleton King. Soon, good news came from the dungeon. Really? So smoothly? Dragon Soaring 4Cs was thrilled to see the message. If everything goes as planned, Huaxia Dragon Soaring will be the first guild to clear the elite difficulty Shadow Castle. At this stage, not many guilds have cleared the normal difficulty Shadow Castle, let alone the elite difficulty, which no one dares to attempt. Dragon Soaring 4C's only regret is that the first clear of the normal difficulty Shadow Castle was not achieved by Huaxia Dragon Soaring. As the top guild in the national server, Dragon Soaring 4Cs missed the opportunity to announce the first clear to the entire server, and they cannot afford to fall behind this time. If they can achieve the first clear in elite difficulty, other guilds will undoubtedly be overshadowed by Huaxia Dragon Soaring. By then, Huaxia Dragon Soaring will firmly establish its position as the top guild in the national server. Great! Elite dungeons are indeed a bit more challenging, with more monsters, but the dungeon mechanics haven't changed much. Luckily, this time we brought enough potions. Liao Reich will be down soon, just 10% left. Inside the dungeon, the raid leader reported the progress to Dragon Soaring 4Cs. Fantastic! Keep it up! Everyone, you've worked hard. After clearing, come to me to receive red envelopes. Dragon Soaring 4Cs excitedly encouraged them. Thank you, boss. The raid leader immediately announced in the dungeon, let's push harder, and after clearing, we'll go to the boss to get red envelopes. Alright. Encouraged by the promise of rewards, everyone's spirits were lifted, and they relentlessly unleashed their skills on Liao Reich. Judging by your expression, the progress should be good. Feng Wujiutian, standing beside Dragon Soaring 4Cs, saw his joyful expression and asked with a smile. Wait for the server announcement, we're about to be on TV. He. Dragon Soaring 4Cs chuckled with excitement, his face beaming. I wonder how that guy attempting hell difficulty is doing. Feng Wujiutian frowned. What do you think? Wiped out? No need to ask? It's hell difficulty after all. Dragon Soaring 4Cs replied without hesitation. I know. But the thing is, from what I know, they haven't come out dead yet. How do you know? Everyone in the game knows about it now. Who knows how many people are watching the resurrection point? Once they die, there will definitely be news on the forums. Maybe they haven't even started fighting after entering the dungeon, hiding at the entrance to delay time. Dragon Soaring 4Cs pondered for a moment and said, "Didn't a few attention seekers do that before? They stayed at the dungeon entrance for hours after entering, making others think they persevered for hours." Makes sense. That possibility can't be ruled out. Hearing this from Dragon Soaring 4Cs, Feng Wujiutian's eyes lit up, and the frown on her face relaxed. Indeed, in the era of big data on the internet, there are too many people seeking fame, but very few are truly capable. These guys are probably just a bunch of losers. Otherwise, would they dare to challenge hell difficulty? Even a large guild like Huaxia Dragon Soaring only dares to challenge elite difficulty. Can a few unknown individuals really be more impressive than the elite team of the top guild in the national server? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. System announcement. The team one step forward from the Huaxia Dragon Soaring Guild has successfully cleared the elite difficulty Shadow Castle for the first time. Their achievement will be recorded in history. System announcement. Huaxia Dragon Soaring Guild. System announcement. Inside the elite difficulty Shadow Castle, as Li Aoreich fell to the ground, the system announcement of the successful first clear of the elite difficulty Shadow Castle echoed throughout the entire game world. The large golden announcement letters were brushed across the sky 3 times. Every player who saw the announcement was shocked. What the heck? Has the elite difficulty been cleared? I haven't even cleared the normal difficulty yet, and someone has already cleared the elite difficulty? Indeed, it's the Dragon Soaring of China, the #1 guild in the national server. They are amazing. Amazing? Isn't there someone on the forum currently tackling the hell difficulty? Where there are praises, there are also criticisms. Immediately, someone brought up the ongoing forum discussion about the hell difficulty dungeon event. What nonsense are you talking about? Clearing the hell difficulty at this stage? Do you believe that? Dragon Soaring of China has just cleared the elite difficulty. Do you really think those hyped up guys can clear the hell difficulty? Are you stupid or just inexperienced in gaming? Idiot, try clearing the normal difficulty first. Soon, the curses drowned out the voices. What the heck? Scared me. I thought those bastards had cleared it. Inside the Black Dragon Guild office, Longxing Tianxia wiped his sweat, taken aback by the sudden announcement. Boss, you're overthinking it. Bald Dragon also felt lingering fear. Damn, Dragon Soaring of China really knows how to pick the timing. Yun Zhongyi, he grumbled, they wait for others to build up the hype and then step in to steal the spotlight. Now all the hype is for Dragon Soaring of China. Damn. That's true, Dragon Soaring of China is taking advantage of the situation. Longxing Tianxia was stunned, feeling frustrated. Indeed, the hottest topic on the forum now is the dungeon challenge, and the hype has been stirred up. Dragon Soaring of China clearing the elite dungeon for the first time at this moment undoubtedly used Wang Chan and his group as stepping stones. The key point is that the hype around Wang Chan and his group was also fueled by the Black Dragon Guild players. In other words, the Black Dragon Guild deliberately wanted Wang Chan to embarrass himself, but ended up being used as a ladder by Dragon Soaring of China. What a situation where the snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman reaps the benefits. Fortunately, Dragon Soaring of China is the one benefiting. However, upon further thought, Longxing Tianxia felt somewhat relieved. After all, Dragon Soaring of China is the #1 guild in the national server, so it's reasonable for them to take advantage of this situation. If it were a trash guild, Longxing Tianxia would be even more frustrated. Ha ha, great. Well done, everyone come back to my office to receive red envelopes. In the guild office of Dragon Soaring of China at this moment, Long Teng Si Hai was already grinning from ear to ear. Feng Wujiutian and the others were also extremely excited. Although the first clear of the dungeon didn't bring direct benefits, at most slightly higher equipment drop rates, for a large guild, it was very important. It was a direct demonstration of the guild's capabilities. A guild's strength is not solely based on its dungeon strategy abilities, but a guild without strength definitely cannot clear dungeons ahead of others. If a guild can achieve something that others can't, it proves that the guild has more power than others. A strong guild will have access to more resources, and with more resources, they can attract more experts, and with more experts, the guild will become even stronger. It's a direct logical loop, a virtuous cycle. That's why those who play in guilds always strive for first place. Whether it's being the first to establish a guild, the first to clear a dungeon, setting speedrun records, or even initiating guild wars for the first time, it's a matter of life and death. After losing the first place in the normal difficulty dungeon, Dragon Soaring of China has now reclaimed its position in a higher difficulty, and the mood of Wang Chen and his group can be imagined. If nothing unexpected happens, this record won't be broken for at least a week. Dragon Soaring of China was feeling quite pleased with themselves. Behind the elite difficulty is the hard difficulty, and at this stage, Dragon Soaring of China's team is not confident in challenging the hard difficulty. Other guilds wanting to challenge it will have to wait for at least a week. That's just to qualify for the challenge. Whether they can clear it is another story. Exactly. At that time, we were probably already at level 30, Feng Wujiutian said. We can challenge the next instance. What does it mean to be the top guild in the national server? Other players from the Huaxia Longting Guild chimed in, showing proud expressions. System announcement: player Nadalian team successfully cleared the Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty for the first time. Their achievement will be recorded in history. However, just as everyone in the Huaxia Longting Guild was celebrating their first clear of the elite difficulty, another system announcement suddenly rang out in the sky. The announcement, just like before, appeared 3 times in a row, with golden letters shining brightly in the sky. As the system announcement sounded, all players in the game were momentarily stunned, then the entire game fell silent. What did the announcement say? It seems they cleared the Hell difficulty instance for the first time. Those guys who were hyping it up cleared it? Bug. It must be a system bug. In an instant, everyone's emotion shifted from confusion to astonishment, from astonishment to disbelief, and then from disbelief to skepticism. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Huaxia Longting Guild, known as the top guild in the national server, had just cleared the elite instance. How could these unknown players clear the Hell difficulty? Why? Exactly. That's the question. To normal players, this kind of thing simply made no sense. It was like in a top-tier online games S-class event, or a clumsy player led 4 unknown players all the way to the finals, defeating all the world's top players and winning the championship. It was incomprehensible and hard to trust. It was hard to believe whether it was a bug or a scripted event. What the heck is going on? As for the Huaxia Longting Guild office, the members were dumbfounded. First clear of Hell difficulty? Are you kidding me? How could this happen? Weren't those guys just hyping it up? Feng Wujiutian was even more bewildered. The Huaxia Longting players who were celebrating just moments ago now felt dejected. They went from being excited to feeling utterly depressed, even starting to question life itself. After all, the Huaxia Longting Guild was considered the top guild in the national server, and their elite team was among the top players in the server. They had put in so much effort to clear the elite instance, barely had time to celebrate, and now they were surpassed by others. The feeling was simply unbearable. It was like cultivating for 1,000 years to ascend to immortality, only to be surrounded and defeated by a monkey who had only been practicing for 3 years. It was a stark contrast that made everyone in the Huaxia Longting Guild doubt if they were truly the top guild. Of course, the most bewildered at this moment were the members of the Black Dragon Guild. They cleared it? Inside the Longxing Xiangxia Guild office, there was a dead silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping on the floor could be heard clearly. The members of Longxing Xiangxia and Yunzhong Iha looked at each other, their faces filled with incredulity and disbelief. No way. How did they clear it? How is that possible? That's the Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty. How could these few nobodies clear it? Where did things go wrong? What was most unbelievable was that Wang Chan and his group cleared it on their first try. Opening up a new instance was not an easy task. Even for a low-level instance like the Shadow Castle, players needed to challenge it repeatedly, sacrificing their lives to create a complete strategy to clear it. Not to mention, even for the elite difficulty of the Shadow Castle, while Wang Chen was still looking for corpses in the newbie village, the Huaxia Longting instance clearing team had already started strategizing. It took them 2 full days, failing over 20 times, before finally clearing it today. What does Hell difficulty even mean? That was the most authentic restoration of battle, where the difficulty escalated from gaming to reality. It's like after slashing a few wolves in the game, you are handed a real sword to challenge a pack of wolves. The level of difficulty transcends, making it incredibly challenging. Not only did the monster attributes and numbers increase, but the battle AI also improved drastically. Compared to normal and elite difficulty levels, it was like a sudden drop in difficulty. Even the top guild like the Huaxia Dragon Sword dares not venture into the Hell difficulty level easily, knowing the resources required to conquer the Shadow Castle at this stage. To officially venture into it, all members need to be at least level 30, with upgraded skills and equipment. However, Wang Chen's group not only ventured into it but succeeded on their first attempt. The impact on the Black Dragon Guild was unimaginable. Why did the Dragon Sword promote this matter so desperately? In his mind, the probability of Wang Chen's success was less than 0.001%, almost approaching 0. That's why he tried to hype Wang Chen so much, expecting him to fail miserably and embarrass himself. But never did he imagine that Wang Chen would actually succeed. At this moment, the Dragon Source feelings were indescribable. What is a dumb loss? What is swallowing broken teeth? What is lifting a stone to smash your own foot? Shock, doubt, unwillingness, resentment, regret surged in his heart at the same time, giving rise to fear and dread. Who on earth is this extraordinary Wang Dalai? Is he some kind of walking humanoid bug? Compared to before, where he was humiliated by Wang Chen at the respawn point, the Dragon Soar was even more terrified now. After all, Wang Chen challenging the Black Dragon Guild single-handedly was evident to the discerning eye. The Dragon Soar had fallen into Wang Chen's trap, being manipulated psychologically, leading to Wang Chen dictating the situation. Although Wang Chen's true strength was formidable, it wasn't excessively overpowering. He had only defeated the Dragon Soar a few times and ambushed some ordinary players of the Black Dragon Guild. But now that Wang Chen had cleared the Hell difficulty level dungeon, it was a whole different story. The monsters in the dungeon couldn't be outsmarted by Wang Chen. To clear it, genuine strength was required. In other words, Wang Chen's group's current strength completely outclassed the elite teams formed by all the top guilds. They were no longer on the same level as the current players. Previously, the Dragon Soar was lamenting the conflict between themselves and Wang Chen, benefiting the Huaxia Dragon Soar inadvertently. But now, it wasn't just a benefit, it was a complete disaster. First, the Black Dragon Guild had boosted Wang Chen's popularity, then the top guild of the national server had a resurgence, only to be crushed by Wang Chen's group, even turning the Huaxia Dragon Soar into a stepping stone. It was simply unbelievable. The Dragon Soar had wanted to suppress Wang Chen's reputation, but ended up being thrown out instead. Damn it! The Dragon Soar wished to slap himself hard. The only good news is that we bet against someone named Neo and made 500 times the profit. Yun Zhongyi was also humorous, trying to find some comfort even in such a situation. Stop talking. Upon hearing Yun Zhongyi's words, the Dragon Soar was on the verge of tears. It was fine not to talk about it. Winning or losing didn't matter much, at most, it was a humiliating defeat. But once this matter was brought up, the Dragon Soar felt even worse. It would have been better not to win at all. Not only did they not want Wang Chen's group to succeed, but the fact that they had won and only made a small profit was even more unbearable. It was like buying a lottery ticket and not winning, but if you had spent $1 and won 500, you would regret not buying more. Wang Chen's successful venture made the Dragon Soar even more uncomfortable, and now they were facing another wave of mental blows from themselves. 500 copper coins, obviously mocking oneself nakedly. Success? Have we really succeeded? At the same time, inside the Shadow Castle of Hell difficulty, the group led by the invincible Righteous One stared blankly at Leo Rick, who had already lost signs of life on the ground, clearly still in disbelief. We just pushed down the final boss so easily? The unrivaled hero was even more incredulous. The boss, who was so fierce just now, was actually easily defeated by their group. Of course, if it weren't for Brother Neo's control, do you think we could have pushed him down so easily? The Grim Reaper not only had a sharp tongue but also had a keen eye, hitting the nail on the head with one sentence. That's right. According to the 3 skeleton soldiers under Wang Chen's command, the third stage of Leo Rick was very difficult to deal with. Although Leo Rick in the third stage had decreased attack and defense capabilities, his agility had skyrocketed. His speed and reflexes exceeded the level of a level 30 boss. Not to mention the current players, even a level 30 player would be like paper in front of the third stage Leo Rick, full of flaws. The best way to deal with Leo Rick was to control him. And it had to be precise control because hitting him at Leoric's speed was not easy. If the 3 skeletons were not seasoned warriors with ample experience in dealing with Leo Rick, controlling him would be no easy task. Even with the 3 skeletons on him, they could barely control him, their output couldn't keep up. Without other people assisting in output, it was only a matter of time before Leo Rick killed the 3 skeletons. It was simply a matter of too low level and too much difference in attributes. In this situation, experience and skill were starting to become inadequate. Hiss. Upon hearing the Grim Reaper's words, everyone involuntarily looked at Wang Chen and the 3 skeletons beside him. Wang Chen, however, looked relaxed, as if it wasn't him who had just controlled and suppressed Leo Rick. This made people even more respectful. Readers who often kill monsters know that focusing on battling monsters consumes a lot of mental energy. After a high-intensity battle, one would be more exhausted than fighting ordinary monsters all day. A necromancer controlling a battle pet's combat consumed more energy than other professions, and simultaneously controlling 3 battle pets in combat would consume mental energy far more than just 3 times. Yet Wang Chen looked calm, relaxed, showing no signs of fatigue. What kind of powerhouse was this guy? Of course, what everyone couldn't see was the 3 skeletons cursing frantically. Damn! I almost got killed by the boss. Ma San still had lingering fear. Of course. Who knew that the attributes of a level 10 skeleton soldier were so poor, almost ran out of mana? Xiao Bai grumbled. Comrades, we must learn from this lesson. Next time we encounter such a situation, we must not show off, first assess ourselves. Bai summarized the experience. Bullshit. The key is whether our brother Nyo can assess himself. Maybe he thinks he's a superhero. Xiao Bai complained. Don't you dare call my brother Nyo that. Ma-san retorted directly. Hey, you scoundrel. Bai was stunned. So it wasn't about the time when this guy wanted to kill Wang Chen and find a girl to be the leader. TCH. Wang Chen sneered inwardly, each one blowing their own horn as elites, almost flipping over against Leo Rick, and they call themselves experts. If others heard this guy who talked big without backing it up would have been beaten down today. A level 30 Dark Gold boss actually dared to use the words almost in mirror to describe Leo Rick in front of the 3 skeletons, quite audacious. It was unclear who gave him the courage. Technically speaking, Leo Rick was really not enough in front of the 3 skeletons. The key is that the level is too low. Skeleton soldiers are not powerful creatures to begin with, and they are only at level 10. Even though they can barely suppress the Skeleton King Leo Rick with skills, their magic power cannot keep up with the frequency of skill usage. According to the game settings, the level of the undead summoned by a necromancer cannot exceed that of the player. Why are these 2 skeletons such low levels? It's because Wang Chen himself has a low level. Ultimately, it's Wang Chen's own problem. Quick, see what dropped. The excited tone changed as they randomly shot around, looking eager. Upon hearing this, others also showed expressions of anticipation. After all, when it comes to dungeon raids, what loot the boss drops is what players most want to know. Brother Nyo, hurry and loot. Everyone urged Wang Chen to loot the corpse. He. Then I'll loot it. Wang Chen walked straight to Leo Rick and began searching. A blade of the undead. The unrivaled warrior clasped his hands together. A holy cross offhand. The invincible kind gestured a cross in front of his chest. Give me a bow, give me a bow. The random shooter clenched his fists, muttering to himself. Although the Reaper didn't speak, his eyes couldn't hide his longing for a staff. Hope tapped his chin and said, the Skeleton King's costume isn't nice. Can we get the angel wings of a paladin? Shui Linglong gritted her teeth. If a dagger drops, I'll be mad at you. Wang Chen. These bastards, in their eyes, Leo Rick is not a boss at all, he's just a wish-fulfilling turtle in a pond. Wishing for swords or staves is understandable, but asking for a cross to drop, the invincible kind really dares to ask for it. The invincible kind even has his own twisted logic, saying that undead creatures might have been killed by a cross, so it's not unreasonable to drop a cross. Especially Hope. This guy is simply unreasonable. The most outrageous one is Shui Linglong, not even speaking human words. While complaining, Wang Chen continued to search Leo Rick and soon pulled out a smooth white staff from him. Bone Jade, category, staff quality, gold attack, 47 magic, 59 intelligence plus 15 spirit plus 14 whisper, passive skill, reduces chanting speed by 30%, reduces skill cooldown by 30%, reduces skill cost by 30%. Jade Seal, passive skill, increases skill power by 30%. Undead Sovereign, passive skill, triggers Undead Blessing when health is below 30%, lasts for 30 seconds, during which damage is increased by 100%. Usage requirements, Mage, Priest, Necromancer level requirement, 15 item description, an artifact refined from the spine bones of the Skeleton King Leo Rick, possessing a terrifying magic that drives the power of the undead. Damn it! Oh damn! This is unfair. Why is it another one for the mage? Wang Chen displayed the staff's attributes, causing an uproar among the group. They had just obtained a top-quality gold mage robe, and now they got a gold staff. Is this game so biased towards mages? The Reaper beside couldn't help but laugh. This kid is already abstract looking, and now his face twitches, damn. Even Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel at whether this guy had put all his luck into his appearance. It was fine when he opened the weapon rack himself, but now everyone's loot was being taken by him. In the future, they might as well let this kid loot all the bosses. The attributes of this Bone Jade staff are even more excessive than Bart's apprentice flame robe. What's most important for a mage? Damage, mana consumption, and casting speed. This staff directly covers all the mage's top attributes. Not only does it reduce mana consumption, chanting, and cooldown speed, the Undead Sovereign directly doubles the damage, coupled with the flame robe, turning the mage into an iron fortress when low on health. There's no way around it, this is the protagonist's halo. When the Grim Reaper felt happy, he immediately revealed his hidden show-off attribute. Pa! I can do that too. The righteous Invincible raised a middle finger at the Grim Reaper, unwilling to let him have it so easy. Damn! Invincible, you already have a staff! The Grim Reaper exclaimed anxiously. I don't have one yet. Wang Chen raised the broken wooden stick in his hand. Right. Since Brother Niu put in so much effort, it wouldn't be right not to let Brother Niu have the first piece of equipment. Others excitedly started to cheer. Hee, this equipment clearly suits Brother Niu too, Invincible chuckled. Well, the Grim Reaper looked at everyone, then at Wang Chen, almost on the verge of tears. Indeed, reducing mana consumption, cooldown, and chanting time are essential for all magic-based professions, so the staff didn't feel out of place for Wang Chen. The boss was killed by Wang Chen, his skeleton, and Wang Chen was still carrying a newbie wooden stick. If Wang Chen wanted this equipment, the Grim Reaper wouldn't even have a chance. At this moment, Wang Chen was also hesitating. After all, the wooden stick was indeed a newbie equipment, the Bone Jade attribute was quite good, but he wasn't even in a damage-dealing position himself. Taking this staff would be a bit wasteful, and it would be more effective if paired with the Grim Reaper's attire. However, he could get it for Dabai, and Dabai could use his own staff. But just as Wang Chen was about to take the staff, suddenly he heard the voices of Dabai and the others in his ears. What's so good about this junk? Exactly. Isn't Leo Rick most famous for the King's Sword? That's a universal weapon. Can archers use it? Shoo, annoying. King's Sword? Wang Chen furrowed his brows slightly and handed the Bone Jade staff in his hand to the Grim Reaper. And yo, brother, you. Seeing the staff handed over by Wang Chen, the Grim Reaper was instantly stunned, unable to speak. Enyo, is it really good to spoil him like this? Seeing this, others were pounding their chests and stamping their feet, almost wanting to snatch the staff. A golden-level staff with top-notch attributes, not to mention its market value, this thing was an irresistible temptation for anyone who needed it. Wang Chen was still carrying a newbie wooden stick, yet he gave away such a top-notch equipment to someone else. This act was more shocking than Wang Chen soloing the boss. It's worth noting that in the game, the value of equipment surpasses life itself. How many friends have parted ways over a piece of equipment? How many have turned against each other over an item? And in live broadcasts, the scum who sell low-level equipment are everywhere. Wang Chen giving away a top-notch equipment to someone else, what kind of spirit was that? Everyone was moved and admired, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Moved by Wang Chen's character, admired by his actions, and a bit unhappy that they weren't mages themselves. Especially the Grim Reaper. At this moment, his expression truly resembled a Grim Reaper, tears swirling in his eyes. Brother Niu, from now on, your matters are my matters. Nonsense. Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively. With my current situation, there's not much difference between empty-handed and armed. Damn. Hearing Wang Chen's words, everyone felt a heavy blow. But on second thought, isn't it true? Wang Chen is a necromancer, all his skills are on his undead war pet. The staff's damage-boosting attribute is indeed not significant for Wang Chen, but he was a bit too straightforward in his words. The truth hurts more than lies to everyone's self-esteem. Wang Chen continued to search. Everyone started praying again. At this moment, Wang Chen suddenly froze, a wry smile appearing on his face. What's wrong? Did you find something? Everyone crowded around. It's not a warrior's weapon? Nonsense. Look at Brother Niu's expression, it's probably a cross. Get lost, I think it's a staff. Grim Reaper, have some dignity, can't you go die for a while first? Can't it be a bow? As long as it's not a dagger, everything. Shui Linglong's expression turned serious. However, before she could finish her sentence, Wang Chen had already pulled out a dagger from the chest of Leoric. Death Harvest, category, dagger quality, gold attack, 60 magic, 37 strength plus 13 agility plus 14 soul mark, passive skill, each attack on the target will stack a layer of soul mark, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Soul Harvest, active skill, activate Soul Harvest, soul marks will be converted into the holder's health, with each layer of soul mark converting 5%. Soul Sacrifice, active skill, activate Soul Sacrifice, soul marks will be converted into damage, with each layer of soul mark converting 5% of the target's health into damage, ineffective against boss. Profession requirement, assassin level requirement, 15 item description, a dagger refined from the rib bones of the skeleton King Leoric, containing powerful soul energy and possessing the strong power to slay targets. Damn. Shui Linglong was almost going crazy. 4 daggers. After one dungeon run, she went from having 1 dagger to 4 daggers. And each dagger was top-notch, each with its unique attributes. How was she supposed to choose? Even if she dual wields, she can only carry 2. Damn. The others were also on the verge of collapse. Was this dungeon designed solely for Sister Moneybags, constantly dropping daggers? Wasn't this a typical waste of resources? Even if Sister Moneybags is a level 15 VIP member, she shouldn't be pampered like this, right? Is it true that the rumor about higher drop rates for paying players is real? Wang Chen was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to evaluate Shui Linglong's luck. If he praised her, it was all daggers. If he didn't, each dagger was top-notch. He was still holding a lousy stick. It's okay, Lingzi, you can dual-wield for your feet in the future. The benevolent one comforted from the side. Dual-wield for feet? Shui Linglong was dumbfoundedly cute. No, you can't. Then why are you talking nonsense? Can't you see I'm jealous of you? Get lost, jerk. The two started a new round of mutual insults. Brother Nyo, can't you get a piece of equipment for a warrior? The unmatched hero was on the verge of tears. Seriously, the Skeleton King is at least a warrior. Why is it always mage or assassin gear? Is this guy so shameless? A Bao works too. He was looking forward to shooting randomly. I want angel's wings. Hope began making unreasonable demands, and everyone was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Let me see. Wang Chen casually touched something. Swish! With a flash of light, a piece of armor appeared in Wang Chen's hand. Undead Holy Armor, category, Armor, Plate Armor, 60 Magic Resistance, 60 Constitution plus 15 Spirit plus 15 Undead Guardian, passive skill, 15% increase in health Undead Redeemer, passive skill, 20% increase in health recovery Undead Immortal, passive skill, when health reaches 0, enters an undead state for 15 seconds, after which death occurs. Cooldown, 3600 seconds. Profession requirement, Warrior, Paladin level requirement, 15 item description. The Skeleton King Leoric's personal armor, once blessed by undead magic, possesses the ability to transcend life and death. Wow! This is a berserker artifact. Wang Chen couldn't help but be amazed. As everyone knows, the warrior at the second transformation becomes a berserker, and berserkers have a blood burst skill. When activated, blood will continue to drop, and the lower the health, the higher the attribute bonus. So, what berserkers love most is to take drugs while cutting people. This armor's health regeneration directly enhances the berserker's survival ability in battle, and the undead immortal feature elevates this equipment even further. The lower the berserker's health, the higher the attributes theoretically. With health reaching 0, they can survive for 15 seconds, essentially giving the berserker 15 seconds of maximum output time. The first two attributes were considered ordinary for warrior equipment, but the last attribute instantly turned this armor into a divine artifact. Seeing the attributes of the armor, everyone was stunned at first, then the unrivaled hero leaped up, hugged Wang Chen, and kissed him loudly, saying, "Brother Nyo, you are truly my brother. Hit him hard." Wang Chen roared, commanding 3 skeletons to pull the unrivaled hero off him and pin him to the ground, then proceeded to punch and kick him relentlessly, while others took the opportunity to vent their anger with a couple of kicks. At the same time, Wang Chen pulled out a long sword from Leoric's corpse. Swish! As the sword was drawn, a dark golden light burst forth instantly. This is an ancient gold item. Seeing the equipment's visual effects, everyone was visibly shaken. Even Wang Chen couldn't help but tremble. Ancient gold equipment. Although players had reached the level to raid dungeons, very few could actually clear them. Most players still had basic equipment from the shop, with those having bronze equipment being considered rare. Only elite teams from major guilds had the ability to clear dungeons and obtain silver equipment. However, due to the ridiculous drop rates in Dawn of Dawn, even silver equipment from dungeons had an incredibly low drop rate. So far, no one had managed to collect a full set of silver equipment, not even Super Rich Sister, who was known for offering 10 times the price for equipment but didn't have much silver gear herself. As for gold equipment, it was even rarer. The rarity of ancient gold equipment, one tier higher, was beyond imagination. It could be said without exaggeration that the ancient gold item in Wang Chen's hands was likely the first of its kind in the game. What are the attributes, Brother Nyo? Everyone grew impatient as Wang Chen hesitated to reveal the attributes. The unrivaled hero was especially eager, saying, "Show us the attributes quickly, I can't wait any longer." Get lost. Everyone flipped him off in unison. Obviously, since it was a sword, it was most likely for warriors, and the unrivaled hero was naturally more anxious than the others. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. Unrivaled, if something happens later, can you hold on? I can. The unrivaled hero nodded frantically. Really? Absolutely. Can you call us daddy? Invincible Righteousness asked from the side. You can call me grandpa, Brother Nyo, hurry up. The unrivaled hero grew even more impatient. Ha ha. Seeing the unrivaled hero's eager expression, Wang Chen chuckled and casually displayed the attributes. Sword of the King, category, longsword quality, ancient gold attack, 75 magic, 75 all attributes plus 15 King's aura, passive skill, 20% bonus to all summoned unit attributes. Command aura, passive skill, summoned units inherit an additional 20% of the player's attributes. Undead aura, passive skill, when the health of all summoned undead units reaches 0, there is a 50% chance they will revive on the spot after 4 seconds of stasis, restoring 50% of their base health and 100% of their maximum mana, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. King's Command, active skill, activates the King's Command, increasing the attributes of all friendly units by 100%, consuming 5% of maximum mana per second, with a cooldown of 3000 seconds. Required profession, none. Required level, none. Item description, the sword once wielded by King Leoric, imbued with powerful magical forces. Corrupted by the power of death, the sword remains intact and now provides a stronger boost to undead races. Truly a divine artifact. Wang Chen silently rejoiced, grateful for the reminders from Big White and Little White. The Sword of the King was indeed more suitable for him than the staff he had before. It was practically a specialized sword for necromancers, not only boosting summoned unit attributes by 20%, but also providing an additional 20% inheritance of attributes. Wang Chen, as the Death Priest, already inherited 10% more attributes than other necromancers. With this sword, he gained an additional 20% inheritance. For a level 10 necromancer, second-tier skeletons only inherit 80% of attributes, while Wang Chen's 3 skeleton soldiers directly reached 110% attribute inheritance. Coupled with the growth characteristics of the 3 skeletons, at this moment, Wang Chen's 3 skeletons' attributes far exceed those of a 4th-tier skeleton warlord of other necromancers. What made Wang Chen feel most practical was the undead aura. Unlike other necromancers who have to find corpses to resummon undead when they die, Wang Chen, with the Heroic Chronicles, can resurrect his undead indefinitely. However, resurrection also has a cooldown time. Skeletons have to wait 5 minutes to revive after death. 5 minutes is not long under normal circumstances, at least much more convenient than finding a corpse to resummon. But in battle, these 5 minutes can feel very long. With the undead aura, Wang Chen's undead directly gain a chance to resurrect once, significantly boosting their combat endurance. As for the final King's Command, it is an absolute divine skill at this stage. Alone, its power might not be fully displayed, but imagine a guild of thousands of people. When the King's Command is activated, doubling attributes for 20 seconds, it would create a terrifying scene. Compared to staves that increase casting speed and reduce cooldown, the King's Sword's strength is incomparable. Damn! Seeing the attributes of the King's Sword, Peerless Hero's face changed drastically. He had wanted to celebrate, but ended up uttering only 2 words after being shocked. Ha ha ha, fantastic! Seeing Peerless Hero's expression, others couldn't help but gloat. Even though the equipment didn't end up in their hands, it wasn't in Peerless Hero's hands either, so they felt psychologically balanced. Throughout their journey, everyone in Wang Chen's team knew the contributions he had made. Without Wang Chen's leadership in the first act, they would have been wiped out. Moreover, Wang Chen later brought his skeletons and single-handedly suppressed Leoric. In terms of command, personal strength, character, and charisma, Wang Chen commanded respect. Even before the King's Sword was revealed, Wang Chen had been using a novice wooden staff. This sword would have raised objections if given to anyone else, but when it was given to Wang Chen, no one had any objections. Even Peerless Hero felt that if he couldn't have the sword, no one else deserved it except Wang Chen. After checking the equipment, Leoric's body began to dissipate. As Leoric vanished, a blue heart appeared in Wang Chen's hand. System prompt: you have killed the Dark Gold boss Leoric and obtained the unique item Heart of the Undead. Heart of the Undead, category, quest item description, an energy body containing powerful undead power refined by the 9-star mage ball using necromancy. A unique item. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this task on him was actually a unique hidden task. Ha! What's this? Just as Wang Chen was about to put away the task item and leave the instance, he suddenly shouted randomly. Everyone turned to look, only to see a small box on Leoric's throne that had appeared out of nowhere. The box was entirely golden, covered with inscriptions. Wang Chen walked over in 3 quick steps, picked up the box, and opened it. Swish! At the same time, the box opened automatically, and a burst of light erupted. When the light dissipated, a black token lay quietly inside the box. The material of the token was unknown, and it was inscribed with 3 large characters: Thunder Bluff. Guild-based token Thunder Bluff, category, special item description, the guild-based token of Thunder Bluff in the Thunderstorm City. What the heck? It's a guild-based token. Upon seeing the token in Wang Chen's hand, there was no need for him to display its attributes. Everyone recognized what it was. After all, the fame of the guild headquarters token was known to all players. In Dawn of Dawn, players could register a guild by paying money, but the system did not automatically provide a headquarters for the guild after registration. Players could only rent a guild office as a temporary base. Only with the guild headquarters token could they undertake guild headquarters missions. A guild that possessed a headquarters was considered a true guild. Therefore, the guild headquarters token was something all major guilds coveted. Any guild of a certain size desired to be the first to obtain a guild headquarters, becoming the first guild in the game to have a headquarters. As long as you were the first to acquire a guild headquarters, regardless of the size or power of subsequent guilds, their guild headquarters would always be second, and when the first guild was mentioned, you would always be the first. Being the first was a lifelong pursuit for guilds. Now, on the game forum homepage, major guilds had already offered exorbitant prices to purchase guild headquarters tokens. However, no one had succeeded so far. Unexpectedly, the first guild headquarters token appeared in a hell difficulty dungeon. It's Thunder Cliff. It's actually Thunder Cliff. Not only were Shui Linglong and the others excited, even Debai couldn't help but feel thrilled. Is it the Undead Sanctuary? Ma Saner asked in surprise. Exactly. And it's also the most important fortress of the Human Federation, with treacherous terrain that is easy to defend and hard to attack. The Death Mage Zul single-handedly held off the demon army at Thunder Cliff for 16 years. Xiaobai also exclaimed, I can't believe the guild headquarters token for Thunder Cliff is in the hands of Leoric. What's so surprising about that? Leoric is the lord of Thunderstorm City. Isn't it normal for him to have the guild headquarters token for Thunder Cliff? The key now is how Brother Nyo will handle this token. Hiss. He won't sell it, will he? Upon hearing Debai's words, Ma Saner and Xiaobai couldn't help but exchange glances. It turned out that when Wang Chen took out the headquarters token, Death God and Hope immediately approached, saying, We don't need this thing. It's useless, Invincible Righteous nodded, we don't even have a guild, and with just 7 of us, do we need a guild headquarters? Renting an office for 1 gold, we wouldn't even fill it. So what should we do with this thing? Randomly Shooting asked. What else can we do? Sell it, Unrivaled Hero said, let me sell it, we'll split the money, and I'll take a 1% commission. Pa! Why sell it? It won't fetch much money anyway, Shui Linglong scoffed. Isn't 10,000 gold a lot? Everyone was speechless. Is it? Shui Linglong emphasized. Fine. If you say it's not, then it's not. Everyone was helpless. Shui Linglong turned to Wang Chen and asked, Old Bull, what do you think? To sell or not to sell, it's up to you. Whoever said Shui Linglong was brainless, at this moment she was quite sensible. Well, I also think we shouldn't sell it, Wang Chen pondered, stroking his chin. In fact, the moment Wang Chen took out the token, his first thought was to sell it, post it on the forum, create a buzz, and easily get 20,000 gold for it. But upon second thought, Wang Chen suddenly felt that he couldn't sell it because he also needed a refuge of his own. As the apocalypse approached, strength was indeed important, but a secure refuge was even more crucial. With a safe haven, everything could develop further. Hearing the conversation of the 3 skeletons, Wang Chen became even more convinced of his decision. Thundercliff was not only an undead sanctuary but also easy to defend and hard to attack, truly a chosen land. How could he hand over such a good refuge to someone else? Moreover, from the conversation of the 3 skeletons, it was evident that Thundercliff was a crucial fortress between humans and demons. Handing over such an important fortress to someone else is not as reassuring as entrusting it to oneself. Oh, Brother Nyo won't sell it. That's right. He truly is our leader. So visionary. A talented individual. The 3 skeletons breathed a sigh of relief when Wang Chen refused to sell the token. Not selling it? Is he planning to keep it as a collectible? But this thing doesn't seem to have any collectible value. The unparalleled hero asked in confusion. The others also looked puzzled, not understanding what Wang Chen was up to. Guild headquarters are something only large guilds need. For a regular guild, having an office is sufficient. Wang Chen didn't even have a guild, yet he was reluctant to let go of the guild headquarters token. He realized that if others obtained the guild headquarters token in the future, his would lose its value as the first one. We'll create our own guild headquarters, Wang Chen stated firmly. Us? Just the few of us? Everyone looked shocked. Brother Nyo, I don't mind playing in a guild with you, but isn't it a bit wasteful to establish a headquarters with just us few? The invincible benevolent one furrowed his brow. A guild headquarters requires regular maintenance, completing headquarters tasks, making guild contributions, which is quite troublesome. Wang Chen is not one to enjoy being tied down. The benevolent one and his companions are all free spirits. While bonding through a guild is fine, establishing a guild headquarters would bind them with ongoing tasks, deviating from the initial purpose of playing the game. Moreover, a guild headquarters is valuable. Establishing one with just 7 people would be a waste of resources. I think it's necessary, Wang Chen said calmly. Having a guild headquarters means having our own private territory. It may seem useless now, but who knows when it might play a crucial role in the future. Wang Chen really wanted to tell them that the end of the world was coming in a month, but saying that now would surely make him sound like a madman, and it's not realistic. He could only hint at it as much as possible. Well, the benevolent one was momentarily puzzled by Wang Chen's words, then said, "Alright, Brother Niu, since you want to do this, I'll support you. I don't know why, but I just feel like you're right. I wonder what the others think." I agree with Brother Niu's proposal. If Brother Niu starts a guild, he must take us with him. The first to raise his hand was the Death God. He was now Wang Chen's devoted fan. I agree too. Randomly shooting his hand up, he said, although I also think it's useless, I just feel that Brother Niu wouldn't harm us. And you? Wang Chen asked the invincible hero and Hope. I still want to earn money to buy fashion items, but having a guild headquarters is even cooler. Hope chuckled. I initially didn't want to, but if they'll kill me for refusing, then of course, I agree, the invincible hero said straightforwardly. And you? Wang Chen looked at Shui Linglong. Nonsense. You shouldn't even ask me that. Shui Linglong glared fiercely at Wang Chen. Alright then, I'll hold on to this token for now. Wang Chen nodded and put the token in his backpack. Then, in a flash, they all left the instance. Swoosh! As soon as Wang Chen and his companions exited the instance, beams of golden light burst out from within them. The Hell Difficulty Shadow Castle, according to the system, is an instance that can only be cleared by players above level 30, with experience rewards equivalent to high level 30 instances. Moreover, the first completion rewards double experience, making it far more rewarding than a regular shadow castle. Wang Chen and his 3 skeletons directly leveled up to 15. Shui Linglong and the others also gained several levels, with even randomly shooting leveling up to 21. Players outside the shadow castle were astonished to witness this scene. Leveling up so much from one instance? Of course. Do you know who these people are? Who? Brother Niu. Damn. The one who cleared Hell Difficulty? No wonder. Learning the identities of Wang Chen and his group, the players' amazement turned into admiration. People compare themselves to others until they die. Some have already cleared the Shadow Castle on Hell Difficulty, while others struggle to even pass the normal mode. At level 15, Wang Chen equipped Silent Knight and Sword of the King, instantly boosting his attributes significantly. Despite Wang Chen's balanced attribute distribution, his top-tier equipment, and the bonus from the Heroic Chronicles, his stats at this moment rival those of players from other professions. Truly high attack, high defense, and fast speed. The only downside is the lack of offensive skills. With the blessing of the Sword of the King, Wang Chen's attributes soared to 110%, coupled with the equipment upgrade, the 3 skeleton soldiers' attributes underwent a qualitative leap. At this point, the 3 skeleton soldiers, in terms of attributes alone, were no weaker than players fully equipped at level 20, especially Xiao Bai, whose health directly exceeded 5,000 points. Consider that players of the same level with all points in vitality usually have around 3,000 health points at most, not to mention the other attributes. If these 3 skeleton soldiers were to challenge Leo Rick now, they would definitely not face the same embarrassment as before, they might even dominate the entire battle. What is a true spirit? Besides the significant attribute boost, once the 3 skeleton soldiers reached level 15, they automatically grasped their professional skills. Dabai learned a skill called Chain Fireball, an advanced version of Fireball, releasing 10 fireballs at once to attack the target. The higher the skill level, the more fireballs released, making it the most potent single-target output skill for mages in the early stages. Xiaobai learned the skill Taunt, another core skill for shield warriors besides Shield Strike, forcibly redirecting the target's attacks to himself. Ma San learned Tracking Arrow, which, although less damaging than Focused Shot, could track the target, belonging to the skill set for finishing off weakened enemies. Great! Great! Wang Chen closed the attribute panel with great satisfaction. A true master may appear as one person on the surface, but in reality, it's 4 people. Brothers, how about going for a few drinks? After completing a dungeon run with abundant rewards, the group suggested celebrating at the Thunderstorm City's Invincible. Let's go, Brother Niu, my treat. Death God warmly invited Wang Chen. Let's go, Brother Niu, we are all brothers from now on. Unrivaled Brave also joined in. Obviously, after this dungeon run, the group's impression of Wang Chen skyrocketed. It must be said that before entering the dungeon, everyone's impression of Wang Chen was not particularly good. Although Wang Chen had a record of soloing the Black Dragon, his arrogant and irritating behavior made people uncomfortable. Especially these experts, hearing Wang Chen say things like, "If there were no restrictions on the number of players, I would solo the dungeon," almost made them curse on the spot. Imagine an amateur in your field pretending to be a big shot, it would make you sick. For example, it's like someone who has never read a novel telling an author to write a novel and claiming that their first book will crush the top platinum authors in the industry to become the top player. The arrogance in speech, the frivolous tone, as if this profession were so lowly that their arrival would crush all levels, not only boasting about themselves but also trampling on all authors. When authors hear such words, they would feel utterly humiliated. Invincible and the others initially had the same impression of Wang Chen. These guys were all experts with peculiar temperaments. If it weren't for Shui Linglong's face, they would have left immediately. But who would have thought that this pretentious guy turned out to be truly amazing? Not only could he easily win battles with fewer troops through tactical command, but his personal strength could also dominate the final Dark Gold boss. Especially in the distribution of spoils, he displayed what it means to have the demeanor of a master. Both in strength and character, he made everyone feel convinced. Everyone usually holds themselves in high regard. Never before have they acknowledged a player like they do now. "Sure, but I have to go complete a quest first." Wang Chen smiled and accepted everyone's invitation. The game is never a solitary endeavor. The apocalypse is not for lone heroes. Whether it's Shui Linglong or the few invincible righteous individuals before him, Wang Chen has a good impression of them. Although this group is quite rowdy, always playfully attacking each other, it's evident they are a group of loyal friends. After all, being able to gather friends from various main cities to help deal with a large guild based on just Shui Linglong's word is something that would be hard to achieve in real life. These people will undoubtedly be his companions in the apocalypse. Great! We'll be waiting for you at the tavern. The group dispersed at the city gate. Wang Chen headed straight to the Alchemy Association. It was peak leveling time, and the Alchemy Association was bustling with activity. Lillian was surrounded by a group of shameless players. "Little sister, how old are you? Not 34, are you? Look at your limited perspective, it's at least 36. Little sister, can I hold your hand? Little sister." Wow, impressive people have their own impressive ways, and lecherous people are all the same, their tone just like Massainers. Thanks to holographic simulation technology, this is much more exciting than watching movies or playing with butter. "Old K. I'm back." Wang Chen squeezed through the crowd and approached Claydell. In an era where values follow features, the old man's advantage clearly couldn't compete with Lillian's 36. Claydell huddled in a corner, looking like an abandoned old man. Fortunately, this old man enjoyed the peace and quiet. "It's no Dolly, how's it going? Did you find the materials I asked for?" Claydell's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Chen. "Look!" Wang Chen grinned and took out all the materials he brought back from the Shadow Castle. "Ah, this is indeed the Fong of the Shadow Wolf. The magic inside is even more abundant than I imagined. Blood of the bloodline, such a stable source of blood. This is the resurrection grass, the heart of the undead. It's really the heart of the undead." Hiss. Seeing the materials Wang Chen brought back, Claydell's eyes widened. "Ha? Aren't these the materials you wanted?" Wang Chen was a bit puzzled. The old man specifically asked for these materials, and he had brought them back with great effort, so why was he acting like he had never seen them before? "Yes, but you actually brought me the real heart of the undead. Did you go to hell?" Claydell exclaimed in surprise. "Hell?" Wang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, sort of. Claydell's mention of hell should refer to the so-called hell difficulty of the Shadow Castle. "Exactly. That explains it." Claydell looked at Wang Chen excitedly. "I only asked you to go to the Shadow Castle to find some materials, but you actually went straight to hell and brought back the real resurrection grass and heart of the undead. This is great. If it were those low-energy replicas, I could only have pushed the potion to intermediate level at most. Now, with the real resurrection grass and heart of the undead, my research can directly advance to a higher stage." "Oh, damn!" Upon hearing Claydell's words, Wang Chen immediately understood what had happened. So, these materials could have been obtained in normal difficulty dungeons, and he had overthought it, going to the hell difficulty dungeon to get them. However, according to the game's design, the materials in normal dungeons are replicas, while those obtained in hell difficulty dungeons are genuine. Especially the resurrection grass and heart of the undead, the difference in their effects is like night and day. According to the original task, the materials Wang Chen obtained could only elevate Claydell's potion making from low level to intermediate. However, the materials Wang Chen acquired this time could at least push Claydell to advance to high level, or even possibly master level. "Doesn't that mean I have exceeded the task?" Wang Chen thought, feeling delighted. It seemed like a fortunate turn of events. Of course, you have exceeded it. Claydell looked at Wang Chen with admiration. Then the reward should be doubled, right? Wang Chen rubbed his hands, looking expectant. Ha ha. Before Claydell could respond, Big White and Little White burst into laughter. Our cow brother really knows how to handle things, penetrating every loophole, huh? Too bad he encountered a tough opponent this time. Old Claydell is known to be stingy. Doubling the reward for him would be generous enough, not declaring the mission a failure is already a favor. Wang Chen was left dumbfounded by their words. Indeed, when Claydell heard the mention of doubling the reward, his expression changed from admiration to disgust instantly. What are you thinking? When did I say I would double your reward for exceeding the task? It was your own choice, not my instruction. Damn it! You old rascal! Wang Chen was furious. Claydell continued, I wanted replicas, but you gave me the real deal. Technically, the task shouldn't be considered complete. Giving you a reward is already generous of me. Humph. See? I knew the old guy would say that. Just get used to it, the older they are, the lower their quality. Zul is the same way. Bad guys get worse with age. The three skeletons, upon hearing Claydell's words, showed no surprise, as if it was a common occurrence. It seemed that the conduct of the alchemy master recorded in history was indeed questionable. Of course, if this were to happen to other players, they might just accept it. But our cow brother was not one to be taken advantage of. Fine. Great. Upon hearing Claydell's words, Wang Chen chuckled and said, then give me back my materials, and I'll go find replicas for you. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Claydell was stunned. Kid, do you even know what you're saying? You want back what you gave me? What? If I don't complete the mission, are you going to rob players? Wang Chen's face darkened, and he drew the sword of the king, saying, I've been ripped off by Leo Rick, I won't hesitate to deal with you. Ha ha, Claydell laughed. Kid, are you really going to fight me? Saying that, Claydell displayed his level. Looking at the LV90 displayed above Claydell's head, Wang Chen fell into contemplation. Meow, is the system malfunctioning, assigning such a high level to an alchemy NPC? Humph. The old rogue Claydell said coldly, you're not the first one who wanted to kill me. Alright, you asked for it. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen said, I may not defeat you, but are you sure you're not afraid of anything? The threat you made to me has been recorded, and now I will complain to the game company. You may not understand, but I will inform the creator directly to get rid of you. If the game company doesn't take action, I will sue them. Even if I stop playing this game, I will make sure the game company erases you. Let's see who loses out. As a level 90 NPC, Claydell clearly had a high level of AI. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Claydell was taken aback, his smug expression twitched slightly, then he put on a benevolent face. Ha ha, young man, I was just joking with you, you didn't take it seriously, did you? Claydell asked with a smile. What do you think? Wang Chen sneered, of course, I was just joking with you too. That's good, that's good. Rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. Claydell said, alright, I'll consider the task completed for you. As for the reward, just tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't give it to me, Wang Chen said with a smile. If you ask me for money, I definitely won't give it to you. You have to ask for something I have, Claydell replied. What I want, you definitely have, Wang Chen said confidently. What is it? Claydell asked curiously. It's simple. After you break through the realm, teach me your knowledge of potion making. Wang Chen smiled slightly, revealing a cunning expression. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. No matter how many high-level potions you buy, there will come a time when they run out. But if you learn potion making, that's an endless resource. You greedy fellow. Claydell was visibly angry at Wang Chen's request. You actually want to learn my potion making. You admit that it's something you have, right? Wang Chen retorted. Yes. So, will you give it to me? Claydell began to hesitate. Giving it away would be hard, but not giving it would mean dealing with this guy in front of him. Forget it. Since you don't want to give it, just return the materials to me, and we'll pretend we never met. Seeing Claydell's expression, Wang Chen said directly, I have always been humble, courteous, and honest. I can't do things that force others. You don't have to feel too pressured. Potion making isn't something only you know. As long as I have the materials, another alchemist can use them to break through. Fine. I'll give it to you. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, Claydell decisively grabbed him and said, you must not go to others. He. Seeing Claydell's expression, Wang Chen couldn't help but sneer. It had to be said that the game Dawn of Dawn had really put effort into it. The high-level NPCs in it were no less intelligent than real humans. Claydell was no different from those greedy merchants in reality. Stingy and greedy. People like Kleider, who were greedy, feared two things the most. One was not making money, and the other was their money being earned by others. Although there weren't many researchers in the Alchemy Association specializing in potion making, there were more alchemists besides Kleider. Moreover, in terms of potion making, Kleider, as a grand alchemist, might not be much better than other alchemists, as they were all developing low-level potions. If Wang Chen gave these materials to someone else, Kleider would not only fall behind in potion making but also face more competition for the title of Grand Alchemist. More importantly, without intermediate or higher level potions, Kleider would definitely not make as much money as other potion-making researchers. Compared to teaching his alchemy to Wang Chen, Kleider knew without even opening his eyes which was scarier, not making money or letting his competitors make money. As he spoke, Kleider took out a black notebook from his pocket and handed it to Wang Chen. Kleider's Alchemy Notes category, Special Item Description, The Alchemical Insights of a Grand Alchemist, recording Kleider's lifelong research achievements. Oh my god, what's going on? Brother Nyo actually got his hands on Kleider's Alchemy Notes? The three skeletons were dumbfounded when they saw Wang Chen receive the Alchemy Notes from Kleider. As future elites, the three skeletons were quite familiar with Kleider, the legendary Grand Alchemist. Historical records stated that although this old guy was very skilled in alchemy, his character was extremely poor. Not only was he mean and ungrateful, but he was also extremely selfish and greedy. To have the characteristic of greed recorded in history shows just how outrageous this old guy was. Since the apocalypse arrived and potion making disappeared, there had only been a year, but the number of famous people Kleider had deceived was in the hundreds. It was precisely because of Kleider's stubbornness, solely focused on making money, that a vicious competition arose among potion-making researchers. Everyone was doing their own research, unwilling to communicate or share their knowledge. So much so that after the Association of Potion Masters was destroyed, the study of potions vanished completely. With the disappearance of potion studies, humanity shifted from being proactive to passive during the 100-Year War against magical beasts, ultimately leading to its extinction. Kleider, this great alchemist, could be considered the root of all evil. But never in a million years would anyone have expected that even a miserly old man like Golangtai, who was despised by everyone, would have his secrets exposed by Wang Chen. Damn, what kind of person is he? Thank goodness. Thank goodness we're on Brother Nyo's side. Masener, who was always arrogant, couldn't help but sweat nervously and let out a sigh when he saw the scene. Goodness, if this were an enemy, it's hard to imagine how he would have been deceived. You old man, why didn't you do this earlier? Wang Chen clapped his hands, and the notebook turned into a beam of light that entered his body. System prompt: you have acquired Advanced Alchemy. Advanced Alchemy, active skill, can craft advanced magical equipment in potions of advanced and lower levels. Currently unlocked magical equipment blueprints, none currently unlocked potion formulas, none. Damn, do I still need blueprints and formulas? Wang Chen's eyes widened as he read about alchemy. He thought he was only learning the technique of making potions, so why did he need blueprints and formulas? How intriguing. Kleider smirked sinisterly. I didn't say I would pass on my formulas to you. And you didn't say you wanted them. You. Wang Chen was speechless. Kleider was right, it was like learning medicine where the skill and the prescription were two different things. He had only learned the skill, not the formulas. Of course, even if he had the formulas, he wouldn't be able to learn them without mastering advanced alchemy. It seemed he was still young and had overlooked this point. In this round, they were evenly matched, neither winning nor losing. Do you want the formulas? Kleider's expression suddenly turned lecherous as he asked with a sly smile. How can I get them? Wang Chen's expression changed. He was studying alchemy so that he could make potions in the future, and formulas were what he desired most. Pay for them. Kleider opened his robe to reveal a multitude of formulas. Being a former merchant, who knows what the game designers were thinking when they created these NPCs? Low-level life potion, price, 1 gold. Low-level magic potion, price, 2 gold. Low-level Gale elixir, price, 5 gold. Low-level wisdom elixir, price, 5 gold. Low-level titan elixir, price, 5 gold. So expensive? Wang Chen was astonished. 1 gold was equivalent to 1,000 coins, and even the lowest level formula cost 1,000 coins. If he didn't know the end of the world was near, he would have turned around and left, following the logic of a typical game player. Expensive? If you hadn't learned my alchemy, I wouldn't sell them to anyone, Kleider retorted. Judging by his expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Why are they all low level? Wang Chen asked. If he was going to learn, he might as well learn the advanced ones. Wouldn't learning the low level ones be a waste of money? I haven't researched the advanced ones yet. Wait another month, and I'll have them ready, Kleider said. I'm in urgent need of money now. How about you invest 1,000 gold coins? In half a month, I'll have them ready. You provide the money, and I'll do the work. We can share the knowledge and both benefit. Isn't that beautiful? Damn, isn't that beautiful? This guy is just a smooth talker, and his studies are quite diverse. Get lost. Wang Chen's face darkened as he spent 18 gold coins to learn all the low-level formulas. A whopping 18,000 coins, just to learn 5 low-level formulas. In the past, Wang Chen wouldn't have known if he was being taken advantage of, but now he was starting to suspect that the so-called future apocalypse was just a high-level scam by the game company. Hee. Clyder picked up the gold coin thrown by Wang Chen, and his expression softened a lot as he smiled. Young man, come back to visit us next time. That expression was just like the street girls in the alley. Suddenly, Wang Chen had the idea of reporting him to the Temple of Light, wondering how much reward the Holy See would give him for reporting this guy. Leaving the Alchemy Association, Wang Chen arrived at the church cemetery and learned the 15th level skill of the Necromancer from Zul. Skeleton Life Enhancement, Summoning Passive Skill, increases the summoned undead's health by 10%. Soulfire, Curse Active Skill, condenses soulfire to burn the target, causing 120% magic damage. Finally, an attack skill. Looking at the soulfire in the skill bar, Wang Chen burst into tears, then went to Han's tavern. Brother Nyo, we're rich. As soon as Wang Chen entered the tavern, he heard the excited voice of random shooting. Wang Chen looked puzzled. What? Is there a profitable business? Profit? It's a huge profit. You are now a billionaire, Brother Nyo. Random shooting shouted excitedly, come and share the money. Suddenly, all eyes in the tavern turned to the table where there were piles of money bags, red bags of gold, hundreds of them, covering the entire table. The whole tavern was instantly buzzing. After playing the game for so long, it was the first time they had seen so much money. Everyone greedily looked at the money bags on the table, unable to resist evil thoughts. Bro, let's go grab one. We'll never have to worry about food and clothing again in this lifetime. Some players began to stir. Makes sense. Let's grab and run later. Don't look back. I suggest you all stay calm. At this moment, someone pointed to the door. Hiss. Everyone looked towards the door and saw the burly figure, followed by 3 even bullier skeleton soldiers, of the Necromancer. Their minds, previously clouded by money, suddenly calmed down. What's going on? A young man seemed not to recognize Wang Chen. Don't you know who this is? Who? Do I need to know? Nyo Daily. Oh my god. Isn't he the one who soloed the Black Dragon Society yesterday and cleared the Hell Difficulty Shadow Castle today? Exactly him. Suddenly, I feel that life is good now, no need to seek wealth and danger. Seeing the money bags on the table, Wang Chen was even more puzzled. He approached the table and asked Invincible, what's going on? Invincible was the most reliable looking among them, much more organized in speech than the random shooter. Brother Nyo, do you know how much the odds we bet on earlier have risen to? Invincible also asked excitedly. Bat? Wang Chen was suddenly stunned. He remembered that he had bet 1,000 gold coins in the bet earlier. Oh, I almost forgot. What are the final odds? You forgot about 1,000 gold coins. Everyone was speechless. But thinking about it, it was not a big deal. The 1,000 gold coins were given to him for free, so it was normal for Wang Chen to not care much about it. 500. A full 500 times. Invincible exclaimed excitedly. You now have 50,000 gold directly in your pocket. 50,000 gold? Wang Chen widened his eyes at the news. The official exchange rate of game gold was 1-to-1. The black market price was also above 900 yuan. 50,000 gold was equivalent to 4.5 billion. Just 3 days ago, Wang Chen was just an unemployed vagrant trying to make ends meet. The purpose of playing the game was simply to support his family. Unexpectedly, in just 3 days, he had become a billionaire. Even though Wang Chen had experienced ups and downs, and even had 3 time travelers as his henchmen, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. I only got 5,000 gold in my account. Random shooting was extremely proud. Now I am very fortunate that I went all in before, betting all the cash on me, and now it's returned 500 times. I only have 500. The unrivaled hero's mood was quite complicated. Although making a small profit was something to be happy about, compared to others, it was quite miserable. This kind of neither high nor low was the most pitiful, probably regrettable for a lifetime. Damn, why did I spend so much money on buying fashion? What's so good about shabby fashion? Hope pounded his chest and feet, starting to question his own taste for the first time. This kid was the most miserable, only betting 10 silver coins. Well, earning is better than losing, everyone should be content. The Grim Reaper had a very good attitude, taking out a gold coin and tossing it to Shui Linglong. The Grim Reaper's words suit me well. The invincible benevolent one said, I won't say anything about myself. Nonsense, you bet 50 gold. Everyone raised their middle fingers in unison. Someone even bet 10,000 gold. The invincible benevolent one's hatred shifted to Shui Linglong. You guys really value money too much. What is money anyway? Shui Linglong disdainfully curled her lips. If this was said by someone else, it would definitely be a show-off, but coming from Shui Linglong, it was particularly authoritative. After all, casually taking out 10,000 gold to bet on a game with no chance of winning, ordinary people definitely didn't have this kind of courage. Take your money away quickly, I can't stand this. It was not annoying to randomly shoot before, but it became annoying upon hearing Shui Linglong's words. Ling Jia, do you want me to share some of it for you? Shameless unrivaled hero asked Shui Linglong. Get lost, my money is my money, not giving you a single coin to spend. Shui Linglong waved her hand. The money bag on the table was emptied directly. 5 million gold. Truly worthy of being a woman who directly influences the world financial system. Looking at the empty table, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Although he didn't know how rich Shui Linglong was in reality, with this 5 million gold, she could already influence the economy of a region. You should know that Shui Linglong was not a stingy person in daily life, buying equipment and props at 10 times the price, using teleport scrolls as escape tools, and throwing away 10,000 gold as if it were nothing. She could spend money so easily. Not only did she not have less money, but she spent more and more. This was truly a born wealthy destiny. According to the original historical trajectory, this woman was probably destined to become the world's richest person. Indeed, some people are born in Rome. Alright, old bull, how do you plan to use the residence token? Shui Linglong clearly didn't like discussing money matters too much. Before everyone could recover from this matter, Shui Linglong directly changed the topic. Residence token. Wang Chen hadn't answered yet, but the players nearby immediately perked up their ears, showing excited expressions and opening their friends list. Boss, something big is happening. What big thing? Long reigning over the world was still immersed in the sorrow of Wang Chen clearing the hell difficulty dungeon. Someone has a guild residence token in hand. The player delivering the news said. Guild residence token? Windy flag, if you dare to mess with me, I'll mess with your eggs. Upon hearing the news from his subordinate, Long reigning over the world suddenly became spirited. How could it be? I'm in the tavern right now. Windy flag said. Ask if he's selling it. If not, then snatch it. Long reigning over the world was still as domineering as ever. Snatch? Boss, I suggest you stay calm. We probably can't snatch this one. Windy Flag replied with some trepidation. Nonsense. Your name is Windy Flag, not Windy Balls. Are there people in Thunderstorm City that our Black Dragon Society can't snatch? Long reigning over the world was furious. Take a look at this. Windy Flag casually took a picture and sent it to Long reigning over the world. Soon, Long reigning over the world replied, you must not provoke him, I'll go talk to him. Are you planning to form a guild? Is that possible? At this moment in the tavern, when everyone heard Wang Chen's idea, they were all shocked. That's too boring. Randomly shooting, in the future, won't we be tied to the guild every day? Exactly. The unmatched hero also said, with our strength, who wouldn't want us in their guild? It's just that we don't like the guild atmosphere. Yes, it loses its flavor when there are too many people. Shui Linglong also felt deeply. Everyone's thoughts were well understood by Wang Chen. Although they had only recently met, Wang Chen could see that these guys in front of him had personalities similar to his own, a group of free spirits, each one unbound. This guild thing required logging in every day to do tasks, participating in guild activities, and even getting up in the middle of the night for guild battles. While enjoying the guild resources, one would also be tightly bound by the guild. Most players enjoyed this kind of atmosphere. But for players like Wang Chen who preferred freedom and didn't lack resources, the guild was a cage. Just as the unmatched hero said, with their strength, there was no guild they couldn't join. So why bother creating their own guild? Moreover, in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds, and with more people, things get more complicated. A small group of 7 like they had now, where everyone could talk openly and trust each other, was truly worth it, absolute brothers. With more people, different small groups would immediately form. It was even possible that the relationships among the current 7 would be strained due to the increased numbers. This was the last thing everyone wanted to see. So when they heard Wang Chen say he wanted to create his own guild, everyone's first reaction was resistance. Even the Death God, who had always supported Wang Chen, couldn't help but say, I hate guilds the most, but if you insist on creating one, I can't refuse, I just don't know how long I can stay. Don't worry. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Chen smiled and said, I just want to find a place for us to settle down. I don't intend to recruit many people. For now, besides us, I don't want anyone else to join. A guild of 7 people? Everyone was even more puzzled. Isn't it, Brother Nyo? With 7 of us, we could just form a team channel. Why waste guild residence tokens? Don't you know how expensive they are? Of course, but having our own place gives a sense of security, Wang Chen said. Security? The invincible benevolent one frowned. Brother Nyo, I know you want everyone to have their own territory, but the problem is that guild residence tokens are not just given out. You have to go and attack to claim a residence. At this point, the invincible benevolent one suddenly seemed to realize something. His expression became stunned, his eyes glazed over, and he said in shock, Brother Nyo, you're not thinking of. That's right. Wang Chen nodded. The 7 of us should be able to take down a guild residence. The expression on his face was one of absolute certainty. What? The 7 of us attacking a guild residence? When Wang Chen said this, everyone was stunned. Even Shui Linglong, who was usually unflappable, said in amazement, that Nyo guy, are you really not joking? Attacking a guild residence was no ordinary task. According to the game's design, each guild residence was guarded by monsters, and players had to eliminate all the monsters to occupy the residence and become the new lord. It should be noted that every guild capable of seizing a guild residence task was a top-tier guild. Even so, taking over a guild residence required a great price to be paid. Many large guilds had been wiped out in the process of attacking guild residences. It was like facing the combined strength of an entire top guild. Therefore, the difficulty of attacking a guild residence task was so high that even compared to hell difficulty dungeons, it was a whole different level of challenge. Just 7 people going to attack a guild residence. Wang Chen dared to say that no one dared to imagine what that concept meant. Even if this guy in front of me successfully completes the hell difficulty dungeon. No matter how awesome you are, you can't be this arrogant, right? What is this guy really thinking? Yesterday, soloing a major guild alone. Today, challenging the hell difficulty dungeon. Now he's saying 7 people will attack the guild's headquarters. How bold do you have to be to do something like this? If no one stops him, will he be clearing the game by defeating the god-tier boss tomorrow? There has to be a limit to this madness. Does this damn author even know what he's writing? We are talking about realistic literature here, not some fantasy novel. Don't you trust me? Wang Chen asked in return. Brother Nyo, don't think like that, everyone hurriedly said. We don't doubt your strength, we just doubt our own. Well, these guys are all top experts with high aspirations. For Wang Chen to make them admit their inferiority is truly unprecedented. Indeed, daring to attack the guild's headquarters with just 7 people, the difficulty is no less than Li Yunlong leading 7 people to attack Ping'an County. Everyone can't help but doubt their own abilities. Damn, this guy is really overestimating himself. Even Shui Linglong, who loves to watch the excitement, couldn't help but say, I'll drag you down later. But Wang Chen just waved his hand calmly and said, don't worry, I can handle it. Everyone almost spat out old blood. If there was cyberbullying, Wang Chen's words would definitely qualify. Of course, Wang Chen is not blindly confident. The reason he dares to attack Thunder Bluff with just 7 people is because he has Big White, the skeleton, with him. Big White once helped Zul defend against the demon army in the secret realm of Thunder Bluff. He knows the layout of Thunder Bluff like the back of his hand. When Wang Chen first obtained the token for Thunder Bluff's headquarters, Big White and 2 other skeletons boasted that he had obtained the defense map of this headquarters to assist Zul's undead army, remembering all the hidden mechanisms and even knowing a secret passage leading to the council chamber. It is for this reason that Wang Chen is determined to take over this headquarters. After all, in the discussion of the 3 skeleton soldiers, Wang Chen learned that Thunder Bluff is one of the top 10 fortresses in the future apocalypse, second only to Ironforge of the dwarves in terms of strength. It is filled with traps and is an ancient battlefield with countless ancient remains, known as the Holy Land of the Undead. It was with these ancient remains of Thunder Bluff that Zul quickly formed the undead army during the invasion of the demons, single-handedly resisting the demon army for 16 years. It is worth noting that the undead are undead creatures that do not need to eat or drink, do not require any supplies, and unconditionally obey orders. If Zul had not been assassinated by a demon assassin, Thunder Bluff could have protected humans for decades. Now, as long as Wang Chen takes over Thunder Bluff, these ancient remains will be his. Brother Nyo, I heard you have a guild headquarters token. Name your price. Just as Shui Linglong and the others were contemplating, Wang Chen suddenly received a message from Dragon ruling the world. Wang Chen was not surprised to see the message from Dragon ruling the world, but glanced at the player from the Black Dragon Society who was eavesdropping in the corner. Then, pretending to be surprised, he asked, how did you know? There are people from our guild in the tavern who overheard it, Dragon ruling the world said. Brother Nyo, we are all acquaintances, please don't sell the guild token to another guild. I am willing to pay any price. After all, we are all from Thunderstorm City. If our Black Dragon Society gets the guild headquarters, it will also bring you honor. Acquaintances. Wang Chen was speechless. It has to be said that dragon ruling the world is quite flexible. I wonder how he interprets the term acquaintances. But the meaning behind his words is quite clear. He has set his sights on this guild headquarters token, hoping that Wang Chen won't sell it to someone else. Wen is the main city for everyone, and there should be a sense of collective honor. The Black Dragon Society will gain fame, and other players in Thunderstorm City will also have face. I don't intend to sell this token. Wang Chen directly chose to refuse. Ha? Not selling? Then what do you want it for? Longxing Tianxiao looked puzzled. In the normal person's mind, players like Wang Chen, who don't even belong to a guild, the only purpose of getting a guild-based token is to exchange it for money. Otherwise, it would be a waste of resources. Gain fame, Wang Chen smiled and said, I plan to use it myself. Don't worry, old dragon, I am also a member of Thunderstorm City. When we take over the guild base, you will also shine. Ha? Longxing Tianxiao was stunned for a full half-minute when he saw Wang Chen's message, and it took him a while to reply with just one word. At this point, Longxing Tianxiao was completely confused. What does this guy want to do? Does he have any sense of purpose at all? What is he thinking about every day? What's wrong, boss? Seeing Longxing Tianxiao's expression, Yun Zhongyi and others curiously asked, Did Niu Dali threaten you again? No. Ha? What do you mean by threatening me? And again. What do you mean? Longxing Tianxiao was furious. Don't mind these details. Everyone quickly said, We are just concerned about your distracted look. That's right, it's concern. Everyone nodded. Boss, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wanted to buy the guild-based token? Did that Niu Shitzi ask for an exorbitant price? It would be good if he did. Longxing Tianxiao waved his hand. Ha? What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. At least there's a price, Longxing Tianxia said helplessly. This guy said he won't sell it, he wants to use it himself, he wants to bring glory to Thunderstorm City. Use it himself? Are you mistaken? Does this guy have a guild? When they heard Longxing Tianxia's words, everyone was shocked. So this guy also has a guild. They thought he was alone. No wonder he could clear the hell difficulty dungeons. It seems he has some backing. He doesn't. Have you heard that he has a guild? Longxing Tianxia asked back. No guild? What does he need the base token for? Everyone was even more confused. He said he will bring a few people to attack the guild base. Longxing Tianxia said truthfully. Damn. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Longxing Tianxia in disbelief, as if they had heard some unbelievable information. This guy is simply too arrogant. Does he really think he's invincible? Yeah. He actually wants to attack the guild base with just a few people. Does he look down on other major guilds so much? Or does he look down on the system? He's just asking for trouble. That's right, he's definitely asking for trouble. After the surprise, everyone said one after another. This. However, only Yin Zhongyi he rubbed his chin and said, Why does this sound so familiar? Didn't we say the same thing before? Hearing Yin Zhongyi's words, everyone froze, and their faces turned red the next moment. Let's not talk about it, but we've said it twice. The first time was yesterday when Niu Dali declared war on their guild alone. The second time was today when they heard that Niu Dali wanted to clear the hell difficulty dungeons. However, everyone also saw the results. Can this be the same thing? Longxing Tianxia said, Yesterday, we were all fooled by that dog's trick. Otherwise, how could our guild not be able to defeat him alone? Here, Longxing Tianxia continued, and clearing dungeons also requires skills. They might have exploited some bug to clear the hell difficulty dungeons, but attacking the guild base is a siege. There is absolutely no room for tricks. Makes sense. Hearing Longxing Tianxia's words, Yun Zhongyi he also nodded. Indeed, Longxing Tianxia's words were not wrong. Yesterday, Wang Chen used psychological tactics to take the initiative, grasping the guild leader's psychology, which allowed him to be fearless in the face of challenges. Running dungeons requires great skill. As long as you can exploit a bug, there is a possibility of clearing it. The key is to find the right technique. However, attacking the guild's headquarters is a whole different story. It's a serious frontal assault on defensive fortifications, a city siege. Throughout history, attacking a city has always been a formidable task, requiring an overwhelming force compared to the enemy to dare to strike, especially in a location like Thunder Cliff, which is easy to defend and hard to attack. As the saying goes, one man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Such strategically advantageous guild headquarters have always been contested ground for military strategists, with the difficulty of capturing them being so high that even 10 times the force may not guarantee success. It's a matter of life and death. Even for a top guild with tens of thousands of members and abundant supplies, attacking a guild headquarters would result in at least an 80% casualty rate. Wang Chen and his group only consist of 7 people, yet they dare to consider attacking the guild's headquarters. This is not just a disregard for other guilds, it's a blatant disregard for the game company itself. What should we do now? Yun Zhongyi pondered for a moment and asked Longxing Tianxia, "What can we do? Just watch the show." Longxing Tianxia replied sarcastically. "Should we promote it again?" Yun Zhongyi continued. "No need. What if they actually succeed?" Longxing Tianxia rejected the idea outright. "Boss, you don't seriously think that's possible, do you?" Yun Zhongyi was exasperated. "And what do you think?" Longxing Tianxia glanced at Yun Zhongyi. "Well, I can't be sure either." Suddenly, Yun Zhongyi remembered Wang Chen's demeanor. "Damn, this guy is really unpredictable. He is full of uncertainties. It's one thing to do it once, but to do it twice in a row is mind-boggling. No one dares to guarantee whether he can take down the guild headquarters this time. We don't have any objections, but the 7 of us attacking the guild headquarters doesn't seem very feasible." Rinja Wudi and others expressed their concerns in the tavern. Attacking a city is not the same as defending it or running dungeons. It's a serious matter that requires a lot of manpower. How can 7 people manage it? No matter how skilled you are, it's impossible for 7 people to capture the headquarters. I mean, this is our guild of 7 people. I didn't say only the 7 of us will attack. Wang Chen smiled faintly. "Ha? Do you have other friends?" Everyone was surprised. "No." Wang Chen shook his head. "So, are you going to pay people to help?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Wang Chen is now a wealthy man with 50,000 gold coins in hand. It wouldn't be a big deal to hire 1 or 2,000 people to help. No need. However, Wang Chen waved his hand and said, "We don't need to spend money, someone will pay us instead." When Wang Chen said this, everyone was dumbfounded. "What do you mean, boss? Is someone paying us to help them?" The illogical reasoning made their heads spin, and even the clever Rinja Wudi furrowed his brow, puzzled. Throughout history, it has always been customary to pay for labor. For such a major task as attacking a guild headquarters, one would have to pay a hefty sum to find reliable help. Wang Chen's words were truly baffling. Paying others to work for you, what's the point? Isn't that just being cheap? Even the 3 skeletons couldn't wrap their heads around this. "Boss, what did you mean just now? It seems like someone is willing to pay handsomely to help him attack the headquarters." "If boss can say that, I think he's not an ordinary person." Dabai's voice trembled. The reason why he was called the unparalleled old dog was not only because he was a bit good at scheming, but also good at observing problems and could quickly identify the key issues. However, at this moment, he couldn't fathom Wang Chen's thinking at all. Hiss! How can he be so confident? Did something trigger him? Ma Sanner, the newly recruited little brother, found it hard to believe when he heard this. They all doubted what kind of mental state Wang Chen was in to say things that a normal person wouldn't say. "I'll work for you, and I'll pay you?" This makes no sense at all. However, in the Black Dragon Society's office, Longxing Tianxia was almost going crazy. "Damn! Are we just going to watch this?" Longxing Tianxia was very dissatisfied. According to his character, although he didn't dare to confront Wang Chen directly, if Wang Chen really wanted to attack the guild's headquarters, he would definitely set obstacles behind his back like before. After all, he couldn't let Wang Chen succeed so easily. But after the last time he shot himself in the foot, this time, not only Longxing Tianxia, but everyone in the Black Dragon Society had no confidence. Logically speaking, no matter how strong, powerful, or smart Wang Chen was, he was absolutely unable to challenge the guild's headquarters, a task for a guild group. But the key point was that Longxing Tianxia had suffered losses at the hands of Wang Chen twice. Now, Longxing Tianxia's understanding of Wang Chen was that this guy was illogical. What was logical in normal circumstances became illogical when it came to Wang Chen. So that's why Longxing Tianxia was in a dilemma. If they went to discuss Wang Chen, they were afraid he would turn the tables and end up like last time, failing to achieve their goal. If they didn't, they felt uncomfortable watching the person they hated show off, which was really uncomfortable. "Ah, I know what to do." Just as Longxing Tianxia was in a dilemma, Yun Zhongyi suddenly brightened up. "Oh, what's the plan?" Longxing Tianxia hurriedly asked. "Boss, do we have to mess with that Niodali?" Yun Zhongyi asked Longxing Tianxia. "Otherwise, am I supposed to help him?" Longxing Tianxia said impatiently. "It's not impossible." Yun Zhongyi smiled slyly. Longxing Tianxia was full of question marks. "Boss, what are you up to?" "Hee hee, let's go help Nyo Dolly. Yun Zhengyi grinned and suggested. Help Nyo Dolly? Are you out of your mind? You two-faced opportunist. Long Xing Tianxia was furious and was about to explode at Yun Zhengyi. Boss, hold on before you explode, listen to me first. Yun Zhengyi quickly stopped him. Fine, I'll listen to your explanation. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll kill you. Long Xing Tianxia glared at Yun Zhengyi. Do you think Nyo Dolly can take down the headquarters? Yun Zhengyi asked. Well, theoretically no, but you never know. Long Xing Tianxia pondered for a moment. What about our Black Dragon Society? Yun Zhengyi continued. At least a 70% chance of winning. Long Xing Tianxia said, what's the use of that? We don't have a headquarters token. If we team up with Nyo Dolly, do you think we have a chance? Yun Zhengyi asked again. Long Xing Tianxia impatiently said, of course. With him on our side, we definitely do. Those guys are not pushovers. Exactly. Yun Zhengyi smiled cunningly. Actually, whether Nyo Dolly can take down the guild's headquarters has no impact on us. It just ruins your mood. If we help him take down the guild's headquarters, it's a good thing for everyone. How so? Long Xing Tianxia became more confused as he listened. Think about it. If our Black Dragon Society and Nyo Dolly attack the guild's headquarters together, according to normal logic, if we succeed, other players will think whose credit it is? Of course it's us. Long Xing Tianxia said. So you know, as long as we win this time, we will be the ultimate beneficiaries. Long Xing Tianxia was stunned. In fact, this kind of thing is not difficult to understand. People are generally biased towards the strong. When they see victory, they tend to overlook the process and blindly attribute the fruits of victory to the strong. It's like when an author plays ranked games with professional players. Even if the author carries the team throughout the game, others who don't see the process but only the victory, instinctively assume that the author was carried by the professional players. This is what we call a first impression. Is Nyo Dolly's group strong? Yes, they are. But they are just a few people. No matter how strong they are, they cannot take down a guild stronghold using normal logic. On the other hand, the Black Dragon Guild has 2,000 members, all elites with an average level above 17. A guild of such magnitude, no matter how inexperienced, can't be defeated easily. In a siege battle, the side with more people has the advantage. So, according to common sense, if the Black Dragon Guild and Nyo Dolly's group were to attack a guild stronghold, the process doesn't matter. As long as they succeed, other players will naturally credit the victory to the Black Dragon Guild. Moreover, even if they fail, as the first guild to offer help, wouldn't Nyo Dolly owe them a favor? There might have been unpleasantness in the past, but with this incident, when everyone mingles in the main city, won't they have to acknowledge each other's presence? Sure thing, Xiao Yun. Long Xing Tianxia, who had just realized the situation, trembled all over. He had initially planned to cause trouble for Wang Chen, never expecting to end up helping him instead. And now, it seemed that helping out had more benefits than causing chaos. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Yun Zhengyi he chuckled smugly. I'll contact Nyo Dolly right away. Long Xing Tianxia quickly opened his friend list and messaged Wang Chen, Brother Nyo, if you need help attacking the guild stronghold, just say the word. We are all brothers in the main city, and the Black Dragon Guild will definitely not hesitate to bring glory to the city. Upon seeing Long Xing Tianxia's message, Wang Chen's lips curled slightly. The fish was taking the bait. Wang Chen didn't reply immediately but waited for a while before responding. No need, old Long. Other guilds from different main cities have already contacted me, offering to help us attack the guild stronghold. Long Xing Tianxia's heart sank when he read the message, his face darkening instantly. What's wrong, boss? Did he refuse? Is he looking down on us? Yun Zhengyi, puzzled by the situation, asked. No. Someone beat us to it, Long Xing Tianxia said with a bitter expression. Damn, I didn't expect someone to act faster than us. Speed doesn't matter. What's important is whether they have the strength and convenience, Yun Zhengyi said. In Thunderstorm City, no guild is stronger than our Black Dragon Guild, and the guilds from other main cities surely don't have the advantage we do. That's true. Long Xing Tianxia nodded. According to Nyo Dolly, it seems that the guilds offering help are indeed from other main cities. Then let's hurry up and go talk to them in person. It's better than exchanging messages. Yun Zhengyi he suggested promptly. Good point. I'll go right away. Long Xing Tianxia stood up from his office chair. It must be said that Yun Zhengyi he was indeed a strategic thinker. He could immediately see the advantages of the Black Dragon Guild and figure out the best course of action for this matter. However, just as he decided to seek help from the Black Dragon Guild, he had already fallen into Wang Chen's trap. Inside the tavern, Wang Chen said to Shui Linglong and the others, "Don't say anything later, a friend is coming to discuss cooperation." Friend? Cooperation? Shui Linglong and her group looked puzzled. "Brother Nyo, you're really here." Just as everyone was puzzled, Long Xing Tianxia walked straight into the tavern and then strode up to Wang Chen. "Oh, Chief Long. My apologies." Wang Chen casually grabbed a stool, gesturing for Long Xing Tianxia to sit down. "What's going on with these two? Weren't they at each other's throats before? How come they're acting like brothers now?" Seeing this scene, everyone in the tavern was dumbfounded. Well, weren't these two the ones who were at odds yesterday? Even Shui Linglong and the others were bewildered. What's going on? How did this guy show up? Why is Brother Nyo so friendly to him? How did Chief Long come here? Wang Chen asked knowingly. "Hey, didn't I hear that you were planning to attack the guild's headquarters?" Long Xing Tianxia said, "I came to see if you needed any help." Damn! Upon hearing Long Xing Tianxia's words, everyone was stunned. Even the three skeleton soldiers behind Wang Chen were wide-eyed, with question marks popping up above their heads. What's going on? Is there really someone rushing to help? That's not necessary. Several other guild leaders from the main city have already contacted me, saying they want to help. Wang Chen began to blabber. Currently, only Long Xing Tianxia and a few core players from the Black Dragon Guild like Yun Zhongyi he knew about his plan to attack the guild's headquarters. "Brother Nyo, you're confused." Long Xing Tianxia immediately slapped his thigh upon hearing this. "How can we let others meddle in the affairs of Thunderstorm City? Besides, they are all outsiders, coming back and forth is not easy. How can it be as convenient as us brothers?" I said the same thing, but they were too enthusiastic, Wang Chen said with a hint of helplessness on his face. "Even if they are more enthusiastic, they are still outsiders. We are the insiders," Long Xing Tianxia said without hesitation. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Well, who knows which insider Wang Chen blocked at the resurrection point and killed yesterday. As expected of a guild leader, he could bend and stretch as needed, with a level of thick skin comparable to the walls of Thunderstorm City. "I've already agreed. How can I refuse now? I've already promised them, they are getting ready to come over, and cross-region teleportation costs a lot of money," Wang Chen shrugged. "It's just money." Long Xing Tianxia patted his chest directly. "Whatever the cost, I'll cover it. Let them go back. Leave the rest to our Black Dragon Guild." "But," Wang Chen still looked hesitant, "do you know about Huaxia Dragon Source?" "What? That brat from Dragon Source 4 Seas is coming too?" Long Xing Tianxia said, "You must not let him come." "And Wang Ding from Central Plains." Wang Chen added, "They said, as long as they can have a presence, all their members can come." "Feng Qi Long she wants to come too?" Long Xing Tianxia exclaimed, "Damn it, these bastards are not good people, actually eyeing our main city. Brother Nyo, you must not fall for their tricks." Wang Chen looked helpless. "It's just about having a presence, isn't it?" "Just about having a presence? How is it just about that?" Seeing Wang Chen's attitude, Long Xing Tianxia said decisively, "Brother Nyo, your matter is our Black Dragon Guild's matter. We will help with this. As long as you let us help you, the Black Dragon Guild is willing to spend money to assist. How about 1,000 gold? Isn't that too much?" "I can't accept that." Wang Chen began to hesitate. 2,000 gold, plus 100 gold for your travel expenses. Seeing Wang Chen starting to waver, Long Xing Tianxia gritted his teeth fiercely. Reputation is the most important thing for a guild. Even if he couldn't get it, he absolutely couldn't let other guilds get it, especially Huaxia Dragon Source and Wang Ding from Central Plains. These were well-known major guilds in the national server. If they obtained this prestige, it would be even harder for other new guilds to rise. Even if it costs money, this time he couldn't let other guilds snatch the position away. Damn it, is this for real? What kind of talk is this? Shui Linglong and the group of Invincible Benevolence were all in disarray. Just now, Wang Chen said someone would pay to help, and everyone thought he was joking. Unexpectedly, someone was willing to pay to be the scapegoat. Where can reason be found in this? This is called renting advertising space, hee hee. Wang Chen smiled faintly and replied in the team channel, "He should thank us too." With that, Wang Chen helplessly waved his hand. "Since Dragon Guild leader is so sincere, I can't refuse anymore. Alright, I'll reject the other guilds. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Today, our expenses are all on me." Long Rain waved his hand generously. Everyone, Dabai, Airbai, Ma-san, and the three skeletons were now looking at each other in disbelief, their expressions saying 1,000 words. "Damn, our boss is really talented. We're lucky he's not our enemy. Let's stick with him honestly in the future and not get any crooked ideas." Attacking a guild's headquarters is no ordinary small task, it requires preparation. Wang Chen and Long Rain agreed to meet tomorrow. After Long Rain got Wang Chen's approval, he left in high spirits, leaving behind a stun group led by Shui Linglong. No, boss, I don't think you're a necromancer, you're a witch doctor. Randomly Shooting exclaimed in amazement, what kind of witchcraft did you use? Stop talking nonsense. I never do that kind of thing. Wang Chen glared at Randomly Shooting. See, he didn't deny it. He really can do it. Randomly Shooting jumped up and shouted, get lost, you idiot. Invincible dragged Randomly Shooting to the back, also looking puzzled. I still can't figure out what Long Rain is after. He. Wang Chen chuckled, in this situation, you have to think about what they want and what they fear. I know. They want to be the first to take down the guild headquarters? Unrivaled Hero raised his hand. They fear others being the first to take down the guild headquarters. The Grim Reaper said lightly, stroking his chin. Exactly. Wang Chen nodded. Everyone pondered. Then why is he spending money to help you? Shouldn't he be spending money to buy tokens? Shui Linglong couldn't figure out the connection. If the two of us go to fight the boss, who do you think is the main force? Of course, it's you. Do I even need to ask? Shui Linglong said. Right, that's what everyone else thinks too. Wang Chen had a knowing expression. I get it. I understand too. Invincible and the Grim Reaper exchanged a glance. Then Unrivaled Hero and Hope also looked enlightened. Randomly Shooting didn't quite understand, but seemed to find some kind of connection. Only Shui Linglong still looked confused and cursed. You bastards, can't you be clearer in your words? Damn it, everyone. The humble, elegant, and upright Supreme God Zengxin once said that if you want someone to help you, you have to make them feel like they are doing their own thing, and even make them think you are helping them. No wonder, it has to be boss. So despicable. Hearing Wang Chen's explanation, the three skeletons became even more in awe of him. Indeed, in terms of strength, this necromancer in front of them was as weak as Cohen, but his mind was so meticulous and his methods so cunning that no one could match him. Everyone followed him every day, not knowing when he would set a trap for Long Rain again. He just lured this big fish over and made it his own ox and horse. He was simply a monster, holding everyone's minds tightly, making you do things without being able to refuse naturally. How terrifying. No wonder Randomly Shooting said he could bewitch people's hearts. When Wang Chen logged off, it was already night. Taking off his gaming helmet, Wang Chen casually wiped his oily face and then headed to the bathroom. Thud. Thud. Just then, a strange sound came from the living room. Ah! Immediately followed by a piercing scream from the next door. It's Miss Liang next door. Wang Chen was shocked and rushed towards the door. Miss Liang next door, whose name was Liang Fong, had been Wang Chen's old neighbor since he moved in. She lived with her daughter, making a living through online live streaming and occasionally sending Wang Chen some special products from her fans. Their relationship was quite good, so Wang Chen couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As he opened the door, a strong stench hit him, and he saw a small green creature in the hallway, wielding a spiked wooden stick, viciously smashing the door of the neighbor's house. The wooden door had already been smashed with a large hole by the creature. Liang Fong was on the other side of the door, pushing hard to prevent the creature from entering, her expression twisted with fear. Occasionally, the cries of a little girl could be heard from behind. Hearing the cries of the little girl, the green creature became more aggressive with its pounding. Goblin with wooden stick, level, LV5 HP, 100 MP, 50 skills, heavy strike monster description, a vicious monster living in the Warcraft forest, cruel and despicable in nature. As Wang Chen's gaze swept over, the information of the small creature appeared before him. Goblin. This is a monster from the game. Wang Chen was stunned at the sight of the information. Although he had believed the news to some extent before, the appearance of monsters in the real world was something that needed time to sink in for anyone. But now, a monster from the game was right in front of him, confirming everything was real. The end of the world was really coming. Of course, Wang Chen was not afraid, as he had mentally prepared himself, having encountered far more ferocious monsters in the game than this goblin. Such a low-level creature was nothing to him. How dare a mere level 5 monster be arrogant in front of me? To buy, shall buy, kill it for me. Realizing the situation, Wang Chen immediately shouted and issued an attack command. However, the goblin's attention was drawn elsewhere and the command was ineffective. Oh no! Wang Chen suddenly remembered that he was not in the game, and his 3 bodyguards were not by his side. Gaga! The goblin turned around and saw the tall and strong Wang Chen, immediately abandoning Liang Fong behind the door. Obviously, in its eyes, women might be soft and delicate, but they were not as appealing as a bigger man. Damn! Wang Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering why he had chosen a necromancer. In this situation, a warrior could have easily taken down the goblin with a single blow, or a mage could have conjured a fireball. Without his undead war pet, the Necromancer was just a big, superfluous soldier. No, I have skills too. Don't underestimate a Necromancer as a mage. With this thought in mind, Wang Chen silently chanted, "Curse." As Wang Chen chanted, he felt an unknown energy flowing within him, gathering in his palm to form a chaotic energy ball. He casually threw it at the goblin, causing it to slow down instantly as if being pulled back. It works! Wang Chen rejoiced, preparing to use soul fire to burn the goblin, but the goblin's wooden stick was already swinging towards him. Before Wang Chen could dodge, a pink figure swiftly passed in front of him. A foot clad in crayon Shinshan slippers landed heavily on the goblin's face. Bang! With a muffled sound, the goblin was kicked and flew out, crashing heavily against the wall. In Wang Chen's eyes, a large number indicating blood loss floated above the goblin's head, and its health bar plummeted by half. Damn! So fierce? Wang Chen couldn't help but be surprised, looking up to see who had arrived. He saw a young girl in pink pajamas, her eyes fixed on the monster in front of her. The girl was petite with short hair, and despite wearing loose pajamas, she exuded a sense of competence. Gah! The goblin was kicked in the face, howling as it swung a club towards the girl. With a calm expression, the girl dodged the attack at the last moment, swiftly moving behind the goblin and kicking its knee from behind. Thud! The goblin fell to its knees, and the girl grabbed its head from behind, twisting it sharply. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The goblin's health bar emptied instantly as it collapsed to the ground. Damn! Wang Chen was dumbfounded. From dodging attacks to snapping the goblin's neck, it all happened in an instant. The girl's combat skills flowed smoothly and left Wang Chen in awe. He had 3 top experts from the future under his command, with Little White being the best in close combat. Little White was fast and ruthless, but compared to the girl before him, Wang Chen realized she surpassed even Little White in combat prowess. Could there really be such skilled individuals in reality? This girl must be a gamer, probably specializing in martial arts. However, Wang Chen soon doubted his assumption. In the game Dawn of Dawn, the martial artist class was extremely difficult to master and was currently considered inferior, almost useless, alongside the Necromancer class. Necromancers had potential in the late game due to their high requirements. On the other hand, martial artists seemed to have no future at all. Therefore, among the renowned gamers, martial artists were virtually non-existent. What the hell is this? As Wang Chen pondered, he heard the girl mutter, "It doesn't look like an animal." Not a player? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen gasped. Based on his own experience, if she were a player, she would have recognized the goblin as he did. In other words, this girl possessed the strength to kill a level 5 monster without the enhancements from the game. Incredible! Wang Chen was stunned. In the game, monsters were much stronger physically than humans. Even a level 1 common monster surpassed the strength of an adult human. Level 5 monsters were definitely not something an ordinary person could handle. Even as a level 15 necromancer enhanced by the game, dealing with a level 5 monster without summoning skeletons would be challenging. Yet, this seemingly fragile girl effortlessly defeated a level 5 goblin. Was she the real monster here? It seemed there were hidden talents in the world after all. Looks like a goblin. Wang Chen pointed at the lifeless goblin on the ground. Goblin? What's that? Is it an endangered species? Am I breaking the law? Damn, what kind of world is this? Assaulting people is a crime. Assaulting animals is a crime too. Do I have to move out? The girl grumbled and then looked up at Wang Chen, asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Wang Chen quickly shook his head. From the girl's words, it seemed like she had moved here to hide from someone due to her violent tendencies. Good, as long as you're okay, you won't tell anyone, right? The girl asked again. I won't. Absolutely not. Wang Chen shook his head once more. It's not that I'm afraid of her, the key is that she's trying to save people, and you're still blabbering nonsense here, that's just not loyal. Very well. The young girl turned her head and glanced back at Liang Fong, who was looking out from the doorway. You won't betray me, will you? No. No. Liang Fong shook her head repeatedly. Thanks to the young lady for saving us, I'm still grateful. Well, you are good people. The young girl reached out her hand to Wang Chen. I'm Wang Yujie, just moved in as your neighbor. Wang Chen. Wang Chen said, we share the same surname, we were one family 500 years ago. Perhaps. Luckily you weren't born into my family. Wang Yujie smiled faintly. You better clean up this place, I'm afraid it might cause unnecessary trouble. Alright, if you need anything, call me, I live in 1102. With that, Wang Yujie turned and went back to her own place. Only Wang Chen and Liang Fong were left looking at each other. Brother Wang, how do we deal with this? Liang Fong shivered behind the door panel. Obviously, she was still immersed in the fear from earlier. "You don't need to worry about it." Wang Chen waved his hand, signaling her to go back first, then he went straight to the goblin's body. Swish! At that moment, the goblin's body disappeared. Ding! A ring fell from the goblin's body. Goblin ring, category, accessory tier, bronze attack, 6 magic, 3 strength plus 3 agility plus 1, goblin transformation, active skill, transform into a goblin, lasts for 60 seconds. Class requirement, none level requirement, 5 item description, a magical ring that can transform into a goblin. It turned out that monsters in reality could also respawn and drop equipment. Wang Chen had fully accepted this setting and put on the goblin ring. As the ring was worn on his hand, he clearly felt a surge of power entering his body. Was this the magical power of equipment? Wang Chen couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. The bonus from equipment in reality was much more noticeable than in games. He wondered how the two worlds would merge. "Hey, you cleaned up so quickly?" Just as Wang Chen was about to go home, Wang Yujie suddenly appeared again. Wang Chen nodded. I want to eat instant noodles, but I don't have any at home." Wang Yujie blushed suddenly. "No hot water, right? I have some here," Wang Chen hurriedly said. "No noodles," Wang Yujie said hesitantly. Wang Chen was speechless. "Just say you don't have food to eat. I have some here. Plenty." Wang Chen called out, "If you don't mind, come over." "How could I?" Wang Yujie rubbed her hands and followed. "I can eat a lot." Wang Chen looked the young girl up and down and chuckled. This little girl, barely 5 feet tall, looked thin and frail, probably no more than 100 pounds. How could she eat more than him? If he couldn't even afford instant noodles, he would be in a pitiful state. "No, sis, have you not eaten for a few days?" Half an hour later, Wang Chen looked at Wang Yujie in front of him and the instant noodle packets on the table, his eyes filled with shock. He can only eat 2 packets of instant noodles in one sitting, at most 3. But this girl, who didn't even weigh 100 pounds, had eaten 8 packets in one go. Wang Chen was worried she wouldn't be full, so he also boiled 6 eggs for her and grabbed a pack of sausages. With just these items, Wang Chen would need to eat for 2 days. How did Wang Yujie, with her small frame, manage to eat so much? It wasn't that Wang Chen was stingy, he just couldn't bear to see her hungry, especially since the young girl had saved his life earlier. Now Wang Chen was worried that she hadn't eaten for days and might overeat and get sick. Wang Yujie said embarrassedly, "I usually can't eat this much. I haven't eaten since last night." "You didn't eat last night? Trying to lose weight?" Wang Chen asked curiously. "After renting the house, I ran out of money." Wang Yujie shrugged, "And I haven't found a job yet." Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic at the words. As an unemployed youth, Wang Chen knew well how difficult it was to find a job nowadays. Not to mention a young girl, even someone like him, a grown man, was unwanted. Otherwise, Wang Chen wouldn't have ended up doing menial work in the game. "You don't seem like a laborer with your skills," Wang Chen furrowed his brows and asked. From the recent battle, it was evident that Wang Yujie had definitely undergone training, not just the superficial kind but the kind that was practical for real combat. As the saying goes, poverty nurtures talent in martial arts. In today's society, those who truly engage in authentic combat training are definitely not poor, and those who can handle monsters in combat so skillfully are certainly not ordinary people. There's no reason for them to seek work just to make ends meet. "You were kicked out by your family?" Wang Yujie shrugged. "Kicked out? Why? Forced marriage?" Wang Chen was curious. According to those online novels, when martial arts family members leave home, it's usually due to being pressured into marriage. "Not exactly," Wang Yujie waved her hand. "I got into a fight, broke a few people's limbs, got into trouble." Got into trouble. Wang Chen was speechless. It dawned on him that Wang Yujie had indeed mentioned something about how hitting people or animals was illegal, so she must have really experienced it. On second thought, this reason was much more serious than being forced into marriage, but how big of a deal must she have caused to be kicked out of her home? "Yeah, I broke the limbs of 3 people, and the ringleader, I disabled him directly. My dad said I was too ruthless, so he told me to leave and gain some experience," Wang Yujie said casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Wang Chen was at a loss for words. Although he didn't know the extent of the injuries, judging from Wang Yujie's tone, it was definitely more severe than just breaking limbs, making her a terrifying woman. "Don't worry. I'm not a violent person." Seeing Wang Chen pale, Wang Yujie realized she had scared him and quickly clarified, "I won't lay a hand on others unless provoked, especially not on ordinary people like you." Ordinary people. Wang Chen scratched his head, realizing that in Wang Yujie's eyes, he, as a mage, was just an ordinary person. "What's your profession then?" Wang Yujie changed the subject, looking around Wang Chen's room, curious about his identity. Necromancer, Wang Chen blurted out. Wang Yujie was puzzled. Oh, I play games, Wang Chen explained. Do you want to join me? Wang Chen had witnessed Wang Yujie's skills firsthand. Despite being a girl, her strength was extraordinary, unlike anything Wang Chen had ever seen. An ordinary person without game-enhanced skills could easily defeat a level 5 monster in just 2 moves. If he could recruit her into his team, their combat strength would significantly increase. With the impending apocalypse and low-level monsters appearing more frequently worldwide, having Wang Yujie by his side would undoubtedly increase their safety. Can you make money by playing games? Wang Yujie was surprised. Clearly, this girl was used to a high lifestyle and had never been exposed to the money-making industry of the lower class, not realizing that gold farming and bricklaying were emerging professions. Of course, some people even become millionaires by playing games. Wang Chen began to entice the young girl. This wasn't an exaggeration, the esports industry had long been mature, and those gamers who reached a professional level had certain commercial value. Don't talk about top professional players, even second-rate players, or those retired professional players who now do live broadcasts, many of them are worth over $1 billion. Not to mention, if all the coins in Wang Chen's hands could be exchanged, he would also be a billionaire. Really? Wang Yujie was visibly moved at the words. The girl had no interest in being a billionaire, her only goal now was to fill her stomach. Of course, the key is that there is another benefit in the gaming world, Wang Chen continued. What benefit? Tell me, Wang Yujie's eyes lit up. In the game, killing is not illegal. Killing monsters is a daily necessity. The more people you kill, the more famous you become. Wang Chen didn't know how his words would affect Wang Yujie in the future. So you mean you can fight without worrying about the consequences? Even if you kill the other person, it's fine? Upon hearing this, Wang Yujie jumped up from the sofa. Bro, take me to play games with you. Look, Wang Chen truly understood the art of persuasion. Clearly, he wanted Wang Yujie to be his teammate in the game, but he managed to make Wang Yujie beg him to take her. Sure. Wang Chen smiled slightly and agreed decisively. But to play games, you need to buy equipment first. Even the cheapest helmet costs 5,000, but it can be paid in installments. I'll pay the down payment for you first, and you can pay me back when you earn money. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Yujie was thrilled. With gratitude in his eyes, Wang Yujie left Wang Chen's place. After Wang Yujie left, Wang Chen once again opened the forum for Dawn of Dawn and searched for the ID called Endless Sea. Sure enough, this guy had posted again. I actually conjured a fireball. Although it's not as big as in the game, it did come together. Below the post was a photo of a fireball condensed in the palm of a hand. The fireball was about the size of an egg, light red, and the fire elements were condensed in a very loose manner. This young man is really into the game. Looks just like the real thing. This fireball shows no signs of Photoshop. How did you do it, bro? Below the post, there was still a lot of mockery. But Wang Chen could tell at a glance that this fireball had the exact same structure as the gray energy ball he had conjured. It seemed that he and this mage named Endless Sea had both been strengthened in reality by the game. Based on the current situation, Wang Chen speculated that when certain attributes in the game reached a certain value, there would be signs of enhancement in reality. At present, players with higher levels in the game should have been somewhat enhanced. The reason why only Endless Sea posted was probably that most people had not yet realized that they had become stronger. After all, in the game, only physical professions like warriors had extreme attribute points. Other professions more or less had a primary and secondary distinction. For example, assassins and archers would add strength to enhance their attacks and judgments, mages would add agility to kite, and priests would add spirit or constitution to enhance their survival abilities. Endless Sea was clearly a mage with all points in intelligence. Physical enhancements were not something they would feel much in their sedentary daily lives, but enhancements in the brain domain were something they could feel at all times. As for Wang Chen himself, although he had evenly distributed attribute points, with the equipment bonuses, Wang Chen was not inferior to players with extreme attribute points in terms of intelligence or strength, which allowed him to conjure curses. After closing the game forum, Wang Chen searched for news about the abnormal creatures. As Wang Chen expected, those low-level monsters had already begun to invade the real world. Yesterday, there was only one monster invasion incident, but today there were dozens of similar reports in the news. This was in addition to the one Wang Chen had encountered. The monsters mentioned in the reports were mostly goblins, slimes, and other low-level creatures, and they all appeared in public areas, quickly being surrounded and killed without causing any casualties to humans. Of course, it was also possible that casualties were not reported. Everything now indicated that the doomsday was approaching. A safe haven was urgently needed. In reality, Wang Chen's residential area, although old and rundown, was a military family compound built to military standards. After the previous military families moved out, this place became a resettlement area specifically for people like Wang Chen, who were struggling unemployed individuals. For now, it seemed quite safe. After all, the goblin had only managed to make a hole in the wooden door after banging on it for a while, and if a wooden door was that sturdy, not to mention a security door. With Wan Yujie, the enforcer, around now, the low-level monsters wouldn't be able to break through before Doomsday arrived. The key was in the game. None of the players were aware of the changes in reality. To them, a game was just a game, where logging in to fight monsters and logging out to sleep was the norm. Except for those big guilds, no one would set up a shelter in the game. When Doomsday arrived, ordinary people and players who couldn't find a shelter would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. Those guild players with residences or offices would survive the first wave of calamity under the protection of shelters. That's why Wang Chen kept the guild residence token, which was obviously a very wise choice. To attack a guild residence, you first needed a guild. The next day after logging in, Shui Linglong and her group were already waiting for Wang Chen at the tavern. Once everyone was online, the 7 of them headed straight to the city hall to register the guild. Please confirm whether to establish a guild. Please confirm whether to establish a corresponding guild. After Wang Chen submitted the registration procedures, a line of information flashed before the eyes of the 7. Confirmed. Everyone nodded in unison. Then another line of information flashed before them. Please name your guild. What should we call it? Wang Chen looked around. Radiant Society. Invincible Righteous raised his hand. Agreed. Hope expressed support. Ugh, that sounds so nauseating. Others frowned, saying, what a ridiculous Radiant Society. It sounds like some cult. I think it should be called the Blood Youth Group. Someone randomly suggested, we are forever young. Oh, come on, why does it sound like we're going to be wiped out? Everyone wrinkled their brows, involuntarily picturing the scene of Chenzone, the leader, showing up for 3 seconds and receiving a lunchbox. How about Hell's Messengers? Death whispered softly. Dahai, it's great that you're suggesting, but the name should be Down to Earth, not Underworld. Shui Linglong was the first to disagree. Dahai? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Don't you know the Grim Reaper is called Li Dahai? That name is so plain. Someone mocked Death's name crazily. Ha ha. Wang Chen chuckled. Indeed, the name was quite down to earth. Let's just call it Livestock Shed. You bunch of livestock, that name suits you. The unrivaled Brave was quite bold. Damn it, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Everyone ganged up, pinning down the unrivaled Brave and giving him a beating. Stop it, stop it. Wang Chen intervened, trying to break it up while landing a couple of kicks. System prompt, Guild Miracle Power successfully created. Just as everyone was fooling around, a game prompt suddenly sounded in their ears, flashing the message of the successful establishment of the guild. What the hell? Everyone was shocked. It wasn't me, though. Wang Chen shrugged. Is this name not good? Shui Linglong asked from the side. Trash. Dog shit. What a crappy name. Everyone cursed in unison. What do you think, Lao Niu? Shui Linglong turned to Wang Chen, completely ignoring the dissatisfaction of the others. I think it's okay. Wang Chen was quite satisfied, especially with the first 2 words of the guild name. Which word do you guys think sounds bad? Wang Chen asked the others again, his face full of sincerity. Well, I don't think it's that bad, actually. Death God scratched his head. Yeah, think about it carefully, this name is quite charming. Random Shooting expressed agreement. Yes, great. Miracles happen, this name is fantastic. Invincible Benevolence started boasting directly. Others also expressed that this name really suited their style. Who will be the guild leader? Wang Chen asked again. Do we even need to ask? It's written in the guild name. Everyone said in unison. So polite? Wang Chen was surprised. These guys would argue over anything, yet the guild leader voluntarily stepped down. Just then, Wang Chen received another message. Guild leader confirmed. Nyo Dali, please pay 50 gold coins for the guild creation fee. Damn it! These bastards! Wang Chen was exasperated. Just scammed out of 50 gold coins. Wang Chen was feeling annoyed. If you don't want to drink, then don't. We'll note it down for now. You owe each of us 1 gold coin. Unrivaled Hero took out a small abacus from somewhere. Agreed. Support. Seconded. Others chimed in. Wang Chen was speechless for a moment and said, I heard that other guilds have to pay membership fees. Isn't 2 gold coins per person reasonable? Ha ha, brother Nyo, you're being too polite. We're good buddies. That's right. By the way, when do we start applying to attack the base? Unrivaled Hero and a few others quickly changed the subject. Not yet. Wait for someone. Wang Chen waved his hand. Wait for someone? Everyone was puzzled. Who? Have you contacted someone? No. Don't you have any friends in the game? Real-life friends, Wang Chen replied. Male or female? Shui Linglong's perspective was quite peculiar. Everyone was slightly puzzled. Just asking. Shui Linglong quickly added. Hee, we're curious too. Random Shooting and a few others immediately showed mischievous smiles. Ha, I'm also curious. Ma Saner excitedly clenched his fist, but was met with disdain from Airby. What's it to you about male or female? You don't even have that thing. Damn it. You two jerks, I'm cutting ties with you for 5 minutes. Ma Saner was furious. Is this really important? Wang Chen frowned. Of course. Invincible Benevolence said, a male is definitely a skilled player, while a female can provide emotional value, which is like having extra help or a buff. In the normal cognition of gamers, the role of female players is generally not as significant as male players. After all, not everyone is a super pay-to-win player like Shui Linglong, who can recruit skilled players as long as they have enough money. The purpose of having female players in the team is to provide emotional value. If it's a male player, the team may have multiple strong players, but if it's a female player, the male players in the team get a 20% boost in attributes. Everyone will adjust their status based on the goal. So, whether the helper is male or female is quite important. Female. Skilled. Wang Chen simply said 4 words. Ha ha. A female player, and skilled at that. Everyone burst into laughter. Even Shui Linglong couldn't help but laugh. Even she, as a female player, had subconsciously accepted this common knowledge, otherwise she wouldn't be hanging out with a group of male players. She's really a woman. Ma Saner was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. A skeleton soldier grinned wildly. Female player. Sigh. Tisk tsk. Dabai and Xiaobai looked disappointed. What do you guys mean? Ma Saner asked puzzled. Let's not talk about female players in this era. How many female powerhouses did we have in our era? Dabai asked Ma Saner. This. Ma Saner was taken aback. It's not about us guys discriminating against women, the point is that combat shouldn't be a woman's job in the first place, Xiaobai added. In our era, the total number of frontline female professionals in all main cities in the Federal East Asia region didn't exceed 1,000. Now we're not out for a stroll but attacking the guild's headquarters. How can we let a woman get in the way? Xiaobai was usually quite stable emotionally, but now he was getting more and more upset, showing his strong disapproval of Wang Chen and a woman causing trouble. Ma Saner was suddenly speechless. Xiaobai wasn't just talking nonsense. In the game, there was no gender gap in attributes, and the gender setting was relatively balanced. However, when the game merged with reality, the physical gap between men and women became apparent. Even the strongest female professionals could barely keep up with the training intensity of third-line male professionals, and there were almost no women in the frontline combat sequence. This was just the difference in physical attributes. In combat, it's not just about having strong attributes, but also about on-the-spot performance, combat effectiveness, psychological factors, and so on, where female professionals were weaker than male professionals. Therefore, in the future era, women, like children and the elderly, were considered protected roles. Only roles like light priests were mainly taken on by female professionals. Attacking the guild's headquarters was such an important matter, yet Wang Chen had to wait for a woman, which Dabai and Xiaobai strongly opposed. In their eyes, Wang Chen was the chosen one who could save all of humanity. The reason they were so loyal to Wang Chen wasn't just because he provided them with equipment, but because in their hearts, Wang Chen was a very strategic leader. A leader with strategy couldn't afford to be distracted by trivial matters. In the future era, leaders who caused trouble due to lust were more than one, and they would all be condemned in human history. How could a commander they respected ruin the great cause of saving humanity for a woman? At this moment, Dabai and Xiaobai were full of disappointment and dissatisfaction towards Wang Chen. Dabai didn't say anything, but Xiaobai, who was usually easygoing, was anxious, showing the impact of the situation on them. Wang Chen could only smile bitterly at their words, unsure of how to explain. Brother Niu? When do we start? We're ready. On the other side, Longxing Tianxia also sent a message. Yesterday, Longxing Tianxia had informed all guild players that they would attack the guild's headquarters today, and regardless of what happened, everyone had to be online today, or they would be treated as absent from work. Before 10 in the morning, more than 2,700 Black Dragon Guild players were already in position, waiting for Wang Chen's instructions. Don't rush, come to the tavern first. Wang Chen casually replied to the message, then led Rinja Wu Di and others back to the tavern. What? We have to wait for a woman? In the tavern, Longxing Tianxia, along with Yun Zhongyi and a few others, reacted almost the same as Dabai and Xiaobai when they heard that Wang Chen had to wait for a woman. Especially Yun Zhongyi, his face turned dark. Brother Nyo, we're attacking the guild's headquarters, not just fooling around. We must be in our best condition. How about we go for a foot bath after we're done? I can treat Brother Nyo and get a few more technicians. Longxing Tianxia also suggested. Tell me more about the technicians. I usually prefer number 8. The random shooter's eyes lit up and they gathered around. Wang Chen. Here, you can see how people have different pursuits. The benevolent are invincible. What they pursue is to find joy in the game. As long as they are happy, it doesn't matter how they play. Not to mention one woman, even if 10 women come, it will only make them happier. The group from Dragon Conqueror pursues the development of the guild, dominating the world. Women can naturally be included, but they cannot delay matters in important affairs. In such a situation, not to mention women, even male players whose strength cannot keep up cannot be brought along. Otherwise, because they lag behind, they won't be able to conquer the guild's base, which would be time-consuming and laborious, rendering all efforts in vain. It's not what you think. This is a master. Wang Chen explained. A master? Can female players also be masters? The group from Dragon Conqueror looked at Wang Chen in great astonishment, as if asking, are you kidding? See, what did I say? The unrivaled Brave shrugged. This is basically common knowledge. In terms of discriminating against female players, the Benevolent and the Dragon Conqueror group reached a consensus. The author has never had such thoughts. If female readers want to curse the Dragon Conqueror, not the author. You'll know when they arrive. Wang Chen didn't explain much, because he knew that everyone believed in what they believed in for their own reasons. Unless they experience it firsthand, no matter how much you say, they will think you are talking nonsense. If one hasn't shown their strength, these people certainly wouldn't believe that a low-level necromancer could take on a guild alone. Alright, everyone came to attack the guild's base because of Wang Chen. Naturally, Wang Chen would be the leader. Now, Wang Chen had to wait, and even if others were unhappy, they couldn't show it on the surface. Especially the group from Dragon Conqueror, who had paid for their spots, couldn't easily argue with Wang Chen. They could only grumble in private. Damn it, I thought this Bull Daily was some kind of hero, turns out he's just trash. I treated him as someone important for nothing. The Dragon Conqueror had the biggest issue with Wang Chen. Those who achieve great things in history don't waste time with women. True masters have personality, goals, and principles. Wang Chen, because of a woman, made so many people wait like this, acting like a loser seeking attention by bringing a girl along. This was how his life would be. Even if he had great strength, he couldn't escape the limits of being useless. Bah! Trash! Loser! At this point, Wang Chen's image had completely collapsed in the eyes of the Dragon Conqueror. The mysterious and powerful impression shattered, replaced by a loser who fawns over women. Ah! Whether he's a loser or not doesn't matter. Yun Zhongyi looked worried. I'm just afraid someone will drag us down. The opportunity to attack the guild's base was bought with money, aiming to use Wang Chen's mission to make the Black Dragon Guild famous. If the challenge succeeded, the Black Dragon Guild would naturally gain fame. If they were held back because of a female player, it wouldn't just be a waste of money. The Black Dragon Guild would probably become a laughingstock again. Yun Zhongyi seemed to have already imagined people on the forums mocking, the Black Dragon Guild wants to challenge a guild's base, how embarrassing. Can't count their losses. Water Linglong and the Benevolent were not as intense in their reaction as the Dragon Conqueror group, but they were also surprised. I really can't tell. Brother Bull is still a loser who seeks attention from girls. Yeah, at my level, I wouldn't be this pathetic. Brother Bull is even more useless than me. Surprising, really surprising. Everyone couldn't believe it. Damn it. I'm in the group chat. Wang Chen sent a middle finger emoji. Alright, let's create a new group and continue. Wang Chen. He realized that while they might envy you for leveling up or bringing a girl along, when it comes to real matters, they can still distinguish between what's important and what's not. At this moment, the two skeleton soldiers were the ones with the most opinions. Masener felt that Wang Chen and himself were birds of a feather and wouldn't say anything. Dabai and Xiaobai were filled with righteous indignation. Wang Chen's ancestors had been messed with by these two for generations, although Wang Chen had no idea who his parents were. It was just that these two had a huge psychological gap. The Dragon Conquerors and the invincible Benevolent faction, who had previously thought Wang Chen was a master, now thought he was a lackey, leading to a lot of cursing and grumbling. In the hearts of the two whites, Wang Chen was a deep thinker, full of strategies, able to lead humanity to defeat monsters and save the world as a savior. But now, Wang Chen's behavior had plummeted from the sky to the ground. This contrast was like finding out that the humble, elegant, and upright author in everyone's mind was actually a recluse, making it hard to accept. Wang Chen could only endure as he listened to his two little brothers cursing at him. What could he do? He couldn't just dismiss these two fellows. Later, he would let them know that there were always greater heights in people beyond what they knew, not to underestimate modern gamers. In the game Dawn of Dawn, although new players leveled up not too slowly, it wasn't very fast either. An hour passed, 2 hours passed. 3 hours. 5 hours. Everyone was getting restless. Just as dragon conquerors were on the verge of erupting, a familiar figure appeared at the tavern's entrance. The person was not tall, with short hair and a sweet, gentle appearance. Wearing a tattered beginner village dress and equipped with beginner village hand wraps, barefoot and looking pitiful. This person was none other than Wang Yujie, who had been leveling up all night yesterday. When Wang Chen logged in this morning, he received her friend request, so he decided to bring her along to attack the guild's headquarters. Over here. Wang Chen waved to Wang Yujie. Is this the expert you've been waiting for? Everyone was stunned when they saw Wang Yujie. A new player reaching level 10 would at least have a few white items equipped. Being fully equipped with beginner gear at level 10 was unheard of. Was this person really an expert? How did they look like an expert? Brother Nyo has a good eye. Should we say it or not? She's pretty good looking. Brother Nyo is lucky. Random comments showed how envious everyone was of Wang Chen having such a beautiful friend in real life. Good looks are useless. Just a pretty face. Nyo, you're a trash with a weakness for beauty. The dragon conquerors secretly despised Wang Chen, the womanizer. What a dump. Why is it so hard to find? By this time, Wang Yujie had also arrived next to everyone, complaining, I've been looking for an hour. Upon hearing Wang Yujie's words, everyone was stunned, then they all looked at Wang Chen in unison. Was this girl blind? In Dawn of Dawn, each city had two main streets, the Central Street and the Commercial Street. The tavern was located in the most prominent spot on the Commercial Street. Even a dog could find the place if you threw a bone, but this girl took an hour to find it. Did she have some kind of intellectual deficiency? Wang Chen was also dumbfounded at this point. He had witnessed Wang Yujie's skills and knew she was a strong expert, but he never expected this girl to be visually impaired. She didn't even recognize the way. Hiss. Wang Chen was starting to doubt whether he should bring her along. You said there was a mission, why are you still here? Curious, Wang Yujie asked, seeing everyone's expressions. Aren't you waiting for me? Can't I start the mission without me? Wang Yujie retorted. Everyone was once again at a loss, a big bead of sweat rolling down the back of Wang Chen's head. What kind of top-tier understanding was this? No, girl, have you never played a game before? Shui Linglong was more tolerant towards female players, finding it hard to watch Wang Yujie's ignorance. Being directionally challenged was understandable, but some people even struggled with 3D. Doing tasks is such a basic common sense, this guy obviously is a newbie. Yeah, this is my first time playing a game, didn't expect it to be so much fun, Wang Yujie said excitedly. It seems like her newbie village life is very happy. So this is the expert you found. Shui Linglong rolled her eyes at Wang Chen. The others were speechless too. Although they were prepared for a pitfall beforehand, they didn't expect Wang Chen to bring in a total disaster. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's set off quickly. Being the elder and more mature one, Wang Chen hurriedly intervened upon seeing everyone's reactions. Since they were all here and were Wang Chen's friends, they couldn't just drive someone away. Instead of having opinions about Wang Chen in front of the girl, it was better to save face for Wang Chen. Okay. Yun Jui also pulled Long Xing Tianxia. Long Xing Tianxia, with some emotions, followed the instructions to gather in the Black Dragon Guild channel for Thunder Cliff. Wang Yujie was also pulled into the team by Wang Chen. Coco Little Sweetie joined the team. Seeing Wang Yujie's ID, everyone was once again at a loss. This name sounded like a disaster that only knows how to follow behind and call someone brother. They don't seem very friendly, huh? Wang Yujie was very sensitive to the atmosphere around her. It's okay, they are like this with strangers, Wang Chen whispered to comfort her. Oh, Wang Yujie nodded, not taking it to heart. Finally, with everyone gathered, as the guild leader, Wang Chen submitted the guild residence token at the city hall. After the battle of gods and demons, Thunder Cliff was occupied by undead demons. Are you sure you want to reclaim the human territory and become the Lord of Thunder Cliff? Confirmed. Wang Chen confirmed casually. System prompt, your guild has accepted the large group guild mission Lord of Thunder mission level, S, mission content, defeat the demons occupying Thunder Cliff, successfully occupy Thunder Cliff. Mission reward, Thunder Cliff territory. Mission tip, this is a large group guild mission, extremely difficult. After failure, you need the guild residence token to receive it again. As Wang Chen accepted the mission, everyone started the mission sharing. Seeing the mission prompt, everyone was stunned. Wow, this thing turned out to be a one-time mission. In other games, although you also need the guild residence token, after failing to attack the residence, you can regroup and continue until you conquer it. Unexpectedly, in Dawn of Dawn, once the mission fails, you can't challenge it again, you must find a second token to try again. In other words, this mission doesn't give players a chance to fail or strategize. It must be a victory in the first battle. This made everyone panic. After all, who has done this mission, and with such high difficulty, who can guarantee success in one go? But now that the mission has been accepted, there is no time for regrets. 30 minutes later, Wang Chen and his group, along with all the players of the Black Dragon Guild, arrived at the location marked for the guild mission, Thunder Cliff. Thunder Cliff is located on the outskirts of Thunderstorm City. According to records, it was a military fortress of Thunderstorm City, which became the final battlefield in the War of Gods and Demons 3,000 years ago. Countless gods and demons fell here, and many human heroes perished here. The resentment and anger of the spirits lingered and no one dared to live or guard here, so it has long been a ruin. Later, under the contamination of death power from the Shadow Castle, those deceased at Thunder Cliff revived as powerful undead creatures, occupying Thunder Cliff and becoming its masters. The Lord of Thunderstorm City had sent troops to attack Thunder Cliff, but these undead creatures were not only extremely powerful but also immortal. The more they fought, the more there were, and ultimately, all attempts to conquer it ended in tragic defeat. From then on, Thunder Cliff became a forbidden area in Thunderstorm City, with undead creatures around level 30 scattered inside and outside Thunder Cliff. There were not only liches and high-level undead like Black Knights, but also ghost-type monsters. Even the highest-level players dared only to explore the outskirts. When Wang Chen and his group arrived at Thunder Cliff, Wang Chen finally understood why this place was considered second only to Ironforge Fortress. Thunder Cliff was backed by the towering Thunder Mountain Range, a flat circular valley wedged on the mountainside. The entrance and exit to the valley were extremely narrow, only a dozen meters wide, with towering cliffs on both sides of the mountain path. At the end of the mountain path stood a black stone wall tens of meters high, the entrance to Thunder Cliff, sealed off except for a single gate high above. The defensive weapons on the city wall had weathered, but it was evident that, unless faced with devastating destruction, just a group of people could hold the gate and be invincible. Wang Chen was almost moved to tears. Damn, this was what they meant by easy to defend and hard to attack. Without even entering, one could feel how safe it was just by looking around. In this post-apocalyptic world, having such a secure place to hide was simply amazing. This was absolutely the sanctuary he had dreamt of. All your guild members have arrived at the mission territory. Do you want to start the siege mission? Just as Wang Chen marveled at the treacherous terrain and defensibility of Thunder Cliff, a prompt flashed before his eyes. Is everyone ready? Wang Chen turned to the others and asked. We've been ready for ages. Longxing Tianxia said sarcastically, we've been waiting for you, Boss Niu, to give the word. Then I'll start the mission. Wang Chen ignored Longxing Tianxia's emotional outburst and directly initiated the mission. System prompt, you have initiated the siege mission. Prepare for 10 minutes, after which the siege battle will officially begin. All players must remain online. Disconnection or death will result in elimination. If the number of active players falls below 1, the siege mission will be deemed a failure. Occupying the Crystal Fortress in Thunder Cliff and holding it will signify a successful siege. The siege lasts 24 hours, with a 10-minute break every 3 hours. Failure to occupy the Crystal Fortress within the mission time will result in mission failure. System prompt, countdown begins. Players can go offline freely for 10 minutes. This mission, though a one-time event, was quite considerate in its design. After all, with 24 hours at hand, having a 10-minute break every 3 hours allowed players to check their connections, use the restroom, and even appease their wives, just in case. Otherwise, imagine being in the middle of a game, losing internet connection, running out of battery, needing to use the restroom, or having your helmet removed by your wife. How tragic would that be? What? You say you don't have a wife? Alright, you're an exception. How do we get in there? Ma Sanair glanced ahead at the towering city wall and narrow gate at the end of the mountain path. Forget about the gate, even this narrow mountain path was a perilous journey. It was questionable whether they could safely pass through. After all, they had nearly 3,000 people on their side, and in such a cramped mountain pass, they couldn't fully utilize their advantages. The biggest challenge of Thunder Cliff is the gate. Dubai said, as long as we can break through the gate, it will be spacious inside, and we can handle so many people then. Clang! As soon as Dubai finished speaking, the gate at the end of the mountain path leading to Thunder Cliff closed shut. Simultaneously, countless skeleton archers emerged from the bare city wall. Following that, the ground of the mountain path began to stir, and the next moment, a multitude of monsters crawled out from underground. Long Spear Skeleton Soldier, level, LV 30 health points, 4000 magic points, 400 skills, basic thrust monster description, fallen heroes immortalized, transformed into undead creatures guarding their territory. Skeleton Archer level, LV 30 health points, 2500 magic points, 500 skills, basic shooting monster description, fallen heroes remain undying, transforming into undead guardians protecting their territory. Shield Skeleton Soldier level, LV 30 health points, 5000 magic points, 500 skills, basic blocking monster description, fallen heroes remain undying, transforming into undead guardians protecting their territory. Is this it? Seeing the monsters in front of them, everyone was initially surprised, but upon seeing the monsters' attributes, they almost burst out laughing. They had thought the monsters in the guild's base mission would be strong, but their attributes turned out to be surprisingly weak. It's worth noting that elite monsters in level 20 dungeons have nearly 5,000 health points, yet these level 30 monsters have weaker attributes compared to the elite monsters in dungeons. What's even more absurd is that these skeleton soldiers only have basic skills like thrusting, shooting, and blocking. It's common knowledge that a monster's strength is judged by its attributes and skills. Some monsters may have poor attributes but fierce skills, while others may have weak skills but strong attributes, making them equally challenging to deal with. These monsters in front of them with mediocre attributes and poor skills were simply like easily disposable trash. Charge! Let Brother Neo see the strength of our Black Dragon Guild. Before Wang Chen could give the order to attack, Longxing Tianxia waved his hand, and dozens of players charged forward side by side. Wang Chen was not surprised by Longxing Tianxia's actions, as everyone now understood his feelings. If you're here to help, you can't just stand there and watch, you have to be proactive to show the right attitude. As the leader of a major guild, he couldn't let Wang Chen look down on him, especially since Longxing Tianxia had suffered losses under Wang Chen's command and needed to prove his own strength. Damn! These guys are in for it! Dabai exclaimed in shock, these are not ordinary monsters. They are the spirits of soldiers in an army. Wang Chen was taken aback by the revelation. Before he could stop them, over 30 players from the Black Dragon Guild had already rushed towards the skeleton soldiers, wielding their weapons ready for a slaughter. Whoosh! However, at that moment, the shield skeleton soldiers uniformly took a half step back, raised their shields simultaneously, and activated basic blocking. Swish! Black-colored lights flashed on the shield skeleton soldiers, forming a defensive formation that covered all the skeleton soldiers, creating a shield wall. At the same time, the attacks from the Black Dragon Guild players landed on the shield skeleton soldiers. The powerful attacks clashed with the black shield wall, creating a deafening roar. While the shield wall remained intact, the players who charged forward were shaken, and mosquito coil symbols appeared above their heads. They were blocked and counterattacked. In the battle setting of Dawn, using the shield blocking skill at the moment of attack triggers a counterattack effect, interrupting the target's skill and stunning them for 1 second. Before the stun effect ended, the long spears were already thrusting towards them. Pew pew pew. Dozens of long spears pierced through the first dozen players in the front. Swish swish swish. Deaths were frequent. These long spear skeletons had mediocre attributes but surprisingly high attacks. In just one round, 10 player corpses lay on the ground. Oh no! What the hell? Everyone was shocked at the scene. Retreat! Quick, retreat! Longxing Tianxia quickly ordered a retreat. Buzz! The remaining players from the Black Dragon Guild turned and ran, but before they could take 2 steps, a swarm of arrows rained down like locusts. Another flash of white light. In the next moment, the ground, now filled with black bone arrows, had dozens of human-shaped blanks. At this moment, others also realized what was happening. These are army formation monsters. Damn it! Yun Zhongyi he directly shouted in frustration. Army formation monsters. No wonder. When the players of the Black Dragon Society heard this, they all showed expressions of fear. Even the group of elite players led by Invincible were frowning. The military formation monsters are a special type of small monsters independent of ordinary monsters. These small monsters have undergone strict military training in the background setting, possessing strong discipline and obedience. Although their individual attributes are trash when taken out separately, once they form a military formation, their combat power will skyrocket, and they will automatically receive military formation buffs. The more military formation monsters there are, the stronger their combat power. Take the elite Shadow Wolves in the Shadow Castle, for example. In a 1v1 scenario, any Shadow Wolf can easily defeat several skeleton soldiers. In a 10v10, both sides could stand their ground. In a 100v100, the Shadow Wolves would suffer a crushing defeat. If it's 1000v1000, it would be a one-sided slaughter, and these monsters wouldn't even get hurt. This is the difference between thugs fighting and professional combat machines. So, the most troublesome thing for players in the game is these military formation monsters. Who would have thought that these trash skeletons in front of them were actually part of a military formation? No wonder. If their attributes were the same as normal level 30 monsters, there would be no need to fight them at all. How do we fight this? Everyone turned to Wang Chen. Wang Chen was a tactical master, and if he couldn't handle this situation, then no one else could. It's not easy to fight. Dabai said on the side, there are too many skeleton archers among these skeleton soldiers, and we can't break through the shield formation in front. In this narrow terrain, players can only take a beating. Indeed, there were only 2 rows of shield skeleton soldiers in front, followed by 2 rows of spear-wielding skeleton soldiers, with the rest being skeleton archers. In this narrow terrain, it all came down to who had the longer reach. The farther the attack distance, the more units they could engage. Therefore, the archers with the longest attack range were the main damage dealers. In comparison, although Wang Chen's side had strong attributes and better professional equipment, they were at a significant disadvantage in this type of terrain. This is easy. However, Wang Chen just smiled faintly in the face of the battle formation in front of him. Easy? Everyone looked at him in surprise. They had all seen the situation just now. With the formation on the player's side, the only ones who could really make a difference were the frontline tanks and the mages and archers in the back. In this cramped terrain, there was no room for maneuvering, they could only stand and fight. On the other side, apart from the 2 rows of tanks and infantry in the front, all the rest were archers. In a clash, all damage dealers could be effective. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? Even with tactics, they couldn't be executed. Wouldn't they just be gradually worn down? And this was supposed to be easy? Absolute advantage is also a disadvantage. Wang Chen said, their formation is their strength, but it's also their weakness. As long as we disrupt their attack and defense formation, the battle formation will collapse on its own. This sounds easy, but how do we do it? Everyone was slightly stunned at his words. There was no mistake in what he said. Everyone knew that the strength of these powerful skeletons lay in their battle formation, without which they were nothing. But the question was, how could they break the formation? Of course, by assassinating the backline. Wang Chen pointed to the assassin players in the team. The assassin players couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. Brother Nyo, even warriors can't charge through. How can we assassins do it? The mountain path was only about 10 meters wide, blocked solidly by the shield skeleton soldiers. With no blind spots, they could only charge straight ahead. If warriors couldn't hold their ground, wouldn't assassins, with their fragile class, be seeking death? You don't need to charge. Just find an opportunity to slip through. Wang Chen said, everyone, listen to my command later. The assassin players of the Black Dragon Society looked towards Long-Reigning Overlord. After all, they were players of the Black Dragon Society and had to obey Long-Reigning Overlord. It didn't matter if they died once, but they were afraid of being commanded to their deaths. Even if they were to die, they had to consider the boss's intentions. After all, Long-Reigning Overlord was the one spending the money. Listen to him. Longxing Tianxia had no other choice but to grit his teeth and choose to trust Wang Chen. Truly worthy of being the dragon leader, so decisive. Seeing Longxing Tianxia trust him so much, Wang Chen suddenly didn't find Longxing Tianxia as annoying as before. Good. Soldiers, step forward and form ranks. Holding the command of the Black Dragon Society, Wang Chen gave a direct order. Whoosh! Following Wang Chen's command, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Society lined up in unison, holding their shields in front of them. Truly a powerful guild, their discipline and obedience were quite strong. A smaller guild would never be so organized and uniform. First row, charge. Wang Chen pointed his long sword towards the shielded skeleton opposite. Charge. Although the soldiers of the Black Dragon Society were puzzled, they obediently charged as commanded. Boom boom boom. Over a dozen soldiers, heads down, shields raised, charged towards the skeleton soldiers in front of them. Whoosh! As the player soldiers charged forward, the skeleton soldiers, like robots, raised their shields in perfect unison to block in front of them. Just as the player soldiers were about to reach them, they simultaneously used block. Clang! In full view of everyone, the front row soldiers of the Black Dragon Society were blocked, stunned, and the spear-wielding skeletons behind the shielded ones thrust forward, while the skeleton archers raised their longbows at an angle. Swish! The arrows rained down like a storm once again. Now's the time. Seeing the skeleton archers releasing arrows, Wang Chen immediately ordered the assassin players, charge. stealthily rushed through. The prepared assassin players wasted no time and headed straight for the skeleton army formation. When they reached the front lines, they were taken aback. Among the shielded skeletons, there were gaps that could be exploited. There was no formation in the world without weaknesses, no task that couldn't be completed. Wang Chen's observation skills were sharp. When the first wave of skeleton soldiers wiped out the Black Dragon Society players, he had already noticed. The spear-wielding skeletons were the weak point of the formation. After successfully blocking and retaliating, the shielded skeletons had to make way for the spear wielders in the back, causing the shield wall to momentarily lose its invincibility. With the impregnable shield wall gone, it was the players' chance to attack the backline. Furthermore, although these skeleton soldiers were part of the formation, they were just basic mobs, not elite monsters from dungeons, attacking based on the first aggro. So Wang Chen had the frontline tanks charged to draw the initial aggro, allowing the shielded skeletons, spear wielders, and archers in the front and back to naturally target the tanks. The assassins slipping past them was extremely safe, especially since they were all in stealth mode. The skeleton soldiers were completely unaware of the approaching assassins, focusing on beating up the frontline players of the first wave, allowing the assassins to slip through the gaps and head straight for the backline archers. As the class with the lowest health and highest agility, the archers' advantage lay in their long-range attacks and swift movements. However, being cornered by the terrain and the formation, the archers lost their advantage of distance and speed. From being a formidable force that unleashed a barrage of arrows moments ago, they now became defenseless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Black Dragon Society's assassin players charged into the archers' formation, wreaking havoc without restraint, not needing to worry about positioning, blocking, or any other skills, just slashing with their daggers. In the midst of the skeleton army's warfare, a group of assassin players suddenly emerged, like tigers among sheep, wielding their daggers skillfully. With just one glance, a large number of skeleton archers fell under their blades. As the assassin broke through to the backline, the hatred within the skeleton army's formation was thrown into complete chaos. The skeleton archers, who were originally attacking the frontline tank players, redirected their hatred towards the assassin in the backline, creating a moment of confusion. With the loss of the powerful damage from the backline archers, the frontline shield skeleton warriors and spear skeleton soldiers also lost their advantage in output. Without the strong output of the archers, the situation was immediately reversed. The players quickly gained the upper hand. Everyone, follow me, attack. Seeing the situation turn in their favor, Wang Chen snapped his fingers and ordered a full-on attack. The opposing archers were restrained and slaughtered by the assassin, while the players' mages no longer felt threatened by the archers, ensuring their powerful output once again. With the auras and healing from the backline paladins and priests, the players' team simply overwhelmed the shield-wielding skeletons who had lost their backline support and formation bonuses. They pushed through like a hot knife through butter, and in less than 5 minutes, the once seemingly invincible skeleton formation was crushed into pieces by the players. Wow! Did he really break through their defense? Watching the skeleton army being wiped out before his eyes, Big White's eyes widened. As someone who had helped defend Thunder Bluff in the past, no one understood the strength of this skeleton formation better than Big White. Once the formation was activated, not only did the frontline shield's defensive attributes skyrocket, but the backline skeleton archers' attacks also significantly increased. Although lacking flexibility, their offense and defense combined made them nearly invincible. Especially when the undead army employed this formation, it was truly flawless. After all, humans could be influenced by various objective factors such as eating, excreting, supplies, sleep, and even psychology. Undead, as non-living beings, were like mindless robots that obeyed commands. As long as orders were given, they could stand there meticulously for a lifetime. Zol was able to resist the Warcraft army for 16 years, largely thanks to the skeleton formation. Although Big White had witnessed Wang Chen's commanding skills and knew that this guy had a talent for tactics beyond ordinary people, he never imagined that Wang Chen would analyze the fatal flaw of this formation with just one glance and make a targeted breakthrough. This guy was truly extraordinary. Even though Big White had mentally prepared himself, he was still shocked at this moment. Xiaobai and Ma San had never done the Thunder Bluff secret mission and were unaware of the strength of this skeleton formation, but they knew what kind of person Big White was. He was the captain of the Holy Light City Special Forces team, the chief instructor of the 17 city professionals, and had led teams on dozens of high-level assassination missions, earning him the title of Living Legend. At this moment, even Big White was amazed by Wang Chen's actions, indicating that Wang Chen had done something truly incredible. Awesome, bro. You are truly amazing. Not only Big White, but the entire Dragon Roar team was completely convinced at this moment, especially Yun Zhongyi, whose view of Wang Chen had changed. In the Black Dragon Society, Dragon Roar was the most convinced of Wang Chen because they had personally experienced his dominance. The most unconvinced was Yun Zhongyi, who still believed that the Black Dragon Society was defeated by Wang Chen through trickery. Even when Wang Chen later cleared the Hell Difficulty Shadow Castle, Yun Zhongyi suspected that he had exploited some kind of bug. Since no one followed them, no one knew how they cleared the dungeon. But now, witnessing Wang Chen command everyone to wipe out the skeleton army, Yun Zhongyi was completely convinced. His disbelief in Wang Chen turned into respect. It's worth noting that Yun Zhongyi considered himself a tactical master, but in that situation just now, he couldn't find a way to break through. After all, that kind of formation with both offense and defense, especially in the narrow mountain pass, was truly unique and took full advantage of the situation. In the clouds, a crane faced a skeletal battle formation, feeling like a dog unable to bite a hedgehog. Little did Wang Chen know that with just a glance, he used the basic mob's hate mechanism to create an opening for the assassin, successfully cutting down the backline and turning the tide of the battle for the players. Damn it! In terms of game understanding, insight, and strategy, Yun Zhongyi realized the gap between himself and Wang Chen. This person should not be provoked, absolutely not. Right now, he was just a necromancer with 3 skeletons, but once he formed an undead army, wiping out a city or a nation would be a piece of cake for him. How could a mere guild dare to provoke such a terrifying individual? On the other hand, the Invincible Benevolent Group, although excited, was more due to the successful breakthrough rather than being surprised by what Wang Chen could achieve. The members of the dragon roaming the world were even more fearful. Goodness, is this his usual operation? During the siege mission, the mobs surprisingly didn't drop anything. Just now, after killing at least 500 skeleton soldiers in a wave, not even a single hair was dropped. Passing through the narrow mountain path, Wang Chen and his group led the Black Dragon Guild players to the entrance below the Thunder Cliff at the end of the mountain path. According to the mission prompt, players needed to pass through this stone gate to enter the interior of the Thunder Cliff. The city wall above the stone gate was filled with skeletal archers on guard. At this moment, they had already drawn their bows and aimed at the players below. Swish, 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 swish. As soon as the players approached the stone gate, countless arrows rained down from the sky. Attacking from a higher position had a damage bonus. The higher the position, the higher the bonus. However, no one paid much attention to these attacks. Because the mountain path was only about 10 meters wide, with limited space, even if there were many archers on the city wall, they couldn't exceed 100, and only the outermost row could attack the players, whose output was far inferior to the earlier skeletal battle formation. This level of interference was basically insignificant for players with shield warriors. Raise the shields! In this situation, Wang Chen didn't need to command. The frontline shield warriors shouted and raised their shields over their heads, covering everyone like a big lid. Clang, clang. The arrows hitting the shields made a crisp sound. The players under the shields approached the city gate and began to fiercely strike at it. Clang, clang, clang. However, after a while, everyone finally noticed something was wrong. Damn it, sparks were flying everywhere on the players' side, weapons were almost worn out, yet there was not a single trace of damage on the city gate. This was outrageous. Seeing this scene, Dragon Roaming the World was full of question marks. The Invincible Benevolent Group was equally puzzled. No. What's wrong with this city gate? Doesn't it take physical attacks? Mage, mage. Dragon Roaming the World shouted, blast it. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. Magic flew everywhere, ice spikes, fireballs, all sorts of colorful spells bombarded the city gate. Yet, the city gate remained unscathed, not even a speck of damage. Do we need to use holy light? Invincible Benevolent frowned. His logic was simple. Since it was the territory of necromantic artifacts and holy light countered undead creatures, physical and magical attacks were ineffective, so they must use holy light. With that in mind, Invincible Benevolent casually threw a holy light ball at the gate. Smack! The holy light ball landed on the gate. Not only did it not damage it, but it also contaminated Invincible Benevolent's holy light, turning it black and bouncing it back, corroding a large pit in the ground. Damn it! What's going on? Everyone was stunned. No. The mission required passing through this gate to enter the Thunder Cliff. How the heck were they supposed to pass through this invincible gate? Did the game company mess up? Don't focus on the gate. At this moment, Wang Chen spoke, look around, see if there's another way. Another way? Big brother Nyo, did you make a mistake? Wasn't the mission prompt saying that we must pass through this gate to enter Thunder Cliff? How could there be another way? Hearing Wang Chen's command, everyone looked puzzled. In the gaming world, when doing missions, everything revolves around the mission prompts, which is common knowledge for players. Otherwise, even if you complete the mission, if you fail to meet the requirements of the mission prompt, it could be considered a failure. For example, in the previous material mission Wang Chen did, although he brought higher level materials, Clyde, that old guy, threatened Wang Chen with the mission reward because the materials he brought were not the ones specified in the mission. This is the consequence of not following the mission prompt. If it weren't for Wang Chen wanting to have a life and death battle with Clyde, anyone else in that situation would have suffered a loss. So, everyone is very strict when it comes to mission prompts, considering it a necessary condition for completing missions. Hee. Wang Chen chuckled and asked everyone, did the mission prompt say we had to destroy this gate in order to pass through it? This. Everyone was speechless at his words. Although what Wang Chen said seemed a bit far-fetched, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. The system prompt did indeed say we had to pass through this gate, and this gate couldn't be destroyed. Putting these two conditions together, wouldn't that be contradictory? Therefore, Wang Chen's words might be true, this gate and this door are two different concepts, and there might be another way on the mountain path for players to open this gate and pass through this door. Damn, it's really confusing. Everyone, quickly find another entrance. With this in mind, the frontline tank class and the archers attracting firepower under the gate began to search the sides to find a new entrance. Sure enough, after a while, a player not far from the left side of the city gate shouted, "There's a vine here. We can climb up the mountain. Is there really another way?" Everyone looked at Wang Chen in astonishment. In fact, everyone was just speculating about Wang Chen's words and didn't fully believe him. The reason they followed Wang Chen to find another way was that they had no better option. But unexpectedly, they did find one. This damn system is really tricky, playing word games with the players. No wonder he's Big Brother Nyo. I knew Big Brother Nyo wouldn't lead us astray. Big Brother Nyo's miraculous abilities were already well known to everyone, so although they were surprised now, it wasn't as exaggerated as before. Damn, is this guy a fortune teller? Why does it feel like he has a god's eye view? Truly amazing, he's like a demigod, his strategies are simply divine. Nyo demigod. You're right, this guy is a Nyo demigod. Amidst the astonishment of the Black Dragon Society members, they gave Wang Chen a nickname. Little did they know, Wang Chen already knew about another path before entering the valley. Because Dabai had mentioned before that this gate was called Dragonstone, known as the hardest stone in the world. Even the strongest creature like a dragon couldn't damage it, hence the name Dragonstone. To open this gate, one must find a hidden path, climb the mountain to defeat the guarding monsters, and activate the mechanism. The players of the Black Dragon Society were not entirely wrong. Wang Chen indeed seemed to have a god's eye view now. Up! Wang Chen glanced up along the vine and then pointed above the cliff. Alright. The first one to rush up randomly. Wang Chen grabbed him, let the warriors go first. Joking aside, there are monsters on the cliff, and while archers are agile and climb faster, they could be ambushed by monsters and die quickly. Warriors with thick skin can withstand attacks for a while. I'll go. Long Xing Tianxia volunteered and grabbed the vine to climb up. Soon, Dragon Conqueror climbed up, but at that moment, Dragon Conqueror's vision darkened as it was hit by something, a huge force pushing it back and causing it to fall directly from the cliff. Bang! With a scream, Dragon Conqueror fell from the sky, creating a shaped pit on the ground. All the onlookers were terrified, especially those who were randomly shooting, their faces turned green. Damn it! In the game, there was actually no sense of pain, and player deaths were common. But there was a fundamental difference between being killed with an empty health bar and being thrown from a height. It was like bungee jumping. Even though you knew you wouldn't die, how many would dare to jump around casually? Oh, scared me to death. After a moment, a hand emerged from the humanoid pit, and Dragon Conqueror, looking lifeless, sat up from the pit. Judging by his appearance, even though only half of his health bar had dropped, his life might have already run out. After a while, Dragon Conqueror, with tears in his eyes, said, "There are monsters up there. They pushed me down. Damn it. Alright, Dragon Boss, you've worked hard." Wang Chen quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Seeing how scared the child was, it was clear he had a small heart. Who's going up to check? Wang Chen turned to ask the others. The crowd immediately took a step back at his words. Damn, Dragon Conqueror was timid, and the others weren't brave either. Only the unrivaled warrior stood still. Okay, unrivaled, you go. Me? I'm afraid of heights. Unrivaled warrior quickly waved his hand. Then you step forward. I don't want to. Unrivaled warrior looked around and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Are you guys even human? Unrivaled brother, you're awesome, it's up to you. Several players from the Black Dragon Society in the clouds were on the sidelines cheering and gloating. Damn it! They're setting me up! Unrivaled warrior shouted loudly. Go to hell, are you not embarrassed? Shui Linglong was irritable, cursing and then added, whoever goes up, I'll give them 100 gold. Me! Me. Under the promise of a generous reward, under the pressure of money, these bastards behaved shamelessly, all clamoring to go up. Even Unrivaled Warrior was shouting on the side, "You cowards! Why didn't you step up earlier?" Saying that, Unrivaled Warrior kicked away the others rushing over, grabbed the vine, and started climbing up. "Brother Nyo, you guys have to protect me." Halfway up, Unrivaled Warrior shouted down. "Don't worry. You'll be fine." Invincible Benevolence patted his chest. "I don't trust you." "Fine. Then you have a problem now, Grim Reaper, burn him with a fireball." "You jerk." Unrivaled Warrior, though expressing fear, climbed faster than Dragon Conqueror and had already reached the top of the cliff in a moment. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a chain, at the same time, a tall black humanoid monster rushed towards Unrivaled Warrior. "Oh no! Don't come over!" Sigma, seeing the creature charging towards him, Unrivaled Warrior was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Unrivaled Warrior wasn't afraid of the monster biting him, the key was that he had just climbed up and hadn't stabilized yet. If he were to be attacked by the monster, he would end up like Dragon Conqueror, thrown off the cliff. Whether he would survive the fall was one thing, but the feeling was definitely not something a normal person would want to experience. Swish! However, just as Unrivaled Warrior thought he was about to be pushed off by the monster, a white light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping him. Holy Light Shield! Duong! The monster's huge fist wrapped in chains landed on Unrivaled Warrior's face, but Unrivaled Warrior didn't budge. "Invincible! You're truly my brother, Sob." Unrivaled Warrior looked at the holy light shield on his body, moved to tears. Get away, don't disgust me." At this moment, the invincible Benevolent climbed up from below. Others followed closely behind. Apart from the 7 of Great Strength Brings Miracles, there were also a few from Dragon Walks the World and Crane in the Clouds. The space on the cliff top was limited, and others couldn't squeeze in. Don't stand at the edge, quickly spread out. After climbing to the top of the cliff, Wang Chen gestured for everyone not to huddle together. Upon hearing this, everyone dispersed. Only the Unrivaled Brave stood there with tears streaming down his face. "Doesn't anyone care whether I live or die? Why aren't you dead then?" someone asked casually. "Well, someone does care," Wang Chen shrugged and commented. "Just you wait." The Unrivaled Brave glared fiercely at the casual questioner. With a roar, everyone's attention was drawn to the monster on the cliff wall. They could now see the creature clearly. It was entirely dark brown, exuding a solid black aura. Standing at a height of 2 to 3 meters, it had 2 arms dragging chains. As for its appearance, it was indiscernible because its face had completely rotted away, with one eye socket embedded with an eye, and the other eye hanging loosely on its face, resembling the abstractness only comparable to the Grim Reaper in full force. Corpse King, Gold, level, 30 health points, 500,000 magic points, 10,000 skills, Evil Spirit Heavy Fist, Evil Spirit Entanglement, Evil Spirit Roar. Background: once the captain of the Thunderstorm City Guard, he valiantly sacrificed himself in the war to defend Thunder Cliff, later awakened by the power of death leaked from the Shadow Castle, becoming a corpse demon. It's a corpse demon! Seeing the Corpse King in front of them, everyone was stunned. Wang Chen was equally astonished. All they had encountered on their way here were skeletons, so no one expected the gatekeeper boss to be a corpse demon. It is well known that undead creatures are divided into 3 categories: skeletons, ghosts, and corpse demons. Among them, skeletons are the lowest level undead creatures that players can summon at level 1. The lowest skeleton warrior is an F-grade battle pet, known as the Suicide Squad of Raids, battlefield cannon fodder, a low-level battle pet that anyone can easily handle. Ghosts are more advanced than skeletons. Death mages can summon ghosts at level 20, with the lowest floating ghost being an E-grade battle pet that can ignore physical damage but has almost zero magic resistance, making them undead creatures that counter warriors. Compared to skeletons and ghosts, corpse demons are significantly more powerful. It is only when a death mage reaches level 30 that they can summon the lowest level corpse demon, a zombie. Zombies not only have high armor and magic resistance but also possess decent offensive capabilities. If not for their slightly slow movement speed, they would be considered perfect battle pets. The Corpse King is clearly much more powerful than a zombie. Moreover, the Corpse King before them is a golden boss, indicating its undeniable strength. Roar! The Corpse King's hatred was still focused on the Unrivaled Brave. With a furious roar, he swung his left hand towards the Unrivaled Brave. Clang! The iron chains on the Corpse King's arms suddenly expanded like a long snake, binding the Unrivaled Brave. Then, the Corpse King pulled back. Oh! The Unrivaled Brave screamed, and the next moment, the Corpse King dragged him in front of him. Before everyone could react to what was happening, the Corpse King lifted his fist entangled with iron chains and smashed it down towards the Unrivaled Brave's head. The unrivaled brave was indeed a skilled fighter. Seeing that he was about to be struck down, he immediately raised his shield in his left hand. Bang! A loud noise rang out. The heavy iron fist struck heavily against the unrivaled brave's shield. The clash of forces created a shockwave that spread out from under their feet. The durability of the unrivaled brave's shield was instantly depleted. Oh no! Tears welled up in the unrivaled brave's eyes. Killing someone was one thing, but if he died now, he would have to wait to be resurrected, but if his equipment was damaged, then it would truly be lost. In the game, equipment always held more importance than anything else. Seeing that the unrivaled brave wasn't instantly killed by the punch, the Corpse King seemed somewhat surprised and raised his iron fist once again. One punch doesn't kill, then two punches will. Boom! At this moment, a huge fireball exploded on the face of the Lich King. Dabai raised his staff, and it was clear that he had released the fireball. Faint damage floated up from the Lich King's head. Although the damage was not high, it successfully interrupted the Lich King's skill. The unrivaled hero exerted force to break free from the Lich King's restraint, rolled back, and moved out of the Lich King's attack range. What's going on? Everyone was stunned to see the damage caused by Dabai's fireball. While they hadn't witnessed the extent of Wang Chen's damage, they were well aware of the damage caused by the skeletons behind Wang Chen. It was simply sky-high. Back when they fought Leo Rick in the Shadow Castle, everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Even the Dark Gold boss could be forcibly suppressed. Especially Dabai, who had once used an exploding fireball to instantly kill Dragon Ruler, such terrifying output that even a level 20 fully equipped artillery mage would find it difficult to achieve. Now, a fireball hitting the Lich King's face only caused less than 200 damage, which shocked everyone. Even Wang Chen was somewhat incredulous. What's going on? Did something go wrong somewhere? No way. His magic resistance is too high. We must use a tribute restraint. As a veteran gamer, Rinja Wudi saw through the situation at a glance and shouted, "All priests, use holy light spheres for output." The Lich King was an undead creature, and only the holy light could restrain undead attributes. When facing monsters mainly composed of undead creatures, the priests were all proud and their output was even stronger than mages. Seizing this opportunity, everyone wouldn't easily let it slip by. Several holy light spheres were immediately thrown at the Lich King. Bang! Bang! However, when the holy light spheres hit the Lich King, it was like hitting a water balloon against a stone wall, not only causing no damage but also turning into specks of light that dissipated before everyone's eyes. What the heck? This time, even Rinja Wudi was at a loss. Bug! It's definitely a bug. The priests from the Black Dragon Society stepped forward, pointing at the Lich King and shouting loudly. The fact that light magic restrains undead creatures is basic knowledge in the game. When a monster has high resistance, using attribute restraint to deal damage is also basic knowledge for gamers. The Lich King, without a doubt, was undead. Throwing light magic that should completely restrain it not only had no restraining effect but also didn't cause any damage. How could this not be a bug? Unrivaled teacher, what's going on? Even Xiao Bai and Ma San'er were stunned. Dabai pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that the Lich King may have been a fanatic of the Light God's teachings in his lifetime. As far as I know, when light-type creatures become undead, their resistance to the holy light does not disappear." Is that so? Xiao Bai and Ma San'er were also hearing about this setting for the first time. After all, the monsters they would encounter in the future were not undead creatures, so it was normal for them not to understand this setting. No wonder. Wang Chen suddenly realized. Indeed, this Lich King was originally the captain of the guard, and his fervent faith in the light was what led him to die in battle and be awakened by the power of death. Although he had become undead, his light attribute had not disappeared. It was no wonder his resistance to light magic was so high. Seeing the Lich King in front of them unaffected by light magic, everyone was at a loss. Undead creatures inherently had extremely high physical defense, and these liches were not invulnerable, but conventional methods of attack were very ineffective against them, and only magic and attribute restraint could deal damage. But if the Lich King had high magic resistance and attribute restraint didn't work, how the heck were they supposed to fight him? If only I knew lightning magic. When everyone was at a loss about what to do, suddenly, Baymax spoke up. Thunder magic possesses demon-repelling properties. Although not as effective as the holy light magic, it has a remarkable effect on undead creatures. Thunder magic. Upon hearing Baymax's words, Wang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that there was someone in the team who could use it. Previously, in the armory of the Shadow Castle, the Grim Reaper had obtained an offhand weapon with the Thunderbolt skill. Thinking of this, Wang Chen immediately messaged the Grim Reaper, "Try Thunderbolt." "Ha? Is that okay?" "Can't be sure, just give it a try," Wang Chen said. "Alright." The Grim Reaper raised his hand. Boom! A thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck the Lich King's head squarely. Zla the Lich King shuddered all over, standing still, his decaying skin emitting waves of smoke under the thunder's bombardment. Minus 9,999, a huge damage number floated above the Lich King's head. Holy crap! What kind of god-tier output is this? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were about to pop out. You see, Baymax's magical attacks could only inflict less than 200 points of damage on the Lich King, and even the Holy Light magic couldn't break his skin. With just one skill, the Grim Reaper took away nearly 10,000 points of the Lich King's health. This is... Damn! I get it now. This is name suppression. Shooting randomly, someone suddenly enlightened and started talking nonsense. Can it be? Others believed it. Indeed, the Grim Reaper, the Lich King, these guys were on a completely different level. Perhaps there really was name suppression. Nonsense! If there's suppression, it's the Thunder attribute suppression. The Invincible Ren, a veteran player with ashes of experience, always managed to spot clues at the first moment. Thunder attribute suppression. Yes, I remember playing legendary games before. Thunder magic countered undead. Everyone chimed in, all speaking after the fact. Truly a professional wizard. Dahai is the expert. Great job, miracles happen. Everyone praised the Grim Reaper, while also teasing the Invincible Run. Invincible, what are you doing? Countering undead with the Holy Light, are you a priest gone mad for damage output? I curse your ancestors. The Invincible Ren gritted his teeth in anger. Thunder magic. How come these guys have everything? The members of the Black Dragon Society were astonished. In Dawn of Dawn, thunder magic was a very special existence. Typically, in the game, mages could only control the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Earth and wind magic were considered rare, so mages commonly used water and fire spells. Thunder magic, on the other hand, was an element above the 4 basic ones. Not only did it have the high damage of fire magic, but also the strong control of water magic, the defensive capabilities of earth magic, and its casting speed was not inferior to wind magic, making it the king of elements. It was precisely because of this that thunder element was the most difficult to control in the game, and thunder magic skills were extremely rare. So far, everyone had only heard of the thunder magic setting, and no thunder skills had ever been seen in the market. There was even a tycoon who spent a fortune to acquire thunder magic skills, but there was no response on the forum. Most players thought that thunder magic was not yet available. Unexpectedly, in the small guild Great Miracles with only 8 members, there was actually someone who could use this. It's not me, the Grim Reaper was about to explain, but Wang Chen reminded himself that he was the one who used thunder magic. However, Wang Chen made a gesture for silence. Although the Grim Reaper didn't understand why Wang Chen was being so discreet, he didn't say anything. There was no way around it. Wang Chen was a cautious person. Right now, Dabai and the others were unaware that Wang Chen could hear their thoughts. Just as Dabai had mentioned that only thunder magic could restrain the situation in front of them, Wang Chen suggested the Grim Reaper to use Thunderbolt technique. What a coincidence! Xiaobai and Ma San were easily fooled, but Dabai was no pushover and couldn't afford to be exposed on the spot. At the moment, Wang Chen didn't want Dabai and the others to know his secret. After all, no one wanted their thoughts to be scrutinized by others. Moreover, each of them, including Dabai, were sons of different dimensions who had crossed over. If they found out that he had no secrets in front of Wang Chen, wouldn't it be as terrifying as walking down the street naked? Who knows what these guys might do? Before everyone could react in surprise, the Corpse King had already recovered from paralysis and roared, unleashing the evil spirit entanglement, sending his iron chain flying directly towards the Grim Reaper. Clang! Just as the iron chain was about to hit the Grim Reaper, the unrivaled hero, with the newly bestowed aura of hope, leaped in front of the Grim Reaper. Whoosh! The iron chain pulled the unrivaled hero towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King's right hand clenched with a black light, smashing down on the unrivaled hero who had been pulled over. At this moment, the invincible benevolent one's holy light shield had cooled down. With a raise of the staff, the holy light enveloped the unrivaled hero. Bang! A punch landed, but the unrivaled hero remained unscathed. Meanwhile, several arrows flew and struck the Corpse King in the eyes, causing him to stagger back, releasing the unrivaled hero. Seizing the opportunity, the unrivaled hero charged forward. The Corpse King took a step back from the impact. The Grim Reaper's Thunderbolt technique struck again. A huge damage number of minus 9,999 floated up. The Corpse King was paralyzed once more by the Thunderbolt technique. A dagger plunged into the Corpse King's lower back. The air behind the Corpse King distorted, revealing Shui Linglong's figure. A critical hit of minus 745 damage floated above the Corpse King's head. Although Shui Linglong's attack wasn't as exaggerated as the Grim Reaper's Thunderbolt technique, it triggered a 15% chance of ignoring defense with the devouring break and landed a critical hit. Over 700 points of damage left everyone in the Black Dragon Guild stunned. Especially seeing the golden dagger in Shui Linglong's hand, they were even more shocked. Damn, is this woman's attack so high? Damn, does this woman have a golden weapon in her hand? Golden equipment. Damn, are there people wearing golden equipment now? The members of the Black Dragon Guild were even more horrified. They had first-hand experience of how difficult it was to obtain equipment in Dawn of Dawn. Let alone golden equipment. Even Longxing Tianxia, the guild leader of the Black Dragon Guild, only had one piece of silver equipment to show off. Other players were even worse off. Shui Linglong's golden weapon in hand truly amazed everyone. However, just as the members of the Black Dragon Guild envied Shui Linglong for having a golden weapon, she flipped her left hand, and another golden dagger appeared, plunging between the Corpse King's two ribs. A critical hit at a vital point of minus 2,142 damage. Hee. Shui Linglong chuckled, looking satisfied. Indeed, this move was the most effective. Damn, this woman is still so disgusting. Wang Chen and the others couldn't help but feel a bit awkward and speechless. This woman was truly twisted. Two of them? What the hell? Unlike Wang Chen and his group, when the members of the Black Dragon Guild saw the second golden dagger in Shui Linglong's hand, their jaws dropped to the ground, completely ignoring Shui Linglong's attack. Who is this woman? How did she get two golden daggers? Can't imagine. The members of the Black Dragon Guild looked at Shui Linglong in front of them, utterly amazed. Roar! Shui Linglong's strike was extremely damaging and insulting. With a dagger plunged into a vital spot, the Corpse King's paralysis was immediately lifted. He let out a roar and turned to attack Shui Linglong from behind. Duong! In the instant the Corpse King turned around, the unrivaled warrior stepped forward, shield in hand, delivering a shield strike to the back of the Corpse King's head. Shui Linglong took a step back and activated stealth. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck down. It had to be said that Shui Linglong and her companions were indeed old friends who had been gaming together for years. Their coordination was impeccable. Despite the Corpse King's high attack and defense, he couldn't withstand the lightning's elemental advantage and the assassin's critical hits that ignored defense. While the Corpse King tried to target the highest damage output from the Reaper and Shui Linglong, he couldn't break free from the control of the unrivaled warrior and his team. Just as the unrivaled warrior caught the Corpse King, the Virtuous Invincible's Holy Light Shield cooldown finished, enduring the Corpse King's heavy blow unscathed. Before the Corpse King could strike again, the random shots of Shockwave Shot interrupted his skill. As the Corpse King turned to attack Shui Linglong, the unrivaled warrior's shield strike landed on the back of his head, catching him off guard. The Virtuous Invincible's Holy Light Shield cooldown was also complete. The three of them cooperated seamlessly, keeping the Corpse King spinning in circles, unable to break free from their control, creating a perfect environment for the Reaper and Shui Linglong to deal damage. Once the tactics were understood, the Corpse King's strength wasn't that high. The challenge lay in his physical defense and magic resistance. Under the Reaper's lightning spells and Shui Linglong's devastating attacks that ignored defense, the Corpse King was like a trapped beast, roaring in defeat with no chance of retaliation. Shui Linglong and the Reaper could each inflict over 10,000 points of damage every wave. The Corpse King's health bar visibly dropped rapidly. Roar! After a few minutes, with a resentful roar, the Corpse King's health bar emptied, and he fell heavily to the ground. As the Black Dragon Guild members stared at the Corpse King's body on the ground and the relaxed Shui Linglong and her companions, they were at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Although the Black Dragon Guild wasn't a well-known guild in the national server, as the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, the players who made it to the core were indeed strong, surpassing ordinary players in levels and equipment, even considered top-tier experts. However, seeing the Miracle Team in action, they keenly felt the gap in strength. Before embarking on the mission to attack the stronghold, the Black Dragon Guild members had never heard of Shui Linglong and her group, only knowing that these individuals had luckily followed Wang Chen and achieved the first clear of a hell difficulty dungeon. Seeing them now, they didn't seem like experts at all. A sly-looking kid, a middle-aged man with wrinkles, a smiling warrior, a plain-looking mage, a flashy knight, and a woman. This combination looked more like a ragtag group. But to their surprise, the plain-looking mage possessed lightning magic, and the woman dual-wielded golden weapons. Their combat coordination displayed true expertise. Their own group had no chance to intervene and ended up as mere spectators. Like attracts like, and birds of a feather flock together, this Bull Daily was indeed powerful, and his friends were all skilled in their own right. But shouldn't experts of this caliber be enjoying abundant resources in a major guild? Why were they forming a ragtag group and living a hard life? The Black Dragon Guild members found it increasingly puzzling. Dahai! Search the equipment. You contributed the most this time. Wang Chen pointed at the Corpse King on the ground. I'll definitely search thoroughly, the Reaper said eagerly, glancing at Wang Chen. His friends weren't exactly saints, only when they acknowledged you would they willingly let you search for equipment. Under normal circumstances, they would have fought over who got to search the bodies and knocked each other silly. Go ahead. Wang Chen agreed. The Reaper excitedly approached the Corpse King to search for loot. The group from the Black Dragon Society eagerly began searching the corpse, their faces filled with anticipation. This was their first time defeating a golden boss, and it was the first kill of a level 30 golden boss, which meant, according to the game's settings, that they were guaranteed to obtain equipment of the same tier as a drop from the first kill. In other words, the Corpse King had to drop at least one piece of golden equipment. Ha! Death God, after searching the Corpse King for a while, showed a puzzled expression. What's wrong? What did you find? Everyone hurriedly asked. I only got this. Death God pulled out a dark blob covered in mosaic and handed it to everyone. At the same time, the Corpse King's body disappeared before their eyes. What the hell is this? Seeing what Death God held, everyone couldn't help but feel disgusted. Even though it was covered in mosaic, it was clear that it was some kind of internal organ, still pulsating. Heart. Death God casually displayed the item's attributes. Heart of the Guardian, category, special item description, the heart of the Thunderstorm City's guard captain, untouched by the power of death due to his fervent faith. Is this it? We went through all that trouble to kill a golden boss just to get this thing? Damn it! Dahai, don't touch anything from now on. Seeing the attributes, the invincible ones couldn't help but curse. Indeed, ugly people have black hearts. The group from Dragon Ruler whispered to each other. After all, it was a golden boss, and a first kill at level 30. Even if they couldn't get high-level golden equipment, they should at least obtain something useful. What was the point of getting this disgusting thing? Death God was directly deprived of the right to search corpses for life. Wang Chen couldn't help but frown. Although Death God was ugly, he usually had good luck. Why was he so tragic today, getting an item that no one knew how to use? What was this thing for? It was such a disgusting blob. Ah, this is a sacrifice to open the altar of heroes. Just as Wang Chen was wondering what this item was for, Dabai suddenly shouted again, there is an altar of heroes in Thunder Bluff, and Zul once used a pile of internal organs to open the altar. Altar? What is it used for? Xiao Bai asked in confusion. It seems that you can summon designated heroes through the altar. Dabai said, I'm not sure about other uses. So, using this thing can summon the soul of the Corpse King? Ma-san asked. In theory, yes. Dabai nodded. Summon the Corpse King. Hearing this, Wang Chen pondered. In that case, this heart was quite valuable. After all, under normal circumstances, only a level 30 Necromancer could learn to summon a corpse demon, and to summon the Corpse King as a high-level corpse demon, one would need to be at least level 40. With this heart, he could summon a corpse demon of the Corpse King level 20 levels earlier. Who wants it? Who wants it? If no one wants it, I'll throw it away. Death God held the heart and chased after everyone asking who wanted it. Spit! Stay away from me! I find this thing the most disgusting. Shi Wang covered her nose and stepped back. Shui Linglong pulled out a dagger and threatened, get away, or I'll give you a stab. Randomly shooting, he ran behind Shui Linglong. I don't want it. The unrivaled warrior chuckled. I'll take it if you pay me. The invincible ones crazily cast purification spells at Death God, chanting, May the God of Light protect us. The members of the Black Dragon Society also retreated one after another, afraid that Death God would throw this dirty thing at them. This is something dropped by the boss. Wang Chen quickly said, even if we don't know what it's for now, who knows if it will be useful in the future. Don't throw it away. Keeping this thing in my bag is too disgusting. Death God looked disgusted. Anyone holding a heart in their hands would feel uncomfortable. Then give it to me. Wang Chen pretended to reluctantly take the heart and casually threw it into his backpack. Awesome. Truly worthy of being the boss. Seeing Wang Chen calmly accepting the heart, respect spontaneously arose among the group. This guy is not only powerful but also has a strong mental fortitude. He wouldn't even flinch if there was a heart in his bag. Could he be a real-life dismemberment maniac? These people really lack insight. A proper necromancer is constantly surrounded by corpses, not to mention fresh organs, even rotten ones are standard props. How bizarre. Speaking of which, future necromancers are so rare, probably for this reason. After all, necromancers need bodies to summon undead. No one wants their family members to be enslaved after death, and besides, this disgusting profession, except for a few with peculiar tastes, hardly anyone wants to learn. Wizards. Such a noble and rare profession, playing with corpses, just the thought makes one's skin crawl. As the Lich King was slain, the soul fires in the eye sockets of the skeleton archers on the city gate dissipated simultaneously, turning into piles of white bones scattered on the ground. Boom! The gates of Thunder Cliff slowly opened at this moment. Longxing Tianxia and the players from the Black Dragon Guild entered the Thunder Cliff Valley in a grand manner. Wang Chen, after passing through the city gate, went straight up to the city wall. "Brother Nyo, what are you doing?" The others were puzzled. Could there be treasures on the city wall? Impossible. There are just a bunch of level 30 skeleton soldiers up there. What treasures could they possibly drop? Just as everyone was puzzled, the skeleton archers who had turned into bone piles earlier swayed and stood up beside Wang Chen, their eye sockets gleaming with blue flames. "Brother Nyo, get out of the way." Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and quickly warned Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen just waved his hand slightly, pointed at the people below. Whoosh! As Wang Chen pointed at the crowd, the skeleton archers behind him aimed their arrows at the people below in unison. This time, everyone was not just surprised but also confused, puzzled, and a bit fearful. What's going on? How come these monsters suddenly obey Wang Chen's command? Could it be that Wang Chen is possessed by a ghost? Although thoughts of possession don't align with materialistic values, in a game like this, especially in the land of the undead, such occurrences are not surprising at all. Thinking this, everyone drew their weapons, aiming at Wang Chen. Shooting randomly or directly using focused shot, they shouted loudly, "Whoever is up there, I've got you in my sights. Whoever you are, get off my brother now, or I'll shoot." "Are you crazy?" Wang Chen was speechless. "Who's on me?" "Ah, your brother Nyo?" Everyone stared at Wang Chen in disbelief. He. Wang Chen chuckled and demonstrated the skill, soul absorption in the guild channel. "You have cultivated a new summoning technique researched by the High Priest Zul, which can absorb the souls of the dead as soul fires. Soul fires can be placed inside undead bodies, turning them into your undead minions. Cooldown, none." Yes, Wang Chen was using soul absorption. The soul fire was obtained from the Shadow Wolf in the Shadow Castle dungeon. A total of 100 pieces, Wang Chen had just used 30, resurrecting 30 skeleton archers. Unfortunately, the low-level soul fire can only be used to resurrect undead creatures and does not inherit the original owner's attributes, so these skeleton archers did not benefit from the enhanced attributes of the elite Shadow Wolf soul. Nevertheless, Wang Chen was quite satisfied with being able to summon an additional 30 skeleton archers. This. Seeing Wang Chen's skill demonstration, Renju Wu Di and the others were dumbfounded on the spot. Especially Shui Linglong, she was utterly speechless. When Wang Chen changed jobs before, Shui Linglong was present. Although she knew that Wang Chen had helped Zul improve summoning magic, turning ordinary summoning skeletons into advanced summoning magic capable of summoning heroic spirits, she never expected that Wang Chen had also learned this skill. Although the introduction of a necromancer was the ability to summon an undead army, according to the setting of Dawn of Dawn, the undead army of a necromancer had a quantity limit. Summoning 10-level skeletons only summoned 11 skeletons, summoning 10-level ghosts summoned at most 11 ghosts, and adding 11 ghouls summoned by a 10-level lich, the upper limit of the undead army was only a scale of 33. It was impossible to summon thousands of troops like in the background story. After all, in games, the main focus is on class balance. Even a necromancer with an undead army composed of 33 undead pets was already terrifyingly strong for other classes. Therefore, early-stage necromancers had many restrictions, making them so weak that people didn't want to play them. However, Wang Chen's complete absorption of souls completely subverted the player-level necromancer profession. Theoretically, after acquiring the skill of soul absorption, Wang Chen directly broke through the quantity limit of the necromancer's undead pets. Whether summoning skeletons or ghouls, they were no longer restricted by skills but could directly mass-produce undead through soul absorption. As long as he could absorb the soul fire, there would be no upper limit to Wang Chen's undead army composition. Waving his hand to describe a scene of thousands of troops was no longer just something from the background story but had become a reality in Wang Chen's hands. It could be said that the current Wang Chen was the true necromancer in the real sense. Just imagine, while other necromancers were proud of the undead army they built with dozens of undead, Wang Chen could directly summon tens of thousands of undead. Not to mention, even if they were all the lowest level skeleton soldiers, the scene would still be terrifying. Low-key, Wang Chen smiled slightly and collected the 30 skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were undead created through soul absorption, disposable items, one less with each death, unlike Dabai and the others who, as long as the soul fire was present, could be immortalized under the blessing of the heroic history. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade. With so many Black Dragon Guild players, there was no need to use these small skeletons as cannon fodder. After collecting the skeletons, Wang Chen and the others quickly caught up with the main force. At this time, the Black Dragon Guild players had already arrived inside Thunder Bluff. Wow! From the outside, Thunder Bluff looked like a narrow valley, but once inside, it was like a whole new world. Everyone was stunned. The entire Thunder Bluff was a natural giant valley, with towering mountain ranges serving as its walls. Although the gate was small, only a dozen meters wide, the interior of Thunder Bluff was very spacious, even more so than Thunder Bluff City. The streets were extremely wide, with various buildings' ruins on both sides of the streets. It was evident that Thunder Bluff, as a checkpoint guarding Thunder Bluff City, was once prosperous. The players of Dragon roaming the world were almost envious. You know, although a guild's headquarters in the game is something that all major guilds dream of, in the end, it is still very rudimentary. Especially those guild headquarters that have not been developed beyond their initial establishment, they are, to put it nicely, a very rudimentary village. The space can only accommodate basic buildings like alchemy rooms, forges, and the like. In the later stages, guild players need to continuously do tasks, earn contributions, gather resources, to gradually upgrade the guild headquarters. From a village to a town, from a town to a city, from a city to a metropolis. It would take tens of thousands of players constantly working on tasks, for several years to upgrade to the highest level. In contrast, Thunder Bluff was directly a guild headquarters of a city-level scale. Why is that? Although Thunder Bluff was now full of building ruins, looking like it had been ravaged by artillery fire. But having such a large residence, it truly made people envious to the core. As everyone was amazed by the spaciousness of Thunder Cliff, suddenly the entire mountain started shaking. Following that, mounds of earth rose up on the open space in front of everyone. In the next moment, undead creatures emerged from underground. In no time, the open space of Thunder Cliff was filled with undead creatures, appearing dark and terrifying at a glance. What made everyone even more terrified was that these undead creatures were not the lowest-level zombies that relied solely on their claws for attacks, but each of them was clad in armor, wielding weapons, appearing much stronger than ordinary zombies. Undead Warrior, Elite, level, 30 health points, 10,000 magic points, 5,000 skills, charge, stomp, heavy strike. Background: once the most valiant warriors, died in battle to defend their homeland, resurrected by leaked power of death, retaining their will to fight from their past lives. Elite monsters. All elite monsters. Seeing the attributes of these undead warriors, the players of the Black Dragon Guild turned pale. Just a moment ago, they were mocking the outside skeletons for their trash attributes. Now their wish had come true, encountering elite monsters. And not just one. Wherever the eyes of the people reached, it was all undead warriors. Without exaggeration, there were easily over 10,000 of them. What's even more terrifying is that these undead warriors were also resurrected fallen soldiers, highly likely to be battle formation monsters just like the skeletons outside. What does a level 30 elite battle formation monster mean? The average level of the Black Dragon Guild players was above 17, even for those well-equipped veteran players. Killing ordinary monsters above level 13 was challenging, let alone elite monsters much stronger than ordinary ones. Under the battle formations enhancement, just over 2,000 players below level 20 were simply walking into their deaths. Brother Nyo, it's over. We're finished. Seeing the countless undead warriors in front of them, Longxing Tianxia was immediately flustered. They thought it was just an attack on a guild residence, with over 2,000 people on their side. Even if the mission was difficult, it shouldn't have been impossible. But now, Longxing Tianxia and the others realized that this was simply a trap. Which guild's residents required them to fight over 10,000 elite monsters, and they were formation-type monsters to boot. Even Yin Zhongyi's face turned pale. Damn, what is this? Is this the current guild mission? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Indeed, they were afraid that Wang Chen's group would take over the residence, so they decided to come over to gain some reputation by association. Now, seeing the situation in front of them, Yun Zhongyi realized that he had made a mistake. With this level of difficulty, not to mention just 8 people, even if all the top 10 guilds in the national server were invited, they probably wouldn't be able to pass this hurdle. This is the territory of the Eternal Ones, despicable mortals, forbidden to set foot on our land. Just as everyone was in a panic, a hollow voice resounded in the sky. Kill! As the voice fell, all the undead warriors raised their weapons in unison, shouting towards the sky. The sound was like thunder, piercing through the clouds. The lingering sound echoed in the valley, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Great warriors, execute them on the spot. Let them become a part of us. With the hollow voice resounding again, the gazes of the undead in the valley all fell on the players. Then, all the undead warriors raised their weapons and charged towards the players. Retreat back. Back to the entrance of the valley. Maintain formation. Seeing the undead warriors approaching, Wang Chen immediately issued the retreat order. The players of the Black Dragon Guild, already terrified, now had the idea of retreating. Upon hearing Wang Chen's command, without a second thought, they immediately retreated back into the narrow mountain path leading to the entrance of Thunder Cliff. Boss, we can't get out. The gate of Thunder Cliff has closed again. When everyone retreated to the entrance, the player at the back sent a message. Brother Nyo, we can't run anymore. Longxing Tianxia hurriedly reported to Wang Chen, the door is closed, we can't get out. Hiss. Are these monsters so high in AI? Upon hearing the news from Longxing Tianxia, Yun Zhongyi he couldn't help but be surprised. Even Rinzhu Wu Di and Shui Linglong couldn't help but exchange glances. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like the players have been surrounded by the monsters. At this moment, to put it bluntly, everyone's situation is like a turtle in a jar, with no way out. Caught by the monsters. If this were to spread, it wouldn't be a matter of strength, but rather a matter of intelligence being played by the monsters. A group of players being manipulated by game data. This is simply embarrassing. Who said we want to leave? However, Wang Chen remained very calm and said, form up. Defense. Form up? Longxing Tianxia was a bit puzzled by Wang Chen's command. Brother Nyo, those are level 30 elite monsters. There are 10 times more of them than us. How can we defend? You're overestimating us. Longxing Tianxia wasn't wrong. Indeed, any player who has played games like Age of Empires, Red Alert, or Warcraft knows that when you are weaker than your opponent, you need tactics, such as guerrilla warfare, sending small troops to harass and destroy the enemy's barracks, or using spies to occupy the enemy's power plants. When is the right time to set up a defense formation? It's definitely during a head-on battle. The necessary condition for a head-on battle is to have strength comparable to the opponent. There are over 20,000 level 30 elite monsters on the other side, while we only have over 2,000 players below level 20. How can we face them head-on? Hee hee. However, Wang Chen chuckled and said, do you know what it means to fight fire with fire? Longxing Tianxia still looked puzzled, but followed Wang Chen's command to signal everyone to form up. The players from the Black Dragon Society were all experienced. Although their discipline was not strong, their execution was still good. With a command, they quickly formed a defensive formation. The front row raised their shields, followed by 2 tank warriors and paladins, then priests, mages, and archers. Ah, I get it now. It's the lure the wolf onto the bridge tactic again. After everyone formed up, random shooting suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Now all the players had retreated to the narrow mountain pass at the entrance, forming a defensive formation. The tanks in the front row just blocked the skeleton warriors outside the mountain pass, reminding random shooting of the tactic Wang Chen used when they were doing dungeons before. At this moment, it was just like back then. Ha! Isn't this the skeleton battle formation from before? Longxing Tianxia and Yun Zhongyi he looked up upon hearing random shooting's voice. The scene of everyone being blocked by skeleton soldiers in the mountain pass immediately came to mind. This was surprisingly similar. So Wang Chen's retreat wasn't about running away, but about learning from the first level, using the terrain to set up a formation similar to the skeleton battle formation to face the enemy. No wonder Wang Chen said to fight fire with fire. Hiss. Thinking of this, Longxing Tianxia and the others were once again shocked. Normal people facing enemies 10 times stronger than themselves would surely be at a loss. Yet Wang Chen had instantly come up with a counter-strategy. What kind of flexible thinking ability was this? The key point was that this counter-strategy was the opponent's. That was quite terrifying. It was like 2 kung fu masters fighting. You unleash a series of attacks but don't manage to hurt the other, then the other replicates your moves and knocks you down. What kind of concept was this? It showed that the opponent not only had a high learning ability but also a high application of that ability. Dealing with you in your own field, using your moves against you and being even stronger, it felt like your combat power was only 6,000 while theirs had already reached over 10,000. I have to say, terrain is indeed a great thing. The mountain path at the entrance is only a dozen meters wide, accommodating only a dozen people side by side at a time. If charging with weapons, at most 10 people can pass through at once. However, deploying a defensive formation to play a waiting game can fully utilize the terrain advantage inside the mountain path. A dozen shield warriors lined up in a row, completely blocking the mountain path just like the skeleton formation before. Activate the auras. With the frontline tanks blocking the path, the knights in the middle raised their scepters. Swish! Colorful auras spread from the holy knights. Attack aura activated, defense aura activated, wisdom aura activated, wind aura activated, holy healing aura activated. With the auras enhancing them, all players' attributes were significantly boosted. Meanwhile, the undead warriors in the valley charged towards the players. Attack! Another synchronized shout, the undead warriors lowered their heads and charged directly towards the players in the front row. 3, 2, 1. Block! Wang Chen, standing high above, saw the undead warriors charging and commanded the frontline shield players to raise their shields. Although not as neat as the shield skeletons, it was sufficient. Bang! A loud noise as both sides collided. The first wave of charging undead warriors was blocked and stunned by the shields. Attack! In the next moment, players' arrows and magic rained down from above. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs, arrows, and ice spikes descended from the sky, instantly overwhelming the stunned undead warriors. Watching the fallen undead warriors, the players finally experienced the joy of turning the tables from being bullied by the skeleton soldiers to bullying them. Countless words summed up in one sentence. Damn, that was awesome. The undead warriors in the valley, just by their name, were all warriors. There were no archers, mages, or even assassins among them. The standout characteristic was just one word: tough. Of course, even if there were ranged classes on the opposing side, it wouldn't matter. At this moment, the players' defensive formation was in place, supported by healers and paladins for recovery and buffs. Although there weren't as many ranged archers and their damage output was slightly lower, their survivability was stronger than the skeleton formation in the mountain path earlier. The defensive formation was all about survival. If you can take a hit, you can stand. If you can stand, you can counterattack. If 2,000 players were surrounded by tens of thousands of undead warriors in a square, they might not hold out now. But currently, they were hiding in the mountain path, taking advantage of the terrain, with only up to 10 undead warriors charging at a time, like the story of the 7 little heroes facing the bullies. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves, 10, 20, 30. These undead warriors were like mindless robots, fearlessly launching wave after wave of charges. The players were not lenient either, blocking, stunning, and covering with firepower. The undead warriors fell in waves. As both sides fought back and forth, no one knew how long they had persisted. With more and more undead warriors falling before them, the players sensed something amiss. Damn! I'm running out of mana. The frontline tank player was the first to notice something wrong. After all, blocking was also a skill that required mana to activate. Tanks were known for their low mana pool, and his was the first to run dry. Why do these undead warriors seem to be getting tougher? The second to notice the anomaly was the mage. Initially, 1 wave of magic could take out an undead warrior, then it took 2 waves, and now even with combined magic and arrow attacks, it took 2 waves. It was evident that the undead warrior's attributes were continuously increasing. I say, these undead warriors aren't decreasing at all. The third to notice the issue was the archer. In theory, even if there were tens of thousands of corpse demon warriors, they should have a limit and not withstand the player's slaughter. After such a long time, they must have killed thousands of them. However, when the archer used Eagle Eye to look out, he found that these corpse demon warriors had not decreased at all. On the contrary, it seemed like they were increasing as they were being killed. Upon hearing everyone's feedback, Wang Chen and the others also realized the importance of the issue. He casually cast a detection spell. Damn! When everyone saw the attributes of the corpse demon warriors, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. The level 30 corpse demon warriors had now risen to level 35. Damn it! Indeed, their attributes were increasing. Damn, the system is really despicable. It first gives players the illusion of blocking the corpse demon warriors, then secretly increases the warriors' attributes. No wonder it's getting harder to fight. How the hell are we supposed to continue fighting? If we keep going, these guys might level up who knows how much. Moreover, players consume resources when killing monsters. Not only magic points but also arrows and weapon durability. It's a give-and-take situation, and at this rate, it's only a matter of time before the players are wiped out. Now we've become passive again. Wang Chen frowned. There must be a respawn point over there, or a boss summoning undead creatures. Let me see. A random archer glanced into the distance from under the canopy. In the center of the valley square stood a man dressed as a mage. With a wave of his skeletal staff, over a dozen corpse demon warriors rose to join the battle. Damn! It's real! The random archer exclaimed. There's a boss summoning corpse demons. More at once than we've killed. Ah, no wonder. The others suddenly realized. They were killing slower than the enemy was summoning, which explained why the corpse demon warriors were not decreasing but increasing. What should we do? If we continue like this, we probably won't be able to hold on much longer, Longxing Tianxia said on the side. After killing for so long, it was all in vain, which was quite frustrating. Brother Nyo, are we going to be wiped out like this? Yun Zhongyi he was getting anxious. Nonsense. Brother Nyo was here, How could we possibly be wiped out? The random archer glared at Yun Zhongyi. That's right. Brother Nyo has a way. Li Chu-chi-ren and the others all expressed unconditional trust in Wang Chen. Although they knew that in this situation, they were already in a deadlock with no way out, for some reason, they still had confidence in Wang Chen. Don't worry. Faced with Yun Zhongyi's doubts, Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then said lightly, since that boss can summon undead, we just need to kill him. Kill the boss? How do we kill him? This time, not only Longxing Tianxia and the others were confused, even Shui Linglong and the others were puzzled by Wang Chen's statement. Everyone was blocked in the mountain pass by the corpse demon warriors. Although it seemed like the players had the upper hand, the warriors were not decreasing but increasing. The players were already exhausted. Overall, the players were now in a passive situation. In this scenario, everyone could only focus on self-preservation, not knowing how long they could hold on. Now Wang Chen said killing the boss would solve everything. It was like someone telling you that if you could knock out Tyson with one punch, it would teach you how to box. Listening to one's words is like listening to one's words. Everyone knew killing the boss would solve the problem, but the key was how to do it. They couldn't even get out. No problem. Follow my lead. Attack. Wang Chen pointed straight ahead. Ha? Big brother? Are you kidding? Attack? We'll die if we leave the mountain pass. Upon hearing Wang Chen's command, Longxing Tianxia and his group became anxious. Why did they hide in the mountain pass just now? Wasn't it because there were too many corpse demon warriors on the other side, and the players couldn't beat them, so they needed to use the terrain to resist the warriors' attacks? Now Wang Chen is going to lead everyone to launch an attack. Isn't this bullshit? Anyone who has played a strategy game knows that in a situation of equal strength, you can use a defensive formation for a frontal battle. To launch an attack, your forces must be much stronger than the opponent's. At this moment, whether in terms of numbers or attributes, the players of the Black Dragon Society are at a disadvantage against these level 30+ undead warriors. Initiating an attack in this situation, isn't that just sending them to their deaths? Although the players of the Black Dragon Society are employees hired by Longting Corporation, they are still brothers brought up by themselves. It's absolutely unreasonable to use them as cannon fodder to consume Longting Corporation's resources. After all, they are currently in a cooperative relationship, and Longting Corporation would not want them to be sent to their deaths for no reason. Wang Chen naturally understands Longting Corporation's current thoughts, so he pointed to the undead warriors constantly charging towards them and said, "There's a chance of winning once we're out of the mountain pass. If we stay here, we'll die. You decide for yourselves." This, Longting Corporation was suddenly speechless. Indeed, anyone could see that with the increasing number and strength of the undead warriors, if they continued to be trapped here, being wiped out was only a matter of time. Taking a risk might offer a chance to survive. But now Longting Corporation was afraid that if they went out, they would be wiped out directly. Don't worry. Follow my command, I guarantee it will be fine. Seeing Longting Corporation hesitating, Wang Chen continued. Alright, I trust you, Brother Nyo, don't deceive me. My brother's lives are at stake too. After hesitating for a moment, Longting Corporation finally decided to trust Wang Chen. After all, compared to themselves, Wang Chen was more reliable. After saying that, Longting Corporation directly ordered in the guild channel, everyone, follow Brother Nyo's command. Charge out. Charge out? The players of the Black Dragon Society were puzzled when they heard Longting Corporation's words. Boss, won't we just die if we charge out? Are you kidding? Everyone was not stupid. What the guild leader could see through, the lower-ranked members naturally understood as well. It was basically a death sentence to go out now given the current gap between the two sides. Don't ask questions. Just follow the command. Longting Corporation didn't know how to respond, so they directly issued a mandatory order. Alright, the players of the Black Dragon Society were helpless. Since everyone was just employees, they had to do as the boss said. Even if they were being sent to their deaths, they couldn't say anything. Money still had to be earned. Follow my command. Tanks, advance forward. On the other side, Wang Chen had already started giving orders. The players of the Black Dragon Society received the command and pushed forward without hesitation, facing the undead warriors outside the mountain pass. Out of the pass, line up against the mountain wall in a single file. Healers, keep up. Just as the frontline tank players were about to exit the mountain pass, Wang Chen issued another command. Single file? Are we lining up to get beaten? The frontline tank players of the Black Dragon Society were even more confused after hearing the command. The reason they could withstand the attacks of the undead warriors was that in the mountain pass, there were few undead warriors attacking the front line at the same time, allowing them to distribute the damage and bear low pressure. Now, lining up in a single file meant directly facing the undead warriors one-on-one, increasing the attack area and pressure significantly. Stop talking nonsense, line up as I said. Don't you want your salary? Although the tank players of the Black Dragon Society didn't know what Wang Chen was planning, they still opened up the defensive line as ordered. Backline players, charge forward. Frontline tanks, protect the players behind you. Connect left, right, front, and back to form a circular formation. At that moment, Wang Chen issued a third command. Following Wang Chen's order, the other players of the Black Dragon Society in the backline, along with Wang Chen and others, charged forward directly. Soon, they followed the tank players out of the mountain pass. At the same time, under Wang Chen's command, the tank players had already connected left, right, front, and back into a circular formation. Originally a formation with one word apart, after connecting the front and back, it directly turned into a circle. The tank profession guarded the outermost perimeter, while the other professions were enclosed by the tank profession in the innermost circle. Everyone managed to break through the situation where the undead warrior blocked the mountain pass exit and rushed out under the attacks. Damn! Is this even possible? After everyone safely emerged from the mountain pass, they were all stunned. Looking at the circular formation in front of them, everyone suddenly understood why Wang Chen had the tank profession one word apart. According to conventional thinking, in order to break out of the mountain pass, the frontline tank profession must withstand the damage and charge directly into the encirclement of the undead warriors, while the backline professions follow suit, charging straight into the formation like a knife. However, in doing so, while the frontline tank players could withstand the damage, the players behind would definitely be left unprotected. Once surrounded by the undead warriors, they would be wiped out instantly. But Wang Chen did not take the usual route. Under his command, everyone lined up like making dumplings, with the frontline players spreading out horizontally first, then enclosing the backline professions, forming a circular formation like an iron bucket. Although the frontline tank profession's damage absorption pressure skyrocketed, it ensured the safety of the players behind. As long as the priest and paladin did not die, the tank profession's survivability could be sustained, and as long as the mage and archer did not die, everyone's output capability could also be guaranteed. Damn! This guy really... Longxing Tianxia and Yun Zhongyi were completely convinced at this point. Logically, according to their previous speculation, even if they managed to break out, everyone would still be doomed, and it was highly likely that they wouldn't even make it out of the mountain pass. After all, with so many undead warriors blocking the way outside, once they were out of the protection of the frontline tank profession, the backline players would not stand a chance. But unexpectedly, Wang Chen's circular formation, seamlessly connected from start to finish, safely pulled everyone out of the mountain pass, with no casualties whatsoever. Sometimes, you just can't help but admire it. Advance towards the square. Seeing everyone safely evacuating from the mountain pass, Wang Chen immediately issued the fourth command. Brother Nyo, it's impossible. We can't push through. At this moment, a player from the Black Dragon Society quickly responded. Unlike before, when everyone was in the valley, facing just 10 undead warriors, they could easily handle them in waves. But now, everyone was surrounded by the undead warriors. With such a large encirclement, the number of undead warriors able to attack players had increased dramatically, from 10 to hundreds. The pressure of damage had increased by dozens of times. Fortunately, with the paladin's aura and the priest's healing, the frontline professions could hold their ground. It was impossible to push forward. Not only was the output insufficient, but the defense was also lacking. Although they had managed to get out, the situation was not much better than being in the mountain pass. While waiting in the mountain pass was like waiting for death, at least it was relatively safe. Hee. Wang Chen chuckled lightly and shouted, "Hope, activate the aura." Got it. Hope received Wang Chen's command, immediately took out a dark staff from her bosom, switched weapons, and raised the staff. Swish! A red light spread out. System prompt: you have obtained the paladin's heavy injury aura, increasing critical hit rate by 20%, 10% chance to inflict heavy injury on the target, reducing all attributes by 20% in the heavy injury state. Damn! It's the heavy injury aura. Isn't this a level 40 skill? This guy really knows how to hide things. Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but glance at Hope. He had originally thought this guy was just a pretty face, but he had actually obtained the core output aura of a level 40 paladin. Were these guys really flawless? However, even with the heavy injury aura, it was still useless. The output might have increased slightly, but they still couldn't push through. Just as Longxing Tianxia was lost in thought, Wang Chen raised the long sword in his hand. A necromancer with a sword. Quite the character. Longxing Tianxia was indeed a humorous guy, couldn't help but comment upon seeing the sword in Wang Chen's hand. But at that moment, Yun Zhongyi exclaimed, "Is that sword a dark gold equipment? Dark gold equipment? Are you kidding me?" Longxing Tianxia subconsciously looked at the long sword in Wang Chen's hand. To his surprise, the sword of the king in Wang Chen's hand was emitting a faint dark gold light. This. Longxing Tianxia was dumbfounded. The dark gold light, it was indeed dark gold equipment. This guy actually had it. 20 seconds. We only have 20 seconds. Everyone, push forward with all your might. Just as Longxing Tianxia marveled, Wang Chen shouted, and the dark gold light of the sword of the king in Wang Chen's hand suddenly surged. Following that, a golden halo centered around Wang Chen, spreading outwards. In the next moment, all players seemed to be clad in golden armor, shimmering with dazzling light. Simultaneously, everyone's attributes doubled instantly. King's Command, active skill, activate the King's Command, all friendly units' attributes increase by 100%, consuming 5% of maximum mana per second, cooldown time 3000 seconds. What the hell is going on? Damn! My attributes doubled. I'm so powerful now. Where's the boss? I want to take it on alone. With Wang Chen's King's Command bestowed upon them, doubling their attributes, everyone excitedly exclaimed. This undead command not only boosted players' basic attributes but also doubled the Halo attributes. All the Paladin's Halo bonuses on everyone were also doubled, even the Hope's severe injury Halo was doubled. 40% critical strike and 20% severe injury chance, damn. No wonder everyone felt so confident after seeing their attributes. Longxing Tianxia, Yun Zhongyi, and a few others were in tears. Damn it, so they were defeated by this kind of monster before? Not unjust. It's not unjust to lose. Anyone else would probably have the same result. From disbelief to questioning, from questioning to admiration, from admiration to feeling not unjust in losing. All it took was to complete a task together. The state of mind of Longxing Tianxia, Yun Zhongyi, and a few others at this moment was truly turned upside down. They were even starting to question their beliefs. A guild of over 2,000 people was wiped out by one person, and they still said it's not unjust to lose. Such arrogant words, they were simply losing face. Kill them! With the King's Command bestowed upon them, everyone could no longer contain their excitement and immediately began to advance at the fastest speed. Although these undead warriors were all level 30 elite monsters, they couldn't withstand the players' equipment and skills. Without Wang Chen activating the King's Command, everyone could compete evenly with these elite monsters just with the Paladin's Halo. With attributes and buff attributes doubled at this moment, their strength had qualitatively improved. Covered in golden light, the players of the Black Dragon Society advanced like a real war chariot into the crowd, advancing relentlessly. Wherever they went, the undead warriors were no match. Looking down from above, the circular formation of the Black Dragon Society players resembled a golden gear, unstoppable as it charged towards the square. The players swept away the frustration of being surrounded and beaten by the undead warriors, releasing all their emotions at that moment, feeling exhilarated. 20 seconds later, the golden light of the King's Command dissipated. They pushed through the main road and arrived outside the square, where they also saw the attributes of the boss on the square. Lord of Thunder Lich King Sark, Dark Gold, level, 40 health points, 1 million magic points, 100,000 skills, undead summoning, soul control background, once one of the greatest mages of the human empire, the creator of the Thunderstorm City Mage Tower, sacrificed himself to protect humans, a hero sung by bards for many years. Corrupted by the power of death leaked from the Shadow Castle, he fell into a lich who summons the dead. Dark Gold Boss. It's a Dark Gold Boss. Long Rain pointed at the Lich King Sark and exclaimed loudly. I see it. You're also a guild leader, no need to be so excited, really lacking in experience. Unable to resist the sarcasm from Long Rain, the invincible beside him retorted. Ha! Long Rain was taken aback. Was I excited? Did you see me excited? Boss, you were pretty excited. A crane in the clouds whispered. Damn, Dark Gold Boss. Have you guys seen one before? Long Rain asked. No. The crane in the clouds shook its head. Honestly, this was definitely the first Dark Gold Boss they had seen. Seen it before. The Invincible and a few others acted as if it was nothing out of the ordinary, making Long Rain appear ignorant. Damn. Long Rain pursed his lips, unable to help but console himself. I'm a normal person, can't compare myself to these bastards. What we need to do now is kill this Lich King. Wang Chen pointed to the Lich King Sark frantically summoning troops in the square. Simple. Charge. Long Rain clenched his fist, looking confident of victory. Can't charge anymore. Wang Chen surveyed the surroundings. After the King's Command buff ended, everyone's attributes returned to normal. No longer as vigorous as before. Where's your city in gold armor? Keep going, the crane in the clouds said. Ha ha, city in gold armor? Wang Chen was amused by the crane in the clouds' naming skills. Isn't that a cool name? Cool. Super cool. The crane in the clouds nodded. Damn. You know what's cool too. Cool skills aren't just casually used, you know? Wang Chen gave the crane in the clouds a disdainful look. You're not a newbie, are you? The scorned crane in the clouds looked gloomy. Since we can't push through, what do we do now? Long Rain frowned. Wang Chen had just said that only by killing the Lich King could they turn the tide of the battle. Now that Wang Chen had used his ultimate move, they were still dozens of meters away from the Lich King. If they couldn't deal with the Lich King, the player's disadvantage would become more apparent. Wouldn't all the efforts made earlier be in vain? Since we can't push through, then let's charge. Wang Chen glanced at the Lich King. Us? Long Rain pointed at himself in surprise. Just a few of us fighting a level 40 Dark Gold boss? Are you kidding? In Dawn of Dawn, player levels were crucial. Not only for attribute growth and equipment restrictions, but also because monsters had level suppression on players. If a monster was 5 levels higher than a player, it would have a 5% bonus to attack and defense, and so on. Even if everyone was level 20, a level 40 Dark Gold boss would have a 20% bonus against players. Even a level 30 Bronze boss would require a full team from the Black Dragon Society to challenge. Now there were only a dozen people trying to challenge a level 40 Dark Gold boss. This was no joke, right? What else can we do? Lure him over? Aimed randomly and tentatively. No. Long Rain was shocked. So many undead warriors, even the players of the Black Dragon Society were barely holding on. If they triggered the boss, they might die on the spot. Then why waste time? Get ready to charge. The unrivaled brave rubbed his hands in anticipation. Renju Invincible was excited. Wang Chen and the others beside him seemed to be under no pressure at all. The group from Longting was a bit confused. Why were these guys so crazy? That's a level 40 Dark Gold boss, not a level 40 small fry. Judging by their attitude, it seemed like they could solve it easily. It was unclear who gave them the courage and confidence. Alright, everyone was skilled and had their pride. Seeing Wang Chen's group like this, Longting and the others naturally couldn't appear weak. So they braced themselves. Unrivaled, go! With Wang Chen's command, Shi Wang waved his staff, enveloping Unrivaled with a halo. Unrivaled lowered his head, then charged into the group of monsters. At the same time, Renju Invincible pointed his staff, covering Unrivaled with Holy Light. Charging was already a highly effective skill, and with the blessing of Holy Light, Unrivaled directly activated invincibility, tearing a gap in the group of monsters. Follow! As Unrivaled broke through the encirclement, Wang Chen's group followed closely behind, breaking out of the encirclement. This works too? Light! Give me invincibility! Longting immediately followed suit upon seeing this. Clearing a path required no special skills, just the right combination of skills. In terms of attributes, although Longting didn't have as many high-level equipment as Unrivaled, his gear was not inferior. With the same combination of Holy Light and Charge skills, Longting also smashed a path open. Yunzhong, Yi, and others followed Longting, passing through the encirclement to reach Wang Chen's group. By now, they had entered the square, only 5 meters away from the Lich King Sarkith. Sarkith was earnestly summoning undead and hadn't noticed the players who had circled around him. They're here, let's go. Seeing Longting and the others following suit, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and immediately issued the attack command. Alright, swish. Arrows were shot randomly, a white light streaking towards Sarkith. Shock shot, my goodness. Are you guys serious? Can't you discuss tactics first? Longting was flabbergasted. He had seen recklessness before, but never this level. A level 40 Dark Gold boss, they just went for it without hesitation. Shouldn't they at least discuss a strategy first? Longting was still in shock as the arrows shot randomly flew towards Sarkith. Just as Sarkith was about to be hit in the head by an arrow, he raised his staff. Snap! The arrows shot randomly were deflected as if hitting a wall, flying off. At the same time, Sarkith stopped summoning undead and turned around slowly. Oh, humans? Seeing the players before him, Sarkith looked puzzled. You actually broke through the encirclement of the Undead Legion and came here. I must say, I'm surprised. With that, Sarkith continued, this place is filled with fallen heroes, not the wealth you seek. You living beings dare disturb the tranquility of the Eternal Ones, you must pay the price. Saying this, Sarkith raised his staff, emitting a green light. Hold on! Wang Chen quickly shouted. Sarkith paused at the words, stopping his spellcasting and gazing at Wang Chen. What? Do you have any last words? Bang! Before Sarkith could finish speaking, Unrivaled charged forward, crashing heavily into Sarkith. Thud! Sarkith staggered back, a mosquito coil symbol appearing above his head. No. I just wanted you to stand still, so my skills could hit accurately, Wang Chen chuckled. Everyone. This group was used to Wang Chen's style. When he shouted hold on, they had already received his command to attack. The group from Dragon's Reign had never seen someone like this before. Sweat was pouring down. Not cool, man, you even fooled the boss. And you're standing steady with a high hit rate. Can a person really do this? Even Wang Chen's few skeleton minions were at a loss. Xiaobai, our boss is really pushing the limits more and more. Ma-san, huh? He has limits? Dabai, you really got me with that question. Wang Chen. Seiko was stunned, but the others were not idle. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the unmatched hero charged towards Seiko, arrows shot randomly were already flying. The Grim Reaper was also fully engaged, using thunder spells, fireball spells, exploding flames, and continuous fire flames, unleashing a series of combos. However, just as all the attacks were about to hit Seiko, suddenly, the unmatched hero turned around, raised his shield in front of Seiko, and provocatively raised his long sword. In an instant, all the attacks were drawn towards the unmatched hero. Boom, boom, boom. Arrows and magic hit the unmatched hero, who was instantly half dead. Damn it, unmatched, are you crazy? Random shooting was furious. The Grim Reaper also frowned. I don't know, I'm not in control now. The unmatched hero said in horror. Humph. Seiko behind the unmatched hero coldly snorted, despicable humans, you think such petty tricks can deal with me? Hiss. Everyone gasped at the sight. The unmatched hero was being controlled by the boss. Go, my slave. Seiko pointed at Wang Chen, giving orders to the unmatched hero. Advanced NPCs have AI, and their hate mechanism is not like low-level bosses that change with damage but with emotions. Wang Chen's actions just now had angered Seiko, so Seiko's hatred was now all directed towards Wang Chen. Nice! Wang Chen slightly smirked, this was the effect he wanted. Get back! I'm charging! The unmatched hero shouted and rushed towards Wang Chen, reaching him in an instant. Boss, be careful! Dragon's Reign exclaimed in shock, reminding Wang Chen. He. Wang Chen calmly took a step back and gave orders to the others. As he spoke, Xiaobai rushed over and stood in front of Wang Chen. Raise the shield to block. Counter block. With a loud clang, the unmatched hero was directly knocked back and stunned. Lie down. Immediately, Xiaobai kicked the unmatched hero's legs, causing him to fall. Hey! Before the unmatched hero could get up, Xiaobai lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the unmatched hero's face. Earth trample. Ouch! Seeing the unmatched hero being taken down by Wang Chen's skeleton soldier in one round, not only the group from Dragon's Reign but also the people on the other side couldn't help but gasp. Although they all knew Wang Chen was strong, considering themselves experts, they couldn't help but compare themselves to him. Everyone was around level 20, with similar equipment, just a slight difference in skills, and with these limitations, how much stronger could one get? But when they saw the unmatched hero being taken down in one move, they suddenly felt it was unnecessary to compare themselves to Wang Chen. The unmatched hero was everyone's old friend, and they knew him well. He couldn't be considered a top expert, but he was definitely skilled, and his equipment was outstanding. Yet, he couldn't even withstand one round against Wang Chen. Everyone had a rough idea of Wang Chen's strength. They didn't know how high, but he could definitely easily defeat them. The most frustrated at the moment was the unmatched hero. He never expected that he couldn't even hold on for one round against Wang Chen. Being controlled by the boss didn't bother the unmatched hero, but being knocked down by Xiaobai almost made him lose his cool. People will always compare themselves to others. Ha! Seeing the fierce skeleton soldiers under Wang Chen's command, Sark was slightly stunned. These are heroic spirits. You, a human, can actually summon heroic spirits. I underestimated you. Humph. Before he finished speaking, Sark suddenly blurred and floated straight towards Wang Chen. Sark was a level 40 dark gold boss after all, a mage with surprisingly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was less than 3 meters away from Wang Chen. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Sark was about to reach Wang Chen, Ma-san raised his hand, releasing 3 shiny green arrows. Plague? Seeing Ma-san's arrows, Sark was surprised and quickly dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chen stepped back a few steps. As Sark dodged the arrows and arrived at the spot where Wang Chen had stood, he saw a skeleton holding a staff revealing a sinister smile towards him. Boom! A loud explosion followed, a wave of heat rushing towards him. Sark was directly blown away by the powerful explosion. The bursting flames of Dabai possess 3 stages of damage: fire ring, fireball, and explosion, unparalleled in power. Minus 4,145, a huge damage number floated above Sark's head. His already pale face turned even paler. Just as Sark was hit by the bursting flames, Dabai extended his left hand, summoning a fire dragon from his palm. Before Sark could regain his balance, 10 fireballs were already following. Sark extended his arms. Boom! A black barrier appeared in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The fire dragon collided with the black barrier, dissipating into fire elements. Sark's pale face turned extremely gloomy as he looked at Wang Chen before him, feeling a hint of fear. Releasing skills with both hands. Was this Necromancer's control technique so refined? Even real mages would find it hard to perform such high-level operations. What amazed Sark even more was that Dabai's consecutive fireballs were released barehanded, seemingly powerless, while he had wasted his life-saving skill. This young Necromancer appeared so skilled despite his young age. On Wang Chen's side, the surprise was even greater. Dabai's skill of releasing with his left hand was meant to deliver the highest output in one turn, catching the opponent off guard, a sure hit skill. Never did he expect Sark to effortlessly block it. Truly, a level 40 Dark Gold boss was extraordinary. Sark and Wang Chen exchanged a glance, both frowning. Sark! Watch your back! Suddenly, Wang Chen shouted. Humph! Sark sneered, do you think I'll fall for that again? Before Sark could finish his sentence, he felt a chill between his ribs as a dagger plunged in. Minus 2,784, another critical hit number floated up. At the same time, the air behind him distorted, and a beautiful woman with an extremely sly smile appeared behind Sark. Ha ha, I told you I'd be behind you, what are you pretending for? Shui Linglong swiftly turned the dagger in her right hand, kicked Sark's lower back with her left foot, and pulled back forcefully. With a swoosh, the bloody dagger was pulled out. Shui Linglong leveraged the force to roll backward, disappearing into stealth once again. 2 seconds later, Sark let out a painful howl, clutching his buttocks. Damn it! Everyone's faces turned green. This woman was getting more and more ruthless, not only stabbing but also stirring it up. Is she even human? Is she human? Is she human? Even Wang Chen's 3 experienced skeleton soldiers felt a chill down their spines. Damn, she's too vicious. In the post-apocalyptic era, there's no one as malicious as her. Strike while the iron is hot. Wang Chen reacted swiftly, ordering an attack while Sark was in pain. Swish, 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 swish. Boom, 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 boom. The members of Longxing Tianxia and Wang Chen's group threw arrows and magic spells all at once. Sarko was strongly controlled by Shui Linglong, and his barrier skill was deceived by Dabai, leaving him defenseless. The attacks from everyone instantly overwhelmed Sarko. The health bar above Sarko's head plummeted rapidly. As the wave of attacks subsided, Sarko regained his senses, while Xiaobai had already charged in front of him. Sarko reacted swiftly, holding his staff horizontally in front of him. Duong! Xiaobai's charge was blocked by Sarko, but the powerful force still pushed Sarko back a step. Lingzi! Get him! Wang Chen suddenly glanced behind Sarko and shouted loudly. Sarko was obviously shadowed by Shui Linglong's deception. Startled by the voice, he quickly turned his head back, but there was nothing behind him. Fooled again by Mad Duong. At the same time, Xiaobai's shield smashed on the back of Sarko's head, controlling him once again. The skills of the others around were also ready. Another wave of attacks landed on Sarko's head. Why did Wang Chen attract aggro voluntarily? Because everyone in the miracle team knew that the real tank in the team was Wang Chen, or more precisely, his underling Xiaobai. The tank class was the core of the team. As long as the tank could withstand, there was no boss they couldn't defeat. Xiaobai, although just a skeleton soldier, was stronger under Wang Chen's command than the strongest tank. Together with the other 2 skeletons, they not only could withstand the boss but even suppress it, as everyone had witnessed. With Sarko restrained by Wang Chen at the moment, although not completely suppressed, Sarko was held firmly, giving others the space to deal damage. Charge, shield strike, Lingzi get him! Under Xiaobai's attacks and Wang Chen's verbal harassment, Sarko's health decreased while his temperature rose. You fools! You will all pay the price. Despicable human necromancer, I will not forgive you. Finally, when Sarko's health bar reached 50%, he turned red directly. With a roar, a black light burst out from Sarko and spread around, instantly covering the entire Thunder Cliff. Oh my god! Run! The boss is about to enlarge. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dispersed and retreated. It was common knowledge in the game to stay away when the boss turned red. Meanwhile, black light surged from all directions and entered Sarko's body. Sarko's body kept expanding. As the light dissipated, Sarko appeared once again in front of everyone. Damn! The previous Sarko was dressed in mage robes, holding a staff, looking like a necromancer. But now, Sarko's body had expanded to 2 meters high, muscles bulging all over. His once pale and handsome face now twisted into a fierce expression. The staff in his hand had turned into a spear. He exuded an aura of death. Lord of Thunder Battle Mage Sarko, Dark Gold, level, 50 health, 500,000 mana, 100,000 skills, Fire of Malevolence, Power of Attraction. Talent, Battle Mastery background. After absorbing the death power of fallen undead, the Lich King Sarko unlocked his ultimate form. Oh my god, did he just change classes? Seeing Sarko's second form, everyone was stunned. Even Wang Chen's 3 skeletons couldn't help but exclaim, damn, a battle mage? Isn't that the awakened class of the mage's second advancement? How did this guy even change classes? Normally, when a boss enlarges in red mode, it simply triggers a berserk state, increasing attack speed and adding a tough body. In rare cases, it may change form, but directly leveling up was unheard of. What's more absurd was that he even changed classes, from a necromancer to a battle mage. This is just outrageous. Just now, Sark was beaten by everyone because he was a necromancer, lacking combat skills apart from summoning his minions. Despite being a level 40 Dark Gold boss, he only had defensive and evasive abilities, with very weak offensive capabilities. That's why everyone could suppress him. But now, he directly changed jobs to a level 50 battle mage, which is a bit ridiculous. It's important to note that battle mages are the strongest branch of the mage class, especially at level 50 as an awakened profession. In terms of level, profession, and skills, a level 40 necromancer without minions is simply not worth mentioning. Have some shame. The system has no shame at all. A level 20 mission with a level 50 boss, Long Xiaotian couldn't help but curse the system. The average level of players attacking the base is not even 20, and the system throws out a level 50 boss, which is just sickening. Is it possible that this is actually a level 40 mission? Renju Wudi reminded from the side. Ha! Long Xiaotian was slightly stunned. This is a hell difficulty badge dropped by Leo Rick. Renju Wudi explained. Long Xiaotian. The difficulty of the base mission is not related to the challengers but directly related to the boss dropping the badge. A level 30 boss will drop a level 30 base badge. Since Leo Rick, a level 40 Dark Gold boss, dropped a base mission badge with a level 50 Dark Gold boss, it actually makes sense. Moreover, this is a guild mission. It's normal for the boss to be strong. It's a good thing our levels are low. It would have been even harder if we had to fight our way here. Wang Chen said with lingering fear. What do you mean? The others asked, puzzled. Didn't you read the boss introduction? This guy transformed by absorbing the undead's death power. Ah, this. Wang Chen's words sent shivers down everyone's spines. Damn, this game designer is heartless. According to the normal mission flow, players should fight what the boss summons, clear the minions, and then fight the boss. This time, the player legion also needs to face Sark summoning undead warriors, fight their way to the square, and finally kill the boss. However, the power behind the boss's transformation comes from the death power of the undead killed by players. This means the more undead warriors players kill, the stronger Sark will become after transforming. Luckily, with everyone's low levels, they had to stay in the mountain pass, slowly clearing the undead waves. Seeing more undead killed, they had no choice but to focus on the boss first. It's worth noting that less than a tenth of the undead warriors killed by Wang Chen's group were enough for Sark to level up directly by 10 levels. If they had cleared all the undead warriors before fighting, it's unimaginable how many levels Sark would have gained by now. It must be said that the designer of Dawn has no humanity at all. They are afraid of not killing players, setting one trap after another. Despicable humans. Die. As everyone was horrified, Sark had already completed his transformation. With a wave of his left hand, a green fireball flew straight towards Wang Chen. In an instant, it reached Wang Chen's face. Bang! Just as Wang Chen was about to be hit by the fireball, Xiaobai raised his shield in front of him. Boom! The fireball exploded. Slah! The green flames fell to the ground, corroding deep pits into the earth. Damn! Wang Chen couldn't help but shudder at the sight, fearing that if he had been hit, he would have been done for on the spot. Phew! However, this fireball was just a feint. In the moment Xiaobai blocked the fireball, Sark had already appeared on Wang Chen's right side, raising his spear and thrusting it towards Wang Chen's cheek. Wang Chen quickly rolled backward to dodge Sark's spear. But at that moment, Sark's left hand made a sudden grab in the air. Wang Chen, who had just rolled to his feet, suddenly felt an invisible force pulling him towards Sark. Swish! Ma San drew his bow and shot an arrow, using the skilled shock shot, hitting Sark's palm. Snap! Sark's hand trembled, interrupting his skill. Wang Chen cursed and threw it at Sark's face, then turned and ran. Sark was about to chase after him when a huge flame suddenly appeared in front of him. Humph! Is it this move again? Sark waved his left hand diagonally. The explosive flame of Debai seemed to be pulled by something, grazing Sark's shoulder, flying into the sky, then exploding loudly. Damn! Is this guy for real? Even the 3 elite survivors were stunned. This was definitely the strongest opponent they had encountered since crossing over. First a feint attack to bait Xiaobai's block, then a direct spear attack on Wang Chen. If Ma San's arrow hadn't hit the mark, Wang Chen might have been done for by now. What's even more terrifying is that with just a wave of his hand, Sark shifted to Bai's skill. It was evident that Sark's attributes, skills, combat techniques, and skill levels had all qualitatively improved after transforming. Despite being 3 end-of-the-world elites, they all felt the immense pressure from Sark. Unfortunately, the level difference was just too much. Their reactions might keep up, but their attributes simply wouldn't allow it. Let's attack together. While Sark was engaged with Bai, Wang Chen had already distanced himself from Sark, pointing the Sword of Kings at him and ordering a group attack. Die! The bald-headed dragon was closest to Wang Chen and had already reached Sark's back, charging forward as per Wang Chen's command. Ha! Sark coldly smiled, taking a step forward diagonally. The charging bald-headed dragon passed by him. At the same time, Sark raised his spear and thrust it. Put! The bald-headed dragon was impaled on the ground. As Sark killed the bald-headed dragon, the unrivaled warrior also rushed over. Sark spun around, dodging the unrivaled warrior's charge once again. Seeing his skill fail, the unrivaled warrior immediately cancelled the charge, swung his shield backward, and used shield strike on Sark behind him. Oh, interesting. Sark was somewhat surprised to see the unrivaled warrior cancel the charge and follow up with a shield strike in such a situation. After all, warriors were not known for agility. Being able to cancel a skill while charging was already impressive, let alone turning around for a shield strike, showcasing the unrivaled warrior's quick reflexes. Despite the surprise, for Sark, it merely exceeded his own predictions of his opponent. Stepping back, Sark avoided the unrivaled warrior's shield strike. He then thrust his spear at the unrivaled warrior's exposed head, swift and precise, seemingly sealing the unrivaled warrior's fate. Swish! However, just then, a holy light descended, enveloping the unrivaled warrior. With a clang, Sark's spear was deflected back. The unrivaled warrior was pushed back a few steps by the tremendous force. Longxing Tianxia rushed over, shielding the unrivaled warrior in front of him. Ants! Without even looking at Longxing Tianxia, Sark swung his spear horizontally, hitting Longxing Tianxia's shoulder. Bang! Longxing Tianxia was sent flying, his health bar turning red instantly. Damn it! After landing and rolling a few times, Longxing Tianxia finally stabilized himself, terrified upon seeing his health bar. Luckily, Longxing Tianxia had good equipment and relatively strong attributes. Otherwise, even if Sark hadn't pierced him, Longxing Tianxia would have been beaten to death. As Longxing Tianxia was sent flying, attacks from the backline ranged classes began to fly in. Swish swish swish, clang clang clang. Arrows, magic, all flew towards Sark in an instant. Unfazed, Sark lightly raised his left hand, drawing an arc. All the ranged attacks deviated from their trajectory, heading towards Longxing Tianxia in the distance. Just as Longxing Tianxia was about to celebrate saving his life, he was instantly killed to bits by a teammate's attack. Before the dust settled on Longxing Tianxia's corpse, Sark took a sudden step forward, then kicked his right foot backward. Bang! The air behind Sark twisted, and Shui Linglong's figure was revealed as she was kicked in the chin, flying straight back and crashing heavily to the ground. Even though Shui Linglong was a top-tier player, she was left bloodied by the kick. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this the same Sark who moments ago couldn't fight back when everyone was beating him up? How did he suddenly become so fierce? His positioning was outrageous, and his attacks were lethal. Not only were long-range attacks ineffective against him, but he could also redirect them towards his teammates with his incredible skills. His agility was mind-boggling. Was this the level 50 battle mage? What was even more terrifying was that just a moment ago, Wang Chen was able to control 3 skeletons and engage in a fierce battle with Sark. Little did they know, Wang Chen was also bewildered. Since entering the game and summoning the 3 skeletal soldiers, Wang Chen had never encountered a worthy opponent. Even facing a boss 20 levels higher, with the protection of the 3 future heroic skeletons, Wang Chen could hold his ground. But now, facing Sark, Wang Chen felt true power for the first time. Even the 3 skeletal bodyguards felt immense pressure against Sark's formidable and mysterious skills. It wasn't just because of the level gap of 35 levels. The key was Sark's positioning, which seemed to allow him to completely dodge melee attacks and evade ranged attacks with his left hand. In terms of game design, Sark was practically unbeatable at this point. This evasive boss design was not flawless, though. If multiple mages simultaneously cast area of effect spells, denying Sark the space and time to dodge, they could inflict damage on him. However, at this stage, players had only learned basic skills, and high-level area of effect spells like Firestorm and Ice Spike required at least level 30 to acquire. Even if they managed to learn these spells early, the team lacked enough mages to effectively damage Sark. "Don't worry, you're next." After repelling Shui Linglong, Sark turned around and marked her with a red target. Then, he turned back and charged towards Wang Chen once again. Wang Chen, without any sense of honor, had taunted Sark multiple times, insulting his intelligence, making himself Sark's first target of hatred. Shui Linglong had stabbed Sark in the back, adding to the physical and mental damage inflicted on him, becoming Sark's second target of hatred. These two were not going to get away. Seeing Sark charging again, Ma San immediately shot several arrows, attempting to block Sark's advance. Despite Ma San's efforts, Sark continued forward without hesitation, his left hand swaying in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. The arrows aimed at Sark all changed their trajectory, narrowly missing him as he passed by. In the next moment, Sark was in front of Wang Chen, raising his hand to throw a green fireball at Wang Chen's face. With less than 3 meters between them, the fireball was too fast for Wang Chen to dodge. Little White knew Sark's tactics well, trying to bait Wang Chen into blocking, only to attack him from the side. If Wang Chen didn't block, he would die instantly. Helpless, Little White raised his shield to block once again. Bang! The fireball was deflected as expected. Sark appeared on Wang Chen's right side, thrusting his spear towards Wang Chen's head. Just as Wang Chen was about to be killed by the spear, Big White jumped in front of him. Crack! Big White's head was smashed by the spear. At the same time, a burst of fire erupted, pushing Sark back with tremendous force. Resistance to Fire Ring. Before Dabai was hit, he released the mage's life-saving skill, Resistance to Fire Ring. Dabai. Wang Chen couldn't help but be shocked to see Dabai being killed. 3 skeletons had been with him for so long, and this was the first time there had been casualties. Although Wang Chen knew from the hero's history that Dabai wouldn't die, he still felt a bit reluctant. Die! At the same time, Sarko, pushed back by the resistance to the fire ring, suddenly swung his right hand. The spear flew out, carrying Sarko's hatred, straight towards Wang Chen. Quick, dodge! Others quickly reminded, but before the words fell, the spear had already flown in front of Wang Chen. Xiaobai didn't even have time to raise his shield to block. Bang! Just when everyone thought Wang Chen was doomed. Suddenly, a figure flew from behind Wang Chen and kicked him. Wang Chen was pushed forward. The spear grazed the back of Wang Chen's head and flew past. Ha! This sudden kick left everyone stunned. Even Sarko looked surprised. Everyone hurried to look behind Wang Chen. They saw a girl standing there. The girl was not tall, looked a bit slender and delicate, with a very gentle and sweet appearance. Her phoenix eyes narrowed, coldly staring at Sarko in front of her. Ah, it's her. Seeing the girl in front of them, everyone widened their eyes. This girl was none other than the woman they had been waiting for hours. What was her name again? Everyone quickly checked the team list and took a long time to find the name of this female fighter. Her name was Kiki Xiaoshianmei, a very typical female player name led by others. How did she suddenly appear behind Wang Chen? Was this kick intentional? Seeing that this kick was delivered by Wang Yujia, everyone's surprise turned into doubt. Among them were basically the top players of Thunderstorm City, all considered elite players. If it were anyone else, everyone would think that this person had good awareness, acting at a critical moment to turn the tide. But now standing in front of everyone was Wang Yujia, this female player. Everyone instinctively felt that it couldn't have been intentional. Female players couldn't have that kind of awareness, it must have been a fluke. That Kiki girl, it's too dangerous, come back quickly. Don't stand there and affect Brother Nyo. Yunjui still had a keen eye. Although he didn't like this woman who was brought in to join the team, he knew she was brought in by Wang Chen. Being taken care of by Wang Chen like this, their relationship was definitely extraordinary. Wang Chen was the core of the whole team, so his woman naturally had to be taken care of well. Renja Wudi also quickly said, "Everyone, go protect Kiki girl." Xiaobai instinctively raised his shield to protect Wang Chen and Wang Yujia. However, Wang Yujia had no intention of leaving. Instead she kicked Wang Chen in the butt, and asked, "Are you okay?" Crack! "I wasn't killed by the boss, but almost got kicked to death by you." Wang Chen rubbed the back of his head. In team mode, there was actually no damage judgment, but this kick was solid, with a strong impact that almost gave Wang Chen a concussion even though there was no pain or injury. "Then you lie down here for a while. I'll avenge you," Wang Yujia said, turning her gaze to Sarko. "Sis, it was you who kicked me." Wang Chen lay on the ground, shouting in his heart. "This woman is so clueless. Hey, how dare you hurt my friend? Even if you apologize now, it's useless." Wang Yujia stared at Sarko, saying expressionlessly. When Wang Yujie said this, everyone was shocked. What is this woman saying? She said even if Sarko apologizes, it's useless. Is she crazy? I think she might have a bit of a problem in her head. Hey, the way you say that, it's as if someone else doesn't have a problem. What do you think of her symptoms? Curing her would be a waste of medicine. Upon hearing Wang Yujie's words, everyone's initial reaction was that this woman must have some mental issues. Who is Sark? A level 50 Dark Gold boss, the biggest challenge in team missions. Everyone present together couldn't do anything against this terrifying creature. Even Wang Chen, a ruthless character far superior to others, had just narrowly escaped being killed by a spear. Such a powerful existence, not to mention a young girl. Even if all the top players in the game were here, they would probably be helpless against him. And now, the seemingly absent-minded female martial artist in front of them wanted to challenge him. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. What kind of profession is a martial artist? The number one loser in the game. Although paladins are useless, their aura skills are still effective in team battles, and once they learn advanced buffs like heavy blow aura later on, they can immediately transform into a superhero. Although necromancers are weak in the beginning, once their undead army is formed later on, they are definitely a top-tier existence among all professions, with dozens attacking you at once, making you experience what a group beating feels like. Martial artists are truly useless, with short reach, thin skin, low skill damage, and poor judgment. They are not good at PvP or PvE, except for their flexible skill cooldowns and agility. This profession has yet to show any highlights, except for looking cool. Almost all martial artist professions are pursued for their coolness. So much so that there isn't even one martial artist among the top 1,000 players on the server. And now, this martial artist in front of them is a woman. The concept of a female player needs no further explanation. And yet, this person actually threatened to make Sark pay. It felt like Xia Baoqing declaring war on the United Nations Security Council, Zhu Runmei demanding a one-on-one fight with Sun Wukong. If it weren't for some mental issues, such thoughts would never have crossed their minds. Even the two skeleton soldiers that Wang Chen had summoned were confused by Wang Yujie's words. It's not just that. We can tolerate it when the people Brother Nyo knows have some issues, but this woman is more than just a little off. Admire Brother Nyo, understand Brother Nyo, aspire to be like Brother Nyo, Ma-san muttered to himself. Look, we've only been following Brother Nyo for a few days, and he's already met two beautiful girls. If I had this ability back then, I wouldn't have ended up dying. Get lost. Go die. Xiaobai exploded in anger. On the other side, when Sark heard Wang Yujie's words, a hint of disdainful smile appeared on his lips. Aunt, I admire your courage. You are the first person to speak to me like this. Fine, I'll kill you first, then that beast, and next will be that woman who is less than a beast. Sark despised Wang Chen and Shui Linglong, but he was still kind enough to give this woman who dared to challenge his authority a chance. Stop talking nonsense, take your weapon. Wang Yujie kicked the spear standing beside him. Swish! The spear flew straight towards Sark. She even handed Sark his weapon. This woman is truly problematic. Xiaobai, seeing this, was so angry that he was shaking all over. The spear is a weapon exclusive to battle mages, and everyone had just experienced how powerful Sark was. Dabai had risked his life to help Wang Chen block him for a moment, which led to the boss losing his weapon. A boss without a weapon would undoubtedly weaken, but this reckless woman actually returned the weapon. Damn, she's causing more harm than good. Shoo, 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 shoo. Lady, stop causing trouble. Others were so anxious when they saw the scene that they almost couldn't help but curse out loud. It was hard work to take down the boss's weapon, and you handed it back again. Isn't this simply handing a knife to the boss? Even Wang Chen couldn't help but frown, not knowing what this woman was thinking. After all, according to the normal logic of players, they would definitely not do this. Even though Wang Chen had witnessed Wang Yujie's strength with his own eyes, he was a bit puzzled at the moment. Arrogant woman. Facing the spear kicked back by Wang Yujie, Sarko grabbed it and made a comment about Wang Yujie. However, just as Sarko grabbed the spear, his vision suddenly darkened, only to see Wang Yujie leaping towards him behind the spear. Humph! Sarko snorted coldly, immediately took a step back, creating distance to thrust the spear. But before Sarko could thrust the spear, Wang Yujie's figure swayed and was already close to Sarko. Crushing Fist. A basic skill for fighters, allowing a charging attack on the target causing damage. It is an initial skill with displacement. Sarko's face showed a look of astonishment, quickly holding the spear horizontally in his hand. Bang! Wang Yujie's fist smashed onto the spear. Everyone who was shouting for Wang Yujie not to cause trouble fell silent at this scene. Is this also a fluke? Everyone looked at each other, uncertainty written in their eyes. Why was Sarko so difficult to deal with? It was because this guy's settings were extremely rogue. Not only was he fast and had high attack power, but he almost dodged all close combat attacks and completely avoided ranged attacks. Earlier, everyone had tried to gang up on Sarko but couldn't even touch him. Now, with Wang Yujie's move, Sarko was forced to block. This was just outrageous. If the previous kick was a fluke, was this punch also a fluke? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? It's not a fluke. This woman is extraordinary. Renja Wudi saw Wang Yujie's punch, and his pupils suddenly contracted. As the former leader of the Shulinglong group, Renja Wudi's strength was quite formidable. At this moment, he could see the remarkable qualities of Wang Yujie. A fluke was a random punch that accidentally hit the boss. But Wang Yujie first used the spear to distract, then swiftly closed in, and when the boss was about to attack from a distance, she suddenly delivered a crushing fist, causing even Sarko, who had full evasion points, to be unable to dodge and had to forcibly block. Such meticulous and detailed operation, how could it be a fluke? Her speed of reaction and adaptability were so high that even a veteran player like Renja Wudi had never heard of it. The little white behind Wang Yujie was stunned, muttering incredulously, "Such a terrifying move, is this person really a woman?" Born in the era of the apocalypse, the disparity between male and female professionals made Little White's male chauvinism even more pronounced than the other players present. In his eyes, women should be protected by men. Even female professionals on the front lines of battle could not be compared to male professionals of the same level. Women should stay in the background and assist men. Therefore, both Little White and Big White were very resistant to Wang Yujie. The apocalypse was not a game where you could respawn after death. In the era of the apocalypse, everyone had to be extremely cautious every day. Even Shulinglong, who was equipped with top-tier gear, was not highly regarded by Little White and the others. They only benefited from the gaming era. If it were the apocalypse era, Shulinglong's gear probably wouldn't even be seen by monsters, and she would have been killed for her possessions. The innocent suffer for the guilty. In their eyes, Shulinglong was like that, let alone Wang Yujie, a fighter without gear or level. Can an ordinary person play as a fighter? As a female player, it's fine to play a forgiving backline support class like a priest, but as a close combat fighter, not only does it require quick reflexes and strong awareness, but also a powerful combat will and confidence. Even some extremely strong experts in the apocalypse dare not try it easily. A woman playing this? Isn't that asking for trouble? However, to everyone's surprise, Wang Yujie's moves were so delicate from the start. Even the elite player Xiao Bai was left dumbfounded, even starting to doubt Wang Yujie's actual gender. After all, in his mind, such exquisite moves could surely not be done by a woman, such a typical straight male. Good. Unexpectedly, Sarko was forced to block and couldn't help but admire. But before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yujie, whose punch had been blocked, lifted his foot and went for a direct kick towards Sarko's groin. Sarko's words were cut off halfway as he swiftly turned, evading Wang Yujie's kick. This guy. Wang Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. It's easier for bystanders to see the situation clearly. Just now, Wang Chen was being chased by Sarko and didn't see how Sarko evaded, but now, watching others fight from the sidelines, he immediately saw through it. It was evident that Sarko's mechanism was to automatically activate the evasion command at the moment of the opponent's attack, then complete the evasive action. This is what they call anticipating the enemy's move and striking first. For an ordinary person, achieving this level of anticipation and timing is extremely difficult. But with the system's assistance, it becomes much easier. No wonder no one could hit him. While you're attacking, he's already evading. Just when Wang Chen thought Wang Yujie's kick would miss, Wang Yujie suddenly cancelled the skill mid-kick, took a sudden step forward, stepping on Sarko's footprints, and at the same time, raised his elbow, delivering an elbow strike to Sarko's chest. Bang! Sarko was solidly hit and involuntarily took a step back. Damn! This time, not only others but even Wang Chen was stunned. Can this even happen? Sarko has the absolute evasion mechanism as a boss, so when Wang Yujie kicked, Sarko had already evaded, so logically Wang Yujie's kick should have been dodged. However, unexpectedly, at the moment of kicking, this guy cancelled the skill, then moved in a very bizarre manner. Before Sarko could evade, Wang Yujie landed an elbow strike, hitting Sarko without giving him a chance to dodge. The system was almost crying. A player's moves actually surpassed the system's settings. Unbelievable. This combo completely baffled Wang Chen. Wang Chen knew early on that Wang Yujie was a professional player and must be better than the average person in combat, but he never expected Wang Yujie to be so strong as to ignore the boss's combat mechanisms. How is this possible? The most shocked at this moment was Sarko. The way he looked at Wang Yujie changed. From a condescending attitude just now, his eyes were now filled with disbelief. He had clearly evaded, so how could he still be hit? What's going on with this guy? Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Just as Sarko was surprised, Wang Yujie suddenly extended his right hand towards Sarko's throat. Sarko instinctively took a step back, evading Wang Yujie's skill range. But to his surprise, Wang Yujie followed up with a step, swiftly moving in front of Sarko, grabbing his throat with his right hand. -67 before Sarko could evade again, Wang Yujie's left fist heavily struck Sarko's face. Boom! A muffled sound. Sarko was forced to lean back. Due to the significant level difference, Wang Yujie's forced retreat judgment could only slightly stagger Sarko. And at that moment, Wang Yujie made another move, swiftly positioning himself beside Sarkozy, delivering a low kick behind Sarkozy's knee. -126 Sarkozy, already unsteady from the powerful punches, involuntarily dropped to one knee as Wang Yujie's right hand swung down, delivering a heavy chop to the back of Sarkozy's head. Bang! -201 A level 10 fighter, despite having skills like Crushing Fist, Thunderous Punch, and Low Kick, faced with a level 50 Dark Gold boss, Wang Yujie's chop attack, aimed at a vital spot, did not inflict exceptionally high damage due to attribute suppression. Nevertheless, Wang Yujie's combo still managed to output over 500 damage. This highlighted the gap between fighters and other professions. Despite all the flashy moves, the output was akin to a massage. Damn! Seeing this scene unfold before them, everyone was bewildered. How did Sarkozy suddenly become so weak? He was so formidable just a moment ago. Why couldn't he handle a woman? It was worth noting that moments ago, everyone couldn't even touch a hair on Sarkozy, and now, a level 10 fighter had him on his knees with just a few strikes. The visual impact was staggering, like a kindergarten child boxing with Tyson and knocking him down with one punch. It was absurd, incomprehensible. It felt unreal. People even began to suspect if Sarkozy was being countered by a woman. Am I not a woman? Shui Linglong protested strongly. Ah! Everyone glanced at Shui Linglong inside. What the hell do you mean? Shui Linglong was furious. This woman is really mysterious. Wang Chen, seeing Sarkozy on the ground, was even more incredulous. Before this, no one could even touch Sarkozy, not even 3 skeleton soldiers trying to attack him. Yet Wang Yujie not only managed to hit Sarkozy but also landed every strike, even bringing the level 50 Dark Gold boss to his knees. Was this really just a level 10 player? Wang Chen knew very well how weak level 10 players were. Even a level 50 player, wearing Wang Chen's high-level equipment, wouldn't be able to bring a level 50 Dark Gold boss to his knees. Apart from the surprise, what puzzled Wang Chen the most was why everyone else couldn't hit Sarkozy in a group fight, yet Wang Yujie never missed a strike. From the first attack, forcing Sarkozy to block, to the second attack, elbowing him in the chest, and even landing a combo on the third attack. It was getting more absurd with each strike. If others could hit Sarkozy, it wouldn't be this difficult. It's footwork. Such exquisite footwork. On the other side, Xiaobai also saw the trick and exclaimed, she can actually anticipate Sarkozy's evasive footwork and block his evasion direction. This person can predict the enemy's moves. Footwork. Hearing Xiaobai's words, Wang Chen was also stunned. It seemed to be true. Sarkozy's mechanics hadn't changed just because the opponent was a woman. Every time Wang Yujie attacked, Sarkozy evaded, but the system's mechanics were still in play. However, each time Sarkozy evaded, Wang Yujie moved along with him. With each move, she could perfectly close in on Sarkozy, keeping him within her attack range. Hiss! Realizing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock. In the moment when an ordinary player launches an attack, they must surely stand still, even if it's a warrior's charge. They need to pause after hitting the target. This is part of combat instinct. After all, to hit the opponent, you first need to steady your stance, especially when facing a high-dodge target like Sark. The difficulty of moving to unleash skills is no less than shooting arrows while riding a horse. Hitting a stationary target is already challenging for most players, let alone hitting a fast-dodging target like Sark. It's almost like a fairy tale. Yet, Wang Yujie managed to seal Sark's dodge with her movement in this situation. She's just a level 10 player. Where did she get such terrifying speed from? The only explanation is that she anticipated Sark's dodge direction before he even dodged. Mad. Wang Chen became more and more shocked as he thought about it. Initially, Wang Chen only thought Wang Yujie was a skilled player, better than the average person, so he decided to recruit her as his assistant. Who would have thought that this person turned out to be a superhuman? He really struck gold. Due to Wang Yujie's palm strike being just a normal attack, Sark only lost a bit of health from it and wasn't affected by any judgment. Seizing the opportunity, Sark rolled forward, creating distance from Wang Yujie, then got up, turned around, and aimed his spear at Wang Yujie once again. But just as Sark's spear was about to strike, Wang Yujie suddenly landed a crushing fist in front of Sark. Oh! Sark's spear once again shifted from an attack to a block. Wang Yujie repeated her tactics. Elbow strike, throat grab, thunderous fist, low kick, palm strike to the back of the head. Another set of the same combo, making Sark drop to one knee for the second time. Sark rolled forward again, ready to thrust his spear at Wang Yujie. Wang Yujie's crushing fist was already closing in. Elbow strike, throat grab, thunderous fist, low kick, palm strike to the back of the head. Repeat. No wonder. No wonder. This girl is so clever. Everyone was numb by now, finally understanding why Wang Yujie returned the spear to Sark. As a full immersion virtual game, Dawn of Awakening had a very realistic physics engine. Although Sark with a weapon had higher combat power, and a spear was a long-handled weapon with a longer attack range than sword-type weapons, the longer the weapon's attack range, the more vulnerable it was to close combat. Even a melee weapon like a spear, once someone got within its attack range, it couldn't be used. It felt like an archer being closed in on, having the ability but lacking the strength, only able to block reluctantly. And the fighter was precisely a close combat specialist, their combat style focused on getting in close. That's also why fighters were difficult to play. Every inch closer made them stronger. Assassins at least had stealth skills to get close and attack from behind. Fighters had hands shorter than daggers, without stealth skills, making it extremely difficult to get in close. Yet, Wang Yujie managed to turn this weakness into an advantage. After all, the longer the opponent's attack range, the easier it was for a fighter to get in close. So, Sark's advantage of a long spear attack range, in front of Wang Yujie, turned into a hindrance to his own performance. Wang Yujie just happened to exploit this point, effortlessly controlling Sark in close combat. It must be said, Wang Yujie may look clueless, but her combat intelligence is truly remarkable. She seems born for battle. Wang Yujie's divine footwork, combined with the spear's constraint on Sark, made Wang Yujie's fists rain down on Sark. The damage was only around 100 points, not much for Sark, but being unilaterally pummeled by a level 10 fighter was an insult that Sark found unbearable. You fool! Finally, after being knocked down to the ground by Wang Yujie for who knows how many times, Sarko also realized what was going on. He casually threw away his spear, conjured a fireball in his right hand, and smashed it towards Wang Yujie's head. Wang Yujie, however, remained calm, sidestepped, and retreated, evading Sarko's attack. With a flick of his hand, Sarko sent the fireball flying towards Wang Yujie. In an instant, the fireball reached Wang Yujie's face. Duong! Just as Wang Yujie was about to dodge backwards, suddenly his vision darkened, and a huge shield fell in front of him. It was a skeleton warrior clad in heavy armor, blocking Sarko's attack for him. I'll help you. At that moment, Wang Chen's voice rang out beside them. Alright. Wang Yujie knew that the gap in attributes between himself and Sarko was vast. Earlier, Sarko had the upper hand with the spear in hand, but now that he had thrown it away, it wouldn't be as easy for Wang Yujie to gain the upper hand. So, he nodded towards Wang Chen. Swish! At the same time, an arrow shot towards Sarko. Facing the ranged attack, Sarko raised his left hand and deflected the arrow off its course. However, in the moment Sarko evaded the arrow, Wang Yujie lunged forward with a punch towards Sarko. Sarko retreated, but Wang Yujie followed up with another move, turning his punch into a heavy blow that landed on Sarko's chest. Sarko staggered slightly from the impact. Duong! Just then, Xiaobai also charged forward and collided solidly with Sarko. That's what you call an elite warrior. Although Xiaobai couldn't perform magical footwork like Wang Yujie, he was very confident in timing his moves. When Wang Chen lunged forward with a punch, Sarko would have a dodging mechanism. This was when Xiaobai initiated his charge. By the time Wang Yujie changed her move to control Sarko with her heavy blow, Xiaobai's charge had already hit. Their skills seamlessly connected. Even though they hadn't practiced together, their coordination was flawless. Old Wang. Impressive. Seeing Xiaobai's timely charge, Wang Yujie couldn't help but praise him silently. Truth be told, despite Wang Yujie only starting to play the game last night, she had already developed her own understanding of it after a night of playing. During battles, Wang Yujie actually didn't like others helping her. This was because Wang Yujie's fighting style was quite unique, and most people couldn't keep up with it. The disparity in strength could easily disrupt Wang Yujie's attack rhythm. To put it bluntly, she was a lone wolf. People with insufficient strength couldn't keep up with Wang Yujie's pace, let alone coordinate with her. Cooperation either required one party to lower their standards to match the other or for both to have similar strength and skill levels. Instead of that, Wang Yujie preferred to train herself. Some might wonder how Wang Yujie could realize this issue in just one day. Well, with such a beautiful girl like her, there would surely be people eager to team up in the newbie village. After teaming up a few times, Wang Yujie realized that she wasn't suited for teamwork. That's why as they fought their way in, Wang Yujie remained like a transparent figure, not even making a move. Apart from the fact that the fighter class couldn't participate in group battles, it was also because others simply couldn't coordinate with her. Wang Chen's skeleton warrior being able to keep up with Wang Yujie's rhythm was indeed a surprise to her. After all, the skeleton warriors were controlled personally by the Necromancer, and the fact that the skeleton warrior could match her rhythm proved that Wang Chen's control ability must be on par with her level. Not at all. Blushing at Wang Yujie's praise, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel proud. He could keep up with Wang Yujie's rhythm because Xiaobai was amazing, and Wang Yujie was truly formidable. After being hit by a charge, Sarko staggered back a step. As a level 50 boss, his defense was ridiculously strong, to the point that a charge against any other boss would have sent them flying. Nevertheless, it was still effective. Sarko hadn't even steadied himself yet. Swish! Another arrow came flying towards him. Sarko hurriedly raised his hand to dodge. Wang Yujie took advantage of the opportunity to move around and followed up with a kick to the back of Sark's knee. Bang! Sark was once again forced to half-kneel on the ground. Duong! As Sark knelt down, Xiaobai followed up and slammed the shield heavily on the back of Sark's head. Sark staggered forward, almost falling flat on the ground. A symbol of dizziness appeared above his head. I'm done for. Seeing Wang Yujie and Xiaobai, with the interference and assistance of Ma San, one attacking and one defending, their perfect coordination kept Sark firmly in place. Everyone was stunned. Are these experts? Is this the cooperation of top experts? Those present were undoubtedly skilled individuals, but witnessing Wang Yujie and Wang Chen, with his skeleton soldiers, in action, they suddenly realized that there were different levels of expertise among experts, especially for people like Renzo Woody. Although these guys seemed carefree, each of them was extremely proud, with their eyes usually set high, not putting top experts in their eyes. But now, seeing the coordination between Wang Yujie and Wang Chen, with his skeleton soldiers, they understood what true top experts meant and the gap between themselves and real experts. Of course, Wang Chen wouldn't tell them that these guys couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. After all, two elites who emerged from the future post-apocalyptic world, and one who had been practicing martial arts since childhood, all born as killing machines for battle. Even the top professional players wouldn't dare claim to be experts in front of these three. No matter how professional you are, can you be more professional than three guys who specialize in killing? Wait, aren't we being a bit unethical watching this? After a long pause, the Black Dragon Society suddenly realized that they weren't here just to watch the show. After finally making their way through the strange group to get here, it was all to defeat the boss. While Wang Chen and Wang Yujie were fighting the boss, they were just idling by, feeling guilty. That being said, can we join in? Yun Zhongyi asked. This. If you don't speak, are you planning to die? Yun Zhongyi's words left everyone in a state of panic. Setting aside Renzo Woody and his group, the elite players from the Black Dragon Society who managed to get through the strange group to fight the boss were recognized as top players in the guild. Yet in the end, they couldn't even participate in the boss fight. They could only watch, fearing that they would be a burden if they intervened. It was truly a frustrating and disheartening situation. Garen's light words broke the silence. Attack! However, just as the Black Dragon Society was feeling down, Renzo Woody and his group, including Shui Linglong, had already charged forward. Taking advantage of Xiaobai's control over Sark, they surrounded him and unleashed a wave of attacks. When the control over Sark was released, they didn't linger in battle and turned to run. In this situation, although Renzo Woody and his group couldn't participate, as the ceiling of players, they knew how to seize opportunities. Sark, you can dodge, right? Once controlled, you can't dodge anymore, can you? At other times, everyone could stay out of it, but when the boss was stunned, they could easily assist with the output. You guys came just in time. Seeing everyone coming over to help with the output without disrupting the battle rhythm, both Wang Chen and Wang Yujie couldn't help but admire them. These teammates were even more reliable than imagined. Both were experts, with Wang Chen at level 15 and Wang Yujie at level 10. Wang Chen was fine, with his two skeleton soldiers' attributes not inferior to those of level 20 players, effectively making up for two people. Wang Yujie, on the other hand, was just a pure level 10 ult, without any equipment. The two of them were too far apart in strength. Although they could temporarily suppress Sarko, their output definitely couldn't keep up. At this rate, they would end up exhausting themselves sooner or later. The sudden arrival of the invincible benevolent ones greatly reduced the pressure on the two. Sarko's health visibly began to decline. Let's go too. Yunjui saw how the invincible benevolent ones fought and immediately followed suit, leading the Black Dragon Society to join in. Everyone was skilled, so there was no need to explain how to fight, a glance was enough to understand what was going on. With another team joining, Sarko was completely overwhelmed. Ma Sen interfered with Sarko from a distance with his arrows. Wang Yujie took the opportunity to suppress him up close, while Xiaobai found the right moment to charge in with a shield bash, controlling and attacking at the same time. After Sarko was restrained, the others swarmed in to focus on the output. Everyone had their roles, and their coordination became more and more proficient. Sarko's health bar on his head dropped faster and faster. 50%, 30%, 10%, 0%. Despicable humans. The great undead king will return. I, the Lich Sarko, am also immortal, you cannot defeat me. With everyone's joint efforts, Sarko finally let out a wail, left a last word, and then his health bar emptied, departing from this world. As Sarko fell, the black clouds gathering in the sky above Thunder Cliff began to disperse. A golden sunlight shone through the clouds, bathing the entire valley in gold. As the sunlight shone, the undead warriors attacking the Black Dragon Society stopped their assault simultaneously, letting out a mournful cry to the sky. At the same time, the soul flames in the eye sockets of all the undead warriors dissipated in the sunlight, turning into a blue mist and falling to the ground. System prompt: through everyone's unremitting efforts, the undead King Sarko has been successfully killed, redeeming all the resurrected spirits, freeing the souls of the warriors bound in undead bodies and enslaved by others. System prompt: by defeating the undead King Sarko, the Crystal of Thunder Cliff Fortress has been successfully occupied. System prompt: mission accomplished. Your team has successfully taken over the Thunder Cliff Fortress and gained the right to reside there. System prompt: you gain experience, gain reputation, gain honor of the main city. With a series of messages flashing before everyone's eyes, beams of golden light burst out from everyone. The abundant experience directly caused everyone to level up on the spot. Wang Chen even reached level 20 directly. Wang Yujie also reached level 18. The player with the highest level in the team, Suebian Luanxia, even reached level 24. It was evident how rich the experience rewards for this mission were. Being a level 40 residence mission, the experience rewards were definitely a pleasant surprise for players around level 20. Damn! Did we really make it? Seeing the information in front of them, the Black Dragon Society players who had just been besieged by the undead army looked incredulous. Only those who had truly experienced the battle knew how dangerous it had been. In the mountain pass, everyone could take advantage of the terrain to gain the upper hand. However, once they left the mountain pass, all the players were surrounded by the undead warriors, and the pressure was overwhelming. The intensity of the battle increased dramatically. The undead warriors seemed endless, coming in waves one after another. The players of the Black Dragon Society had already started to lose members, and if they continued to fight, it was only a matter of time before the Black Dragon Society was wiped out. Under such a disadvantage, everyone had even thought that this mission was going to fail. Who would have thought that just when everyone was in despair, they actually won? It was quite miraculous. That's right. We won. The boss was killed by our leader. Some observant players pointed to Wang Chen's group on the square, as well as Sarko lying on the ground. Ha, awesome. Our leader is truly amazing. The crowd exclaimed in joy at the news. I never thought we could really take down Sarko. Just now, I thought it was all over. Not only the unaware Black Dragon Society players, even the Cloud Crane group found it unbelievable at this moment. Everyone knew how tough Sarko was to deal with. This guy couldn't be hit from a distance, nor in close combat, and he dodged like hell. When Longxing was killed, everyone's morale collapsed. When Wang Chen's skeleton mage was killed, despair took over. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect someone with invincibility hacks to show up at a critical moment and beat Sarko to a pulp. It was like one cheat code countering another, a constant escalation of power. Thinking of this, everyone involuntarily glanced at Wang Yujie. At this moment, these guys had set aside their previous arrogance and prejudice, their faces now filled with respect. If anyone dared to say female players couldn't make it, they wished them luck running into this girl. We owe it all to Miss Coco this time. Even the Invincible Kindness group looked at the young girl in front of them with gratitude and a hint of respect. In the world of games, the law of the jungle prevailed, and the phrase might makes right was more evident than ever. When Wang Chen mentioned waiting for a female player to help, the Invincible Kindness group didn't resist, but when Wang Chen claimed this female player was a pro, they were quite disdainful. After all, some things were considered common knowledge to them. So, their attitude towards female players wasn't much different from that of Longxing Tianxia and others. But to their surprise, it was a female player who saved the day at a critical moment. And they were well aware that even Wang Chen's skeleton had been killed, and Sarko's attempt to wipe out the others was no surprise at all. If it weren't for Wang Yujie stepping in to suppress Sarko, the mission might have failed. After years of gaming, they were truly impressed by a female player's strength for the first time. Don't say that. Wang Yujie quickly waved his hand at the words, if it weren't for everyone's help, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him either. Wang Yujie wasn't being modest. After all, Sarko was a level 50 Dark Gold boss, and with Wang Yujie's limited attack power, he was more likely to be worn down first, especially after Sarko dropped his weapon. Wang Yujie was clearly struggling. After speaking, Wang Yujie glanced at Wang Chen. I never realized, Brother Wang, you were so powerful. At this moment, Wang Yujie was also greatly impressed by Wang Chen's strength. Although Wang Yujie had suppressed Sarko just now, she knew better than anyone that after Sarko threw away his weapon, he was at a disadvantage, losing the initiative to suppress, and if it weren't for Wang Chen controlling the skeleton soldiers to help, she wouldn't have lasted long either. The eyes of a master were extremely sharp, and Wang Yujie could see at a glance that under Wang Chen's control, Xiaobai's skills, while not as good as her own, were not far behind, clearly a seasoned fighter. The key was that Wang Chen could control two skeleton soldiers at once, which was terrifying. Even someone like Wang Yujie, who was well versed in martial arts, couldn't help but be amazed, as controlling two skeleton soldiers to such a degree at the same time showed top-notch reflexes and combat skills, even surpassing her own. After all, she had been practicing martial arts since childhood for over 20 years, while Wang Chen was just an ordinary person. If Wang Chen was also a martial artist, she couldn't even imagine his potential. Ha ha, Wang Chen laughed and waved his hand. It's nothing, really, it's nothing. Brother Nyo is so modest. Everyone sighed in admiration. Wang Chen. These days, no one believed the truth. Is he really that good? Dabai, who had already been resurrected, had heard the story from the other two skeleton soldiers and now looked even more incredulous. Better than you? I'm far from it. Xiaobai was now completely convinced of Wang Yujie's superiority. Still far from it? Dabai couldn't help but say, why don't I believe it? Dabai came from the era of the apocalypse, so naturally, he understood the differences between men and women better than others. Hearing that Wang Yujie had defeated Sarko with 3 punches and 2 kicks, Dabai simply didn't believe it. Now, hearing Little Bai say that this girl was even stronger than Little Bai, Dabai's face showed signs of doubt. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You died early, so there will be a time when you'll be convinced. Little Bai couldn't be bothered to argue. Indeed, when it comes to unbelievable things, one must witness them firsthand to believe. Sanner, what do you think? Dabai asked Ma San again. I think she could be a bit taller. Ha? Dabai looked puzzled. I like long legs. And a bigger chest would be even better. Ma San gestured to his own chest. Get lost. Dabai slapped himself hard, realizing he was being unnecessary by asking this scoundrel. System announcement. After a great battle, the Guild Great Miracle finally defeated the undead army at Thunder Cliff with the assistance of the Black Dragon Guild, killed the Lich King Sarko, and successfully obtained the guild headquarters rights at Thunder Cliff. Their deeds will be recorded in history forever. While everyone was still immersed in the unexpected joy of completing the mission, a world announcement rang out in the sky. The announcement was repeated 3 times. At the moment the announcement sounded, everyone wasn't actually that shocked. After all, there had been announcements every day for the past 2 days, and everyone had gradually gotten used to them. But when everyone saw the content of the announcement, the entire game world fell silent in that moment. It's not the guild headquarters? Damn, the game has only been open for a week, and you're telling me someone has taken over the guild headquarters? Which super big guild is this? Those with some gaming knowledge knew that the number of participants in a mission usually corresponded to its difficulty. The more participants allowed, the higher the difficulty of the mission. As a large guild mission without a limit on participants, capturing the guild headquarters was one of the most challenging tasks in the game. Compared to late-game large raids, it was no less difficult. Not to mention that the game had only been open for a week, and players' skills and equipment were still in the early stages. Even after a month of opening, there were plenty of top guilds that couldn't capture the guild headquarters. What kind of super invincible guild could accomplish such a feat? Thinking about this, everyone quickly looked back at the announcement. Great Miracle? Is this guild on the National Guild ranking list? Seeing the strange name of Great Miracle, everyone fell into contemplation. Many large guilds were commercial in nature, so there were specific guild rankings for the national guilds. The top 100 guilds on the list were all top-tier veteran guilds. However, no one had heard of Great Miracle. Although they hadn't heard of Great Miracle, they had heard of the Black Dragon Guild. It was said to be a newly established guild in Thunderstorm City, with considerable strength. The reason it became famous was not because of its strength but because a few days ago, the guild was publicly challenged and defeated. Yes, it was the guild that was challenged single-handedly, with over 2,000 members too scared to show their faces, and the guild leader almost losing everything. A guild with a tarnished reputation. Bad news travels fast. Infamy is also a kind of fame. It was unimaginable that Great Miracle, associated with such a trashy guild, could capture the guild headquarters. What kind of terrifying strength did they possess? However, when a curious player specifically went to the city hall to search for the guild great feats and saw the information, they were dumbfounded. Creation time, 4 hours. Guild members, 8. Is the system bugged? Seeing the information of the Great Feats Guild, everyone's first reaction was either they were mistaken or the system was wrong. After all, a guild that could complete the task of attacking a guild's headquarters was either a well-established major guild or had a large number of members. How could a small guild with only 8 people possibly complete such a task? But after scrutinizing the information repeatedly, they finally confirmed. This guild called Great Feats was indeed just created today and only had 8 members. It could even be considered a small group. You see, a standard team usually requires 10 members. An 8-member guild couldn't even be considered a standard team, it was more like a small group. In this case, the main force for this task seemed to be the Black Dragon Guild. Great Feats Guild seemed to be just filling the numbers, probably hiring the Black Dragon Guild to help. With this realization, everyone's impression of the Black Dragon Guild underwent a drastic change. Being soloed by a guild was a shameful record that would be talked about for a lifetime. Almost everyone who mentioned the Black Dragon Guild would think of them as the guild that was too scared to leave the resurrection point alone. But now, the Black Dragon Guild had directly transformed into a major guild that helped a newly formed guild of only 8 people complete the task of attacking a guild's headquarters. Wow! So, the Black Dragon Guild is not weak after all. Why were they too scared to come out alone? How skilled must the person who soloed the Black Dragon Guild be? Well, it's highly likely that someone maliciously targeted the Black Dragon Guild. After all, major guilds attract a lot of envy. In a moment, the Black Dragon Guild's reputation underwent an epic reversal. From being a joke of a guild, they rose to become a top guild capable of completing the task of attacking a guild's headquarters. Even the incident where Wang Chen blocked the resurrection point started to turn around, becoming a rumor created by jealous and malicious players from Thunderstorm City. Ha ha! Inside the resurrection point of Thunderstorm City, Long Xingtian burst into laughter as he read the forum posts. Indeed, money was not spent in vain. Those 2,000 gold coins really made a big impact. The success of this task not only reversed the Black Dragon Guild's reputation but also had people helping to wash away their previous stains. It was truly an unexpected gain. What does a guild rely on to stand? Naturally, its reputation. With reputation comes experts, and with experts come resources. With the announcement of the successful attack on the headquarters, the Black Dragon Guild had completely crawled out of the abyss. Thanks to the system, thanks to Thunderbluff, thanks to Nyodali. Nyogu, take a look at the forum. At this moment, Renzawudi said in frustration, as expected, everyone thought the Black Dragon Guild was the main force. Exactly. That's why I made them pay, Wang Chen said with a slight smile. But now we've missed a chance to become famous, everyone grumbled. Such false fame is not important to us, Wang Chen said calmly, let the Black Dragon Guild handle the matters of standing out. If it were truly in the game, Wang Chen might still consider becoming famous. After all, who doesn't play games to show off? But Wang Chen understood that when the end of the world comes, being in the spotlight is not that great. For guilds like the Black Dragon Guild, the bigger the reputation, the more skilled players they might attract. Whereas for guilds like Great Feats with only 8 members, they were basically like a piece of meat attracting attention. The more high-profile people staring at you, the more trouble you might be in. Brother Nyo, from what you're saying, you didn't trick the Black Dragon Society again, did you? Renzawudi pondered, stroking his chin. How could that be? The Black Dragon Society probably owes me for this one, Wang Chen chuckled. Enough talk, let's search for equipment. Everyone turned their gaze to Wang Yujie upon hearing this. What are you all looking at me for? Wang Yujie looked puzzled. Of course, it's you who should search. Wang Chen reminded him from the side. Making these bastards acknowledge you won't be easy. Then Wang Chen asked, do you know how to search for equipment? Obviously. Wang Yujie rolled his eyes at Wang Chen. I may be a newbie, but I'm not stupid. With that, Wang Yujie approached Sark's body and began to search. After a while, Wang Yujie dug out a dark lump from Sark's body. Wow! Seeing what Wang Yujie held in his hand, everyone felt a jolt. This thing, could it be? As expected, the next moment, Wang Yujie displayed the item attributes. Lich King's Heart, category, special item description, the powerful mage Sark, resurrected by the power of death, his immortal soul granted eternal life, becoming the Lich King commanding the undead in a region. Oh no, not this thing again? The unrivaled hero was almost speechless. The Corpse King dropped this thing earlier, and now Sark dropped the same thing. So, the boss at Thunder Cliff doesn't have any decent equipment for everyone, huh? Kiki, your luck should be good as a newbie, right? Shooting randomly is a bit too much. What are quests and boss fights for? Isn't it to improve equipment and skills? Not getting a single piece of equipment or a skill book from 2 consecutive bosses naturally put everyone in a bad mood. Especially since Sark is a level 50 Dark Gold boss, almost wiping out everyone. The boss difficulty and rewards are completely mismatched. Everyone felt like cursing. Even the Black Dragon Society members watching nearby almost burst out laughing. What kind of luck do these guys have? Not a single piece of equipment dropped from 2 bosses. Did they forget to wash their hands after using the restroom? See, I told you it's not my fault. You guys didn't let me search. At this moment, the happiest one was the Grim Reaper classmate, pointing at the heart in Wang Yujia's hand to clear his name. Clearly, not being able to find equipment was not his fault but a problem with the boss mechanics. Beat him. Since everyone had nowhere to vent their frustration, seeing the Grim Reaper showing off, they restrained him and started punching and kicking. If you can't beat Wang Yujia, can't you at least beat a mage? Brother Nyo. Since the mission is complete, we'll head back first. Seeing the internal conflict starting on Wang Chen's side, Yun Zhongyi wiped his sweat and bid farewell to Wang Chen. Alright. Wang Chen casually took out the 2,000 gold given by Dragon roaming the world earlier and handed it to Yun Zhongyi. Thanks to you guys this time, use this money to buy medicine for the brothers. This isn't appropriate. Yun Zhongyi was taken aback. Don't refuse. I've always been clear about debts and favors. If you don't take it, you're looking down on me. Wang Chen's expression was very serious. Okay. Yun Zhongyi nodded solemnly and accepted the money. Brother Nyo, why bother? You didn't take money before. Seeing Wang Chen giving back the 2,000 gold, the others couldn't help but comment. You guys don't understand anything. Wang Chen glanced at them. If you don't take their money, they won't think highly of you. But if you take their money and give it back to them, that's a huge favor. We understand the reasoning. But is it necessary to associate with guilds like the Black Dragon Society? Shui Linglong expressed her dissatisfaction from the side. She had seen the arrogant and overbearing attitude of Dragon roaming the world and had no sympathy for those who bully the weak. If Wang Chen hadn't been personally strong, he would have been sent back to the newbie village for retraining by now. So even though the Black Dragon Society helped with the mission to attack the guild's base this time, Shui Linglong still had no good feelings towards them. It's not that simple. We might need them in the future, Wang Chen said. Having more friends means more paths, and besides, they did help a lot this time. It was still the same old story. If this were just a simple game, Wang Chen wouldn't need to make friends with the Black Dragon Society. But Wang Chen also knew that the future was not a simple game. At the moment the demons invaded, all humans would be tied together, and even a group like the Black Dragon Society would become an important force against the Demon Legion. When everyone lived under the same roof, there would naturally be times when they needed each other, and it was natural to use means to win hearts. Moreover, the Black Dragon Society did indeed contribute a lot to this mission. If they hadn't attracted the hatred of the Undead Warrior Legion, Wang Chen and his group wouldn't have found it so easy to kill the Lich King Sarkith. It was only right to reimburse them for some medical expenses. If they could also win hearts in the process, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Alright, you're right. We can't owe them any favors, Shui Linglong nodded at the words. On the other side, Yun Zhongyi had already sent a message to Longxing Tianxia, recounting the incident of Wang Chen paying for medical expenses. Oh, I didn't expect it. Nyo Dali is really a sincere person. Longxing Tianxia couldn't help but sigh when he saw the message. Yes. Yun Zhongyi also said, in the beginning, we shouldn't have been at odds with him. Nonsense, he beat us up first. Longxing Tianxia said in frustration. To be precise, he beat me up alone. The past is in the past, and our reputation has already turned around, hasn't it? That's true. Thanks to Nyo Dali giving us this opportunity and even giving us money. This guy is really a good person. Chu. At the same time, on Thunder Bluff, Wang Chen sneezed fiercely. In the Holy Light City, within the office of the Huaxia Dragon Soaring Guild, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, the air eerily quiet. Long Tengxihai sat in the chairman's seat, frowning deeply. Damn it, how could the Black Dragon Society, a bunch of marginal players, beat us to the punch in attacking the guild's base mission? Damn it! We offered 10,000 gold, and still didn't get the guild base token? The guild base was the most important thing for any major guild, without a doubt. The guild that could take down the guild base first would also be the first guild in everyone's minds. As the oldest and most prestigious guild in the national online gaming community, the Huaxia Dragon Soaring Guild had always been a leader in the industry and was recognized as the top guild. Naturally, they aimed to be the first to secure the first guild base. They were even willing to pay a high price to acquire the guild base token. But never did they imagine that the first guild base would be taken by someone else, and it was the Black Dragon Society, a guild with a poor reputation. This was simply a slap in the face to the Huaxia Dragon Soaring Guild. As far as I know, it wasn't the Black Dragon Society that took down the guild base, but a guild called Great Strength Miracle, Feng Wujiushan quickly corrected. So what? Wasn't it still the Black Dragon Society that helped take it down? Long Tengsihai grumbled discontentedly. His main source of anger was that the Black Dragon Society now had the ability to take down the guild base, followed by the fact that the Black Dragon Society had gained the false reputation of being the first to take a guild base. I don't think so. Feng Wujiushan sneered. The main force this time clearly wasn't the Black Dragon Society, they just took advantage of the situation. Jiutian, are you out of your mind? Do you even know what you're talking about? Feng Wujiushan's words prompted others to speak up. Why would you say that? Although Long Tengsihai didn't argue, he still furrowed his brow in confusion. Do you know how many people were in that Great Strength Miracle? Feng Wujiushan asked. It seems there were only 8 people, Long Tengsihai thought for a moment and replied. Yes. The problem lies here, Feng Wujiutian said. Everyone must be aware of the reputation of the Black Dragon Society, right? Trash. Scum. Everyone chimed in. What the Black Dragon Society did in Thunderstorm City was well known because the current Black Dragon Society used to be the Huaxia Dragon Soar. It's quite clear, isn't it? Feng Wujiutian continued, don't just talk about those scumbags from the Black Dragon Society. Even if it were us, if a small guild of 8 people from our Holy Light City obtained a guild base token, do you think they would dare to take on tasks? Well, the office fell silent once again. Indeed, Feng Wujiutian's words made sense. The innocents suffer for the guilty. A small guild of 8 people, let alone compared to a large guild like the Black Dragon Society, was like ants even when compared to an ordinary guild. After obtaining a guild base token, a small guild with normal thinking would surely put it up for auction immediately. Otherwise, those large guilds would come back to seize it by force. More reputable large guilds might offer a low price and forcefully purchase it. Less reputable large guilds would just snatch it. It was obvious how a guild like the Black Dragon Society, with such a poor reputation, would act. However, this time the Black Dragon Society was helping this small guild of 8 people to complete the guild base mission, which completely defied common sense. In this situation, there are generally 2 reasons, Feng Wujiutian said. Either one of these 8 people is very wealthy and can directly influence the Black Dragon Society, or one of them is very powerful and can make the Black Dragon Society suffer a loss. That's why the Black Dragon Society chose to cooperate with them instead of using force. So, which reason do you think it is? Long Tengsihai asked. Could it be that one of these 8 people is very wealthy? No. I think it's the latter, Feng Wujiutian said. This small guild is called Great Strength Creates Miracles. Who do you think of when you hear Great Strength? Bull Great Strength. Long Tengsihai immediately said, the guy who blocked the Black Dragon Society, making over 2,000 of them afraid to hit the streets. Exactly. Feng Wujiutian said. Although we don't know the specifics, looking at it now, their successful attack on the guild base is mainly due to the small guild of 8 people. Really? Longting's face showed a hint of joy upon hearing this. With that said, Bull Great Strength is definitely a talent we should recruit, Feng Wujiutian said lightly. Indeed. Long Tengsihai nodded firmly. With just 8 people, being able to influence such a large-scale mission, they are definitely not ordinary. If we can bring them into our guild, the guild base is already set. Come on, boss, your intentions are too obvious. Feng Wujiutian was exasperated. Nonsense. Long Tengsihai said firmly, I simply have a pure heart full of love. Contact Lao Zhang and have him handle this. Alright. Inside the guild base of Great Strength Creates Miracles in Thunder Cliff, Wang Chen and his group also received a system prompt. Your guild has successfully obtained the guild base rights in Thunder Cliff. Please proceed to the guild meeting hall to bind the guild base and claim your rewards. As the iconic building of the guild meeting hall was located directly in front of the square, backed by the Thunder Mountain Range and facing the Valley Gate. At the entrance of the meeting hall was a purple crystal. This purple crystal was the guild base crystal, the core of the guild base. Once the crystal was damaged, the base would automatically unbind from the guild, becoming ownerless. The next guild to occupy the crystal would become the new owner of the base. Respected warriors, congratulations on repelling the undead army here and restoring peace to Thunder Cliff. As a few people entered the council hall, suddenly an old man rushed out from behind the door and stood in front of Wang Chen and the others. Who the hell are you? Everyone was startled to see the old man in front of them, thinking he might be some hidden boss. Arrows were drawn and aimed at him. I am the administrator of Thunder Cliff's base and also the manager of your miracle guild. My name is Forel. I am delighted to serve you, my warriors. The old man bowed quickly, a sly smile on his face. Oh, everyone finally relaxed. In the game Dawn of Dawn, each guild had an NPC manager to help players manage and develop the guild, as well as assign tasks to guild members. Forel? However, upon hearing this name, a spark ignited in the depths of Debai's eyes. What's wrong, Master Wu Shuang? Do you know him? Xiao Bai asked curiously. Thunder Cliff's secret realm was a special instance in the future, with only a few people having participated so far, and Debai happened to be one of them. Obviously, Debai knew this guy. Yes, Debai said angrily, this human traitor. If it weren't for him colluding with the demons, Thunder Cliff wouldn't have fallen. Damn! So he's a traitor, a scoundrel. I'll kill him right now. Ma Sanner was also excited and ready to shoot Forel with arrows. In the future world, humans and demons were mortal enemies. Especially in Debai's generation 100 years later, the relationship between the two camps was like fire and water, determining the survival of both sides. Even villains who were usually despised by everyone would step forward at critical moments to defend the human homeland to the death. But there were some who, in order to survive, secretly colluded with the demons and betrayed their own kind. These people were called traitors, the most despicable kind of people, hated by all professionals. Stop it! Debai quickly intervened, killing an NPC without reason. Are you trying to expose yourself? Attacking him will definitely cause trouble for Boss Neo. Fine. Ma Sanner reluctantly lowered his bow and arrows. Wang Chen was also sweating profusely. Debai was right, Forel had not betrayed humans yet, and as a functional NPC, he was under the system's protection. Players who attacked these functional NPCs without reason would face the harshest punishment from the system, ranging from fines to direct dispatch of guards to eliminate them. There was a player who once impulsively robbed a bank and was chased by the city guards, killed at the resurrection point until reaching level 0. Yes, killed at the resurrection point, where the guard's safety zone effect was ineffective. These guards were indeed bugged like that. For a while, videos of guards slaughtering humans were all over the forums, and since then, all players had abandoned the idea of robbing shops. As Ma Sanner was Wang Chen's skeleton soldier, his attack on NPCs was equivalent to Wang Chen's attack on NPCs. If they really attracted divine retribution, they would be in big trouble. A level 200 divine boss was like a slaughterer in front of the guards, let alone a mere level 20 player. However, this old man dared to betray humans, indeed not a good person. If there was a replacement, he should be dismissed immediately. Wang Chen looked meaningfully at Forel and said, I want to bind to the guild base and receive the reward. Yes, sir. Forel nodded at Wang Chen and raised his hands. Suddenly, the base crystal at the entrance burst into a dazzling light. System prompt, your guild is bound to the guild base Thundercliff. You gain 1000 reputation points. System prompt, guild base binding successful, free unlocking of basic buildings, level 1 alchemy room, level 1 forge, level 1 tailor shop, level 1 well, level 1 kitchen. System prompt, you have received a special reward, the residence treasure chest. Wow, I finally got a weapon. At that moment, the sound of random shooting and excitement could be heard. Everyone quickly turned around to see random shooter showing off a shiny golden crossbow. Thunder crossbow, type, crossbow quality, gold attack, 71 magic, 66 agility plus 19 strength plus 15 deadly strike, passive skill, increases critical hit rate by 20% long range strike, passive skill, increases range by 50%. Thunder strike, passive skill, 20% chance to trigger thunder damage and cause a paralysis effect, preventing the target from using skills for 3 seconds. Class requirement, archer level requirement, 20 item description, the thunder crossbow forged by the divine craftsman Simba with meteorite iron, tempered by thunder at the summit of the snowy mountain, infused with the power of thunder. Wow, not bad at all. Wang Chen couldn't help but admire the attributes of the crossbow. Archers are agile long-range physical damage dealers, not as fierce in attack as warriors with strength points, so archers mainly rely on attack speed for sustained damage. A 20% increase in critical hits significantly enhances the archer's output ability. As the class with the lowest health among all professions, archer's survival ability is a major issue. Avoiding close combat is the first rule for archers, and a 50% increase in range enhances the archer's kiting ability. Especially the Thunder Strike, magical damage is secondary, the key is the paralysis control effect. It's worth noting that only archers can counter mages in the game, and since mages rely entirely on skills, giving archers a paralysis skill effectively counters mages. Haha, that's necessary. By the way, don't call me small convenience. Random Shooter gave Wang Chen a disdainful look. Got it, big convenience. Wang Chen patted Random Shooter's head. Random Shooter. What's there to show off about when I'm around? I'm awesome too. Invincible Hero also revealed his equipment. Sword of Thunder, type, one-handed sword quality, gold attack, 77 magic, 52 agility plus 14 strength plus 16 thunderous slash, passive skill, 20% chance to trigger thunder enchantment damage and inflict severe injury on the target, reducing the target's movement speed by 30% and preventing healing for 3 seconds. Thunderous Force, passive skill, increases attack judgment by 20%. Heaven and Earth Cross Sword, active skill, infuses with the power of thunder, strikes the target and deals 3 stages of 120%/150%/180% displacement damage, immune to attacks while displaced. Class requirement, Warrior, Knight level requirement, 20 item description, the single-handed cross sword forged by the divine craftsman Simba with meteorite iron, tempered by thunder at the summit of the snowy mountain, later became the sword of the bright knight William. Control, judgment plus displacement. This sword can be said to be no less inferior to Random Shooter's crossbow. Moreover, both weapons are from the same person's hands and have been tempered by heavenly thunder, making them a series of equipment. Damn, such treasures. Such treasures. Seeing the equipment in the hands of the Invincible Hero and Random Shooter, jealousy was written all over everyone's faces. These two Thunder series items can be said to be equally top-notch. As long as top-notch equipment is not in one's own hands, it's like casting pearls before swine. Rubbish. Random Shooter sneered. Bah, you dare to challenge me? Invincible Hero pointed his sword at Random Shooter. Alright, let's settle this outside. Random Shooter refused to back down. Who's going out with you? Invincible Hero pressed Random Shooter to the ground. You jerk. Dare to let me up and fight from a distance. Why should I let you up? Call me Grandpa. Whoa. Where are you going to push? Learn something from Lingzi. None of your damn business. Shui Linglong was furious. Dahai, what's your reward? Ignoring the two bickering kids, Wang Chen turned to ask the Grim Reaper. He. The Grim Reaper smirked, extending his left hand with fingers spread out. Zap! A lightning net appeared in front of everyone. Holy crap! A thunder skill. The onlookers were astonished. It's a thunder control skill, the Grim Reaper explained as he clenched his hand, gathering the net into a ball that transformed into a lightning sphere, then he waved his hand. Boom! The lightning sphere exploded loudly. The spectators were envious to the point of tears. Thunder skills, known as the rarest skills, and this guy casually obtained one. It was more precious than equipment because gear would eventually become obsolete, but skills could be used indefinitely. What about you guys? The Grim Reaper inquired of the others. Soul Sacrifice Explosion. Invincible Benevolence displayed his skill with a face full of sorrow and indignation. By detonating the soul, it reduced the target's HP to 1 point, causing fatal explosive damage. The higher the HP limit, the greater the power. Everyone burst into laughter upon checking the attributes. A self-destruct skill. This guy was truly unlucky. A priest of a support class not only had a damage skill but also a life-for-life skill. If he wanted to die so badly, why bother playing a priest? Hope's reward was also a skill called Sacrificial Aura. In an instant, it could redirect all attacks within the aura to oneself. The strength of the two major light classes was not to be underestimated, and their occupational design was quite noble. One sacrificed for damage output, the other risked life for protection. These two were truly selfless, like brothers in adversity. They were indeed followers of the God of Light. And you, Lingzi? Wang Chen curiously asked Shui Linglong. Women were vain creatures, and based on her character, if it was a good reward, she would flaunt it without being asked. Remaining silent now definitely meant it was not something good. Everyone was eager to lighten the mood. Ugh, don't even mention it. Shui Linglong sighed in frustration, then pulled out a scroll from her bosom. Scroll of Destiny, category, special item. When used, it grants access to a hidden quest chain. Item description, a mysterious scroll that conceals some unknown secret treasures. This. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scroll in Shui Linglong's hand. Wow, this is a great item. The Scroll of Destiny, also known as the Hidden Quest Scroll, was an extremely rare item. Players who activated the scroll could embark on a hidden quest chain and receive substantial rewards upon completion. Who cares? Look at me, do I look interested? Shui Linglong sneered. Everyone. Indeed, as a super pay-to-win player, Xue Linglong's favorite thing was buying what she wanted. If it could be bought with money, then it was a good thing. Deciphering quests and such were not her cup of tea. I'm interested, Wang Chen said. Here, take it. Xue Linglong casually tossed it to Wang Chen. Ah, this. Wang Chen was at a loss for words. How much? He. Xue Linglong chuckled coldly. I'm off to level up. With that, she took out a teleportation scroll, tore it open, and disappeared in a flash of light before everyone's eyes. In her departing figure, the boredom of the wealthy was evident, as if saying, money? I don't need your measly sum. This spendthrift woman, doesn't she know there's a teleportation array at the guild headquarters? Teleport scrolls must cost tens of gold coins now. It would be so nice if she shared some of her wealth with us. Invincible benevolence and unrivaled valor grumbled. What about you, brother Niao? What did you get? All eyes turned curiously to Wang Chen. Let me see. Wang Chen casually opened the treasure chest. Swish! A beam of light flashed. A hat carved with a skull appeared in Wang Chen's hand. Necromancer, category, hat quality, gold defense, 35 magic, 27 all attributes plus 10 soul strengthening, passive skill, increases undead HP by 300 points. Soul mutation, passive skill, 20% chance to summon a mutated skeleton. Necromancer, passive skill, can communicate with undead creatures. Occupational requirement, death mage level requirement, 20 item description, a mysterious wooden crown with magical powers to communicate with undead creatures. This hat seems quite ordinary. Seeing the corpse speaker in Wang Chen's hand, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. Ordinary was putting it mildly, trash was what they really thought. In terms of attributes, this corpse speaker couldn't even compare to the two Thunder series weapons. The additional attributes were also lackluster. A mere 300 bonus points to undead life was barely useful. A 20% chance of skeleton mutation was also pointless for death mages above level 20, considering that players could already summon ghosts after reaching that level, which were a higher tier of undead creatures compared to skeleton soldiers. And the corpse speaker was just absurd. Communicating with undead creatures. Wasn't that ridiculous? Death mages couldn't communicate with undead creatures. This skill was completely unnecessary. And yet, it was considered a golden equipment. However, when Wang Chen saw the corpse speaker skill, his eyes lit up. Indeed, this corpse speaker skill might not be very useful for other death mages because, currently, except for Wang Chen and Zul, no other death mage could summon heroic spirits as their undead war pets. Even Zul could only transfer souls to undead creatures. He couldn't awaken heroic spirits directly like Wang Chen. Therefore, communicating with undead creatures was basically meaningless since only heroic spirits possessed intelligence. Of course, Wang Chen could already hear the thoughts of undead creatures without the corpse speaker skill, but he had to pretend not to hear them, and his undead creatures had to pretend not to be too intelligent. Otherwise, if others found out that Wang Chen could hear their thoughts, it would be a disaster. Not to mention strangers, even his own father wouldn't be spared. Others didn't know, but if anyone saw Wang Chen's browsing history, he would have to silence them. Now, with the corpse speaker skill, Wang Chen had a means to communicate with undead creatures in a literal sense, making everything plausible. Not only Wang Chen, even the three skeleton soldiers couldn't help but feel excited when they saw the corpse speaker skill. Finally, no need to act anymore. Just say whatever we need to say from now on. Little White exclaimed excitedly. Since being summoned, Little White and the others had many hidden settings to tell Wang Chen, but because they couldn't speak or show higher intelligence, they had to act dumb and awkward. Now that Wang Chen could communicate with them through the skill, they didn't have to act anymore. Nonsense. Even if we can communicate, we can't reveal too much intelligence. If you have anything to say, tell me, and I'll communicate with Boss Nyo. Big White said sternly. Having a pet with high intelligence was indeed a terrifying thing. It was like having a stupid husky suddenly stop destroying things and start predicting your future every day, knowing all your private matters. It was truly terrifying. Unrivaled teacher, ask Boss Nyo how to find a girlfriend. Ma Sainer hurriedly said. Get lost. Can't you see he's still single? Big White glared at Ma Sainer hatefully. Wang Chen. Boss Nyo, don't be sad. Next time, I'll give you good equipment first. Seeing Wang Chen silent and displeased, everyone hurried over to comfort him. Especially Unrivaled Warrior and Shoot at Will, those two scoundrels, even tried to act innocent on the side. Actually, our equipment isn't that great either. Everyone glared at the two of them in unison. Damn it, the person who contributed the most got the worst equipment, and now these two idiots were fanning the flames, afraid that Wang Chen wouldn't get angry? Ha ha, I'm off to the market for some shopping. The unparalleled hero was stared at by everyone, so he quickly made up an excuse and left the council hall. I'm going to restock on arrows. He hurriedly slipped away before anyone could object. I'm going for a drink or two. I'm going to check out some stylish outfits. Take me with you. You're too ugly to wear stylish clothes, it'll just make you look uglier. Go to hell. One by one, they all found excuses to leave the guild headquarters. Soon, only Wang Chen and Wang Yujie remained in the council hall. Aren't you leaving? Wang Chen asked Wang Yujie in confusion. You haven't even asked me what equipment I got. Wang Yujie sounded a bit displeased, showing some emotions at being treated like a nobody. It wasn't entirely the other's fault. If Wang Yujie hadn't been so terrifying, they might have joked around even if they weren't close. Now that everyone had witnessed her skills and they had just met, no one dared to provoke her. What equipment did you get? No equipment, no skills either, but I got a quest. Wang Yujie said, it's a quest for a hidden job change. I have to go to the Holy Light City. A hidden job change? Wang Chen was surprised. What job? I don't know yet. I'm going to find out. Wang Yujie turned and left. Hey, why didn't you leave with them earlier? You still haven't asked me, right? Wang Yujie retorted. Wang Chen was speechless. This girl really had a one-track mind. Wang Yujie left the council hall, leaving Wang Chen alone at the guild headquarters. At this moment, Wang Chen couldn't leave the guild headquarters because he had something to do. He casually put on the Necromancer helmet and then stared at the three skeletons in front of him, pretending and asked, can you three understand what I'm saying? Upon hearing Wang Chen's question, Dabai suddenly shook his head, pretending to look confused, took a wooden step forward, and replied in a wooden manner, Mas. Can you communicate with me? Put. Wang Chen almost burst out laughing. He had to admit, Dabai was quite the actor. If he didn't know the truth, he might have actually believed that Dabai's awkward way of speaking was real. Don't call me master, just call me brother Nyo. Wang Chen said casually. Brother Nyo. Dabai's tone carried a hint of excitement, like an old peasant under the jurisdiction of a medieval lord who had just been given a name by his master. Indeed. You three have much higher intelligence than the other skeleton soldiers. It seems you all follow my lead. Wang Chen boasted. Dabai. Brother Nyo. I sense a powerful force. Before Wang Chen could continue boasting, Dabai suddenly changed the subject. Oh, what force? Wang Chen pretended to be surprised and asked in amazement. It's right ahead. Let me take you there. Saying that, Dabai walked straight towards the depths of the hall. Ha ha, truly worthy of being a master of unparalleled skills, your acting is too realistic. Xiao Bai laughed heartily beside him. Yes, it's just like those idiotic skeleton soldiers. Ma Sainer also laughed until his stomach hurt. Luckily they were just skeletons, otherwise tears would have come out. Do you think it's possible that the master of unparalleled skills isn't acting at all? Get lost. Dabai was furious. Wang Chen endured his laughter, showing a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Dabai quickly rolled over and said, there's a murderous intent here. Oh, Wang Chen could only smile wryly. Ha ha, Xiao Bai and Ma Sainer laughed even more joyfully. Soon, led by Dabai, Wang Chen arrived at the innermost part of the hall. Just then, Dabai pushed aside a stone against the wall. A dark hole appeared in front of Wang Chen. Brother Nyo, the power is coming from inside here. Dabai said truthfully. Is the altar of heroes inside here? Xiao Bai and Ma Sainer looked at each other in surprise. Wang Chen also marveled. Unexpectedly, the heroic altar was right below the council chamber. Following the passage down, Wang Chen soon arrived in an underground cave with Dabai. The cave was spacious, with rows of green torches hanging on the walls. In the center of the cave stood a black altar emitting a strong aura of spirits. Brother Nyo, go up. There's treasure. Dabai led the way and walked straight to the altar. Wang Chen followed closely. Upon reaching the altar, they saw a shrine on top of it. As expected, a black treasure chest was neatly placed on the shrine. Oh, unexpected loot? Seeing the black treasure chest, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted and quickly walked over to open it. With a swish, a black light flashed, revealing the contents of the chest in front of Wang Chen. A box and a skill book. Soul Fire Chest, Category, Special Item. Item Description, a chest containing 100 level 30 elite soul fires. Corpse Driving Technique, Category, Skill Book Attribute, Soul Profession Requirement. Necromancer Item Description, a magical spell that can control corpses. It's Soul Fire. Wang Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the Soul Fire chest. This was a valuable item. The 100 level 30 elite skeleton soldiers in Wang Chen's Hero Chronicles were created using Soulfire. Although the attributes of the skeleton soldiers created with Soulfire were far inferior to those summoned by necromancy, they could be mass-produced as long as there were corpses. More importantly, the created skeleton soldiers did not count towards the pet limit. This was a trump card. 100 soulfires meant 100 undead. Wang Chen had already used up the soulfires he obtained in the dungeon, and the undead in Thunderbluff had been purified, so he hadn't had a chance to obtain more. Now, these 100 soulfires directly replenished Wang Chen's losses. Compared to soulfire, the skill corpse driving seemed somewhat lackluster. Controlling corpses. Wasn't that the specialty of necromancers? Why create a skill specifically for that? It felt like a bit of a sham. However, since it was a hidden skill, it shouldn't be too bad. After some thought, Wang Chen clapped his hands together. Corpse driving technique turned into a black light and entered Wang Chen's forehead. System prompt: you have acquired the skill Corpse driving technique. Corpse driving technique, LV1 can control all corpse units as subordinates. MP cost, 15, cooldown, none, duration, 120 seconds. This. Looking at the new skill in his skill bar, Wang Chen was speechless. He had thought it would be a pleasant surprise, but it turned out to be truly rubbish. In Dawn of Dawn, corpse units were different from corpses. The corpses left behind by players after killing monsters were called corpses, but only those that could be used to summon skeletons were considered corpse units. Currently, corpse units only spawn in graveyards and fixed respawn points. This was also why it was so difficult for necromancers to level up in the early stages. Lack of corpses. The determination of corpse units was entirely up to the system, and not all corpses could be used to summon undead. The requirement of corpse driving technique was to summon corpse units. In other words, to use corpse driving technique, one had to go to a graveyard or a corpse respawn point. This was simply a rubbish skill. The duration of corpse driving was only 120 seconds, and whether in a graveyard or a corpse respawn point, they were miles away from the leveling areas. Damn it, in Dawn of Dawn, the seamless real-world 1-to-1 replica map, Wang Chen couldn't even leave the city gates while driving corpses in the graveyard. What is a trash skill? If this thing is ranked second, Wang Chen won't be able to find the first place at all. Place as an offering. Just when Wang Chen was feeling down because he had learned a trash skill, a system prompt suddenly flashed before his eyes. Offering? Wang Chen pretended to be puzzled when he saw the prompt. It's internal organs. Dabai reminded from the side. Oh. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow and took out the heart of the Corpse King from his pocket and placed it on the altar. Confirm the use of the offering? Yes. Wang Chen casually clicked confirm. Obviously, without confirming, why bring this thing out as an art piece? As Wang Chen confirmed, a black hexagram lit up on the altar at the same time. The black light burst out from the hexagram, enveloping the entire altar, summoning a tall and burly corpse. System prompt: you have used an offering and summoned the advanced Corpse King's body. Damn! Is this even possible? Looking at the Corpse King in front of him, Wang Chen was dumbfounded. This thing was none other than the Corpse King he had killed on the cliff before. In other words, Wang Chen directly summoned the already killed Corpse King using the heart of the Corpse King. A level 30 golden boss. Its attributes were more than 10 times higher than the 3 major skeleton guards. Damn! Wouldn't I be invincible if I took this thing out on the street? Rise, my child, let your father see your majestic figure. Wang Chen pointed at the Corpse King and gave the command. System prompt: lacking soulfire, the Corpse King cannot execute your command. Is this thing dead? Seeing the prompt in front of him, Wang Chen immediately noticed the problem. The Corpse King he summoned had no soulfire in its eye sockets. Just a corpse. Damn it, the system is really a bastard. It turns out that using this altar can only summon the body, not the soulfire of the Corpse King. So, this thing is like a computer. The body is just hardware. You need to install software to drive the hardware. Soulfire. Soulfire. Wang Chen took out a soulfire and was about to place it on the Corpse King. System prompt: the quality of the corpse is too high to fully match with the soulfire. Do you still want to use it? Note: the corpse is a disposable item. Once the soulfire is used, it cannot be reset. No! Wang Chen quickly cancelled. This is a golden boss. Can't waste it with a small fry's soulfire. I'll have to catch a boss later to use it. Boss? Speaking of boss, Wang Chen suddenly froze. He slightly smiled, took out the heart of the Lich King from his pocket, and placed it on the altar. The hexagram lit up again. Sarko's body appeared next to the Corpse King in front of Wang Chen. Brother Cow has gone crazy, right? The Corpse King can't find a matching soulfire. Why summon the Lich King? Seeing Wang Chen inexplicably summoning Sarko's body, a few skeletons couldn't help but whisper. However, right at that moment, Wang Chen thrust his right hand into his pocket, and then a golden light burst out from his hand. The light dissipated, revealing a purple soulfire floating in Wang Chen's palm. This is. Seeing the soul fire in Wang Chen's palm, the three skeletons clearly felt a powerful soul force. A sense of the superiors might hit them. It's worth noting that these three skeleton warriors were elite masters of the future apocalypse before their rebirth, with extremely powerful soul strengths that allowed them to transcend time restrictions and be awakened and summoned by Wang Chen. When they encountered Sarko before, none of them felt such a terrifying soul power. The power contained in the soul fire brought out by Wang Chen made the three skeleton warriors feel the pressure. Soul Fire Archmage Ball, Epic, Level 90 Soul Gathering, can be injected into undead units below level 90, generating new summon units. Item Introduction: The Archmage Ball, who has comprehended the power of eternal life, his soul will become an undead, and his spirit will exist eternally between heaven and earth. Just as the three skeletons were shocked, the attributes of the soul fire appeared in front of the three. Ball. Nima. This is actually the soul fire of that old guy Ball. The three skeletons couldn't help but be amazed, suddenly remembering that Wang Chen had used the soul absorption technique to absorb Ball's soul back in the Shadow Castle. Damn! Is this the power of the Archmage of the 9 stars? Xiaobai's shocked words were incoherent. Dabai and Ma Saner were also extremely surprised. The Shadow Castle is the first trial secret realm that all professionals will encounter in the future. So, everyone is very familiar with this guy Ball. In the eyes of the three skeletons, although he is known as a 9-star mage, he is just an old scoundrel who hides in a cauldron to pass his days. Not only is he weak in strength, he has no skills or equipment, claiming to be a boss with nothing. He is also the simplest boss in the Shadow Castle. He only relies on his cunning to deceive adventurers and then absorb their power to grow. As long as the apprentice adventurers in the trial don't fall for his tricks and play games with him, this thing is a powerful super soldier. And because this guy has even spread a famous saying, called the useless reading theory. The stray dog at the door can bite people without reading, while Ball in the library can make people laugh to death. But never did they expect that this old guy's soul power would be so powerful. Seeing the three skeletons so surprised, Wang Chen smiled slightly. The ball they encountered and the ball in Wang Chen's hands were obviously not the same. The ball freed by Wang Chen using the soul absorption technique is the real Ball, possessing the true strength of a level 99-star Archmage. After Ball was redeemed, the system automatically updated the instance. This means that even in the hell difficulty Shadow Castle, it is just a projection left by Ball. The three skeleton soldiers are professionals from over 100 years later, and the secret realm of the Shadow Castle has been explored countless times. The Ball of their era is naturally just a projection of the real Ball. System prompt: Soul Fire grade is too high, cannot fully match with the body, do you want to use it? Note: Soul Fire is a disposable item, once used, it cannot be reset. Use. Wang Chen directly clicked confirm. Joking, what is the concept of a level 90 epic boss? That is basically half invincible in the mortal realm. Now he is only level 20, how long would it take to find a body that matches the soul fire? And the end of the world is in 3 weeks, where is the time for that? Furthermore, the body of a level 50 Dark Gold boss is not weak, and with the blessing of the Heroic Chronicles, all of Wang Chen's undead have the ability to level up, it's just a matter of re-leveling. For talents like Ball, leveling up is as simple as playing an alt account for a god. Just as Wang Chen placed the soul fire inside Sarko's body, a dazzling black light was released from the heroic altar. In the black light, Wang Chen saw a chaotic world of death and nothingness. As far as the eye could see, there were endless skeletons, zombies, aimlessly wandering. A beam of light shot down from the sky, like a spotlight, landing straight on the ground. At the same time, a soul floated up along the light, disappearing into the sky. The light suddenly disappeared, and the world returned to chaos. All the scenes in front of Wang Chen also disappeared without a trace. The light on the altar also dissipated. Then a system prompt appeared in front of Wang Chen. System prompt: you have used the epic soul fireball, under the sacrifice of the heroic altar, successfully awakened the dormant hero. System prompt: do you want to extract Ball's soul fire and brand the master servant mark? The soul brand is a covenant between a necromancer and an undead creature. As the necromancer's level increases, the summoned undead becomes stronger and may even be too powerful for the necromancer to control. Therefore, the necromancer Razma created soul imprints. Undead creatures marked with the master servant imprint will unconditionally obey the necromancer who summons them, and the necromancer can also use soul imprints to punish disobedient undead. If the necromancer is harmed or dies, the marked undead creatures will suffer the same fate. Imprint. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and clicked on confirm. The undead he created were far more powerful than the 3 skeletal guards he summoned through his skills. The 3 skeletal guards were undead war pets that Wang Chen contracted through the power of souls, naturally bound to him. If Wang Chen died, the summoned undead would vanish. The undead he created, however, were not bound by soul contracts but directly created and regenerated, belonging solely to Wang Chen. Common monsters had no thoughts, so betrayal was out of the question. But for a 9-star archmage like Ball who possessed high intelligence and self-awareness, who would dare to let him roam freely? One day, he might decide to take over. Soul imprint successfully carved. You obtain the advanced undead Lich King, Ball, Lich King, 9-star Archmage Ball, Legendary, level, 50 health points, 500,000 magic points, 100,000 skills, Mastery of Necromancy, Mastery of Elemental Magic Talents, Magic Affinity Background, an Ancient Mage resurrected by the sacrifice at the Altar of Heroes. Ha! I'm alive again? Where am I? Could it be the cauldron in the Shadow Castle again? As the system prompt flashed, Ball slowly sat up on the altar. Looking at his new body, he was filled with disbelief. Lich? How did I become a lich? Ball, we meet again. Wang Chen greeted from the side. Ah, it's you. That little necromancer, did you resurrect me? Upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Ball quickly looked up and recognized Wang Chen as the young necromancer who had rescued him from the cauldron in the Shadow Castle. That's right. Wang Chen nodded. Ha ha, well done, young one. Old me didn't misjudge you. Ball laughed heartily. Since you're so capable, I'll make an exception and take you as my disciple. Teaching you a few moves will be more than enough for you. Come and kneel down to pay respect. Wang Chen had a string of question marks popping up in his head at Ball's words. This guy was totally out of his mind, asking him to kneel down. It seems this old guy hasn't realized his own identity yet. He's even more arrogant than us. Hearing Ball's words, Dabai and the others exchanged glances, remembering how they had wanted to rebel against Wang Chen when they were first summoned. Ball was even more impressive than the 3 skeletal guards. The 3 skeletons at most instinctively wanted to break free from Wang Chen's control. This guy actually wanted Wang Chen to kneel down and obey his commands. As a 9-star archmage, shouldn't he know his own status? What did you say? Wang Chen frowned. Ha? Are you so happy that you find it unbelievable? Seeing Wang Chen didn't quite catch his words, Ball repeated, I owe my resurrection to you. I plan to take you as a disciple. How about it? It won't be too much of a burden for you, right? This time Wang Chen understood. So this old guy not only didn't think he was presumptuous but actually thought he was repaying a debt. In fact, Ball's behavior wasn't wrong. Given his status, taking a young necromancer like Wang Chen as a disciple was indeed a great favor, almost a repayment of gratitude. The problem is, she is just a revenant created by Wang Chen now, so talking to Wang Chen is simply challenging the authority of Wang Chen, the necromancer master. Wang Chen naturally won't indulge her, and replied expressionlessly, organize the knowledge you know about the necromancer for me. I want to see it by this time tomorrow. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Ball's face visibly changed. As a 9-star mage and a court-appointed grand mage, he was extremely noble, admired wherever he went. Even a ruler of a country had to show utmost respect upon seeing him. In the past, let alone a mere 2-star necromancer, even an 8-star archmage would have to fawn over him to seek guidance. Now, wanting to take this kid as his apprentice, this brat dared to speak to him in such a commanding tone. Are you speaking to the great 9-star Grand Mage Ball? Ball stared seriously at Wang Chen, releasing a powerful pressure. Although Ball was only a level 50 dark gold body at this moment, as a former 9-star archmage, his superior aura had not dissipated. The strong oppression made the 3 skeletons involuntarily take a step back. Not good. This guy is going to get tough. Xiaobai immediately drew his weapon. Ma San'er and Dabai also raised their staffs and bows. However, faced with Ball's pressure, Wang Chen remained unmoved. Joking, with the soul imprint on him, no matter how strong Ball was, he was just a puppet in front of Wang Chen, and his pressure naturally had no effect on Wang Chen. Otherwise? Who do you think you are? Wang Chen asked calmly. Nonsense. Just because you resurrected me doesn't mean I won't kill you. When they were in the Shadow Castle before, Wang Chen had contact with Ball. This old man was not a good person, being capricious and cunning. Before his rebirth, he had tried to coerce Wang Chen to escape from the Shadow Castle, and now, after his rebirth, his character had become even more unruly and violent. His dignity as a superior had been repeatedly offended, and Ball directly harbored murderous intent. Protect Brother Nyo. Xiaobai rushed to Wang Chen's side in one step. Dabai and Ma San'er also stood by Wang Chen's side. Oh. Seeing Wang Chen's 3 skeleton soldiers, Ball laughed directly. Kid, do you think you can show off in front of me with just these 3-foot soldiers? With that, Ball glanced at Dabai and the others, but when he saw the 3 skeleton soldiers, he suddenly paused. Oh? Ball touched his chin with interest. 3 soulful skeleton soldiers, capable of summoning heroic spirits. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Being able to tell that the 3 skeleton guards had souls, Ball's peak strength at the time would not be much lower than Zul's. So what if there are heroic spirits? Don't you know that I am also proficient in necromancy? Humph. With that, Ball's eyes suddenly emitted a green light, and he murmured softly, "Bind." "Oh no! I can't move!" Ma Saner immediately exclaimed. "Damn, I can't move either." At the same time, Xiaobai also cried out in shock. Dabai on the side was also terrified. It's advanced mental magic, the art of verbal spirits. The art of verbal spirits? Hearing Dabai's words, Xiaobai and the others were also shocked. Could it be the legendary skill of the Necromancer Zul? The art of verbal spirits is a high-level soul magic that controls targets through powerful mental energy. The target under the influence of the art of verbal spirits can fulfill the caster's commands based on the caster's incantations. Derived from the magic of controlling undead, it directly attacks the target's soul with mental power. It can control not only undead creatures but also humans, a terrifying magic classified as dark forbidden by the Holy See and the Mage Association. It is said that throughout history, only the Necromancer Zul has mastered it. Dabai had seen Zul use it when he was on Thunder Cliff for a mission. I never expected that the old man who used to live in the crucible in front of me would also possess this skill. Ha ha ha. Ball burst into laughter after fixing his gaze on the crowd in front of him. Kid, impressed by my power, aren't you? Is that all? However, just when Ball thought Wang Chen would be frightened, Wang Chen coldly smirked without any fear. Ball was stunned to see this scene. You're not affected by the language art? Ha? Did you just use a skill on me? Wang Chen pretended to look puzzled. Ball was shocked. It was impossible, the language art was his unique skill, never failing before. How could this guy not be controlled? Is Brother Nyo's mental power so strong? Ma San also found it unbelievable. It seemed that the language art was ineffective against those with higher mental power than the caster. I don't know. Dabai and Xiaobai were also puzzled. Obviously, the 3 of them were unaware of the existence of the soul imprint. They witnessed how Wang Chen was resurrected by Ball, knowing that this guy was different and had not signed a summoning contract with Wang Chen. It was incredible that Wang Chen could resist Ball's language art. Old man, I think you've overlooked something. Seeing Ball's surprised expression, Wang Chen said calmly, although you were not summoned by me, you were also resurrected by me. Naturally, I won't resurrect someone who can constantly suppress me. What do you mean? Ball's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, suddenly having a bad premonition. Humph. Wang Chen snorted. Zila. Ball felt a piercing electric current passing through his body, directly hitting his soul. The intense pain almost made Ball kneel on the ground. What's going on? Wang Chen's attack on his soul made Ball feel like he was better off dead, his face turning pale and contorted. He. Wang Chen smiled faintly. You don't need to know what's going on. You just need to understand one thing. I can make you live, and I can make you die. Understand? Ball trembled as he looked at Wang Chen, realizing that this death mage had been extremely calm from start to finish, as if he had never taken him seriously. Looking at Wang Chen's calm expression, Ball suddenly realized that this seemingly fragile death mage, who could be crushed with just one finger, was so unfathomable. A sense of inexplicable fear arose from the depths of his heart. As a generation of strongmen, Ball had long lost his fear, as there were very few people in the world who could make him feel afraid. However, this guy in front of him was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined. He didn't know what methods were used, but he could not resist even with his level of cultivation. Despite being a 9-star archmage proficient in all elemental and necromantic magic, he had never heard of a method like Wang Chen's direct soul attack. Although the soul imprint was invented by the death mage god Razma, the creation of necromancy was a secret technique known only to the death mage high priest Zul and Wang Chen. So, even though Ball was proficient in necromantic magic, he had never heard of the soul imprint. At this moment, Ball dared not doubt what Wang Chen said, because just now, Ball clearly felt his soul tearing apart. In other words, as long as Wang Chen wanted to kill him, with just a thought, he could make his undying soul vanish into thin air. Thinking of this, Ball became even more terrified. Although he had been imprisoned by the Eternal in the Shadow Castle before, at least no one could threaten his life or enslave him. But now, even though he had been resurrected, he had directly become a slave in someone else's hands. You don't need to worry. Just as Ball was in shock, Wang Chen continued, I went to great lengths to resurrect you, not to kill you. In fact, I respect you a lot. If you hadn't attacked me, I wouldn't have treated you like this. Mr. Ball, I think we should be friends. What do you say? Friends, Ball muttered to himself, looking at Wang Chen with suspicion in his eyes. Since ancient times, when have necromancers and their undead become friends? Does this guy know what he's talking about? That's right. We hit it off at the Shadow Castle before. I spent a lot of resources to resurrect you because I wanted to be friends with you, Wang Chen said. Do you really want to be enemies with me? Ball furrowed his brow. In his heart, he thought, this guy says he respects me, but turned me into his undead. Now he talks about being friends. Is he kidding me? I'm not a 3-year-old. Wang Chen seemed to understand Ball's thoughts and explained, Mr. Ball, you becoming my undead was a last resort. As a necromancer, I had no other way to resurrect you. Now that you are my undead, if I wanted to enslave you, I could just command you. If I didn't truly respect you, why would I say these things to you? Ah. Ball's body trembled slightly at the words. Indeed, with Wang Chen's abilities, enslaving his undead was as easy as pie. If he really wanted Ball as his slave, there was no need for all this talk. Seeing Ball moved, Wang Chen continued, I've expressed my thoughts. It's up to you, Mr. Ball, whether we become friends or enemies. With that, Wang Chen fell silent, gazing lightly at Ball. Wang Chen's words seemed casual and friendly, but his attitude was clear. Either follow me well, get promoted and rewarded, and we all benefit, or kneel down and be a dog. I have ways to make you obedient. If you don't obey, I can easily kill you. Ha ha. Ball was a cunning old fox and naturally understood Wang Chen's intentions. He chuckled, respected Lord Nadali, your words are too polite. From the beginning, I never intended to be your enemy, just wanted to be your disciple. Aren't we friends after all? That's true. Wang Chen nodded. Ball was right. This old guy didn't actually harbor any hostility towards him, he just hadn't found his place yet. Since you're willing to be my friend, I won't mistreat you, Wang Chen said. Although you are my resurrected undead, you have your freedom here, unlike others who have to follow me step by step. Really? Ball's eyes lit up at the words. Ball felt that being Wang Chen's undead was more painful than eternal imprisonment because strong individuals like him had their pride. A prestigious 9-star mage following a level 20 necromancer around as a lackey was something no one would want, better off dead. Wang Chen granting him the power of freedom excited Ball immensely. Of course, Wang Chen had his own thoughts about not keeping Ball by his side. This old guy was unpredictable, who knew when he might decide to take them both down in a fit of anger. Rather than carrying this time bomb around, it was better to separate and let him do something else. This place has been abandoned for so many years. Would you help me rebuild it? Wang Chen asked. I'm willing. Of course, I'm willing. Ball nodded eagerly. As long as he didn't have to be Wang Chen's lackey, Ball was willing to do anything. Alright. Wang Chen casually opened the guild interface, dismissed the guild manager, Forel, and appointed Ball as the new guild manager. System prompt. You have appointed Ball as the new guild manager. Is this? Ball was excited, Lord. Esteemed Lord Nyodali, do you trust me so much? Entrusting me with such an important task. The guild manager was one of the most crucial positions in a guild, even more important than the guild leader in the game setting. After all, even the guild leader needed to receive tasks distributed by the guild manager. Wang Chen appointed Ball as the manager of Thunder Cliff right from the start, and Ball's feelings at that moment were self-evident. We are friends, aren't we? I can't trust anyone else, Wang Chen said with a smile. Ball fell silent for a long time upon hearing this, then deeply bowed to Wang Chen and said, Lord Nyodali, thank you once again for reviving me and for your trust in me. I have nothing to offer in return, but I will definitely do my job well. He. Wang Chen's lips curled slightly. The plan was successful. The grandiose words just now were not reliable, it was only now that Ball truly accepted it. The Supreme God Zen Master once said, to make someone follow you wholeheartedly, you must understand their needs, and their needs come from their level. Those mindless skeleton soldiers, belonging to the lowest level of beings, only need to be given life, and they will serve you. Elite members of society like to buy, their needs are nothing but money, cars, houses, translated into the game world as equipment and gold coins. As long as you satisfy them in this aspect, they will be loyal to you. As for someone like Ball, who has long been in a high position, he no longer has the needs of an ordinary person, all he needs is the word respect. One is the respect of others towards him, and the other is his respect towards others. Money and equipment are useless against such people, you must use both kindness and power. First, let him feel your strength, make him fear and respect you, then let him feel your respect towards him, only then will he willingly become your partner. The reason for appointing Ball as the manager was mainly because having the human traitor Flarrell here was definitely not a good thing, so replacing him with Ball was a move in the right direction. As an undead under Wang Chen, Ball should have been like any other skeleton, following Wang Chen and obeying his commands to become Wang Chen's henchman. However, Wang Chen gave Ball a relative freedom, not only allowing him not to follow behind Wang Chen but also granting him the authority to manage the guild's headquarters. It should be noted that Wang Chen could have directly enslaved Ball with his soul imprint, but he treated Ball with such sincerity, so Ball's feelings at that moment were naturally self-evident. It's not as if he bowed down to Song Jian like Li Kuei did, but at least at this moment, Ball truly regarded Wang Chen as a friend. It's normal logic for the weak to respect you, but for the powerful who control your fate to also respect you, who could bear it? Even someone as formidable as Zhuge Liang couldn't resist the invitation to the thatched cottage. Just like how all you esteemed readers control the fate of the author, yet still give rewards, votes, likes, and recommendations every day, the author is naturally deeply moved. After collecting the corpse of the Lich King, Wang Chen returned to the council chamber with Ball and 3 skeletons. Ball quickly familiarized himself with the duties of the guild manager he had just taken over. As the head of the guild manager was responsible for managing all the guild's work. The main responsibility was to assign various guild tasks for the development and construction of the guild headquarters. Guild players could earn guild contribution by completing guild tasks, thereby increasing the guild level, upgrading the guild headquarters, strengthening guild buildings, and so on. Guild leader, shall we start building the guild headquarters now? After understanding his responsibilities, Ball quickly asked Wang Chen. Let's begin. Wang Chen confirmed directly. You can now open the guild construction interface to see which building to upgrade specifically, Ball said. Oh, let me see. Wang Chen casually opened the guild interface. Guild name, Miracles Happen Guild Headquarters, Thundercliff Council Chamber, Level 1, Upgrade Requirements, Stone * 100, Wood 100 Forge, Level 1, Upgrade Requirements, Council Chamber, Level 2, Stone 50 Alchemy Room, Level 1, Upgrade Requirements, Council Chamber, Level 2, Wood 50 Tailor Shop, Level 1, Upgrade Requirements, Council Chamber, Level 2, Wood 50 Well, Level 1, Upgrade Requirements, Council Chamber, Level 2, Stone 50 Kitchen, Level 1, Upgrade Requirements, Council Chamber, Level 2, Wood 50, where do I get the stone and wood? Seeing the material requirements on the guild interface, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown. Players have to gather these materials themselves? Exactly. Ball said, the council chamber is the most important building in the guild headquarters. If you want to upgrade the council chamber, just let me know, and I can issue guild tasks for guild members to collect materials. In return, I will record their contributions to the guild. Well, Wang Chen quickly shook his head. That won't work. Wang Chen knew Waterlinglong and the others too well. They were typical free spirits, willing to fight monsters, do dungeons, or complete quests, but asking them to do tedious guild tasks would be a disaster. With their strength, they could easily join any major guild, so why bother with a small guild like this? Whether there was a guild or not didn't matter to anyone. Wang Chen was the same. The reason he wanted to develop the guild headquarters was solely to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Although they were all friends, Wang Chen couldn't bring himself to ask them to gather materials for the guild. Moreover, there was a daily limit on guild tasks. With just the 8 of them in Miracles Happen, how many materials could they gather in a day? It would take weeks to upgrade the council chamber. This was why major guilds needed so many players. More players meant faster guild upgrades through task completion. It seems like the guild leader is averse to doing tasks? Ball was shrewd, immediately sensing Wang Chen's dilemma. Wang Chen nodded. None of my friends are cut out for guild tasks. Ha ha, Ball chuckled. That's not a problem. Tasks are static, but people are dynamic. Thundercliff is full of stone and wood, and you have skeleton soldiers. Basic tasks like these can be easily delegated with a simple command. Are you suggesting? Wang Chen's eyes widened at Ball's words. Can I assign the skeleton soldiers to do it? At that moment, Wang Chen realized that appointing Ball as the guild steward was a brilliant decision. System-assigned guild stewards only followed the guild leader's orders without offering suggestions. Ball, on the other hand, possessed higher management intelligence and could come up with better solutions. Exactly. Ball said, as a 9-star archmage and an advanced NPC, I have the capability. However what? You need to grant me the highest authority for guild construction. Ball said. System prompt, you have obtained the highest management authority for guild headquarters construction. Without hesitation, Wang Chen selected full delegation as soon as Ball finished speaking. He then summoned 100 skeleton soldiers and handed them over to Ball, saying, from now on, you command these skeleton soldiers. Guild leader. Ball looked at the skeleton soldiers before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected Wang Chen to trust him to this extent. Don't talk so much. The future development of the guild will be your responsibility. Wang Chen waved his hand. There was no need to doubt, especially since Ball and himself had soul imprints. Wang Chen was absolutely confident in controlling him. It had to be said that compared to player skeleton soldiers, they were definitely the best cheap labor. These bone sticks, looking fragile, were actually incredibly strong and had endless stamina. Although the work efficiency of skeleton soldiers might not be as high as players, they couldn't deny the perpetual motion setting of these creatures. Not only were they tireless, but due to their extremely low AI, they had no complaints about any task. Moreover, as immortal undead, skeleton soldiers had endless lifespan, didn't need to eat or drink, and didn't tire out, working tirelessly round the clock. What was the ultimate laborer? What was a living beast? Which player dared to say they could match up? Compared to skeleton soldiers, players were simply weak. Most importantly, players were limited, while skeleton soldiers could be mass-produced infinitely. Even if they worked to exhaustion or got injured, they could be replenished at any time. With Ball's command, 100 level 30 elite skeleton soldiers scattered, armed, heading towards the mining area of Thunder Cliff, the forest, to extract stone and wood. Well done. I didn't expect these skeleton soldiers to be used like this. Wang Chen, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel delighted. Even the 3 skeleton guards were stunned by the sight. So this is how skeleton soldiers are used? Sha Bai was amazed. Why didn't I think of that? No wonder. Da Bai suddenly realized, no wonder Zul alone turned Thunder Cliff into the most fortified fortress. It turns out he had so much cheap labor working for him. The evil capitalists, exploiting our skeleton race, Ma Sainer empathized. In everyone's fixed mindset, skeleton soldiers were meant for fighting and cannon fodder. But no one had ever thought that these skeleton soldiers could be used in this way. After entrusting the guild headquarters entirely to Ball for construction, Wang Chen left Thunder Cliff contentedly and arrived at Thunderstorm City, heading straight to the graveyard behind the church. By now, Wang Chen had reached level 20 and could learn new skills. Before level 20, players only learned basic skills of their profession, considered beginners. After level 20, they could learn advanced skills and officially become professionals in their field. So level 20 marked the beginning of a player's strength. Nyo Dali, my student, long time no see, what brings you here to see me? Seeing Wang Chen enter the graveyard, Zul greeted him from afar. Wang Chen was puzzled. Didn't they just meet yesterday? Let me see, what gift my student has brought me. Zul continued. Wang Chen was speechless. How did this old guy have the audacity to ask players for bribes? I came in a hurry, didn't bring a gift. Wang Chen replied. It's okay, I'm already happy that you came to see me. After all, you are my only student. So, what brings you here to see me? Zul said it was okay, but his face showed disappointment. This darn game had designed NPCs so lifelike, and Zul was indeed an old man. Standing under the setting sun, with a disappointed expression, he resembled the lonely old man at the village entrance. Seeing Zul like this, Wang Chen felt he was in the wrong. Indeed, if it were another necromancer, it would be fine, as there were many profession mentors, and although the graveyard didn't have as many assassins, it wasn't lacking in people. But Zul was all alone, having lived for so long, finally having his own direct disciple, and coming to him empty-handed to learn skills felt a bit unfair. Of course, in the game, it didn't have to be taken so seriously, but since Zul had said so, there must be a reason behind it. After all, with Wang Chen's understanding of game designers, these bastards would never give an NPC, especially a high AI NPC, such a nonsensical line for no reason. But I have something fun to give you. Thinking of this, Wang Chen suddenly chuckled. Oh? What fun thing? Zul asked curiously. Look! Wang Chen casually summoned the Lich King at the heroic altar. Although the Lich King was a level 30 golden boss, Wang Chen happened to obtain a high-level soulfire and had already resurrected it using Sarko's body. Reviving this Lich King with a regular soulfire would be a waste, so instead of letting it rot in his hands, he decided to give it away. While it's common to give gold and silver, Wang Chen was definitely the first to give away a corpse. But for a necromancer, giving gold and silver is nothing compared to giving a good corpse. It's a kind of romance unique to necromancers, isn't it? Ha! Isn't this Captain Luke? Seeing the body in front of him, Zul couldn't help but be stunned. No, you can recognize him? Wang Chen was surprised. This Lich King looked more abstract than the Grim Reaper, completely unrecognizable, yet Zul still knew him, which was a bit out of the ordinary. Humph, that disgusting holy light aura on his body stinks even in death. How could I not recognize him? Zul snorted. I never expected Luke, the hero of the ages, to become the most disgusting thing to him. From your tone, it seems you're quite familiar with him? Wang Chen frowned. Thunderbluff is an ancient battlefield, and Luke is from thousands of years ago, so Zul knowing him, could it be? Of course. Zul said, I am the high priest with eternal life, and I was also the person Luke hated the most back then. I see. Wang Chen realized, it seems Zul is also an old monster. Since you found Luke's body, it seems you've been to the ancient battlefield of Thunder Bluff? Zul asked. Yes. Wang Chen nodded. You truly are my student. Doing what I've always wanted to do but didn't dare. Zul couldn't help but praise. That place is an ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Who knows how many powerful heroes and bodies are buried there. You being able to go there, no wonder you could bring back Luke's body. Continuing, Zul said, I really like your gift. As a return gift, I intend to teach you a skill that has long been lost. Oh, thank you, Master Zul. Wang Chen was delighted to hear this and quickly thanked him. As expected, designers wouldn't design a nonsensical line for no reason. It turns out that giving a gift to Zul can lead to hidden rewards. Don't be so polite. I really like your daring and cleverness. As my personal disciple, I naturally can't treat you unfairly. With that, Zul pointed at Wang Chen's forehead. A beam of light entered Wang Chen's body. System prompt. You have learned the skill Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, active skill. Select a corpse unit to explode and damage all enemies within a 300 range, dealing 60 to 100% of the corpse's health as damage, consuming 16 mana, cooldown time, 1.5 seconds. This skill. Wang Chen's initial excitement vanished as he saw the skill in front of him. How could you do this, man? I was happy when you gave me a skill, but giving me this thing is just not right. I'm very dissatisfied. From the description of the skill Corpse Explosion, it does seem like a good skill, but the triggering condition directly diminishes its value. This thing is similar to the corpse reanimation book Wang Chen obtained in Thunder Bluff. Both are skills that require a corpse unit to trigger. Damn it! Isn't this ridiculous? Who doesn't know that the Achilles heel of the Necromancer is the unit of corpses? Now, all the corpse respawn points in every main city are occupied by the major guilds. Summoning a skeleton costs 10 silver coins each time, which means that currently in the game, corpse units have to be bought. The skeletons summoned are not enough for regular use. If Wang Chen didn't possess the heroic chronicles and have his own cemetery to infinitely resurrect his undead, he would also have to search for corpses like other necromancers. Using corpse units for corpse driving or as consumables to blast people is simply a waste. So far, all skills that require corpse units to trigger are all trash. I thought that a skill given by an NPC like Zul of this level would be a fantastic and powerful weapon, but it turned out to be such a piece of junk. What? You don't seem very happy? Zul asked in confusion. Of course not. Wang Chen replied irritably, I wasted my efforts for nothing. I wasted the corpse of a level 30 golden boss for nothing. You don't understand. This skill is the prerequisite skill for the Necromancer's ultimate skill, Chain Corpse Explosion. Zul explained, many people wish to learn it but don't have the chance. Chain Corpse Explosion? Does it also require corpse units to trigger? Wang Chen inquired. Yes, it requires a lot of corpse units, Zul confirmed. Bah! Garbage! Wang Chen exclaimed, showing his middle finger in frustration. If Wang Chen can't bear to part with a single corpse unit, how can he possibly need so many? This is definitely trash. Ah! Zul sighed and shook his head. Enough nonsense! I want to learn the level 20 skill. Despite being led astray by Zul, Wang Chen hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming here. Necromancers are divided into 3 branches: general, summoning, and spiritual. After reaching level 10, players must choose between specializing in summoning or spiritual skills. Therefore, other Necromancer players can only learn 2 skills at level 20, one general and one specialized. But as the Necromancer High Priest, Wang Chen disregards the specialization requirements and can learn all skills. Summon Ghost, LV1, a summoning skill where the Necromancer summons 2 spirits to assist in battle using powerful mental energy, consuming 20 mana, with no cooldown. Fear, LV1, a mental skill where the Necromancer inflicts mental damage on all monsters within a 300 range, causing them to flee in fear, consuming 7 mana, lasting 5 seconds, with a 3-second cooldown. Bone Spear, LV1, a general skill where the Necromancer summons a deadly bone spear to pierce enemies, consuming 5 mana, with a 1-second cooldown. Ghosts are advanced undead that Necromancers can summon after advancing from apprentices. Summoning ghosts does not require corpses. Ghosts ignore physical attacks, do not possess physical attacks, can disrupt targets mentally, and receive double magic damage. Compared to skeletons, they are undead of the control type. Fear is the advancement skill of spiritual necromancers, focusing on control. Although not as powerful as hard control like stun or knockback, group control skills are still quite formidable. Bone Spear is the attack skill of necromancers, with a physical attack effect that pierces defenses, making it more practical than the level 15 Soulfire. Of course, learning new skills is actually secondary. For Wang Chen, the most important thing is to upgrade Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton, LV3, an active skill that consumes 25 mana. Resurrecting the dead as skeleton warriors, with a 10% chance to summon mutated skeletons, up to 4 in total. Skeleton warriors, as third-tier skeleton soldiers, can inherit 90% of the player's attributes. With the 10% inheritance boost from specializing in summoning, they can inherit 100% of the necromancer's attributes. As a hidden professional necromancer, Wang Chen's inherited attributes reached 130% directly under the blessing of his equipment. At the same time, after the skill Summon Skeletons reached level 3, 3 advanced tasks appeared in Wang Chen's taskbar. Your flame skeleton meets the advanced conditions and can evolve into Undead Fire Controller, evolution requirement, Flame Robe. Your shield skeleton meets the advanced conditions and can evolve into Heavy Armored Warrior, evolution requirement, Earth Stomp. Your Arrow Guard skeleton meets the advanced conditions and can evolve into Undead Slayer, evolution requirement, Eagle Eye Helmet. Seeing the task prompts in front of him, Wang Chen felt a bit dazed. Wasn't it possible to advance directly before? Why do I have to do evolution tasks now? It seems that his skeletons are not without their flaws compared to regular necromancer skeleton soldiers. At the very least, other necromancers can summon skeletons of the corresponding rank once their skill level is reached. But upon further thought, it makes sense. These 3 skeletons are not just about inheriting player attributes, they also have their own growth talents and upgrade systems, making their advancement more complex. The task items are not difficult to find, all around level 20 common equipment. Wang Chen copied the equipment names and sent them to the unparalleled warrior. This kid's hobby is shopping at the flea market, so picking up a few pieces of task equipment is a breeze. After upgrading his skills, Wang Chen bid farewell to Zul and then returned to the heroic temple beneath the church. Everything else was secondary. Now Wang Chen's true purpose was revealed because once the Summon Skeleton skill reached level 3, he could summon the 4th skeleton. This time, who knows what kind of hero will be summoned. The heroic temple remained the same. In the dim underground room lay a tattered bed with an unidentified corpse. Candlelight flickered on the walls, casting moving shadows that added to the temple's gloominess. 3 skeletons gathered by the bed, their souls' flames flickering continuously, seemingly more excited than Wang Chen. Who will it be this time? Ma San'er asked eagerly. I hope it's the war god Im Tian Xiao, Xiaobai said longingly. Nonsense. It should be the law god Yi Rufeng. Dabai scoffed. You guys are dreaming big. Isn't the martial god Wang Bufan even more badass? Ma San'er rubbed his hands together. Clearly, these 3 were all heroic experts of their time, especially Wang Bufan, who seemed more powerful than the other 2. Alright, enough nonsense. Dabai urged them back to reality. Wang Chen held the sword of the king enchanted. Revive, ancient hero, I resurrect you in the name of the necromancer Niu Daily. With a splash, as Wang Chen chanted the spell, the flesh on the corpse on the bed faded away. A skeleton emitting a holy light sat up from the bed. What is this? Wang Chen was puzzled by the holy light on the skeleton. Isn't a skeleton an undead creature? Why does it have holy light? Could it be that this guy? Wang Chen suddenly remembered the previous Lich King. As an undead creature, he had extremely high light attribute resistance. According to the system's explanation, it was because he had a strong belief in the light during his lifetime, which gave him powerful light attributes. Could this skeleton also? Not only Wang Chen, but even the 3 skeleton soldiers couldn't help but gather around when they saw the holy light. They hadn't been skeletons for long and had never seen a skeleton emitting holy light before. Praise the Lord of Light, is this heaven? Why is it so dark? The holy light skeleton opened its eyes and praised the god of light. Clearly, this guy was a devout follower of the light. But when he saw Dabai and the others, he couldn't help but shout, Umatba! Where did these undead come from? How can there be such filthy creatures in heaven? As he spoke, he reached for his weapon. However, upon seeing his own hands, he froze in place. What the heck? How did I become an undead? Dao Yi? Goodness gracious. The moment this lad opened his mouth, it was more explosive than Ma San'er's resurrection. Not to mention, his beliefs were quite diverse. One moment he's talking about the god of light, the next about Buddha, and then about Dao Yi. Seems like this guy believes in everything. Why does his way of speaking sound so familiar? Upon hearing the voice of the holy light skeleton, Xiaobai clearly hesitated. It seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Ma San'er also scratched his head. Could this charlatan be? The 3 of them looked at the holy light skeleton in front of them, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu. Amat Ba. The undead is speaking. There's a ghost. Upon hearing the voices of the 3, the holy light skeleton jumped off the bed, raised his hands, and ran out without a word. His movements were so smooth and skilled, like flowing clouds and running water. Wang Chen's sweat started pouring down. Weren't all the elites supposed to come through? Why was this lad so cowardly? Damn it! Chun Shu! Seeing this scene, the three skeletons all shouted in unison. The holy light skeleton stopped in his tracks at the gentle words of the three. Do you know me? Of course, who doesn't know the charlatan Chun? The three of them spoke in unison again. Damn, no wonder there was a sense of familiarity, it was this guy. In the future world, not everyone was a brave and fearless professional. There were also many who feared death. The most famous of them all was the high priest of the Temple of Light, Ji Chuanxiang. This person was extremely cowardly and afraid of death. Every time he went on a mission, he would divine for himself, and as long as it wasn't a very auspicious hexagram, he would prepare to run away. His life motto was preserve life above all, safety first, better a living coward than a dead hero. His first reaction to danger was to turn and run. He might not be able to outrun the monsters, but he had to outrun his teammates. In an era where everyone was living on the edge due to the invasion of monsters, this old guy managed to live to over 50 years old, showing his high level of self-preservation skills. As the oldest and most senior professional in the future world, everyone had to address him as a senior, so they couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, this guy was the high priest of the Temple of Light, possessing extremely high divine powers. Therefore, in the future world, everyone gave Ji Chuanxiang a nickname, calling him Charlatan Chun or Chun Run Run. Never would they have thought that this guy, who prioritized self-preservation and safety above all else, would also be transported here. Chun Shu, I'm Song Wushuang, we've been on missions together before. Bai introduced himself. Oh, Xiao Song. Upon hearing Song Wushuang's name, Ji Chuanxiang was first surprised, then delighted. You saved me before, I never thought we would meet here. Chun Shu. I'm Zhang Yusen. We even raced each other before. Ma Saner also chimed in. I know, you run faster than me. Ji Chuanxiang said, what are you doing here? Chun Shu, I'm Yi Dao, you saved me before. Xiao Bai also joined in. It's you. You still owe me a talisman. Ji Chuanxiang was stunned. Wait, what's going on? How did we become undead? We are now under Niu Ji's command. Bai pointed at Wang Chen. Damn it. Ji Chuanxiang looked Wang Chen up and down. This guy looks as weak as a kitten. Why haven't you killed him yet? Oh, come on. The three of them quickly intervened. Don't act recklessly, Niu is a good person. Is that so? Ji Chuanxiang once again scrutinized Wang Chen, his eyes filled with hostility. Wang Chen was used to it. With so many skeleton soldiers wanting to kill themselves, he didn't care about one more. Look at you, all covered in holy light. I'll call you Brother Chun. Believe in Brother Chun for eternal life. Wang Chen muttered, casually naming Ji Chuanxiang. Believe in Brother Chun for eternal life? I like the sound of that. Brother Chun responded, very pleased. As a practitioner, Brother Chun didn't seek great wealth or status, only eternal life. No matter how good you are, I only ask, can you achieve eternal life? Naming done, Wang Chen then opened Brother Chun's attribute panel. Brother Chun, Priest, Attributes Growth, Strength C, Constitution A, Intelligence B, Spirit A, Agility C Race, Skeleton Priest Level, 20 Health Points, 65-20 Mana Points, 33-42 Attack, 107 Magic, 127 Armor, 128 Magic Resistance, 177 Skills, Redemption of Light, LV3, Holy Light Shield, LV3, Holy Light Spell, LV3, Healing Spell, LV3, Rune Drawing, LV3, Swordsmanship, LV3, Incense Offering, LV3, Equipment, Peachwood Sword, Attack +1 Magic +1, Background, a hero recorded in the annals of heroes, possessing unlimited growth potential. Wow! This guy is quite something. Wang Chen was suddenly stunned when he saw Brother Chun's attributes. 2 A's and 1 B. This guy's growth is even higher than 3 skeleton guards. According to the undead growth setting, C-grade talents do not grow, B-grade talents grow by 1 point per level, A-grade talents by 2 points, and S-grade talents by 3 points. Both Bai and Xiao Bai have AA growth, with attributes increasing by a maximum of 4 points per level. Even Ma Saner, who has S-grade growth, has a total growth of only 4 points. What surprised Wang Chen even more was that this guy was not just a priest, he even had a skill set that did not belong to priests, appearing to be a hidden class. Initially, seeing this guy so cowardly, Wang Chen thought he was trash. Little did he know that this guy was the real deal, hiding his true abilities. Hidden class? Wang Chen stared at Brother Chun and asked, "Ha? You can still talk to me?" Brother Chun was slightly taken aback. "Don't act too smart, you'll scare him, and he might turn you into bone soup." Bai and the others reminded from the side. Oh, Brother Chun was clearly startled. Wang Chen said, "What is your hidden class?" "I am a Taoist." Brother Chun replied in a dazed manner. "Taoist? No wonder you have such a mysterious skill set." Wang Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. Unexpectedly, in the magical world system, there were also Eastern professions. Alright, from now on, you are the professional priest in the team. Wang Chen nodded. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll try to fulfill it. Really? Can you build me a Taoist temple? Brother Chun asked excitedly. Put. Wang Chen spurted out blood. What an outrageous request. As undead heroes, Dabai and the others at most asked for equipment. Although equipment was scarce, Wang Chen could still manage. But a Taoist temple was beyond Wang Chen's capabilities. After all, this kind of thing belonged to the construction category. To unlock buildings, not only did you need land, but also blueprints, and most importantly, materials. As for land, Thunder Bluff had it. Materials could be mined by skeleton workers, but the key was the blueprints. Building blueprints were first-rate rare items, as rare and precious as guild headquarters tokens. Moreover, a Taoist temple, as a building, was on par with various profession transfer locations. Its blueprints were even rarer among the rare. Asking Wang Chen for a Taoist temple was basically like a girlfriend asking you for a hospital as part of the dowry. Not only was it outrageous, but also unreasonable. Wait for me to get the blueprints, Wang Chen said, unable to take back his words, so he could only paint a rosy picture for him. Humph. Spring Brother rolled his eyes at the other three skeletons and said, he didn't deceive you guys the same way, did he? The three skeletons. Seeing Spring Brother's request, the three skeletons suddenly realized how limited their vision was. They had only bought a few pieces of equipment to recruit a few people, while Spring Brother was asking for a whole monastery. Comparing themselves to him, they felt embarrassed about how they had been recruited. Damn it! This old man! Seeing the expressions on the skeletons' faces, Wang Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. The loyalty he had finally gained was now being disrupted by this old man, making it clear that they had higher expectations. After leaving the Temple of Heroes with 4 living dads, Wang Chen logged out directly. After a whole day of attacking the base and half a day of building it, Wang Chen now felt exhausted. What the hell are you doing? Exiting the game, taking off his helmet, Wang Chen was startled by what he saw in front of him. Wang Yujie was standing in his bedroom, staring directly at him. I've been waiting for you to log out, Wang Yujie said with a smile. How did you get in? What do you want from me? Wang Chen grabbed a pair of pants and put them on. Damn it, Wang Chen had a habit of sleeping naked, not completely naked, just wearing underwear. Wang Yujie's capabilities were known to Wang Chen, and if she wanted to be forceful, Wang Chen wouldn't stand a chance. Who cares about you? Your door wasn't locked. Wang Yujie retorted, Fang Jia wants to treat us to dinner, so I came to get you. Hurry up and get dressed. Oh, okay. Wang Chen quickly put on a t-shirt. By the way, how old are you? Wang Yujie asked. 26. Wang Chen replied. That old? I couldn't tell. Wang Yujie was surprised. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell, Wang Chen said confidently. Years of being a shut-in had given Wang Chen fair skin, a bit chubby, but he looked like a child. In centimeters or millimeters? Wang Yujie frowned. Wang Chen was stunned, sweat dripping down his face. This woman was a bit fierce. She wasn't asking about his age. And you? How old are you? Wang Chen glanced at Wang Yujie's chest. Being one to retaliate when wronged, Wang Chen believed in tit for tat. 22. Wang Yujie replied. Not that young, are you? Wang Chen smirked at Wang Yujie. Of course not. Am I not young? Wang Yujie glared at Wang Chen. Wang Chen. Damn, this woman was really sly. After freshening up, Wang Chen went to the next room where Liang Fong had already set up a table full of dishes. It had to be said that women who took care of children were more like women than those who practiced martial arts. Since starting his career, Wang Chen had never eaten such a large spread of dishes. Even when he had money, Wang Chen's minimalist lifestyle consisted of instant noodles and ham. You're here. I have soup ready too. Hearing the commotion outside, Liang Fong peeked out from the kitchen. Wow. Wang Chen and Wang Yujie were both stunned by the sight of Liang Fong. Liang Fong was wearing a camisole, revealing her fair skin. Despite having had a child, her figure was impeccable, with a flat stomach that didn't look like that of a married woman. Especially with her deep cleavage, she immediately caught Wang Chen's attention. Ah! After glancing at Wang Yujie, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. What do you mean? Wang Yujie was furious. What's wrong? Liang Fong walked out with the soup. Nothing. How old are you, Fong Jie? Wang Yujie, the rogue, asked. Oh my. Liang Fong replied, I'm 34. D. Wang Chen and Wang Yujie looked at each other, saying in unison. Put. Liang Fong chuckled and smiled. Oh my. Wang Chen was even more excited. A young woman, soaring through the clouds, Confucius was not deceiving me. Before, they never had the chance to interact deeply. Today, a few of them chatted while having a meal, getting to know each other roughly. Wang Yujie was still the same, accidentally injuring someone and forced to flee to avoid trouble. Liang Fong was curious, wondering how a girl could possibly injure someone. Liang Fong had been divorced for 2 years, living with her daughter, making some money by live streaming online. Since she wasn't good at flattering the big shots, and many people were addicted to games nowadays, she couldn't earn much money, living a mediocre life. When asked about work, Liang Fong puzzledly asked, "Don't you two work either?" "We play games," Wang Chen said. "Can you make money by playing games?" Liang Fong asked in surprise. "I doubt it." Wang Chen shook his head. In terms of strength, although Wang Chen didn't discriminate against female gamers like others, in most cases, female gamers were not suitable for fighting. Women as tough as Wang Yujie were rare. Liang Fong was gentle and soft-spoken. What could she possibly do in a game? At most, she could be a nanny. A nanny. Well, she did seem to have some talent. Transition chapter, however, at this point, Wang Chen suddenly paused. Liang Fong was indeed not good at playing games. Her personality was more suited to being a homemaker taking care of children. But then again, Wang Chen's judgments were all based on a network game. However, Dawn of Dawn was no longer just a game, it was the upcoming arrival of another world. According to Dubai and the others, players who created characters in the game before the apocalypse would be the first professionals in this world. In other words, to humans, Dawn of Dawn was a machine for awakening superpowers, and the game world was the training ground for the first professionals. When the apocalypse arrived, everything would change with the world. Those without the ability to protect themselves would be eliminated directly by the apocalypse. Although Liang Fong was not suited for gaming, she had no choice in this situation. Would she sit at home waiting for death as an ordinary person, or would she become a novice professional in the game world? The choice was not difficult. Even if she became a priest, she could still be useful in the event of the apocalypse. At least she could protect herself and her daughter in situations like the goblin knocking on the door last time. Even if she couldn't be her own teammate, at least she could be slightly helpful when the end of the world arrived. As the saying goes, Wang Chen didn't consider himself a good person, but he wasn't heartless either. Whether it was the supermarket owner or Liang Fong, they were the only social contacts Wang Chen had, so they could be considered friends. In critical moments, he would lend a hand, just like the supermarket owner Xiao Zhang. Although he didn't have time to play games, Wang Chen still reminded him to stock up on supplies. Don't underestimate anyone's abilities, you never know when they might help you. "I think you'll be fine," Wang Chen said. "But the game helmet is a bit expensive, you can pay in installments." Wang Chen still used the trick of down payment for buying equipment. Anyway, the doomsday was approaching, so there was no need to repay the loan later. "Really?" Liang Fong said in surprise. "Is there a zero down payment option?" Well. Wang Chen hesitated. "Yes, there should be a zero down payment option." This woman was not simple. "What's wrong?" Liang Fong asked. "Nothing," Wang Chen regretted in his heart, thinking, zero down payment. Why didn't I think of that? Then, little Jie, you go to the newbie village to guide Sister Fong, Wang Chen instructed Wang Yujie. Both of them were girls and could communicate well. Besides, Wang Yujie was so skilled that it would save a lot of trouble. "I don't have time, I just received a mission to go to the Holy Light City." Wang Yujie unexpectedly refused directly, then asked, "Why don't you go?" "I also have a task," Wang Chen said hesitantly. He did have a task at hand, given to him by Shui Linglong. "It's okay, I can play by myself," Liang Fong quickly added. "Ha ha, you don't have to worry about not having anyone to accompany you," Wang Yujie chuckled. "There are many helpful big brothers in the newbie village, hee hee." Wang Yujie glanced at Liang Fong's chest and made a clicking sound with his mouth, his eyes filled with envy. Wang Chen. He could see through Wang Yujie. This guy might appear silly and cute on the surface, but deep down, he was a fierce female rogue with a hint of violence. In simple terms, he was a troublemaker. No wonder he would leave people injured. How did a martial arts family raise such a character? After dinner, Wang Chen first checked international news and searched for information on monster invasions. Surprisingly, there were no reports, not even from the previous days. It seemed that the relevant authorities had taken action. As usual, if they couldn't solve the problem, they would eliminate the ones who raised it. Then Wang Chen searched the forum for Boundless Sea. The person had quieted down, there was no mention of conjuring fireballs anymore, and the previous posts were gone. Wang Chen checked the user's profile and found out they had been banned for 7 days due to suspected violation of posting rules. Damn! Wang Chen felt a wave of powerlessness. Returning to the game, Wang Chen appeared outside the Temple of Light. 4 skeletons also appeared behind him. "Brother Nyo, I found what you were looking for. At that moment, Unrivaled Warrior sent a message, indicating that he had found the equipment Wang Chen was searching for. Come to the tavern. Wang Chen quickly replied. Soon, Unrivaled Warrior arrived at the tavern and took out 3 level 20 white-grade equipment from his pocket. A red robe, black boots, and a green pointed hat. It was the flame robe, earth stompers, and eagle-eye helmet needed for the advancement of the 3 skeletons. The 3 quest items were submitted. The skeletons emitted a burst of golden light. Your flame skeleton has evolved into Undead Fire Controller and learned the skills Flame Enhancement and Firewall. Your shield skeleton has evolved into Heavy Armored Warrior and learned the skills Armor Enhancement and Stomp. Your archer skeleton has evolved into Undead Slayer and learned the skills Snipe Enhancement and Explosive Arrow. With the system prompt flashing before them, the appearance of the 3 skeletons changed once again. The white one's robe turned red, with a cloak hanging behind, embroidered with golden flame runes. The hood covered the skeleton's head, and the flames in its eye sockets shimmered, giving the impression of a high-level mage. The stout black one had a shield nearly 2 meters tall hanging on its back, a black giant sword in its right hand exuding a deathly aura, giving off a sense of unwavering stability. Masaner's change was minimal, just adding a green leather armor to his previously bare body, wearing a gray cloak on the outside, and the old straw hat turned into a green pointed hat, looking like Link from The Legend of Zelda.